Chapter 1, The Arena of Gods? Naruto mobile game determines the fate of the nation? Chapter 1, The Arena of Gods? Naruto mobile game determines the fate of the nation? How could this be? We were so close to winning. Wan La, this is completely Wan La. Is my great dragon nation going to be defeated in a place like this? Damn it! My luck is so bad. Every time it's a different ninja's turn, and I have to test my skills every time. How can I win? We've lost 10 games in a row. Now the total score is only 500. If we lose another game, we will become a second-rate country and be invaded by other countries. We won't be able to resist and the people will become slaves. How abominable! At this moment, there was a screen in the sky that everyone could see. The scene in it is exactly the God's arena that determines the destiny of each country. A month ago, all the world's thermal weapons failed, and a game called Naruto became a reality. And in the form of God's arena, it has become a weapon that determines the rise and fall of a country. The winner will have a prosperous country, while the loser will have his country destroyed and his family ruined. Each country will initially have 1000 points. Points can be exchanged for various resources, technologies, and even some high-risk weapons that far exceed current human technology. As long as you have enough points, you can get everything you want, even the rebirth of the dead is not a problem. However, once a country's total score falls below 500, it will be judged as a second-rate country. Inferior countries have no human rights and can be invaded and occupied by superior countries as colonies, and their people will only become slaves. Points are settled monthly. Not long ago, the God's Arena completed a settlement. Some of these small countries with scores below 500 have now become colonies of Japan, Korea, and other countries. The scenes in these small countries are simply purgatory. Men are slaves and women are prostitutes. Even some underage girls have become tools for the beasts to vent their sexual desires. Dragon Country Naruto God Arena Special Countermeasures Center. Training Room. Haven't you figured out a way to fight against Hoshigaki Kisame yet? A tall man in a black suit with a back as strong as a city wall said with a frown. Damn it! No matter how much I calculate, there's still no solution. Yet, especially when he got the strike, he stuck it and then dealt a set of damage, which directly exceeded half of his health. Adding the previous consumption, if we use our substitute, he will use his ultimate skill in return and there is no way to deal with him. Might Guy is the same. He can use 2 skills after his ultimate. After getting the rhythm, he can directly deal 1 more ultimate damage. It's impossible to increase the health difference. Asuma's Ashes of Fire starts too quickly, and can also be used to perform 2 skills. I really don't know how to deal with it. A group of young people wearing black clothes and with the national emblem on their bodies said angrily. Some even pounded the table in frustration. They are all the best players selected by the country from countless esports teams. There were originally nearly 50 people, but now there are less than 10 left. You get points for winning the game, but losing the game is more than just a matter of deducting points. Players participating in the game will also die. However, if they fail to win in a row, they will only have the chance to operate in this lifetime. How can I become proficient in it? How to deal with players from other countries who have won several games in a row and are already familiar with the game. Hey, is it really God's will to destroy our Dragon Kingdom? How come every time I pick up a ninja, it's always brand new, with no information at all? Yes, we haven't even won once against the strongest top 3 ninjas with the highest win rate. Lu Yuan stood in the crowd, listening to the discussions around him that were full of negative emotions. Everyone was confused. A ninja Sanmu, you said there is no way to deal with it. Some stronger emerging senin can be beaten easily, right? Hoshigaki Kisame and cuttings. What kind of ancient method of injuring is this? But it is indeed poured. But it's not to the point where we can't fight, right? Come on, some more flexible ones, he won't be able to touch them at all. Don't lose heart, we still have a chance. The sturdy middle-aged man in a suit forced a smile. Nothing stays the same, and good luck won't always be on their side. Mr. Lin is now the top person in charge of the Gods Arena Countermeasures Bureau. Even if everyone is in despair, he cannot despair. He must give confidence to the players and the people. But now that things have come to this, even he can't hold it anymore. If it really comes to that, even the Japanese and Korean devils would want to colonize Longguo. They have to step over my dead body first. Even if I can only bite off a piece of their flesh, I will never let them have an easy life. They actually dared to offer a point-based bounty openly. As long as they can defeat the Dragon Kingdom, they will be rewarded with an extra 10 points. You know, just 10 points is enough to exchange for a lot of supplies for the people. Even if they get a little less, they want Dragon Country to lose more. The Hokage of National Destiny, the Arena of God. Lu Yuan murmured, quickly sorting out the memories of his original body in his mind. The core gameplay has not changed. It is still a 3-on-3 BO5 competition system, commonly known as 5 games and 3 wins. Each side chooses 3 ninjas, 3 secret scrolls, and 3 summoned beasts to fight. After releasing the summoned beast once, there will be a 20-second cooldown period. Once a summoned beast is used in a match, it cannot be used again. Instead, it will automatically take the next summoned beast according to the order arranged before the game. The cooling time of the secret scroll is different. There is a domineering body forbidden technique Yin healing and destruction that appears every 30 seconds, and there is also an earthquake earth escape earthquake that appears every 10 seconds. It can be said that 100 flowers are blooming. Moreover, the effects of the full level and the incomplete level are also very different. For example, the duration of the hegemony is 2 seconds longer. Just 2 seconds is enough to make some grabs that originally could not break the hegemony break it. Fortunately, all the secret scrolls in the Gods Arena are at the maximum level. What's interesting is that this doesn't seem to be a 1v1 confrontation like in ranked anymore. Rather, it is more like a competition. 16 countries will be drawn to participate in the competition at a time, competing against each other in pairs, and the winner will advance. In the case of the same ranking, the order will be determined by the total damage caused. The top 3 players will not only receive extra points as rewards, but their country will also receive blessings. Some of them have helped the country acquire rich knowledge and technology, accelerating national development, some have helped eliminate diseases, and some have helped prolong life. Of course, where there are rewards there are also punishments. The countries of the bottom 3 players will suffer varying degrees of punishment. Volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, floods, hurricanes, plagues, famines. The Dragon Kingdom originally had a population of 14 billion, but now there are less than 10 billion left. This is all due to being ranked in the bottom 3 several times. What's worse is that Dragon Country's score is only 500 now. If it is lower then, it will become a second-rate country as determined by the Gods Arena. Will be colonized by superior countries. Gods Arena is about to open. The results of this match are, Dragon Country, Kimchi Country, Japanese Country, and Philippine Monkey Country. Kimchi Country players are ready. Japanese athletes are ready. Philippine Monkey Country players are ready. Please send contestants from Longguo. Countdown 12:59. Tip: if there are no players participating, they will be automatically judged as the last one and will be punished immediately. Countdown 12:58. Countdown 12:57. The cold voice echoed in everyone's heart. The countdown on the huge canopy in the sky was like a death knell. Mr. Lin is right. No one will always be lucky, and no one will always be unlucky. While Lu Yuan was still confused, a boy next to him who was wearing thick glasses and looked a little shy raised his hand and said, "My brother won once before. Let me go this time. I should still have a chance. I was matched with Japan this time, just in time to avenge my brother." The young man with thick glasses forced a smile. "I'll go. I've studied the tactics of Japan and Korea thoroughly. I'm sure there will be no problem this time." "Oh my god! I'm the oldest, it's not your turn yet." In just a moment, the entire training room was in chaos. Lin Zhenhua, who had been hit by more than a dozen bullets on the battlefield but never said a word, now had tears in his eyes. "You are all good kids. If it weren't for the fate of the entire country, I would rather be the one going. Looking at these young people who should have been full of youth, they are willing to die one by one for the rise and fall of the country." Lin Zhenhua felt extremely upset. It was he who recruited these 50 children one by one. He remembered each of their faces and names. Now, there are only 10 people left in the huge training room. "Dragon Country, the road is long, join the battle of the God of War." At this time, a small voice broke the chaos in the training room, and Lu Yuan spoke according to the competition method he remembered. "Dragon Country players are ready. God's Arena is about to start, countdown, 59. Countdown, 58. Dot. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Lu Yuan, who had a calm expression. Lin Zhenhua took a deep breath and spoke first. "Child, time is running out. Is there anything else you want to do or leave for your family? I will definitely help you bring it back word for word." "Mr. Lin, have you forgotten that I am an orphan and my family is Longguo?" Lu Yuan put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky outside the window. Although he was a super powerful shadow warrior in his previous life, he even once competed with the god of fire. But this is, after all, a dark game where life is the stake and if you lose you will die. Moreover, he could not judge the specific strength of the players from other countries based solely on the game replays in his previous memory. But this is the Dragon Kingdom where he was born and raised. He is an orphan and Longguo is his parents. He will never let other countries get involved in Dragon Country in the slightest. Lu Yuan looked at the pale blue light emanating from his body, and finally said, "If I fail, wrap my body in a red flag." End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Monkey Country is ecstatic. Pick up points when meeting Dragon Country. Chapter 2, Monkey Country is ecstatic. Pick up points when meeting Dragon Country. As Lu Yuan's figure was wrapped in light blue light, he stepped into the God's Arena. 16 contestants were assembled. All players are in place. Naruto starts. Global live broadcast starts. At this time, 16 young men with different hair colors and skin colors were looking at each other. Among them were 4 young black-haired Asian men. An artificial double door and slipper face, a typical artificial product of Korea. A man less than 1.6 meters tall, with a mustache and a bun, wearing a kimono and wooden clogs. A man with dark skin and slightly curly hair, like an untamed monkey. As for the last person, he is particularly conspicuous. First, among this group of inferior products, this handsome one stands out too much. He has bright eyes, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, regular facial features, and a height of 1.85 meters that makes him stand out from the crowd. The second reason is that this is a new person whom they have never met before. This is Lu Yuan, the super master who has dominated arcade fighting games such as Kick King. That's great. I hope that little brother can win back a victory for our Dragon Country. Okay. The game hasn't even started yet, but our Dragon Country players have already slayed them countless times with their looks. As the matching was completed, citizens from various countries participating in this God's Arena flocked into the live broadcast room. When the audience from Dragon Country saw such a huge difference in appearance, they felt more confident before the game even started. If Lu Yuan is Nuwa's graduation project, the other Asians were just specks of mud thrown away by Nuwa, pure defective products. This time in the God's Arena, Dragon Country will definitely be able to make it. Baga, no wonder you guys from Dragon Country always lose in the God Arena. Who chooses players based on their looks? Ah! Our double doors are jiggy, what's wrong with them? The Dragon Country simply has a low aesthetic standard. Last time, you were beaten by our great Philippines monkey country and cried for your parents. When you become a second-rate country, we will occupy the South China Sea for you as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, Longwo has occupied such a large land for nothing, but there are more than 1 billion people and not even one person can use it. It's better for us to let Japan develop it. Not long after the live broadcast room was opened, many negative comments about Longwo appeared. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The score of Long Country has reached the critical point of becoming a second-rate country. Even the worst country, the Philippines, couldn't stand it anymore. Boom! In the high-level meeting room of Longwo, the burly old man had red eyes and punched the table. Mad, these bastards! I was able to take Seoul back then, and I can do it now too. As soon as these words were spoken, the anger of the senior executives was completely ignited, and they were no longer polite at all. Fuck those damn monkeys, they should have been flattened with a single shot at that moment. The Japanese devils can't stand it anymore. We just drove them into the sea at first, but this time we'll just wipe them out. You still want to colonize our dragon country? The backbone of the previous generation couldn't be crushed, so don't even think about this generation. Zhenhua, how is the research of the Countermeasures Bureau going? Are you sure this time? At this time, the old man in black clothes sitting in the first seat knocked on the conference table, and the whole conference room suddenly became quiet. First Master, if we can get the top 3 ninjas, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Liu Yuan is very talented in fighting games, and that's the trump card we've been keeping. With his ability, he won't be in the top 3, but at least he won't be in the bottom 3. He will have no problem maintaining points. Elder Lin respectfully recounted the recent achievements, and the senior executives calmed down. Then let's watch the battle. A gleam of light flashed in the cloudy eyes of the chief old man. He looked at Liu Yuan and always felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. This feeling of being in control of everything and having everything planned out with confidence is exactly the same as that person. The Dragon Kingdom cannot be destroyed. God's Arena. Liu Yuan looked at the empty arena and clenched his fists. It feels real. Has the main body been teleported? Ha ha ha, Kawatani-kun, look, Longuo is another silly newcomer, and he's still trying to see if he has any sense of reality. I'm dying of laughter. The man with the double-door slippers looked at Liu Yuan's actions and laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back. Yoshi, I hope that Heavenly Locust will bless me and I can get some points when I meet Dragon Country, ha 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 ha. The dwarf with the hair on his head also laughed, with a look of aggression in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Liu Yuan alive the next moment. It's not your turn to play against such a fool. I was ranked 11th last time, which was enough to deal with him. The curly-haired monkey man crossed his arms across his chest, looking very proud, as if being ranked 11th was a big deal. Idiots! Liu Yuan sneered and looked at the 3 people like they were fools. Because of the God's Arena, everyone's language was synchronized. The 3 of them were stunned. Stupid, idiot! Slipper Face was stunned for a moment, his face full of disbelief. In the past, they always bullied the players from Dragon Country. Enjoy their ridiculous look of impotent rage and red faces. This person actually. Ah, this lowly piece of trash from Dragon Country dares to scold us noble kimchi. Baga. Your Dragon Country is nothing but a pawn in our Japanese possession. Sooner or later, you will be enslaved and become a pariah. Asshole. If I meet you in this competition, I will definitely give you 3 points. Just wait for your Dragon Country to be swept by natural disasters. Looking at the 3 people whose red fever started from the neck upwards, Liu Yuan chose to ignore them. The redder they are now, the greater the probability of mistakes being made in the game later. It's so funny. I saw 3 idiots. Ha ha ha, not only is his appearance beaten by our dragon country, but his IQ is also beaten by ours. No, these 3 are too funny. How did they choose these clowns? It's red, it's the first time I see someone's face change color so quickly, haha. Since stepping onto the Gods Arena, the contestants' every move will be broadcast live. The performance of these 3 people immediately became the laughing stock of Long Kingdom and other countries. The audience in Dragon Country breathed a sigh of relief. But the 3 Kingdoms audience was not to be outdone, and a war of words quickly broke out in the live broadcast room. Ah, I hope this Dragon Country player can be as tough when facing our Korean player. Let Longwo smile for a while. After all, after the next settlement, they will be our slaves of Japan. When the time comes, men will be slaves and women will be prostitutes. Let's see if they can still laugh. All contestants are ready and the competition groups are divided. Kangaroo Country vs Camel Country. Giant Eagle Country vs Northern Bear Country. As the Gods Arena began to match opponents, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room that was originally enough to cover the entire sky suddenly became few and far between. At this moment, the hearts of the spectators from the 16 participating countries were all in their throats. No one wants to face a strong opponent in the first game and face the risk of being eliminated and falling into the bottom 3. Not only will points be deducted, but the country will also suffer horrific natural disasters. In the Gods Arena, when punishment is bestowed, it will be broadcast live to the world. They still remember vividly the tragic situation that happened in Longwo at that time. Countless people were left homeless by floods and buried in the ruins by earthquakes. They don't want their country to suffer such a natural disaster. It must be a good signature. At this time, the thoughts of the people of the 16 countries were surprisingly consistent. Philippine Monkey Country vs Dragon Country. Matching is complete, the console has been raised, players from all countries, please take your seats according to your national flags. The game will start in 1 minute. After seeing the matching results, the Monkey Kingdom burst into thunderous cheers. Countless Filipino monkey people even jumped up like monkeys, clapping and screaming. Ha ha ha, I told the dragon people to have bad mouths, isn't this the retribution? Oh my god, I was just praying. I didn't expect that our monkey country would be so lucky to pick up points right from the start. Haha, our Philippines contestant was ranked 11th last time. Although we lost the first game, the damage we caused was enough to rank among the top. If we win against Dragon Country this time, we will at least be ranked 8th. Unlike the joyous atmosphere in Monkey Country, the high-level meeting room in Dragon Country was extremely solemn. Especially Lin Zhenhua. The Countermeasures Bureau has repeatedly studied players from various countries, and today's players from the Philippines are actually not weak. The last time we were defeated was when we encountered the Lighthouse Country, which was ranked 4th. The players' operating skills and understanding of the game are among the best among all the countries participating in the competition. The road is long, come on. We in the Dragon Kingdom cannot afford to lose. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Ninja Choice Sarutobi Hiruzen Reincarnation. Chapter 3, Ninja Choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Impure World Reincarnation. Even if other countries lose the first game, as long as the damage caused is high enough. As long as the overall ranking is not in the bottom 3, it will be considered a success. You only need to deduct points, and you don't have to bear the consequences of natural disasters. But in today's Dragon Kingdom, points can no longer be deducted. In the Gods Arena, the contestant from the Philippines Monkey Country was already standing next to Liu Yuan. His operating console is on the far right side of the road. After standing on the operating table, he laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha, you lowly dragon countryman, you never thought that you would meet me in the first game. Don't worry, in return for your previous behavior, I will definitely make you wear 3 pieces. Not only will I make your country a second-rate nation, I will also give you the last 3 natural disasters. The missiles in the South China Sea hurt you Filipino monkeys before. Liu Yuan stood on the operating table, looking at the red flag behind him, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. This time, I will kill you. All clay figures have 3 points of fire. What's more, the other side has repeatedly talked about invading and attacking our country. Liu Yuan had already decided in his heart that he would send him to the last 3 places in the fastest, most ruthless, and most desperate way. The most devastating natural disaster should be fed to you Filipino monkeys. As soon as he finished speaking, the reminder sound of the God's Arena sounded. God's Arena Philippine Monkey Kingdom vs Dragon Kingdom. Game start. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Dragon Country player is the first position, and Ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are C. Uzumaki Naruto, C. Gekkou Hei 8, B. Haku, A. Hoshigaki Kisame, A. Might Guy, C. Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan, C. Jirobo, S. Sarutobi Hiruzen Immortal Reincarnation, C. Rock Lee. Select countdown start, 12:59. With just a quick glance, Liu Yuan locked onto the 3rd generation without any hesitation. There is no reason to even dispute this lineup. Any Naruto player would make the same choice as Liu Yuan. The 3rd generation at its peak, with the shark in its mouth, sealing technique and cage plus fire, directly going big. A ninja can be eliminated in 4 seconds, and the opponent has no chance to replace him. I just don't know which version it is now. According to the memories of his previous incarnation, Liu Yuan saw the strengthened Might Guy and the Shield Dog at his peak. If the 3rd generation is also in its prime. The fastest, most brutal, and most desperate way to exit, isn't this here? Liu Yuan couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth into a smile. This wave is awesome. However, unlike Liu Yuan's joy, the mentality of the Longguo audience was directly exploded. WC, no way, after finally meeting the top 3 A-level ninjas, he still chose first, and he let the ninja go. It's over, it's over. Now the 2 strongest ninjas are on the other side. I can't think of a way to win at the moment. This old ninja is appearing in the God's Arena for the first time. He wouldn't just choose S because he saw it was S, right? The last person who chose an S-level ninja chose Orochimaru. But he was defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame in 1 move. No, what on earth is this guy choosing? I feel like I'm better than him. When Lin Zhenhua saw Liu Yuan's choice, he was shocked. Not to mention they had not researched it before, this ninja had appeared for the first time so far. He is also the 3rd S-level ninja to appear, but the first 2 S-level ninjas are of mediocre strength. One is S. Orochimaru, the other is S. Tsunade. Although it is not completely incapable of forming combat power, it is still much weaker than the 3 A-level ninjas. This brand new S ninja. Zhenhua, is this a new strategy you have developed? The burly old man was also completely confused. He was also always concerned about the God's Arena. Since he came to this arena, he basically won't miss any game. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time this ninja appeared. A skinny, short, frail old man holding a very incongruous stick? He really couldn't see what was good about this old man. Well, actually, this is the first time I've seen this ninja as well. But I believe that Liu Yuan would not make an unsure choice. He must have his reasons for doing so. Lin Zhenhua thought about what Liu Yuan said before he left, and replied despite the pressure of the elders' gazes. After seeing Liu Yuan's choice, the chief smiled unusually. Watch the game carefully. The truth is often in the hands of a few people. All I see in this kid's eyes is excitement. Dragon Country player chooses Ninja, S. Sarutobi Hiruzen Reincarnation. Next, the Philippines Monkey Country player will choose the Ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. The Filipino contestants were stunned, and so were the Filipino audiences. It seemed as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Is the person sent by Longwo a good person? There are 3 A-level ninjas, but they were not chosen and all were given to them? What you did will be remembered by our great monkey country. The monkey country player straightened his face and looked at Liu Yuan with some admiration. I didn't expect you to be our spy in Dragon Country. Your sacrifice will bring peace to your family, I promise. After selecting the configuration and entering the game, the two sides can no longer communicate verbally. Fi Hao felt that Liu Yuan must have known that their country had no chance of winning, so he deliberately participated in the competition and let them win. In the hope that when Dragon Country becomes a second-rate country and becomes a colony of other countries, the Philippines monkey country will be able to shelter his family. However, the price paid is one's own life, which is worthy of admiration. Liu Yuan probably guessed Fei Hao's incredible idea. After all, here, the 3 A-level ninjas are called the 3 A-level ninjas. Stupid. Liu Yuan was a little amused. His simple and rude reply immediately caused countless Filipino monkeys to perform Sichuan opera face-changing. The last second I was still admiring Liu Yuan as a hero. The next second, he got up with a monkey face and started yelling and cursing. Fuck. I thought this dragon countryman knew the current situation, but it turns out he doesn't. He is just pure stupidity. He's about to die, but he's still stubborn. When the time comes to colonize, I'll be the first to cook his family. The Dragon Country audience, who were originally a little upset, calmed down after seeing Liu Yuan's performance. Liu Yuan looked calm and composed, and didn't look like someone who was going to die immediately. Moreover, this inexplicable self-confidence. Could it be that our Countermeasures Bureau has really come up with something ruthless? Liu Yuan is our Dragon Country's trump card. Liu Yuan had no idea what the real-world audience was thinking. Of course, even if I knew, I wouldn't care too much. Now he just wants Fi Hao to know what the price of provoking the Dragon Kingdom is. Oh, I misunderstood you. I thought you were a martyr, but you turned out to be a fool. The face of the contestant from the Philippines monkey country turned completely cold, and he quickly completed the ninja selection. Second lock A-level ninja 3 wastes 2. A Hashigaki Kisame, A might guy. End of this chapter. Chapter 4. What era is this? Are you still so obsessed with cuttings and dominance? Chapter 4. What era is this? Are you still so obsessed with cuttings and dominance? The Filipino monkey country players choose ninjas, A Hashigaki Kisame, A might guy. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. This time the journey was long and didn't take too much time. After locking down Gale Wind and Rock Lee, the selection was completed. In his previous life, Gecko Gale was known as a C-level ninja who should be changed to S-level, and he once dominated the list of C-level ninja kings. The invincible frames in normal operations and skills, and the large range Y-axis instant displacement, made Liu Yuan doubt for a moment that this was not a C ninja. Fortunately, the actual operation is quite difficult and requires a lot of skills and proficiency. He is also affectionately called the God of War on the training ground by many villagers. As for C Rock Lee Liu Yuan, he has the highest proficiency among the remaining ninjas. When he first started playing, he relied on Rock Lee, who was given as a gift on his first charge, to reach the cage level. Dragon Country players choose Ninja, C Moonlight Gale, C Rock Lee. The Philippines Monkey Country player chooses Ninja B White. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The contestant from the Philippines will be the first to select the Secret Scroll. Secret Scroll Extraction. After seeing the choices made by the two ninjas after Liu Yuan, the mentality of the Dragon Country audience also improved a little. Although Moonlight Gale is difficult to operate. Even until now, they haven't figured out what his first skill is, but it is indeed quite powerful. Previously, the contestant from South Vietnam got this ninja by chance. With a bunch of random pressing, he actually killed 2 ninjas from the Sunset Country. The result was definitely a loss, but it was enough to show its strength. As for Rock Lee's choice, there is really nothing to criticize about it. Because of his green clothing and similar physical attacks, he is known as the successor to Might Guy, one of the top 3 A-level ninjas. His strength is unmatched among all C-level ninjas. Rock Lee is also known as the strongest C-nin. Liu Yuan didn't know about these things. If he knew, he would definitely burst out laughing. In the ancient times, Rock Lee was indeed a very strong C-ninja, but nowadays use your heart to be a C-ninja and use your feet to make an S-ninja. It is really a joke to say that Rock Lee is the strongest C-ninja. Young Tsuna, young Jiraiya, young Kushina, young Nagato, young Tobirama, Ueno Iwabe, Toss Anvil. There is also one that appeared before he traveled through time, a mysterious little girl with lewd tattoos and a beautiful back and a beard. Move the water gun. Although he couldn't increase damage by shaking his gun, he still found another way to develop a way to increase damage by using his ultimate move. Kido's kill line is simply incredible. Of course, even without this ultimate move, the total damage is 1.1 million. The squad leader's dual skill mechanism is also very exaggerated. Mobile water gun and virtualization can be said to be the 2 most powerful mechanisms in Naruto. The second skill is a controllable spiritual power. Once you become proficient in it, you will become invincible by pulling. The opponent can only substitute on the spot. This ninja had just appeared for a short time, and Liu Yuan relied on her to kill people in Super Shadow. In other words, you didn't get there randomly, or the road is far and you have to choose one. The available secret scrolls are, Earth Escape Rockfall, Earth Escape Earth Pillar Explosion, Illusion This Is Not the Art, Forbidden Art Yin Healing and Destruction, Sealing Art Limb Heavy Seal, Release Art Dispersion, Water Escape Mist Hiding Art, Ninjutsu Defense, Wood Escape Prolonging Art. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. The contestant from the Philippines Monkey Country looked at the secret scroll that appeared with a hesitant look on his face. He didn't expect that the yin yoshangmi and cutting techniques, which were rarely seen in normal times, would actually appear. If I choose yin yoshangmi, the next Dragon Country dog will definitely choose the cutting technique. I will be broken instead. It seems that the only option left is cuttings. With the stupid brains of the Dragon Country players, they might not even know the effect of yin yoshangmi. Maybe I can get both secret scrolls. The secret scroll selected by the contestants of the Philippine Monkey Country would release cutting technique. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the secret scroll. When the Dragon Country audience saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. It's over, it's over. Hoshigaki Kisame and the grafting technique, what kind of a ridiculous combination is this? The last time Japan faced Kangaroo Country, they relied on this Hoshigaki Kisame and strike. The health bar dropped horribly, and one set of attacks reduced the health by half. I had regained my confidence, but now I have lost it completely. I don't know how to win now. After seeing the secret scroll choice made by the contestant from the Monkey Kingdom, the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were also outraged. Damn, this damn Fihao is so lucky. The burly old man got so angry that his face turned red when he saw Fihao getting the cuttings. The other senior executives also looked very unhappy. Hoshigaki Kisame combined with cuttings is one of the few well-known powerful combinations. Absolute T0 nowadays. The secret scroll also revealed Yin Yu Shanmi. Lin Zhenhua took a deep breath, and then slowly said a way to break the deadlock. As long as Liu Yuan can use 2 ninjas to take down Hoshigaki Kisame, and then use Rock Lee with Yin Yu Shanmi as a counterattack, it may be possible to fight. As the director of the Countermeasures Bureau, Lin Zhenhua knows more about the Gods Arena than any of the senior executives present. They have also previously conducted special research on how to deal with cuttings. This tactic of Tianji's horse racing is currently the only way to break the deadlock. He has also learned Liu Yuan. But the premise of all this is that Liu Yuan wants to lock down Yin Yushangmi. Imagination is good, but reality is cruel. When the senior executives saw Liu Yuan's choice, they were so angry that they almost had a heart attack. The Dragon Country contestant chooses the secret scroll, dissolution technique, sealing technique, limb-heavy sealing. Next, the contestant from the Philippines will choose the secret scroll. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Old Lin, are you sure this guy is not a traitor? The burly old man was completely dumbfounded and asked in disbelief. Lin Zhenhua was sweating profusely at this moment as he was under the gazes of a group of senior executives. What on earth was Liu Yuan thinking? It is obvious that Yin can heal and destroy the wound. This is really hard to explain. Unlike the other senior executives who were about to burst into tears, Liu Yuan was now almost laughing like crazy. After accepting the memories of his previous life, Liu Yuan discovered an interesting point. The sealing technique of this divine arena is the pinnacle sealing technique in 19 years. The substitute can also be sealed. The third generation and the pinnacle of sealing techniques. Isn't the power back? As for the secret scroll of Jia Shuzhen, which is a panacea, we must get it. Of course, Liu Yuan also has his own little thoughts. Nowadays, various countries are so obsessed with grafting and hegemony that they are even a little blinded by one thing. Believe it to be the most powerful secret scroll. If he releases the dominance, he doesn't believe that Fihao will not choose it. The solution to the problem, San, just happened to break it for him. Moreover, since the secret examination papers of various countries are not useful once, they will definitely not be chosen the second time. Until now, the true effect of Jiashou San has not been tested. This thing is specially used to break the dominance. What the hell? What era is this? Still so obsessed with cuttings and dominance. Ha ha ha. This is so stupid. I am dying of laughter. Fihao at the side almost couldn't straighten his back with laughter. He looked at the result on the operating table with shining eyes. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I will accept Yin Yushangmi without hesitation. The contestant from the Philippines Monkey Country chooses the secret scroll, forbidden technique, Yin healing and destruction, earth escape, rock fall. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the secret scroll. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Seeing that their own players successfully obtained the two secret scroll kings, the entire Monkey Kingdom immediately opened champagne. Oh my God! God bless my great Monkey Kingdom! I was matched with a fool. The Dragon Country contestant is really a good person. He gave me ninjas and secret scrolls as gifts. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. Help me, this is too funny. It's safe. It's safe. We're in the top 8. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Crying Face Toad? The power chapter is coming. Chapter 5 Crying Toad? The power is back. Ha ha, phew. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the choice made by the Monkey Kingdom, Liu Yuan could no longer hold back his laughter and burst into laughter as if the four heroes were possessed by him, unable to straighten his back. What are you laughing at? This extremely strange scene aroused contestant Fihao's biological instincts, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. I laugh at the short-sightedness of the Filipino monkeys. After taking a deep breath and adjusting himself a little, Liu Yuan spoke slowly. At the same time, the last secret volume was selected on the console. The Art of Water Release and Kirigakuer. In other words, he didn't even have the chance to see the guaranteed minimum. Otherwise, I must let Fihao see the dirty things in the village. Dragon Country contestant chooses Secret Scroll, Water Style, Mist Shadow Technique. Secret Scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. The Dragon Country contestant will take the lead in selecting the summoning beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are Gamaken, Shark, Crow, Eagle, Kamaitachi, Gamasage, Gamaki, Gama Dragon, Ninja Turtle. It's just bluffing. You randomly choose ninjas and secret scrolls. Player Fihao was a little anxious and began to try to embolden himself. I have 3 A-level ninjas. I also have the 2 kings of secret scrolls. What are you going to fight me with? Lu Yuan did not respond to this. After the summoned beast is selected, the God's Arena will begin. The current situation cannot be chaotic. Toad Warrior, Shark, and Crow. Lu Yuan looked at the choices of the summoned beasts one by one with a calm expression. Until the figure of an old friend appeared, his pupils dilated and his heartbeat slowly quickened. Countless beautiful memories come to mind. Crying face toad? The naked damage is 66W, and the cutting damage is 110W+. The crying-faced toad, one of the twin sacred beasts of Mount Maiboku. That year, it clasped its hands together, with a droopy face, and had no idea what scraping was. The little face falls and the damage explodes. I feel like the power is back. This version of God's Arena is interesting, chaotic but satisfying. Lu Yuan suppressed the joy in his heart and took down the crying-faced Toad G. The Dragon Country player chooses the summoning beast, Toad G. Next, the contestant from the Philippines Monkey Country will choose the summoning beast. Select countdown start, 12:59. The contestant from the Philippines looked at Lu Yuan's choice. Although he was still uneasy, he had calmed down a lot. It was indeed a bluff. With such a small range, let me see how you can play backhand. The contestants from the Philippines chose the spiritual beasts, Toad Sage and Kamaitachi. Next, the Dragon Country contestant will choose a summoned beast. I didn't get the shark because the time for the God's Arena to arrive was too short. It's another dark game where your life is at stake. Play very carefully. The Dragon Country players chose the spiritual beasts, Shark and Toad Dragon. The contestant from the Philippines chose the psychic beast, the Crow. Configuration selection completed, the perspectives of both parties will be blocked next. Countdown 1 minute. Adjust the order of ninja/secret scroll/summoning beast. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. As the voice of the God's Arena fell, Lu Yuan began his final adjustments. Ninja Order. Sarutobi here is an impure world reincarnation, Gekao Gale, Rock Lee. The Order of the Secret Scrolls, Sealing Technique, Heavy Sealing of Limbs, Release Technique, Dispersion, Water Style, Mist Hiding Technique. Order of Summoned Beasts. Shark, Toad, Toad Dragon. At the same time, everyone in the high-level meeting room of Longwo was sweating with nervousness. To put it bluntly, this is a decisive battle that determines the fate of the country. This is so strange. Ninja, secret scrolls, psychics, all the options are contrary to the strategy we are currently studying. What on earth was he thinking? The burly old man paced back and forth in the conference room, looking at the configuration finally decided by Lu Yuan, his brows full of worry. When we were in the Countermeasures Bureau, we did simulation training. Lu Yuan's performance in the team has always been outstanding, and it is indeed the trump card I have prepared. Perhaps this is a new strategy he secretly researched, and he didn't tell us because he was afraid it would be leaked. Lin Zhenhua looked at Lu Yuan's choice and explained it to him based on his previous performance. At this point, we have no choice but to trust this child. He wouldn't really want to be wrapped in the national flag, right Zhenhua? The old man with a monocle looked at Lu Yuan's serious face in the video, and the slight nervousness he had felt gradually faded away. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. Moreover, today, the research results since the advent of the Gods Arena have almost subverted all countries. Yes, Mr. Lei, I believe in this child. Lin Zhenhua replied respectfully, then looked intently at Liu Yuan's figure in the sky. At this point, the perspectives of both players have been blocked. But viewers from various countries who are watching the live broadcast can still see the choices and order of both sides. No, this Dragon Country player, is he really not an undercover agent from our Fihao country? 3 useless ninjas, 3 useless secret scrolls, and 3 useless spiritualists. When I look at his ranking, it seems like it was just random. For a moment, I can't tell friend from foe. Look at the ranking and configuration of our Fihao players. This is what a Master of the God tournament should look like. Kisame Hoshigaki, Might Guy, Shiro, Cutting, Yin Yushangmi, Rockfall, Toad Sage, Kamaitachi, Crow. If we win this battle, Dragon Nation will become a second-rate country, right? Doesn't that mean that part of the South China Sea belongs to our Philippines? Yeah, I can't wait. The girls from Dragon Country are so pretty. Haha, it's not normal that you Fihao can't see the trump card of our Dragon Country research. Didn't you hear what Liu Yuan said? I'm laughing at your short-sightedness. You are just a monkey, and you dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you think our Dragon Country is worthy of your covetousness? Mad, you still want to turn us into a second-rate country. Just wait until you lose 500 points and are dragged down by our Dragon Nation to farm. In the final adjustment and configuration stage, the verbal battle between the audiences of both sides was particularly fierce. I was afraid that if a fight really broke out, I wouldn't be able to win even by scolding. God's Arena, Dragon Kingdom's control panel. Liu Yuan looked at the countdown on the display screen that was constantly decreasing, trying to calm himself down. In his previous life, he had won the martial arts competition and the Wu Dejuhi championship. The mentality is not bad, but this is a dark game. Losing means death, and behind him is not only him, but also hundreds of millions of Dragon Country people. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Philippine Monkey Country vs Dragon Country. Following the announcement of the Gods Arena, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas, secret scrolls, and arrangements of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. Dragon Kingdom. Sarutobi Hiruzen Impure World Reincarnation, Gekao Gale, Rock Lee. Sealing Technique, Heavy Sealing of Limbs, Release Technique, Dispersion, Water Style, Mist Shadow Technique. Philippines Monkey Country. Hoshigaki Kisame, Might Guy, White. Wood Style, Grafting Technique, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Earth Style, Rock Fall. Afterwards, the familiar Naruto announcement sounded. First round. The battle begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Player Fihao, my bank card password is. Chapter 6, Player Fihao, my bank card password is. As Naruto's announcement ended, the familiar scene reappeared. The arena, the crowds of spectators, the nature/ninja/martial arts, the 3 green/white/red flags. Scene Ninja Arena. Liu Yuan was very familiar with this scene. The battle begins. Liu Yuan controlled the 3rd generation to retreat 2 steps, then slapped the floor and released, Earth Escape Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground instantly turned into a swamp, and a muddy dragon head rose up, spewing out mud and rocks from its mouth. Whoever builds the dam should repair it. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Liu Yuan smiled. The Japanese language spoken in the Japanese country of this world is different from the Japanese language in the previous life. So the interesting point is that the Japanese people can't understand what these little people are saying. Hoshigaki Kisame's second skill, Water Style, Exploding Water Wave. As his same hata was swung, it surged forward. However, he barely made it through the first section and was still several steps away from the 3rd generation. The surging earth and rock flow instantly knocked it away and it immediately entered a state of being hit. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Monkey Kingdom was stunned. How is it possible? This old ninja who I have never seen before can actually defeat Hoshigaki Kisame in the beginning. This earth dragon's skill is too incredible. How can the distance be so far? It's over. Could this really be the trump card that Dragon Country secretly researched? At the same time, the top leaders of the entire Philippine Monkey Kingdom also began to panic. The middle-aged man in the lead was looking at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was knocked flying in the picture. His entire face darkened. I thought it was a great start, but how could it turn out like this? It must be luck. The Dragon Kingdom is gambling. They should know that they are no match for us, the Philippines, with conventional means. That's why we decided to let go of the top 3 ninjas and try new ninjas instead. Then, it just so happened that their luck came. This old ninja named Sarutobi Hiruzen was mainly long-range ninja. Maybe it's just that this skill is powerful, the information gap. Even this is an information gap that they themselves are not aware of. The monkey in charge of the Philippine Monkey Kingdom's God Arena analyzed seriously. It is believed that Longguo must be taking a chance. There's no way we can lose, no matter what. The country that got 2 A-level ninjas has never lost. Even before, the Dragon Country got 2 A-level ninjas and won a game. Besides, we have also obtained the Tyrant body and cuttings. Victory will definitely belong to our Philippine Monkey Nation. The Philippine monkey who was in charge of the God's Arena wiped the non-existent sweat from his head while explaining that it was impossible for their Philippine Monkey Country to lose. While looking cautiously at the old Fei monkey on the first seat, Old Fihao knocked on the table, thought for a moment, and said slowly, "We have participated in the Dragon Kingdom hunting before. The only way now is to completely crush the Dragon Kingdom. Contact the Lighthouse Country, the Japanese Country, and the Kimchi Country. If we lose, we are willing to pay extra points as long as we can push the Dragon Country down to a second-rate country. We are willing to bear any cost." Second-tier countries only participate in half the number of competitions per month as top-tier countries. It will be impossible for them to turn things around. And, Keituko, if you fail, you must die as a token of your sin. Old Fihao looked coldly at the monkey in charge of the priest arena. Even with such a great lineup, they could still lose. It would be too easy for him to die to atone for his sins. However, the most important thing now is to completely crush the Dragon Kingdom. In contrast to the Monkey Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom was filled with cheers. They are finally turning things around. Ha ha ha, I knew Liu Yuan was a good guy. When he was in street fighting, he was a 5-time champion. It's called the God of Fire. My goodness, I didn't trust the country and doubted the players before. Damn me. Me too, you actually said I can do that too, I'm gonna slap you in the face now. After seeing Liu Yuan successfully take the initiative, the senior officials of Long Kingdom finally put their minds at ease. Okay. This kid understands. The sturdy old man exclaimed that it was great. After getting the first move, as long as the opponent has a substitute and uses the spirit to counterattack, the rhythm is still in their hands. There's absolutely no problem replacing Hoshigaki Kisame. Next, use this old ninja to consume Might Guy, and then replace Might Guy with Moonlight Gale. In the end, Rock Lee may not be without a chance of winning against Bai. Mr. Zhang, I think we should not be so optimistic. Lin Zhenhu looked heavy. Although he also hoped that Liu Yuan could win, the current situation was far from the time to pop open the champagne. You should know that Liu Yuan's 3 spiritual communications are not large-scale and long-lasting. Whether the backhand can be suppressed is still unknown. Moreover, this old ninja has never appeared before, so it is hard to say whether Liu Yuan was lucky enough to encounter him. It's good to get the first move, but Liu Yuan's spiritual communication and secret scrolls are not suitable for counterattack. Indeed, Shark, Toad G, and Toad Dragon are not mainstream psychics. The sturdy old man nodded, but we can only trust him now. Lin Zhenhua nodded, his eyes once again focused on the sky, and he silently cheered for Lu Yuan in his heart. In the ninja arena. After Lu Yuanji unsuccessfully got the upper hand, he directly controlled the third generation to press forward. When the Philippine player saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then quickly stepped aside. The skills were not right, which was something he had never expected. This is Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 3 A-level ninjas. After seeing Hoshigaki Kisame complete his substitution and stay in the same place, he entered the invincible time. Lu Yuan immediately controlled the third generation to retreat. Player Fihao was completely stunned when he saw this. How could he let him run away? Then I am not a substitute in vain? The next second, the spiritual power was released immediately. The 2 immortals of Mayaboku Mountain immediately appeared and began to chant on the scene. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan had already left the attack range of the Toad Immortal. This time the Fihao player was really dumbfounded. I was stunned and at a loss. The entire Philippines was in an uproar because of his actions. No. What is this contestant doing? Damn it! What an idiot! Doesn't he know to wait for the Dragon Country player to get closer to the stand-in? Go down and stab him, use your first skill to attack him, then run away. It's over, it's over. It's only been a short time and we've already lost a stand-in and a psychic. In the high-level meeting room of Fihao, the old Fihao sitting in the first seat had a gloomy face that looked like water could drip out of it. Is this the ace rookie you trained? Tell me with all your confidence that this player can make it to the quarterfinals. Keituko, I think it's because this is your nephew. No, please listen to my explanation, we don't know about Dragon Country either. Keituko tried to explain, but the next moment he was grabbed by the guards nearby. Then screams tore through the sky, and the other senior executives below broke out in cold sweats. Keituko, I will no longer be serving on the Gods Arena training team. Are there any of you who would like to volunteer? A bunch of trash. Seeing that no one responded from the senior executives, Lao Fihao smashed the water cup in his hand. While dialing the phone nearby, he looked up at the sky with a gloomy expression. But in Longguo, far away on the other side of the South China Sea, the scene is quite different. Ha ha ha, Lao Lin, now I really believe you. Lu Yuan is really amazing. This is such a great trick. They even tricked out the double and the psychic. As expected of the 5-time champion of the Foot King, this is really strong. There was a lot of noise in the high-level meeting room of Longguo. But nowadays, all the noise is due to admiration for Lu Yuan's operation. The Dragon Kingdom is saved. Lin Zhenhua looked at the sky with satisfaction, looking at the Filipino contestant who was already stunned. Couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yeah, I'm afraid he might even tricked me out of my bank card password." End of this chapter. Chapter 7, The Shark is in the Mouth, the Cage is on Fire. 4 seconds to solve the Mist Rebel Ninja. Chapter 7, The Shark is in the Mouth, the Cage is on Fire. 4 seconds to solve the Mist Hidden Ninja Rebel. It's easier to fool than I thought, if the players from these countries are all at this level. It's only a matter of time before Dragon Nation takes off. Lu Yuan looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was tricked into using his substitute and spiritualism in the field, and manipulated the third generation to keep a safe distance from him. Standing outside the chanting of the Toad Immortal, he exerted mad pressure. Originally, the third generation could have directly used the Earth Dragon Bullet to defeat it, but it was a dark game after all, and it was also tied to the destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Yuan decided to play it safe. That's why there was the scene of retreat after the opening. But after actually fighting, Lu Yuan estimated that this guy should not even be able to be a jonin. Different from the ease of a long journey. The Filipino players had lost their pre-match arrogance and their hands were covered in sweat. He now doesn't know how to deal with it. Hoshigaki Kisame's first skill, Water Style, Rain 4 Sharks. It summons 4 water sharks from all directions, which leap up and then fall down. It has a good y-axis distance, but the x-axis is terribly short. Without his second skill, Hoshigaki Kisame can't even start. It seems that the only way to dodge next is to move around, as long as I can trick the dragon dog into using its skills. I still have a chance. Player Fihao forced himself to calm down and began to control Hoshigaki Kisame with extreme caution. Next, he can't make any mistakes. The chanting of the Toad Immortal soon ended. Lu Yuan continued to control the third generation to press forward, and then he saw an interesting scene. Kisame, who was on the other side, was already starting to get scared and hide in the corner. Hiding in the corner, wriggling up and down. Lu Yuan almost burst out laughing. He even suspected that player Fihao wanted him to die of laughter, thus achieving victory directly. As Lu Yuan's third generation pressed forward, Fihao players became more and more nervous. There is a chance at this distance. Grasping the distance accurately, the Fihao player immediately controlled Hoshigaki Kisame to release the combination of cutting and first skill. Cuttings. Rain Shark. Countless wooden forks fell in front of Lu Yuan in an instant, and 4 sharks jumped up and down around Hoshigaki Kisame. Quiet. Deathly silence. The seemingly fierce operation was actually all vented into the air. Now the Fihao player is completely confused. Skills, secret scrolls, spiritualism, and substitutes are all on cooldown. What does he use to fight? Normal attack? The audience in the Philippines was completely defeated at this moment. No way. The skill secret scroll and spiritual communication failed at all. They didn't even touch the Dragon Kingdom? This must be a spy sent by the Dragon Kingdom. Monkey rapist. It's just monkey rapist. The national training team is just there to eat and do nothing. We Filipinos work so hard to be servants in foreign countries. We pay taxes to the country. And we only end up supporting a bunch of idiots like this. Seeing that the Monkey Kingdom's defense was broken, the Dragon Kingdom audience immediately began to fight back. You want to colonize our dragon country at this level? You'd better wait to be dragged by us dragon people to farm. No, you were so arrogant before, I really thought you Fihao were capable. That's the result. With the counterattack from the Dragon Country audience, the war of words broke out completely. But soon, a scene in the ninja arena. The audience in the live broadcast room all put down their keyboards at the same time. Have you handed them all in? Lu Yuan looked at the trembling Hoshigaki Kisame, with an evil smile on his face. You've had enough, it's my turn next. I'll show you today how to defeat the Mist Shadow Rebel in 4 seconds. While thinking, Lu Yuan operated the third generation of summoning spirits. Spiritual Beast, Shark. As the third generation elder slapped the floor, countless black contract words extended in all directions. White smoke appeared out of nowhere, and a huge shark opened its bloody mouth and jumped high. He swallowed Hoshigaki Kisame in one gulp. If the real Kisame saw this scene, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Give your own spirit beast a mouth and shut it up. Then, Lu Yuan got stuck at the moment when the shark finished. Cut out the diamond prison wall and release it instantly. A big black stick was thrown out by Lu Yuan, controlling the old third generation, and it connected seamlessly with the previous grab. Then, fire release, the technique of the fire dragon. The third generation quickly formed a seal and a fire dragon bullet spurted out of his mouth. It blasted straight towards Hoshigaki Kisame, who was blocked by the diamond prison wall. Boom! In just 1 second, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was originally almost full of health, was gone. The red blood bar was instantly covered by 2/3 of the gray of death. directly beat Hoshigaki Kisame into the 100 healings state. Goodness! I thought it was just the sealing technique that was still at its peak. Look at the damage, the third generation is still at the peak. Liu Yuan felt ashamed, but he did not slow down his movements. Then he AD twice more to ensure he reached the kill point. A sealing technique locks the substitute. Just turn it on. 5 escape techniques, Great Link Bullet Technique. Under Liu Yuan's control, the evil world master Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly created 5 clones, which used the 5 release ninjutsu to attack Hoshigaki Kisame in the field. Fire, water, hurricane, lightning, and rock. The power of the 5 elements whizzed past, quickly engulfing Hoshigaki Kisame like a nuclear bomb explosion. Extraordinary gorgeousness. At the same time, the countdown in the center of the field also stopped as Liu Yuan opened up. Time stop. As time flows again. Hoshigaki Kisame's portrait turned grey and was painted with a red X, representing failure. The esoteric diagram also appeared. The third Hokage stared at him solemnly. Behave yourself. Just stay here quietly. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwo Liu Yuan, Sarutobi Hiruzen Immortal Reincarnation. It's even stronger than expected. It took only 4 seconds to defeat the Kirigakure rebel. 2 extra A's are a bit disrespectful to the older generation. Liu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, who still owed him blood. I am still too cautious. The audiences in both countries were also dumbfounded, as there were hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast room. At this time, there was nothing but a few scattered comments. After a 2-second pause, the barrage of comments from the Dragon Country audience exploded. Is my vision blurry? If we don't count the previous trick, from the moment we tied up Fi Hao, he killed us in just 4 seconds. You're not seeing things. My face is still swollen. Our Dragon Nation won. Oh my god! The Fi Hao didn't even touch us. Liu Yuan is awesome. He performed the ultimate move on his first try. The top leaders of Longwo also stood up collectively. I'm so excited. I finally feel relieved. Good boy. I didn't expect you actually have such a trick. Lin Zhenhua felt very pleased when he saw Liu Yuan enjoying the fight in the video. The journey was long, but we lived up to the expectations of hundreds of millions of people. Ha ha ha, 4 seconds. Contestant Fi Hao was defeated in just 4 seconds. This should be the fastest instant kill record since the arrival of the Gods Arena, right? The most important thing is that he was killed in 1 move. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. Good boy, if we replace the last 2 ninjas, the Dragon Kingdom will be saved. If we can win this, we should be able to enter the quarter-finals again after 6 games, right? Yes, this child's eyes are full of excitement. I don't see a trace of nervousness or fear. The leader felt relieved when he saw the status of Liu Yuan and Fei Hou. Compared to Liu Yuan's calm and relaxed state, contestant Fi Hao is now sweating profusely. This is how the game works. Once you are in a disadvantageous position, it will be difficult to turn the tables. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. The mind combination breaks the dominance. Fi Hao's mentality is completely broken. Chapter 8. The mind combination breaks the dominance. Fi Hao's mentality is completely broken. How is that possible? How could I not be able to replace him? The stand-in for contestant Fi Hao has been worn out and it is completely impossible to replace him. He could only watch helplessly as Liu Yuan took him away. He even suspected that he was not participating in a fighting game, but horror game. Adjust your mindset, adjust your mindset. Player Fi Hao took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Don't underestimate the dragon people anymore. These damn dragon people actually hid it from all the other countries. I developed a new routine myself. I still have a might guy who is in the process of recovering from his injuries. I still have a chance. Don't get caught in a cage, that set of weapons is too damaging. Next, I have to cheat with my skills, backhand. After Fi Hao managed to calm down, he thought about his next plan to deal with the enemy. However, anyone could see the panic in his heart from the sweat dripping down his face like a waterfall. Similarly, the Philippine audience couldn't keep calm at all. No. Longguo must be cheating. Does God's Arena have a reporting option? I want to report it. How can there be a ninja with such damage? What about other ninjas? No way, after losing to Myanmar fans, we are going to lose to Dragon Country? Our score is also in danger. Yes. Without the assistance of the Lighthouse Nation, we would be at the critical point. You guys are really thinking too far ahead. This incredible player didn't even run into that Dragon Country guy. After losing this game, if the damage is calculated to 16, our Philippine monkey country will suffer the strongest natural disaster. After seeing that Fi Hao didn't even cause any damage. After being taken away by Liu Yuan in 4 seconds. The people of the Philippines began to panic, and many comments were made that were unfavorable to their own players. There has even been a crisis of confidence in the country. In the current situation, if our players cannot take away at least one ninja from Longguo, it is very likely that the comprehensive score of damage and other aspects is too low. It directly landed on the third to last natural disaster position. By then, the death of this player will be a small matter, but their country of Philippine monkeys will be immediately hit by a natural disaster. Asshole! If he hadn't died directly in the God's Arena, I would have made him experience the most severe punishment in the Monkey Kingdom. The chief of the Philippine monkeys slammed the table angrily, and looked at the unbelievable scene in the sky with bloodshot eyes. First Lord, the most urgent task now should be to quickly seek assistance from the Lighthouse Country and seek disaster relief in case of emergency. That ninja named Sarutobi Hiruzen must also be included in the list of key observations. He must be given the highest priority. This wave is due to the information gap hidden by the Dragon Country. Under the condition of equal information, the Dragon Country will definitely not be a match for us Fi Hao. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the conference room. Hearing this gave Chief Fi Hao a headache. If the country didn't still need them, he would have wanted to drag them all down. First, Lighthouse, Japan, and Kimchi have responded. Lighthouse and the others were unwilling to provide disaster relief supplies, but they agreed to our bounty on Dragon Nation. The asking price is 100 points. And there is an agreement. What? 100 points? The chief of the monkeys was shocked by the Three Kingdoms lion's loud words, and then he quickly took the agreement handed over by his subordinates. After reading it, his face was gloomy. Asshole! They actually want us to cede our territory. It was our area that was previously allocated. And they want to take half of it. A bunch of bastards taking advantage of the situation. Master, what should we do now? The subordinate asked cautiously, and after weighing the pros and cons, the leader of the Fi Hao sighed deeply. Agree to their request. God's Arena. Player Fi Hao wiped the sweat from his hands and looked intently at the operating table in front of him. As the announcement sounded, we instantly entered combat mode. Second round. The battle begins. As soon as the battle started, he carefully guided Might Guy to retreat diagonally upwards. Cow cow sauce. With the sound of cow cowchin, the Might Guy he was controlling instantly flew up. Then, as the other party controlled the skinny old man to approach, he sucked at himself and started doing normal work. He was attacked again. To replace or not to replace? Contestant Fi Hao's heart started beating fast. He was really panicking now. This Dragon Country guy doesn't play by the rules. He had clearly retreated in the previous round. Why did he chase right from the start this time? Seeing the health bar decreasing rhythmically, Fi Hao felt determined. As Might Guy broke away from the opponent's control, Fihao instantly pressed the Overlord button and started chasing. As long as I can get the upper hand now, I will be very smart when he replaces me later. There is still a chance. I knew you wanted to be a substitute. Lu Yuan looked at contestant Fihao, who was a stupid substitute, and a smile appeared on his lips. Taking advantage of the acceleration brought by the cyclone, we quickly widened the distance. Then cut out, prepare to release a combination skill with the Mind skill, Water Dragon Bomb with Lightning. At this time, Might Guy, with the blessing of his dominance, began to chase. Second skill, Power Prelude. For a moment, Might Guy was wrapped in Yin Yushangmi, and he kicked towards Lu Yuan with a high kick with great momentum. Got it. This Dragon Country guy is in this position, no matter how he moves, he can't escape. Next he can only be a substitute. However, at this time, Lu Yuan's dual skills have cooled down. Turn around and release a combination of minds. The third generation quickly formed a seal, and a sharp water dragon, wrapped in electric light, instantly knocked Might Guy down in the air. How? How is it possible? I'm clearly wearing the Yin Healing and Destroying mask. How could it be interrupted? Player Fihao's mentality exploded instantly. He slammed the control panel and stood up in horror. However, the moment he was hit again, the game was over. After A's set, Lu Yuan performed the second Plum Blossom Cage and Fire and Sealing technique. Even before he released his Soul Beast and ultimate move, Might Guy's health bar was already empty. Might Guy's avatar dimmed, and a bright red X appeared on it, and the announcement sounded again. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Yuan, Sarutobi Hiruzen Immortal Reincarnation. Seeing this dreamlike scene, many Dragon Country audiences even cried with joy. This is no less than the Dragon Country football team entering the World Cup before the arrival of the Gods Arena. The Dragon Kingdom is finally standing up. Mad, there's sand in my eyes all of a sudden. If we win this game, we'll finally make it to the quarterfinals again. More than that. At this rate, we may even become the first country to penetrate 3 enemies without taking any damage. Brother Lu Yuan is so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. It's getting better. As long as Lu Yuan performs normally, he should be able to win this game. Longguo felt that the situation was stable, and Fihao also felt that the situation was stable. However, the stable places are completely different. It's over, it's completely over. 2 ninjas died, and no damage was done. We are now firmly in the bottom 3. We might even become the bottom 1. I've already found out the information about this traitor. Tomorrow I'm going to kill his entire family. It's incredible. He didn't cause any damage. I think I'm better than him. I have already hidden in the cellar of my home. I hope I can see you all again after the disaster. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, 16th place from the Monkey Kingdom. Terrifying natural disaster punishment. Chapter 9, 16th place from the Monkey Kingdom. Terrifying natural disaster punishment. Thump, thump. Under extreme tension, contestant Fihao could even feel his own heartbeat. Lost again. How could this happen? I'm also a veteran player who has played in the game. How come this Dragon Country guy is so lucky? This non-grabbing skill that can directly break yin and heal injuries is the first time it has appeared. I'm not going to die, am I? Player Fihao swallowed his saliva, his heart gradually filled with fear. That's what the death game is all about. With your life at stake, the more disadvantaged you are, the greater the pressure you will feel. The Gods Arena will not stop because of his hesitation. As Naruto's announcement sounded, the death knell of his death has sounded. Round 3. The battle begins. Under the pressure of death, player Fihao has begun to make a desperate attempt. At the beginning, you should go to the lane and press forward. After entering the range, you should want to release the spirit communication directly to freeze the road far away. However, a big black stick suddenly came into his sight. The diamond prison wall is released in seconds. Then, game AG and fire dragon and sealing technique. Just turn it on. The whole process takes no more than 5 seconds. The mystery picture reappears. I want to tell you what the difference in strength is. Looking at this mystery diagram, player Fihao's heart was finally at peace. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Yuyuan, Sarutobi Hiruzen Immortal Reincarnation. Complete victory. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Lu Yuan. Achieve the Gods Arena achievement No Injury Pass 3. Extra rewards, 1 points, Score Guarantee Card. Score Protection Card. After using the Score Protection Card, the country can protect the score of a failure. If the country is in a natural disaster position, the natural disaster will be exempted and the player's life can be saved. As the announcement of the Gods Arena came to an end, the entire live broadcast room completely exploded. Because it was a global notification, even many viewers outside the two countries flocked to the live broadcast room. Baka! How could the Dragon Nation achieve such success? Oh my! It must be that Feiho has ulterior motives and turned against us at the last minute. Damn Feihao, he's such a loser. He can't even beat a Dragon Nation. My great America gives you the Philippine monkeys so much aid every year, and this is how you repay me. Haha, life is getting urgent. It will be your turn soon. You damn kimchi are so shameless. This is clearly a new strategy discovered by our Dragon Country. Now it's yours. The pickle guys are like this, the whole universe belongs to them. Speaking of which, Lu Yuan is really doing well. Not only did it save us from the danger of a second-rate country, it also earned us an extra 100 points. At the same time, the top leaders of Dragon Country were completely thrown into a carnival. Win, win. Lin Zhenhua stood up with some trembling, looking at the subtitles in the sky, tears glistening in his eyes. This battle is extremely important to their Dragon Kingdom. If we lose, the consequences will be disastrous. He also thought about the possibility of winning during the previous game. Confidence was pulled up step by Lu Yuan. But when victory finally came, he still found it hard to believe. Haha, we did win. The burly old man patted Lin Zhenhua on the back and added, and it was a perfect win. This is the first time I've managed to get through 3 enemies without taking any damage since I came to the Gods Arena. Now our points are a full 650. And we have the Score Protection card, which gives us 5 more chances. The tolerance for error is much higher. The sturdy old man also smiled happily, without any trace of sadness on his face. As expected of me, a man from Dragon Country. Supporting a collapsing building, reversing the turmoil. Well done. The chief looked at Lu Yuan in the sky and nodded with satisfaction. The Arena of Gods. After the winner is announced, the visual shield disappears. Lu Yuan looked around and found that only he and the Filipino Monkey Country players' visual block was lifted. The other 14 contestants were still shrouded in a pitch-black barrier. Is it because I finished too quickly? The other groups are still fighting hard. Lu Yuan was thinking secretly in his heart, and unconsciously looked towards the players from the Philippines. What? I can't die. I still have an unfinished mission. Player Feihao covered his heart in pain and collapsed on the console. Lu Yuan looked at the suffering contestant Feihao without a trace of pity in his eyes. Some are just weird. Is there still room for dispute? The game is over, what are you still arguing about? No need to fight for white flower. Under Lu Yuan's gaze, contestant Feihao did not last long. Just go and report to the King of Hell. After that, Lu Yuan waited for several minutes. Soon, a yellow-haired white man with a hip-hop style untied the curtain. Appearing with him was a chocolate with dreadlocks. Very straight. The appearance of this yellow-haired man seemed to open Pandora's box. Players from other countries appeared one after another. Many familiar figures also reappeared. The double doors of Kimchi country, the little baka of Japan. After everyone came out, the control consoles of the 8 defeated nations sank, taking the 8 bodies with them. The operating consoles of other winners gathered towards the center under the control of the Gods Arena. As contestants, they were not aware of the situation outside at this time. I didn't even know that Liu Yuan had achieved the feat of penetrating 3 enemies without taking any damage. Damn it! You useless Fi Hao, you can't even deal with the Dragon Nation. Shit, I have to do it myself now. But it's just right. There's one more person to pick up points. We'll be in the top 4. As soon as the operating table approached, the double doors and the little bag could not help but start provoking. However, Liu Yuan's answer was still concise, but very lethal. Idiot! The performance of the 2 silly dogs did not disappoint Liu Yuan. His face turned red in an instant, and he was scolded red-faced. He barks and bites so well, he should be thrown to Panhong Park and disciplined. There are quite a lot of little bastards over there. They cry out when I kick them in the heart. Liu Yuan looked at the double doors and the little bastard whose faces turned red after failing to control the temperature. And couldn't help but complain in his heart. The 2 of them didn't bark for long before they were banned from speaking by the Gods Arena. All the players in the arena are now in a muted state. According to Liu Yuan's memory, the ranking of the last 8 digits should be announced at this time. Sure enough, not long after, a screen lit up in the Gods Arena. The announcement also started. The first round of Gods Arena ends. Based on factors such as damage, operation, and viewing experience, the ranking of the last 8 eliminated countries is as follows. 9th place Kangaroo Country. Number 14 Chimpanzee Country. Number 15, Myanmar. Number 16 Monkey Country in the Philippines. Due to the poor performance of the last 3, the Gods Arena will impose corresponding punishments and broadcast it live worldwide. Chimpanzee Country, Grade B Drought. Myanmar A-level Earthquake. Philippines, S-level Tsunami, S-level Typhoon. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Pick a crappy sea-level ninja, I guarantee that I will win. Chapter 10, Pick a crappy sea-level ninja, I guarantee that I will win. As the announcement of the Gods Arena came to an end, the people of the countries that ranked in the bottom 3 suddenly panicked. Crazy evacuation measures were taken, but it was too late. In the Chimpanzee country, which is already hot with temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius all year round, the sun becomes even more dazzling. Even mist began to emerge from the well. The cracked ground was like a hot iron plate. Countless chocolates started dancing strangely because the ground was too hot. WC, this is the same as the roasted duck feet, it feels like the feet will be cooked in a while. Although this is only a B-level natural disaster, if it is combined with the weather in Chimpanzee country itself, it will probably be close to S-level. I can't even imagine what would happen if this happened to Dragon country. Fortunately, we are Liu Yuan and are doing a good job. While the Dragon country audience was expressing their feelings, the natural disaster images of the Myanmar country and the Philippines country were also loaded. These 2 countries were extremely hostile to the Dragon Kingdom before the advent of the Gods Arena, and they deserved this retribution. Myanmar is located in the 4 corners of the continent, although most of the buildings are low. But this is a natural disaster. The horrific earthquake shook the ground, the floors collapsed, and countless Burmese fans were trapped below. Even running to an open area is not safe. A crack several meters wide suddenly appeared in the ground, swallowing them up in an instant. The Philippines suffered an S-class tsunami and an S-class typhoon. It exploded directly, and the horrific tsunami directly swallowed up 1/3 of the territory of the Philippine Monkey Kingdom. The monkeys were drowned in the sea under the impact of the tsunami. An S-class typhoon can even destroy buildings, and many Philippine macaques can be seen floating in the sky. The monkeys that were blown away up and down often ended up turning into mushy tomatoes. Okay. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that the time has not come yet. Back then, you laughed at the joke of our dragon country encountering an S-level natural disaster. Now it's your turn to stop laughing. Haha, at least our dragon nation united in resisting natural disasters. The Feehow's efforts to resist disasters are scattered. I estimate that if there is another S-level natural disaster, they will be destroyed directly. It's a good thing for Burmese fans to die. We don't know how many of our compatriots died in their Burmese fan parks. When the audience in Dragon Country saw what happened between the two countries, they applauded. After the advent of the Gods Arena, the two countries' targeting of the Dragon Kingdom not only did not decrease, but became even more excessive. This time they finally paid the price. It's what he deserves. Liu Yuan watched the live broadcast, although some of the overly cruel scenes made him feel uncomfortable. But I didn't feel any guilt in my heart, instead I felt very happy. The other countries' players standing by were more accustomed to it. They have watched such live broadcasts many times and have even developed antibodies against them. And won't feel any discomfort. Liu Yuan closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and began to adjust his state. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Oi, are you scared? Do you feel guilty? Little Baka looked at Liu Yuan with his eyes closed, and an exaggerated arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is a natural disaster that you personally sent to their country. Guilt? How can the Dragon Country have such a thing? Their most basic etiquette is stolen from our kimchi country. I think he's just simply scared, ha ha ha. He opened the double doors and looked at Liu Yuan, who had his eyes closed, and laughed so hard that he almost couldn't straighten his back. That's half right. I can't bear the slightest guilt towards scum like you. Liu Yuan adjusted his state and smiled faintly. His indifferent performance actually angered the Korean players. I'm mocking you so much. You are famous. You make me famous. The double-door fists gradually clenched, and a hint of red spread along the neck to the face. In just a few seconds, it looked like a steamed shrimp. You'd better pray that I don't run into you. I'm not like Fei Ho. I will crush you in every way. Next time, it will be your dragon country that is placed on it. Liu Yuan didn't pay much attention to it, but Longuo's live broadcast room exploded. No, man. Can't they see the broadcast? I looked in the next room, and it seems that they really can't see it. When Liu Yuan finished, the fastest of the other contestants only reached the second round. Pfft, I can't hold it anymore. Is he worthy enough to compete with our road god? He penetrated 3 enemies without taking any damage. This is the first time since the arrival of the Gods Arena. It's over. I'm already looking forward to it. The second round of Gods Arena begins. The 8 winning countries will compete to determine the top 4. Matching starts. Japan vs Kangaroo Country. Dragon Country vs Kimchi Country. As the announcement fell, the double doors revealed a cruel smile. A pair of small eyes looked at Liu Yuan, as if they wanted to eat Liu Yuan alive. Seeing this scene, not only the Dragon Country audience couldn't hold it anymore, even the top leaders couldn't hold it anymore. Ha ha ha, if this little kimchi knew how Liu Yuan performed in the previous round, he would probably be scared to death. I'm kind of looking forward to his expression in a while. Yes, with Liu Yuan's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to face this rookie from the second team of the Korean country. It's not that there are no problems, it's a crushing defeat. Gods Arena Dragon Country vs Kimchi Country. Game start. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Korean player is the first position, and Ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are, C. Tsunade Girl, a Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode, S. Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation, A. Kato Dan, B. Rock Lee Door Gate, B. Kimimaro Spell Seal, C. Kankuro, B. Uzuki Yujeo, B. Suzuki Shippuden. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. It's this S. Great. God bless my kimchi country. The double doors opened and looked at the portrait of Senju Tobirama, and his eyes almost popped out. This is the S-level ninja that they drew when they exchanged points for ninja cards in their Korean country. The ninja card contains a description of the ninja's skills and some tips. Judging from the current situation, other countries would have no choice even if they encountered this situation. They don't know how powerful this ninja is. 3 stages of attack. Crazy pressure. And as long as you time it right, Senju Tobirama's second skill can break Yin Yushangmi. Without thinking too much, he locked the double doors and locked the dead second generation. When the Longwo audience saw his choice, their hearts suddenly tightened. Is this the new S-Nin? It seems that the ninja chosen by Liu Shen last time also has the label Immortal Reincarnation. WC. This S-level ninja can't be that strong. Then wouldn't it be difficult for Liu Shen to take on the remaining lineup? The impact caused by Liu Yuan's use of the third generation in the previous game was too great. The audience in Dragon Country is even allergic to the term impure world reincarnation. However, I don't know how far these roads are. After a quick check of the lineup, he immediately locked on C. Tsunade Girl in a Uzumaki Naruto Sage mode. When the Korean contestant saw Liu Yuan's choice, his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Choose a crappy C-Nin. Isn't it guaranteed that I'll win? End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Recalling the Past, Tears Never Dry, Colorful Pavilion and Embroidered Ball Match A Good. Chapter 11, Recalling the Past, Tears Never Dry, the colorful building and embroidered balls match the perfect marriage. He chose to kill the second generation, and he was still smiling so happily. It seems he has done some research. But he obviously doesn't know the pain of the second generation of death. The god of war on land, the resident T0 ninja on land, and even occasionally the king of heaven. But once you encounter a ninja that can fly or has a high hit rate, you will be completely helpless. Liu Yuan looked at the Korean player not far away, who seemed to have already secured victory, and hummed the second generation exclusive BGM from his previous life. Recalling the past, my tears are still flowing, the colorful pavilion and embroidered balls are a perfect match. You still have the time to hum a song, but you won't be able to laugh soon. The Korean contestant looked at Liu Yuan who still had the leisure to sing, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He quickly locked onto the only remaining A-Nin, Kato Dan, and the powerful B-Nin, Suzuki Shippuden, whom he had used many times before. Brother Big D, I can't play it, those who understand will understand, and Suzuki hate. Liu Yuan paused slightly when looking at the choices of the Korean players. If I remember correctly, this Big D brother seems to be Tsunade's boyfriend in the original work. Wouldn't this be a domestic violence scene? A-Nin Kato Dan, a ninja that Jiraiya envied extremely. Not only is it big, but it also won Tsunade's heart. Of course, these are not the reasons why Liu Yuan remembers him. As a Naruto player who is already very big and has top-level strength. The real reason why Liu Yuan had a deep memory of Kato Dan was because of his design, which was extremely unique among the defensive ninjas. Perhaps because he benefited too much from the background setting, the second brother's modeling also received an epic enhancement. This ninja's strength makes him the king of defense. How outrageous is that? It's a completely planned malicious conspiracy. Liu Yuan didn't know whether he disgusted others or not, but he felt disgusted enough when he was playing the game. Normal 1A is comparable to attack as inch punch, and the subsequent normal attacks are also quite short, completely contrary to his reputation as Big Tai Ge. Even when you attack continuously, the opponent can sometimes use skills. Liu Yuan even felt that he was sacrificing the length of his normal attack in exchange for something else. The last A is a big flying spin, the after swing is so huge that it cannot be cancelled. The first skill transforms the player into a spirit and flies out. After hitting someone, the spirit can bring the person back. If the spirit is hit, it will quickly return to its original form. It looks pretty good, but the amazing thing is that this spirit will automatically go back after being hit by normal attacks. Before meeting this ninja, Liu Yuan had seen that after releasing a skill, strengthening the normal attack could break the skill hardware. But this is the first time Liu Yuan has seen a skill being interrupted by pure normal attacks. Moreover, it is such a crappy skill with a 15-second CD. As for the second skill and ultimate move, they are also fighters in the defense. In short, Liu Yuan's evaluation of Big D can be summed up in 3 words. A big lump. Just choose him when he looks like an A-level ninja. You'll be in trouble later. Liu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. As one of the victims persecuted by Big Brother D, Liu Yuan even felt a little sympathy for the Korean players. Focusing his attention on the operating table again and looking at the few remaining ninjas on it, Liu Yuan made his final choice. Dragon Country player chooses Ninja B Huzuki Yujao. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Dragon Country players will be the first to select the Secret Scroll. Secret Scroll Extraction. The available Secret Scrolls are, Wood Style, Cutting, Wind Style, Cyclone, Earth Style, Earthquake, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Water Style, Water Tornado, Fire Style, Ghost Lantern, Water Style, Water Rush, Secret Scroll, Chakra, Earth Style, Earth Pillar Explosion. The Secret Scroll configuration is pretty good, although Earthquake is more stable, but I want to be more youthful this time, so that the opponent can see the charm of getting 4 beans in 1 second and 2 big ones in one game. Liu Yuan looked at the 9 secret scrolls on the display screen, made a decision, and locked on the wood release, Cutting. Liu Yuan's choice also made the Longguo audience very satisfied. First, trust comes first, and the strength that Liu Yuan Shang has demonstrated is really too strong. Second, Cuttings are currently recognized as one of the most powerful secret scrolls, and there is absolutely no fault with this choice. As expected of you, you are the god of roads. You have thought of everything. Because there is only one secret scroll that can break Yin Yu Shang Mi, so we took it first. Even if the opponent chooses Yin Yu Shang Mi, we can deal with it. Yes, although we are behind in the ninja selection stage, at least we still have an advantage in terms of secret scrolls. Go Liu Shen, come on. Beat up the kimchi slipper's face. As for the Korean side, the audience felt a little nervous because Liu Yuan achieved a 3-point victory without any damage. But the top management is very confident. Haha, even if we take down the Cuttings, what will happen? I've never encountered an ace in 6 games. I finally got it this time. With the strength of Senju Tobirama's immortal reincarnation, shouldn't this be an easy win? The leader of the Kimchi sect looked at the 9 secret scrolls on the sky and felt a little regretful. He did not see the recommended first choice secret scroll in the ninja card, Fire Style, Flame/Bullet. However, there are Yin Yu Shangmi and Shui Kongbo, plus Senju Tobirama's impure world reincarnation. He doesn't even know how to lose. The choice of the Kimchi player was just as he expected. Without any hesitation, he used the forbidden technique, Yin Yu Shangmi and Water Escape, Water Combo. Liu Yuan chose the secret scroll Chakra, Earth Escape Earthquake from the remaining secret scrolls. Kimchi Country players selection scroll Earth Escape, Earth Explosion Pillar. Secret scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. Kimchi players take the lead in selecting summoning beasts. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are, Toad Sage, Crow, Mirage, Monkey Demon, Shikaku of the Sand, Blue Snake, Ninja Dog, Dream Taper. Crab. Faced with this psychic lineup, the Korean player had almost no hesitation and directly locked on Shikaku of the Sand. This psychic is so omnipotent. Not only does it have a large range, it also lasts for a long time and has an adsorption effect. In the eyes of the Koreans, among all the psychics, except for the panda with its own domineering body, Shikaku of the Sand has already been given the highest priority. Seeing Shikaku being captured, Lu Yuan was not too upset. He didn't even consider the backhand problem. Tsunade's backhand ability is so strong. Extra large XY axis jumps, and extra high Z axis wall climbing. As long as you handle it carefully, you basically won't get any spiritual damage. Without giving it much thought, Lu Yuan locked up the crab and the nightmare taper. The Korean players still follow the crowd. Currently, the most mainstream backhand spiritualism choice is Toad Immortal and Ape Demon. Lu Yuan didn't waste any time. After quickly locking onto the last mirage, the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded. Configuration selection completed, the perspectives of both parties will be blocked next. Countdown 1 minute, adjust the order of ninja/secret scroll/summoning beast. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Dragon Country vs Kimchi Country. Following the announcement of the Gods Arena, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas, secret scrolls, and arrangements of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. Dragon Kingdom. Tsunade Girl, Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode, Uzuki Yujeo. Wood Style, Grafting Technique, Secret Scroll, Chakra, Earth Style, Earthquake. Kimchi Country. Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation, Kato Dan, Suzuki Shippuden. Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Water Style, Water Rush Wave, Earth Style, Earth Explosion Pillar. Then, the announcement sounded. First round. The battle begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Little Tsunade is a useless ninja? The other ninjas are dead? Chapter 12, Little Tsunade is a useless ninja? The other ninjas are dead? As the report ended, an ancient bridge came into view. Behind the red guardrail is a row of carp flags fluttering in the wind. Scene, Lizzie Bridge. The battle begins. Lu Yuan controlled the girl Tsunade to retreat and released the second skill in the opposite direction. The young girl Tsunade used a sidekick to distance herself from the second generation of the dead. Little Jiraiya and little Orochimaru also appeared on the scene and cooperated with them to complete a set of combination attacks. Afterwards, little Jiraiya fell down, and little Orochimaru ran towards the death number 2, and directly passed through his single-stage shadow clone Flying Thunder God Slash, hitting the death number 2, interrupting his second-stage shadow clone Flying Thunder God Slash. Although the damage is not high, little Jiraiya and little Orochimaru can also be judged as skills. It's okay to interrupt my skills to disgust you. Lu Yuan looked at the extra box under Tsunade's portrait to check the course and smiled slightly. And this is just the beginning of the despair of the Korean players. How is that possible? We were interrupted. The Korean player was stunned when he saw the dead second generation whose seal was interrupted. But he didn't care too much about it. It didn't matter that 2 of the 3 stages were empty. He controlled the second generation of the dead to move forward, and when he saw the girl Tsunade trembling in the corner far away, he couldn't help laughing. The arena is only this big. Dragon Country Dog, I wonder where you're going to run now. The Korean player showed a look of joy on his face, as if he had already seen Lu Yuan being ravaged by him. Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God Slash third stage. Aiming at the right position, the second generation of death quickly formed a seal, and a shadow clone rushed out quickly and slashed, leaving countless sword lights behind. However, it's finally here. Lu Yuan watched the Korean player's operation, and a sly look of success flashed in his eyes. I don't know if you can handle it with your easily read physique. At this moment, the audiences from both countries were very focused, and the hearts of the Dragon Country audiences were in their throats. There is no room to move in this position. In the previous game, Liu Yuan also forced player Fi Hao into a corner and made him tremble. Final result. Liu Yuan successfully tricked out all of Fi Hao's skills, and with great momentum, he killed Fi Hao in seconds. Liu Yuan is not going to make the same mistake again, right? The Dragon Country audience was so nervous that they even forgot they could breathe. Fortunately, this situation was very short-lived. Liu Yuan's next move made the audiences in both countries go crazy. Liu Yuan was seen controlling the girl Tsunade and leaping towards the oncoming shadow clone. He actually jumped directly over the head of the shadow clone of the dead second generation. And the Y-axis has moved to a safe position. What the hell did I see? That rubbish sea-level ninja controlled by the Dragon Countryman actually jumped away. How could this happen? This is unbelievable. Phew, I was scared to death. At that moment, I even saw the shadow of the player Fi Hao in the previous game in Liu Shen. Fortunately, the road god is worthy of being the road god. In this situation, he can still think of a way to break the deadlock. Why do I feel like Liu Shen did it on purpose just now? The first attack was like a provocation to the Korean player, and then he showed weakness to the enemy and hid in the corner to trick him into using his skills. Now that you put it that way, it makes sense. But God of Road, please stop irritating our little hearts like this. I was almost scared to death. At the same time, the top leaders of Longguo also breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is really going to scare an old man like me to death. The sturdy old man touched his chest and took a deep breath. Only this kid dares to do this. Indeed, Liu Yuan, as the 5-time champion of the King of Foot, has an extraordinary heart. If it were any other contestant, they would have been sweating profusely. How could they be as calm as him? In addition, her learning ability is also excellent. Lin Zhenhu looked at Liu Yuan who escaped from danger in the sky, and added with a smile, this young girl Sinin has appeared twice, once in the hands of the South Vietnam and once in the hands of the East Japan, but both times were not satisfactory. The reason is that the first skill can only jump, but has no means of attack. Even this ninja was once judged to be a useless ninja, and his selection priority was extremely low. But Liu Yuan flexibly used the mechanism of the waist ninja to fight the enemy. Lin Zhenhu looked at Liu Yuan with a smile on his face in the sky with great satisfaction, and explained the situation to the senior executives. However, if Liu Yuan knew what Mr. Lin said about little Tsunade, he would be completely shocked. What a useless ninja! Little Tsunade is a useless ninja? Other ninjas are dead? This is an existence that has stepped into the realm of the king with the body of a sea-level ninja. The first skill charges 4 bars of energy. It takes 6 seconds to restore 1 bar. Not only can it bounce off the wall, but long pressing can also achieve large XY axis displacement. Press twice in a row to grab and break the dominance. The combination of the first skill and the second skill does not even share the CD with the ordinary second skill. The ultimate move freezes the frame. The whole process is irreplaceable. It takes 7 seconds to deal damage, and if you guess the size correctly, you can use the second skill. Even if you guess wrong, you can still plant it directly with cuttings. You call such a powerful ninja a useless ninja? Fortunately, Liu Yuan was unaware of all this battle. Nothing. The Korean player was stunned when he saw Xiao Gang jump away from the shadow clone so swiftly, but he quickly adjusted his state. He must have hidden himself. The Korean player looked at Tsunade at the operating table with a serious expression and gave his own guess. It's not like this ninja hasn't done his homework. The first skill is 4 jumps, but it has no attack ability. In other words, he can only dodge 4 times at most. All I have to do is hit him once and quickly widen the health gap. After that, it was all his turn. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the face of the Korean player again. It must be that Liu Yuan couldn't see it, otherwise he would have asked politely, "What the hell are you laughing at?" It's really unique to be able to laugh when facing death. After dodging the slash of Death 2's shadow clone, Liu Yuan directly controlled little Tsunade and began to take small steps not far from Death 2. This scene also made the Korean audience blush. Ashi. Provocation. This is a naked provocation. You dodged an attack and he pretended to be you? You're just a useless ninja. Pretend to be XXXX. Damn that Dragon Country dog. Appa will definitely teach him a lesson soon. How dare you insult our great kimchi country? Appa, fuck him hard. Of course, the most popular one is Ashi. Seeing Liu Yuan's provocation, the Korean nation began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. It started from the neck and quickly spread to the entire face. Veins on his forehead bulged and he punched the console. Dragon Country dog. I want you to die, smite. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, You are not my friend. You are just skipping rope here. Chapter 13, You are not my friend. You are just skipping rope here. In a state of rage, the Korean country with bloodshot eyes controlled the second generation of the dead to launch an attack. The dead second generation turned around and rushed towards the girl Tsunade. Water style, hard vortex water blade. But when the sword was about to hit the girl Tsunade, she actually jumped and dodged it. Oh my god! How is this possible? How can I not hit it? The Korean player looked at Tsunade, who jumped away with rapid breathing, confusion, and anger intertwined in his heart. How come such a powerful Senju Tobirama immortal reincarnation doesn't even have any anti-air ability? The strength of the second generation of the dead is indeed incredible. It has basically been firmly in the T0 throne since its release. But he also has another name, Land God of War. Both feet left the ground, and the dead cried. I don't know if the Korean players will be so angry that they will go crazy after knowing this. After jumping away from the skill again, Liu Yuan looked back and reached out. He used 2 consecutive jumps to grab the second generation of death and threw him away. At the same time, he used the second skill to deal a wave of damage. Pucci, Liu Shen is really naughty. I love it so much. Good fight, Liu Shen. That's how you beat a kimchi. I think you won't say that this is their trick this time, right? No one else can be beaten like this by their own trick, ha ha ha. That's hard to say. The Koreans are very shameless. They are known as Chinese thieves for a reason. In contrast to the laughter and joy in Dragon Country, the audience in Korean Country felt extremely humiliated. What the hell is this idiot doing? He's being treated like a dog by the Dragon Country people. It's really a disgrace to our great kimchi country. Is this the secret weapon the country is talking about? I'm afraid the chaebol is looking for some fun again. 4-star is shit. If I buy their stuff again, I'm not a pickle person. At this time, the top management of Korea was also very anxious, especially the 4-star chief at the top seat. The top leaders of the Korean country are very special, and the country has no ability to directly manage the country. Instead, it is managed by the deep cabinet, that is, the chaebols headed by the 4 stars. These chaebols have almost monopolized all people's livelihood, employment, and survival in Korea. But such a huge counterattack by the people will inevitably cause them irreparable losses. Shit. Park Ji-sung, is this the winning ace you mentioned? The 4-star leader looked at the middle-aged man in the second seat, his heart filled with endless anger. How come our Korean players can't even touch the dragon players? He treated me like a dog. The 4-star leader was furious, and Park Ji-sung trembled all over. Since the advent of the Gods Arena, he, as a top fighting game coach, has been appointed as the director of the Kimchi Gods Arena Special Bureau. And under his leadership, the Korean country made great progress. It has even become one of the countries with the highest points in the world today. The territory has also expanded a lot. But even with such outstanding achievements, he is nothing more than a dog that can be eliminated at any time in front of the 4-star leader. Recalling the master. The ninja card cannot be actually used. It only records the usage techniques and skill introduction of this ninja, as well as its various advantages. But he didn't mention the anti-air aspect at all. Upon hearing this, the 4-star leader's chest heaved violently. Looking at the increasing number of comments refusing to buy 4-star products, he almost fainted on the spot. If you lose this game, your career as director will be over. The Korean players were not aware that their coach was about to be laid off. Looking at the second generation of the dead who was in a state of being attacked, he seized the opportunity and pressed the substitute. He successfully suppressed Liu Yuan with fast and large-scale normal attacks. He does have something. He is indeed not on the same level as the Fihao player. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up as he watched the Korean player handle the game. He added in his mind, at least he can be at the level of the Anbu. Liu Yuan waited for a while for the jump to charge, and then directly replaced himself. The psychic choice of the Korean contestant is Shikaku of the Sand, Gamma Sage, Monkey Demon. These 3 spirits all have high floating judgment, and their attack frequency and duration are very long. If Tsunade keeps climbing the wall, she will be able to reach a position where she can avoid being hurt. However, Tsunade's summons on the wall only last for 1 second, while these summons last for more than 3 seconds. Even if there are 4 jumps, you should abandon the first jump and reach a sufficient height. Record the time to continue the wall time. Now Liu Yuan's jump limit is only 2 squares. The Korean player naturally thought of this, so he kept staring at Xiao Gang very attentively. As soon as she replaced her body, she would immediately summon the spirit to suppress the situation. Boom! Followed by the sound of a smoke explosion. Liu Yuan has been replaced. Go to hell, Smecta! The Korean player roared and released Shikaku in the opposite direction. The huge Shikaku of sand appeared on the field, a large vortex of sand appeared in front of it, and wind bombs began to accumulate in its mouth. However, the road is still long and it is still in the invincible time. He immediately controlled Tsunade to the midfield, made a big jump and used the second skill to slide. This set of combined skills almost spans the entire X-axis. Oh my god! How is this possible? The Korean player was completely paralyzed as he watched Liu Yuan, who had successfully escaped. He thought he had handled it perfectly just now, but it was broken so easily. If Liu Yuan saw his shocked look, he would just reply calmly, "This is Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang has supernatural powers." The Korean player suppressed his panic and immediately controlled the second generation of the dead to start chasing. 3A's quick movement shortens the distance. After getting close, he aimed at the girl Tsunade and began to release Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God / Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God / Part 1. The girl Tsunade jumped over. Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God / second stage. The girl Tsunade jumped over. Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God / third stage. The girl Tsunade jumped over. Water Style, Hard Vortex Water Blade. The girl Tsunade jumped over. Fuck. I'm playing NM. After the Korean player saw that all his skills were on cooldown, he immediately broke through his defense and angrily hammered the operating table. This dragon dog! A Kanta dog! Along with him, the Korean audience and the 4-star leader who watched the whole nation boycott 4-star products also broke down. On the contrary, everyone in Long Country was laughing. Ha ha ha! I can't take it anymore, Liu Shen is totally playing with this slipper face. Nobody! Are you here to play skipping rope? Ha ha ha! Isn't it? Ha ha, isn't this the same as skipping rope? That Edo ninja's attack is the rope, and Tsunade-chan is the one jumping the rope. Ha ha ha, no, this is too abstract. I'm dying of laughter. Just when the Kimchi Kingdom's defense was broken and the Dragon Kingdom was overjoyed, The road is long, time to move. Under its control, Tsunade slapped the floor, and countless dark contracts spread around. Can you react to shells, bro? End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Big Move After Big Move. Unheard of damage. Chapter 14, Big Move After Big Move. Unheard of damage. Boom. With a crisp sound, a mirage instantly broke out of the ground from under the feet of Death 2, releasing terrifying sound waves at the same time. As a result, Death 2 also entered a state of being attacked. At this time, the substitute of the Korean player was still cooling down and he couldn't substitute at all. All they could do was watch Liu Yuan's subsequent horrific actions. That should be enough time. With this little blood, you even owe me blood. This should be the first time that two ultimate skills are used in one game since the Gods Arena appeared. I don't know if it will trigger an achievement. Liu Yuan thought with some anticipation, while his hands did not slow down at all. He controlled little Tsunade to use her second skill and kicked forward. Little Jiraiya and little Orochimaru followed closely behind, appearing and completing a combination attack. At the same time, Tsunade's chakra finally filled up to 4 bars. Liu Yuan showed a sinister smile on his face, which made the audiences from both countries shudder. I always feel that something horrible is going to happen next. Especially the Korean audience, who were once at a disadvantage, felt particularly uneasy. "Xi! What evil tricks is this dragon countryman planning again?" I saw him laughing, but I suddenly felt panic in my heart. "Who isn't? You're talking as if you're not panicking with us." I was also in Longwo's live broadcast room in the last game, and he smiled like this in the last game. The contestant from the Philippines was carried away in 4 seconds. Is this true or not? Doesn't this mean that Appa is in danger? Although Liu Shen is handsome, this smile is scary. It feels like brother Liu is up to something bad again. Hehe, I really love it. So cute. Hey, upstairs, you have a bit of a peculiar habit. Haha, Liu Shen's smile is indeed a bit sinister, but the country that suffered the disaster is the Kimchi country, so I feel better when I think about it this way. The little pickles are probably scared to death now. The god of road smiles, and life and death are unpredictable. When the top leaders of the two countries saw Liu Yuan's smile, their reaction was even greater than that of the audience. The entire back of the 4-star leader was soaked with sweat, and his pupils trembled as he looked at the sky. This dragon countryman! What on earth is he trying to do? In contrast, the top leaders of Longwo. Although I was very excited, it was because I had seen the dawn of victory. They all remember clearly what happened after Liu Yuan laughed last time. Defeat Fi Hao in 4 seconds. How many seconds will it take this time? In the field, as Liu Yuan pressed the ultimate move, Tsunade suddenly raised the dice cup and covered the ground. A giant dice cup also appeared above Dead 2's head, and the surrounding background became colorful. Then, as Tsunade began to shake the dice cup, the giant dice cup covering the Death 2 also began to shake. At the same time, the health bar on Dead 2's head began to decrease rapidly. The icons of Liu Yuan's first and second skills also became small and big. This is the special mechanism of Tsunade's ultimate move. Normally, this incredible ultimate move that has frame freeze, full time capture, no substitution, and can complete damage in 7 seconds cannot be followed by a skill. However, as long as you guess the size of the sieve in the dice cup correctly, there will be a reward mechanism that can be used to connect to the second skill. Liu Yuan has always had good luck. Basically, when he plays as Tsunade, he can guess the ultimate move 9 times out of 10. Following my hunch, I clicked the long way. And after the sieve is opened. 6, 6, 6. Absolutely huge. But unfortunately, the second skill is still on cooldown. But what Liu Yuan brought were cuttings, and they can also be forcibly grafted. After the ultimate move ended, Liu Yuan immediately released the cutting, which froze the second generation of death in place. Then, the spectators who were watching the game saw a scene that they would never forget. Q. Without chakra, how fast can you rub 4 beans? A. Tsunade's 4-square jump and insertion. 2 seconds. Liu Yuan controlled little Tsunade and jumped forward onto the face of death too. Then he used the second stage of jumping to deal damage and instantly recovered to 3 grids. At the last second when the intercalation grab was completed, it was just connected with the third double jump grab, and the second skill that was about to end its cooldown completed the combo. 4 beans. At this time, the Korean player's substitute still had 2 seconds left to cool down. But when he looked at little Tsunade, who was instantly full of chakra, a strong sense of foreboding instantly enveloped his whole body. His hunch was right. Little Tsunade in the field raised the dice cup again and slammed it down hard. A huge dice cup then dropped from the sky, sealing the dead man inside. It shook like crazy. The health bar, which was already low, dropped even more dramatically due to the shaking. Substitute. Substitute for me. The Korean player looked at the substitute whose cooldown had ended and pressed it frantically, but there was no response. Why? It can't be replaced. The Korean player, who was originally as red and warm as a steamed shrimp, watched his health bar gradually drop to the bottom. His face instantly lost all color and turned pale. As the second generation of Death's health bar was completely exhausted. The portrait of Senju Tobirama in Pure World Reincarnation also turned grey and was painted with a red X, representing failure. The esoteric diagram also appeared. The girl Tsunade stared with a smile on her face. Beautiful victory. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Yuan, Tsunade girl. It's so cool. I love seeing the despair of others who want to replace others but can't. Liu Yuan looked at the sign of victory and smiled brightly. If I hadn't seen his previous actions, I would have thought he was a very sunny and handsome boy. It's a pity that when the Korean audience saw Liu Yuan's operation, they felt nothing but chill in their hearts. They are a kimchi country. Dangerous. As for the Dragon Country audience, they were completely stunned. Is my vision not blurry? I seem to see Liu Shen use 2 ultimate moves. You're not seeing things. My face is swollen from being pinched. The God of Road just used 2 ultimate moves. Oh my god! He used up his ultimate in just 2 seconds. What kind of incredible operation is this? Big move after big move. This is the first time since the arrival of the entire Gods Arena. Just when the Dragon Country audience was still wondering whether the Gods Arena would give out achievement rewards like last time, the announcement of the Gods Arena also sounded. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Liu Yuan. Achieve the Gods Arena achievement, double big in one game. Reward, 1 points, selected emoji pack. Specify the emoji package. You can choose one from all the emojis and use it in the Gods Arena to express your emotions to your opponent. WC. As expected of the Road God, there really is one. It's such a pity, if it was also a score protection card, then Liu Shen would have 2 more lives. Yet, I feel like this designated expression selection package isn't very useful. The audience from Dragon Country felt a little regretful when looking at the rewards handed out in the Gods Arena. Even the top leaders of Dragon Country are the same. If it was a score guarantee card, Liu Yuan would have lost 2 lives. The focus of their attention is. When Liu Yuan looked at the reward, his eyes widened and the light in his eyes could not be hidden. Make an emoticon selection pack? Doesn't that mean that expression can also be made? End of this chapter. Chapter 15. He's coming. He's coming. Patting the head expression. He's coming. Chapter 15. He's coming. He's coming. Patting the head expression. He's coming. Open and select the emoji package. Liu Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and said to the Gods Arena. Next moment. Countless anthropomorphic white chat box emoticons appeared around Liu Yuan, surrounding him. Liu Yuan took a quick glance and dialed the number quickly. Soon I saw the expression he used most often, which was even used by many players to name their villages. Pat on the head. Head pat expression. An anthropomorphic white chat box with pink cheeks, eyes narrowed with a smile, and 3 whiskers on each cheek, but the special thing is that there is a hand on its head. It looks like someone is patting his head and he seems very comfortable. Because players cannot type or use a microphone when playing the Naruto mobile game, they can only use emoticons to express their emotions, so many emoticons have become very popular. And the most commonly used and representative one is patting the head. Originally, the head patting emoji was used to comfort and encourage the opponent. Although you lost, don't be discouraged and try harder next time. But as time went on, it became a mockery. Often sent after defeating an opponent, with a contemptuous tone. That's it. That's it. Finally back. Everything is back. After Liu Yuan successfully got the emoticon package, he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. However, other people couldn't quite understand it, especially the top leaders of Long State who were very confused. This kid's eyes are shining, could this expression really have some effect? The sturdy old man looked at Liu Yuan's excited face, and his doubts grew even stronger. He expressed his guess, for example, it can increase the character's output in the game. It shouldn't have such an effect. I remember that the Lighthouse Nation also gained an expression before. But its effect, other than being able to send it out during a game for opponents to see, has no practical use. Lin Zhenhua frowned. Judging from the information currently available to the Countermeasures Bureau, expressions are indeed completely useless. Then why did Liu Yuan have such an expression? Maybe we are overthinking it. The old man with the monocle took a sip of tea and expressed his opinion, maybe this is just a little hobby of this kid. What Mr. Lei said is both right and wrong. Patting heads is indeed a hobby that Liu Yuan developed in Mota Village. But it is a bit premature to say that this expression is completely useless. This is the most brutal mental attack. In the previous life, many villagers had their defenses broken by being touched. If they met players like those from the Korean and Japanese countries, who have a physique that is very easy to turn red and warm, then this head touch can really bring practical results. After Liu Yuan chose his expression, the game continued. Second round. The battle begins. As soon as the game started, Liu Yuan took a few steps back. For Brother Big D, Liu Yuan is very familiar with this kind of ninja who controls clones to attack. Similar to this are Anbu Itaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen are in their normal state. Itaki's clone explosion and Sarutobi Hiruzen's monkey demon falling senshi both have similar effects. It's just that Big D's skill is 2 levels lower than others and can be broken. Generally, when playing this kind of ninja, you will find a corner to hide in at the beginning, and then use your clone to consume the enemy and take the initiative. And 60% of the players will choose the upper corner. After Liu Yuan arrived at the corner of the middle wall, he chose to climb the wall directly. At this time, the Korean player who found a safe zone also released his skills. Spiritualization technique, attack. He controlled the spirit and searched for Liu Yuan's location. Then he was dumbfounded. Oh my! This is totally cheating. It's hanging on the wall at this height, I can't even reach it. There is nothing the Korean players can do about the long distance. He could only stare at the girl Tsunade lying on the wall. Then, the more I looked at it, the angrier I got, and the redder my face became. It was as if she was saying, "Come and hit me, idiot." However, at this moment, Liu Yuan moved. The crazy head-patting output instantly broke the defense of the Korean player, and he angrily smashed the control screen. This feeling of being powerless, not being able to do anything to the other person, and being patted on the head madly. It almost made the Korean players collapse. Feel the recognition from the Naruto players. Lu and looked at Big Brother D, who was squirming madly below, and took action. In order to prevent this Korean guy with a not-so-smart brain, I thought of using psychic communication. Lu went straight to the upper x-axis, made a big jump and slid over using his second skill. As expected, Big Brother D's real body was on the road. Directly attack Big D's body, and his spirit will be teleported back and suffer some damage. Lu directly used his second skill in reverse, and through the little Orochimaru who ran over, he broke the hardware status of Big D's body, causing his first skill to enter a cooling down period of up to 15 seconds. Lu is not complaining, it's such a useless skill and it has a 15-second cooldown. The Xiaoshe white phosphorus snake lasted for 20 seconds, but fortunately, it had its highlights before. This thing has a 15-second cooldown, so it's basically useless. After breaking Big D's spirit state, Big D is left with only a combination attack that is comparable to a Seinen skill. Not only is the name low, the actual effect is even lower, but it does fit the name of this move. The effect is to chop forward once, then attach a detonating talisman to cause it to explode. Although this skill has a flat push, it also comes with a small grab. But the actual effect is completely useless, the invincibility cannot be broken, and there is a bug in that part of the push. When colliding, sometimes you can throw the opponent directly to the end of the x-axis, and the opponent is still standing. But that doesn't matter anymore. He couldn't possibly touch Xiao Gang, who was so far away, so there was no such thing as a collision test. Because the main body was hit and the spirit was destroyed, the perspective of the Korean player returned to the main body. I saw that I was not floating in the air and there was still room for maneuver. He immediately controlled Big Brother D and used combination attack to rush towards the young girl Tsunade. I really rushed you. I feel sorry for Jiraiya. Lu watched the stupid performance of the Korean player who had lost his mind and complained silently. Then he controlled the young girl Tsunade. Dodged his combination attack with a big jump, then did a double jump to grab her and threw her out. Then use the second skill, and then start to deal damage with stable normal attacks. The operation was done so quickly that even before the detonating talisman exploded in front, Big D was already taken to the opposite direction and was being beaten by Lu. What's going on? What just happened? The Korean player was bewildered as he found himself falling into Lu's rhythm for no apparent reason. Immediately and quickly adjust the status. Ah! We must adjust our condition quickly, or else this one will die too. I have no chance of turning the tables. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 scores twice. The countries urgently revise the Seinen information. Chapter 16 scores twice. The countries urgently revise the Seinen information. The Korean player closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly praying to God. But this is not LOL, and he is not faker. Lu closed his eyes and prayed to God, and the soup was almost there. The moment his eyes opened, the Korean player seemed to be more focused. Seizing an opportunity, he completed the substitution. And once again successfully got the upper hand with normal attacks. At this moment, Lu was stunned. He was once a victim of Big Brother D, so he hated this ninja deeply. I am also impressed by his normal attack, which is comparable to an inch punch. You can even start with a normal attack. Lu was a little surprised, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, if this is put in 100,000 cold jokes, your skill is 100% stand-in normal attack start, right? Lu smiled bitterly, this guy is really abstract. He managed to turn the stand-s normal attack into a forbidden technique that was comparable to the stand-s divine power. But what does this mean? It still doesn't change the situation. This Korean player doesn't have a strong understanding of post-rock. I just vaguely felt that this thing existed and grasped the feeling. That's why he was able to find 2 opportunities to launch a normal attack and successfully start the attack. But when it was his turn to attack, he completely forgot about this feeling. Liu Yuan waited for a set of normal attacks. When the Korean player controlled Big D to hit the last A flying spin, he had a substitute. This is a super big post rock, and it can't top anything. Even if he knew that he had to use his backhand to communicate with the spirit, it would be impossible for him to press it out at this time even if he broke the operating table. Boom! As Tsunade completed her substitution, Liu Yuan also started to perform forbidden substitution techniques. After the substitute, use the second skill immediately to get full beans. Just turn it on. Tsunade girl secret go all in. The young girl Tsunade took out the dice cup, and as she covered the dice cup, a huge dice cup fell from the sky and covered Big D as well. As it shook, it began to lose blood crazily. Seeing this opening move, audiences from both countries were shocked. This move. This start. Masaka. As expected, it was consistent with the speculations of audiences in both countries. After the ultimate move ended, Liu Yuan shook out 666 again, and directly connected with the cutting to freeze Brother D in place. A set of silky little combos, after rubbing all 4 beans, under the desperate shouts of the Korean players. The dice cup was closed again. But this time, because the opponent's health was too low, the battle was over with just a block. Even the young girl Tsunade hasn't even shaken yet. The ultimate move with a little health, just for the animation. Liu Yuan smiled slightly and looked at Tsunade, who was also smiling brightly at the operating table. Their smiles complemented each other. A beautiful victory. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Liu Yuan, Tsunade girl. Lost again. Looking at the settlement screen of Liu Yuan's victory on the console, the Korean player slumped in his chair with a pale face. If I was defeated 3 times in such an ugly way, the top management would definitely not use the national fortune points to buy my life. No. This is the last match. No matter what, at least one ninja must be taken away from him. You're just a dog from Dragon Country. What the hell gives you the right to be so stupid? The originally desperate heart of the Korean nation was ignited again when he saw Tsunade's smiling face in the field. Next game. The psychic will dominate the field at the beginning. I want to see how you climb the wall. However, what he didn't know was that he could not even spend points to buy his life. Even his mentor coach is now facing the risk of being laid off and has been taken away for investigation by the 4-star leader. Suspected of being a spy from the Northern Dynasty and an undercover agent from the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the 4-star leader also knew that this was just to push out one person to vent the people's anger. Give him an outlet to vent his emotions, otherwise his 4-star industry will really be hit hard. After learning about Liu Yuan's previous game, he actually knew it. Even though there are problems with the player and the coach themselves, the core problem still lies with Liu Yuan. 2 consecutive global briefings at the same time. It also made other countries start to pay attention to Liu Yuan, and they sent people to follow up on the competition. Now 2 games have passed, although it is not like last time where no health was lost, it is now a perfect full health level 3. But basically, once you get the rhythm, the game will end immediately. All countries have paid considerable attention to Liu Yuan and Sea Ninja. Before Liu Yuan appeared, Tsunade was recognized as a useless sea-level ninja. The reason is that when they used the first skill, they couldn't get the beans. Among them, many countries attributed the core reason to the fact that the players from the country that obtained the ninja were too backward and useless. I haven't even tried out all of this ninja's skills. This led them to misjudge this ninja. Sea ninjas appear very frequently, sometimes even 9 of them in a game are sea ninjas. If they could find a sea nin like this with extremely high strength and study it, their country's chances of winning would increase significantly. Lighthouse Country. Hey! Jace! Hurry up, we need to review all the sea nin data. You must not be like the unlucky guy Pickle, who was caught off guard by the sea nin information messenger. Sunset Country. Hurry up! Hurry up! Maybe our previous judgment of Sinin was wrong. We have to review all the information before the next God's Arena begins. As long as we study this thoroughly, the divine glory of our Sunset Nation will surely spread all over the world again. Japan. Hey, Kyushu. We have to revise all the Sinin data before Kawadani-kun's match is over. The Heavenly Locust has decided to spend the national luck points to deliver the message on the field. It doesn't mean that a ninja's strength is necessarily weak because of a low rating. We can't let Kawadani-kun lose like the Kimchi Man due to information asymmetry. Kyushu. Group 15. Speed up the process. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. Zhenhua, have the Countermeasures Bureau revise the Sinin information as soon as possible, and then use the national fortune points to pass the reanalyzed information to Liu Yuan. After the old man with the monocle gave Lin Zhenhua an order, he said calmly, "This kid is willing to risk his life to fight for his country, and we can't let him fall behind in information." Got it. Lin Zhenhua responded and quickly left the meeting room. Every second now is crucial. He will never let Liu Yuan suffer any loss in terms of information. Even if it's just a possibility. I'll go help too. I've been watching closely since the arrival of the God's Arena, so I should be able to help. The burly old man stood up and said, and his reaction seemed to have pressed a switch. In the entire conference room, all the senior executives who had their own understanding of the God's Arena joined in. Don't let the hero fight alone. Lei Lao looked at this scene with a smile on his face, and looked at Liu Yuan who was smiling healthily in the sky, and said calmly, "He is the treasure of our Dragon Nation's rise." End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Advance to the Top 4. Weird Contestant from Japan. Chapter 17, Advance to the Top 4. Weird Contestant from Japan. Round 3. The battle begins. As Naruto's announcement sounded, the Korean players took action instantly. This was different from his previous timid state, perhaps because he knew it would be difficult for him to turn the situation around. He decided to go all out and take the initiative to attack. As long as she replaces the girl Tsunade who is far away and puts in a wonderful performance, she can prove that she is still worthy of being loyal to the great Korean country. He still has hope of survival. The Korean player controlled Suzuki to press forward diagonally, trying to put pressure on Liu Yuan. While staggering several Y-axis positions away from Liu Yuan, he moved forward slowly and carefully. After getting into range that ensured he could attack Liu Yuan, he used Earth Escape, Earth Pillar Explosion on him. Suzuki slapped the floor, and the secret scroll unfolded. A pillar of earth emerged from the ground and began to locate and track the girl Tsunade and launched an attack. Seeing this, Liu Yuan jumped onto the wall and avoided the attack. Among all the secret scrolls that start with the Y-axis, the performance of the Earth Pillar is quite good. But the pity is that, like Dead 2, he has no anti-aircraft ability. If this thing had an anti-air capability, it would definitely be included in the first-line secret scroll. The opponent wanted to achieve a wrong Y starting effect through the explosion of the Earth Pillar, but unfortunately he was facing Tsunade, who had no anti-air ability, so he could only end up with the same fate as Death Number 2. Death 2, recalling the past, tears never dry, colorful pavilion and embroidered ball match the perfect marriage. Just as Liu Yuan shook his head and felt bored. A chill ran straight to my head, and I immediately had a guess in my mind about the seemingly funny operation of the Korean player. This guy wouldn't be thinking, "Oh my god! I finally got caught." After watching Liu Yuan climb the wall to avoid damage, the Korean player's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and a long-lost smile appeared on his face, as if everything was developing as he expected. He controlled Gale Suzuki to the middle Y-axis position, and without any hesitation, he directly handed over the summoning. Suzuki slapped the ground, and countless black lines spread instantly. With a bang, the Toad Sage descended and started chanting at the same time, knocking the girl Tsunade directly off the wall. And then, he used 2 moves to inflict damage. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Chidori Sharp Spear. That's a nice thought. Can't I be a substitute? Lu Yuan looked at the Korean player's operation and sneered. It was just as he thought just now. This guy is desperate. No one else can even think of the idea of using psychic skills at the beginning. After the substitute came down, Lu Yuan relied on his 2 seconds of invincibility to control the girl Tsunade to make a big jump and slide tackle, and directly tackled her out. Then he started shaking and patting his head to taunt her. I've handed in my dual skills, secret scrolls, and spiritual communication, what do you have to play with? I was impulsive just now. I should have saved a skill. What should I do now? The Korean nation couldn't help but sweat profusely as they saw themselves falling into a disadvantage again. After being fooled by Lu Yuan twice in a row, he felt dizzy when he saw the opportunity to attack. He used 2 skills consecutively, but in the end, they didn't cause much damage to Lu Yuan at all. Now that all the secret scrolls, skills, and spiritualism have been handed in, the only spiritualism he can use is left. Lu Yuan looked at the field, where Suzuki Hayate was standing in a daze while the toad was chanting, and shook his head. It was said before that this guy could reach the level of ANBU. From this perspective, at best he is just a jonin who is slightly better than the player from the Monkey Kingdom. There was no problem in handling this wave at the beginning, using the earth pillar to force the young girl Tsunade to the wall. But the next step should be to use the anti-air ability of Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique to burn her directly. Then, get close to the opponent with normal attacks, and after successfully tricking the opponent out, use the Toad Sage to suppress the situation and take the initiative. Is this all you can do? I thought that after being patted on the head, my strength would be a little stronger, which would bring me some fun in the game. Is this the result? Lu Yuan shook his head, feeling very disappointed. It is said that Naruto players can exert 150% of their strength when they are angry. It seems that this doesn't work in the other world. Once the players here enter the angry state, they will do whatever they want. Soon, the Toad Immortals chanting ended, and the Kimchi contestants' last protective wall disappeared. Lu Yuan made a small jump and used his second skill to perform a grabbing combo, then began to perform stable normal attacks. After a few hits, the Korean player was replaced. Then use a backhand crab to suppress the opponent, and then use the big move directly. After the big move, use the cutting move again. After a small injury, the opponent will die successfully. A beautiful victory. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Yuan, Tsunade Girl. Complete victory. The Korean contestant looked at the results on the console and collapsed completely. I didn't even need to take a shower, the temperature on my face dropped. The constantly trembling pupils revealed the fear of death. Fortunately, this fear did not last long. After a few seconds, he fell asleep straight away. It's great to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. The black curtain that blocked his vision fell, and Lu Yuan looked at the Korean player who had fallen asleep on the control console and sighed sincerely. At the same time, the audience in Long Country looked at the soaring national fortune value, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was even more festive than the Chinese New Year. Awesome! You are worthy of being the god of road. You scored 2 consecutive goals. This is not the most important thing. Lu Shen has achieved new achievements in both games. This gives our Dragon Country 200 extra points. The total score has reached 800. We are catching up with Lighthouse and Japan. Brother Lu is so handsome. I want to give birth to his baby. Upstairs. I was here first. Lu Yuan was unaware of this. After 2 games, his touch gradually returned. Although his current strength is definitely not as good as when he was at his peak and could compete with Vulcan for the championship due to the strength of his opponents, it is definitely enough to deal with a game of this level. Soon, the shadows from the other groups also descended. Now there are only 4 people standing on the field. The yellow-haired white man from the Beacon country with hip-hop style, the shorty Kawatani from Japan, the elephant countryman covered in magic oil, and Lu Yuan. As the loser's operating table began to descend, the operating tables of Lu Yuan and the other 4 also moved towards the center again. But this time Lu Yuan suddenly felt something strange, as if something was suddenly missing. Oh! Correct. Why doesn't anyone laugh at me? Lu Yuan looked at the Japanese player Kawatani, who was looking at Lu Yuan with a serious face. There was a look in his eyes as if he was facing a great enemy. What's going on? Even if I beat the Korean player, the Japanese player won't be soft-hearted given his strength. Even so. Cautious? The Japanese player looked at Lu Yuan, and his thoughts gradually returned to a minute ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Pixie Ninja? Then I'll take Chao Ji. Chapter 18, Pixie Ninja? Then I'll pick Chao Ji. Ichiro Kawatani, I pay my respects to His Majesty the Heavenly Locust. In a special space, Ichiro Kawatani was kneeling and worshipping a bloated dwarf. And he is the East Japan Locust, the person in charge of Japan. Kawatani-kun, first of all, congratulations on your successful advancement to the semi-finals. You are the proudest samurai of the Great East. But the situation is serious now and time is limited, so I will make it short. You need to pay special attention to your top 4 opponents. In addition to the players from the Lighthouse Country, the players from the Dragon Country need to be put first. He advanced twice in a row, and he is not the lucky guy who won by luck as you might think. In the first 2 games, he won by crushing 3 opponents at once. And he achieved new achievements in the Gods Arena in both games. Lu Yuan. He is the Dragon Nation's trump card. At the same time, we observed his matches and found that Sinin's strength is actually quite different from what we had previously assessed. This is the new data compiled and revised by the Research Bureau. You should take a closer look. Kawatani-kun, don't let the ratings blind you. The strength of Sinin is beyond your imagination. Ichiro Kawatani looked at the revised information in his hand and his eyes gradually widened. The road is much wider. It turns out that the neglected Sinin is the way out for this version. Lu Yuan, I take back what I said before, you are indeed very powerful. Kawatani Ichiro looked at Lu Yuan with a serious face, but then changed the subject. However, with the new Sinin information given to me by the Empire, it is only a little more difficult to defeat you. The final victory belongs to the Great Japan. Belongs to the Great Majesty Tian Huang. Ichiro Kawatani looked at Lu Yuan and kept talking trash before the game. However, the road was far away at this time, and his eyes were empty, as if the machine had broken down. Masaka. Dragon Country. In a pure white space, Lu Yuan looked at everything in front of him in a daze. What's going on? Lu Yuan was a little confused. Wasn't I just in the Gods Arena? Is this a hidden copy? What on earth did I do? Ahem, don't be nervous, Xiaolu. A familiar voice was heard, and Lu Yuan looked in the direction of the sound. Mr. Lin. Lu Yuan looked at the familiar man in front of him with a surprised look on his face. Haven't I finished the game yet? Why are you here too? Or have I actually already lost? Is this a resurrection? Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he asked a question that made him a little scared. Silly boy! The fight hasn't even started yet, what are you going to lose? Even if you lose, we will buy your life. Lin Zhenhua gave Lu Yuan a slap on the face. He was already a bad luck before the game even started. What bad luck? Let me make it short. This is the communication space of the Gods Arena. Points are calculated by the minute. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. You don't have to worry about missing the game. We observed your last duel and found that our previous assessments of the seinen may have problems. This is the seinen data we temporarily revised. It should be helpful to you. The information cannot be taken to the outside world. Just read it here. Don't waste time. It will cost you points. After hearing what Mr. Lin said, Lu Yuan was completely stunned. It's just a small matter, why waste your national fortune points? It's not worth it. Even though I was complaining in my heart, I still felt warm in my heart. Lu Yuan flipped through the documents quickly, and the more he read, the more his brows furrowed. It's true that some seinen are powerful, but this revision seems to be a bit exaggerated. Seinen is still seinen after all. There are only a few who can truly stand on par with the high-level S and high-level A. That Japanese dwarf looked at me strangely just now. They must have used points to pass on the message and learned about my performance, as well as... Lu Yuan thought to himself, and when he thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If it is really as he expected, then the next ninja selection will be fun. Mr. Lin, I have finished reading it. It is very detailed and I have taken note of it. Lu Yuan handed over the information with both hands respectfully. These were all the information compiled by his comrades in arms against the clock. Even though there weren't many ideas, Lu Yuan was very grateful. You've memorized it all so quickly. Elder Lin looked doubtful. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, if I really memorized it, you can just wait for my triumphant return. I can't do anything to you. Remember, don't underestimate your opponent. Ichiro Kawatani and that Lighthouse Country player are both top-notch players. Lin Zhenhua carefully instructed Lu Yuan, and seeing Lu Yuan nodding his head like crazy, he rubbed his forehead helplessly. All right, go ahead, go to the lighthouse and the Japanese, let them see the strength of our dragon country. As Lin Zhenhua finished his words, the surrounding space began to twist and rotate. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Yuan saw Ichiro Kawatani yelling at him. The guess in my mind was also realized. Sure enough, the players who are still on the field should have received messages from their own country. It seems that the previous match between Tsunade and me still gave them too much shock. Since the live broadcast of natural disasters for the last 3 countries has ended, no natural disasters will occur to the countries ranked 5th to 8th in the previous round. After announcing the rankings for 5th to 8th place, the Gods Arena did not give Lu Yuan and the others much time to rest, and directly announced the results of the next match. The third round of Gods Arena begins. The 4 winning countries will compete to determine the top 2. Matching starts. Elephant Country vs Lighthouse Country. Japan vs Dragon Country. Lu Yuan took a look at the matching results and his eyes lit up slightly. In fact, he doesn't have much psychological burden about who he is matched with. The result will be the same no matter who comes, the winner will only be him. But as a Chinese, it would be great if I could give the Japanese some punishment. In contrast to his ease, Ichiro Kawatani standing next to him looked at Lu Yuan with an increasingly heavy expression. Originally, he thought that a poor country like Longwo would not spend points to convey information to its own players. But he miscalculated. Lu Yuan's previous 2 victories directly brought Longwo a huge increase of 300 points. Now, based on Tian Wang's description of Lu Yuan's strength, he has no advantage. Unless he prioritizes locking down those extremely powerful sea-level ninjas. Gods Arena Japan vs Dragon Country. Game start. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Japanese player is the first position, and ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are C. Jiraiya Boy, S. Pain Tendo Super, C. Nagato Boy, C. Uchiha Shisui Ninja Rookie, B. Imwa, B. Yamato, A. Uchiha Itaki, A. Nanamikaze Minato New Year Limited, A. Mamakai Zabuza. Select countdown start, 12:59. Fuck, Brother Chow is out. Lu Yuan looked at the 9 ninjas that appeared on the console, and his sight was fixed on them. Pain Tiandeo Super. After his debut in a strengthening experience, he formed the three mythical gods with Namikaze Minato Young Man and Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo and dominated the arena for half a year. And he is also the easiest and most violent one to operate. As long as the Japanese player takes down Brother Chow, and then spawns a domineering or panda, it will be really difficult to beat him. Just as Lu Yuan was worrying about a solution, the sudden broadcast made him shudder. Japanese player chooses ninja, see Jiraiya Young. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. One choice is to take Xiao Jiraiya? Are you really crazy? Do you think that a C-level ninja can do an S-level ninja? It seems that this time I have to thank Japan for sending the information to Ichiro Kawatani. Otherwise, if he took Brother Chow, it would be really difficult to deal with. Poor Ichiro Kawatani, although little Jiraiya is also a very strong C-level ninja, but the one you are going to face next is one of the three mythical gods. Pain Tiandeo Super. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Tyrant Tiandeo Chow. You can win with your hands. Chapter 19 Tyrant Tiandeo Chow. You can win with your hands. The opportunity is right here at my doorstep. If I don't choose it, I'd be sorry for you. Lu Yuan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. After choosing Brother Chow, the following games couldn't be called games. That was a massacre. After taking another look at the ninja options, Lu Yuan picked up Brother Chow and Xin Shui. Xin Shui is the ninja that he used often when he was a kid to make a living. It is a magical tool for frying fish. If Ichiro Kawatani had really gotten Brother Chow just now, Lu Yuan would have to consider locking in Aitaki and Shinsui. If Xin Shui could draw the solution, San, with Lu Yuan's reaction and strength, it would not be a problem for him to beat Kawatani Ichiro's super brother. As long as I can break the dominance, everything will be fine. I'll choose an A-Weasel as a backup, but I'm afraid that I'll be unlucky and there's no information about breaking the dominance in the secret scroll. Fortunately, all the assumptions are no longer necessary. With Brother Chow in Lu Yuan's hands, there is no such thing as a hard fight. Dragon Country players choose ninjas, S Pain Tendo Super, A Namikaze Minato New Year Limited. Next, the Japanese players will choose the ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Yoshi. Yoshi. Tian Huang was very excited when he saw Kawatani Ichiro's choice, as expected of Kawatani-kun. He really read the revised materials we sent him. This Jiraiya boy is no weaker than Tsunade girl. According to the Research Bureau's analysis, these two ninjas may have a connection in the background story. There is a skill where the opponent will appear and work together to complete a combination attack. In contrast, when Tsunade girl runs away, Orochimaru boy can only bump into the opponent, which has the effect of interrupting the skill, while when Jiraiya boy runs away, Orochimaru boy may directly knock the opponent away. From the perspective of all aspects of his skills, he is stronger than Tsunade girl. Jiraiya boy is the real strongest Seinin. The Dragon Nation is doomed this time. I have the advantage. Ha 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 ha. Tian Huang laughed unscrupulously, as if he had seen victory was just around the corner. Tian Huang has a good idea. Tian Huang is wise, XN. Lu Yuan had no idea about the carnival going on in the Japanese Imperial Palace. Of course, if he knew that these idiots gave little Jiraiya such a high priority, he would definitely laugh his ass off. Among all the C-level ninjas, Jiraiya can indeed be considered a high-quality ninja with both good production and strength. But compared to little Tsunade? Forget it. What's more, the choice is between him and Chao Ji. Any Naruto player with a little common sense will choose Chao Ji in an instant. At this moment, he was concentrating on looking at the control panel. He always felt that this stupid guy Kawatani Ichiro could do some tricks. Really? Japanese players choose ninjas, see Nagato youngster, see Uchiha Shisui rookie ninja. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Good boy. Is he really a sea ninja? Liu Yuan was stunned when he saw his premonition being verified. It was simply the opposite of Tian Gang. Among these three ninjas, except for little Jiraiya who has a frog transformation, the other two's double moves don't include grabbing. Although Nagato's ultimate move is to continuously grab and capture, it cannot be used to follow up with skills. It can only be used as a kill. If I can get a dominant body next time, I can't think of how Ichiro Kawatani can beat me. Liu Yuan smiled helplessly and locked down the last ninja Aotaki. This is a very ancient ninja. In the early days of Naruto mobile games, it was a very powerful existence. And these are still the few who can still gain points after such a long period of baptism. Before Liu Yuan traveled through time, he had led Daidong and fought his way to Super Shadow 3000 points with a weasel. As for this ninja, as long as you practice the basic skills and positioning well, and look for more opportunities to use your skills, you can still kill your way through the rankings. And a weasel is very good at top skills. Because he is old, the duration of his diamond form when using the secret scroll is much longer than that of new ninjas, which is very good. When combined with a scroll like Earthquake which has an extremely low cooldown, it is equivalent to having an extra skill. As long as you dare to operate and be bold and careful, this ninja can really perform well in high-level segments. Even compared to his subsequent S form, Uchiha Ataki Impure World Reincarnation, Aotaka's strength can be said to be crushing. The key is this ninja, it's a free gift for newbies. It is a very popular ninja that can really help you gain points. Retracting my thoughts, the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded again. Dragon Country player chooses ninja, Uchiha Ataki. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Dragon Country players will be the first to select the Secret Scroll. Secret Scroll Extraction. The available Secret Scrolls are, Earth Escape Earthquake, Forbidden Technique Yin Healing and Destruction, Fire Escape Ghost Lantern, Water Escape Water Rush Wave, Secret Scroll Chakra, Lightning Escape Lightning Strike, Summoning Protective Shuriken, Earth Escape Earth Flow Spear, Palm Immortal Technique Alive. Oh my god! Whatever I wish for will come true. Liu Yuan was delighted when he saw the secret scroll that appeared, and quickly locked the dominance. His luck has always been good, even when he buys lottery tickets he wins 9 times out of 10. If he didn't really like playing Naruto so much, he might have even thought of living a carefree life by buying lottery tickets in his previous life. But when he finally achieved his goal and won the championship, he no longer had such thoughts. Super brother and domineering body. It's hard to lose. This one can win with a hand. At the same time, after Liu Yuan defeated Yin Yushangmi, the Dragon Country audience in the live broadcast room also blew the horn of counterattack. Because of their old feud, the audiences of the two countries started arguing fiercely in the live broadcast room from the very beginning. But due to the previous operation of the Japanese player who locked 3 Senins, and announced that this was a Super Senin with revised information, the strength is even greater than the Tsunade girl that you, the god of road, used last time. As a result, Longwo was once in a weak position in the war of words and was suppressed by the other party. Liu Yuan's previous performance using Tsunade girl was truly amazing. How terrifying would a Senin who is stronger than this ninja be? The audience in Longwo dare not even think about it. The counterattack naturally seemed a little pale and powerless, but when Liu Yuan locked Xia Yin's wounds and destroyed him, the situation was different. Some netizens who are a little more knowledgeable stood up. Haha, our Liu Shen has already obtained Yin Yu Shangmi, and the remaining secret scrolls are not captured. Let's see how you fight. You don't really think that Senin is the strongest, do you? The one who is strong is not Senin at all, but the road god. In the first match, Liu Shen didn't lose any health and was able to defeat 3 enemies perfectly. He used AC Ninja. No need to say so much to the devils. The road god will pierce them in 3 pieces and they will be obedient. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Caution is a virtue for mortals. Cowardice is a taboo for the strong. Chapter 20, Caution is a virtue for mortals. Cowardice is a taboo for the strong. Dragon Country contestant chooses Secret Scroll, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction. Next, the contestant from Japan will choose the Secret Scroll. Ichiro Kawatani was not too surprised when he saw Liu Yuan's choice. The Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, and Wood Release, Cutting, have always been the 2 secret scrolls that all countries must compete for. Fortunately, Jiraiya's first skill has 3 control modes. Normal short press will release Psychic Technique Gamabunta. Little Jiraiya can jump onto Gamabunta and charge forward, and has low to medium air defense capabilities. And you can control the direction of movement. Short press and pull down the joystick, Psychic Art, Gamabunta. Little Jiraiya will directly release Gamabunta, which will jump forward and cause damage, while he himself is below. It is a hands-free skill that can suppress the opponent. Long press the first skill, Frog Transformation. Little Jiraiya uses hand seals to release the Frog Transformation technique, which can turn the opponent into a small frog. Although the opponent can still move, it cannot release skills or normal attacks and can only be slaughtered. Use this move to delay for a while and you can break Liu Yuan's dominance. The second skill is a sliding tackle, and when it hits someone, Tsunade and Orochimaru will work together. If you don't hit anyone, there will be no performance, it can only be regarded as an X-axis displacement. But if you click on the normal attack, you can release it in advance. That is to say, you can use little Orochimaru to achieve full X-axis attack, and also knock back the opponent. Except for the useless ultimate move, everything else is basically top-notch, which is enough to make it the strongest sea ninja. As expected of His Majesty the Great Heavenly Locust. This sea nin can truly be called the answer to the version. Ichiro Kawatani did not lose his composure because of Liu Yuan's choice. Instead, he thought about how to break the impasse. However, his idea is good, but it is not easy to implement in practice. If you want to keep the frog transformation technique, don't use the first skill to start, as the second skill's advance will be easily interrupted by the distant Wangxiang Tianyan. If he didn't keep the frog transformation technique, Liu Yuan would have activated his domineering body and chased him and beaten him up. Ichiro Kawatani looked at the remaining secret scrolls and made a choice after some thought. The secret scrolls chosen by the contestants from Japan: Water Style, Water Rush Wave, Secret Scroll, Chakra. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the Secret Scroll. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00:58. Water Rush and Chakra? That makes sense. Liu Yuan looked at Ichiro Kawatani's choice at the console and silently gave his evaluation in his heart. The Water Rush Wave was for little Jiraiya's backhand, and the Chakra was just in case. If Jiraiya hadn't taken Chao away, the only thing he would have been able to grab later would have been Nagato's ultimate move. He thought that if little Jiraiya was defeated unexpectedly, since a certain amount of Chao Ji's health had been consumed, he could use little Nagato's ultimate move to deal damage. Even if you don't rely on your ultimate move to kill the enemy in one go, you can avoid the embarrassing situation of running out of beans by following up with Chakra immediately after the move ends. It seems that it is just as Mr. Lin said, this Ichiro Kawatani and the yellow-haired guy from the Lighthouse Country are top-notch players in the Gods Arena. If you want to be on the safe side, you can replace a attack it with the first one to exchange blood. As long as you take away little Jiraiya, Brother Chao can kill the rest with his eyes closed. But I want Brother Chao to start. Liu Yuan smiled slightly and denied the idea in his mind. Prudence is the virtue of mortals, and cowardice is the taboo of the strong. Liu Yuan would definitely not lose his spirit because of such a small matter. This time, I can also take a look at the level of this world's top players through Ichiro Kawatani. After calming down, Liu Yuan made a quick decision. Dragon Country contestants choose Secret Scrolls, Earth Escape, Earthquake, Lightning Escape, Lightning Strike. Next, the contestant from Japan will select the Secret Scroll selection. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. The only remaining Secret Scroll was not particularly outstanding, and Ichiro Kawatani hesitated for a long time. Finally, the Summoning Protective Shuriken was chosen, and the game entered the Summoning Selection stage. Secret Scroll selected by Japanese players, Psychic and Protective Shuriken. Secret Scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. The Japanese contestants will take the lead in selecting the Summoning Beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are Toad Sage, Crow, Eagle, Kamaitachi, Monkey Demon, Toad G, Toad Dragon, Ninja Turtle, Panda. Oh! This is going to be interesting. Liu Yuan looked at the psychic that appeared and thought to himself. If the memory of his predecessor is correct, Little Jiraiya appeared twice, and one of them was when he used Gamma Sage as a counterattack and broke the opponent's dominance. Considering Japan's ranking and overall strength in the Gods Arena, it is impossible that this information was not included. In other words, Ichiro Kawatani knew that by bringing the Toad Sage, he could break my dominance. But how should he choose? After all, my luck isn't bad. While thinking, Liu Yuan looked at the panda at the end of the line. There are currently two spirits on the field that can break the hegemony, the Toad Sage and the Eagle, and one that can provide hegemony is the panda. As the first choice, Ichiro Kawatani can only choose one of them, but as the second choice, I can get both at the same time. If breaking the dominant body is the priority, the attack frequency and range of the Toad Sage are obviously higher than those of the actor Eagle. So he will most likely only choose between the Toad Sage and the panda. If he doesn't let the panda go to me, he will have to bear the consequences of losing both of his two broken body spirits to me. If you give me the panda, I can get 3 invincible bodies in one game. Brother Chow will also enter the complete form with a panda in his left hand and yin healing and destruction in his right hand. So, what will you choose? Liu Yuan looked at Ichiro Kawatani, who was hesitant, with interest. At this time, drops of sweat were constantly dripping from his half-bald head. Time is passing by second by second. This is different from Liu Yuan, who has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations and has absolute confidence in his skills, and dares to use Class 7 to challenge Shang Chao. Although Ichiro Kawatani also has certain techniques, he mainly relies on casting and strategy to counter his opponents and take advantage of the information gap to win. Therefore, the choice now makes him very anxious, as it seems that no matter what choice he makes, he will suffer a loss. Crying. Ichiro Kawatani punched the control panel, breathing heavily, looking at the relaxed Liu Yuan, with an unknown fire burning wildly in his heart. Why? This dragon countryman has such good luck. Ichiro Kawatani wiped the sweat off his forehead, retracted his gaze, and continued to stare at the control panel. I was frantically calculating in my mind how I could gain more advantage. The audiences from both countries who were watching the match seemed to have noticed something, and the Dragon Country audience responded directly with a strong response. You hesitated for so long to choose a psychic? You were thinking about Conti all the time? This is the only way if you don't have the ability. That's right. Can this little dwarf have even 1% of the courage of the road god? He is so hesitant. Liu Shen has absolute confidence in himself. He can win no matter what he chooses. He chooses in seconds. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Brother Chow. A ninja with invincibility written all over him. Chapter 21 Brother Chow. A ninja with invincibility written all over him. The contestants cannot see the barrage in the live broadcast room. Fortunately, it cannot be seen, otherwise Ichiro Kawatani would definitely not be able to escape the red temperature, and his condition would only get worse. The countdown for the selection of God's Arena is passing quickly. Finally, with only 3 seconds left, Ichiro Kawatani made his choice. 00, 05, 00, 04, 00, 03. The Japanese contestant chose the spiritual animal, the panda. Next, the Dragon Country contestant will choose a summoned beast. Select countdown start, 12:59. I would rather give up the Toad Immortal who can destroy the tyrant body in a large area than let me not get the spiritual communication I want. I really deserve to live a simple life. Liu Yuan looked at Ichiro Kawatani's choice and shook his head. Without knowing Brother Chao's skills, there is actually no big problem in choosing to deal with it this way. It's a pity that Brother Chao has 3 stages of grabbing, and he is also a top-notch grabbing ninja among all ninjas. Choosing to take the panda will only make him more passive. Liu Yuan didn't hesitate and directly chose the Toad Immortal and the Eagle. Now the situation is very good. Liu Yuan has a domineering body, which he uses twice in one game. His double skills include grabbing, and his spiritual power also has grabbing, which can easily break the domineering body. Chuanggu has only one-time hegemony, panda, and the frog transformation needs time to absorb the full level of hegemony, and the distance is very short. Teleportation does not provide grabbing, so it is difficult to break the hegemony. After a comparison, the difference is obvious. The subsequent psychic choices, because the remaining psychics cannot play a role in determining the victory. Both sides moved much faster and not much time was wasted. In the end, the two sides made the following spiritual choices. Ichiro Kawatani, Panda, Monkey Demon, Kamaitachi. Liu Yuan, Toad Immortal, Eagle, Crow. After the psychic selection was completed, the Gods Arena announced that it had entered the final adjustment stage. At the same time, the vision of the two was also blocked by the black curtain. Configuration selection completed, the perspectives of both parties will be blocked next. Countdown 1 minute, adjust the order of ninja/secret scroll/summoning beast. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. Liu Yuan completed the sorting of ninjas/secret scrolls/summonings very quickly. All victories were secured when he defeated Brother Chao. The road is long. Ninja sorting. Pain Tendo Super, Uchiha Itaki, Namikaze Minato New Year Limited Edition. Secret Scroll Sorting. Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Earth Escape, Earthquake, Lightning Escape, Lightning Strike. Psychic Sorting. Toad Fairy, Eagle, Crow. Ichiro Kawatani on the other side seemed to be much slower. Although he is also recognized as a top-tier player, his advantage lies in his choice of configuration. This is what the villagers often call the Conti dog. In terms of real reaction and operation, he can probably only compare with the Korean double door. There is still a big gap between them and the real top-tier players. Therefore, he was extremely cautious with every step he took. But the helplessness he felt when he made the psychic choice before made him unable to fully recover until now. Hey! The news that His Majesty Tian Huang brought to me personally must be correct. Jiraiya young man should have no problem fighting Liu Yuan even without Gama Sage's exclusive summons. Ichiro Kawatani wiped his sweat and started to hypnotize himself. Being afraid before the battle is a big taboo in military strategy. After calming down, Kawatani quickly began to adjust. And within 5 seconds of the countdown, he completed the sorting of ninja/secret scroll/psychic. Kawatani Ichiro. Ninja sorting. Jiraiya boy, Nagato boy, Uchiha Shisui rookie ninja. Secret scroll sorting. Water style, water rush, secret scroll, chakra, summoning, protective shuriken. Psychic sorting. Panda, Kamaitachi, Monkey Demon. After both sides confirmed the order of appearance, the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded again. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Japan vs Dragon Country. Following the announcement of the Gods Arena, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas, secret scrolls, and arrangements of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. After a short loading screen, the familiar Naruto announcement sounded. First round. The battle begins. Oli to the big pineapple. How many floors do you have to carry a bag of rice? Feel the pain. As a divine voice sounded, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The art of Yahoo's freedom. Then Brother Chow spread his arms wide and slowly descended from the sky. The scene at this time is also very appropriate. Scene, earth-shattering star. Countless huge rocks flew towards the sky, and the place where the two were located was one of the countless trembling rocks that were attracted upwards. Just after the debut, the terrifying scene instantly made the live broadcast room explode. WC. What kind of ninja is this? So divine. Just by looking at this ninja, I feel like there are two words written on him from head to toe: invincible. Oh my god! This guy is obviously a boss. I think Liu Shen is going to win this time. Baga. You are playing tricks. Didn't your Dragon Country players also play C vs S in the last game? Have you forgotten how you won the last game? That's right, isn't it normal for an S-ranked ninja to have some kind of appearance animation? The real purpose of the Gods Arena is to look at the performance and strength of the ninja. How superficial! The two countries' audiences continued to curse each other, but it didn't last long. Because of Liu Yuan's actions, the situation became one-sided. At the beginning of the battle, Liu Yuan controlled Brother Chow to activate his dominance and rushed towards Little Jiraiya. Ichiro Kawatani on the opposite side was stunned by Liu Yuan's operation. No. Isn't it necessary to use the backhand to activate the Overlord? What do you mean by charging at me with your Overlord body? Don't you want to counterattack? Ichiro Kawatani looked at Liu Yuan's operation with a lot of doubts in his mind, and even didn't know what to do for a moment. Calm down. As soon as he gets close, I'll transform into a frog and break his dominance. As long as this domineering body is broken, the rhythm will be mine from now on. Ichiro Kawatani focused his eyes, concentrating 100% on it, waiting for Liu Yuan to enter the attack range. However, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. When he was still a long distance away from Little Jiraiya, he heard a voice saying Wang Xiaoting, and then Little Jiraiya flew over uncontrollably. Nani? What is going on? Ichiro Kawatani was completely stunned when he saw Little Jiraiya being captured for no reason. This ninja actually managed to grab it with his hands free. What a bad luck for the dragon people. After quickly calming down, he found the right opportunity to substitute immediately, and then used the second skill to quickly increase the distance. Prepare to delay the substitute's time, and then find an opportunity to fight back with the second wave. However, no. Why is this dragon countryman following me? Isn't he afraid that I will communicate with him directly? Ichiro Kawatani was so scared by Liu Yuan's pursuit that he broke out in a cold sweat. How come this person doesn't play by the rules at all? He had just submitted the capture and the dominance time was over. If I hand over the panda now, I should be able to deal some damage. Thinking of this, Ichiro Kawatani immediately controlled Little Jiraiya to release the summoning. As Little Jiraiya slapped the floor, countless black contract lines spread and a panda fell from the sky. A white light representing dominance also appeared on Little Jiraiya's body. But at the moment when the 98 Yuan rock fell, the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Liu Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and uttered two words softly. Idiot. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Invincible Great God Luo. The Japanese strategy team breaks the defense. Chapter 22, Invincible Great God Luo. The Japanese strategy team breaks the defense. Damn it! What on earth is this Dragon Country guy so arrogant about? His grab and domination skills are all gone. It's Kawatani's turn next. Kawatani's tyrant body and frog transformation are still there. Tian Huang naturally understood what the idiot meant, and looked at Liu Yuan's disdainful expression in the sky, feeling extremely angry. Of course, this kind of anger is superimposed. If Liu Yuan had not suddenly appeared, Long Kingdom would have already fallen to a second-rate country. And their great country of Japan can finally fulfill the dreams of their ancestors. But everything is because of this dragon countryman. Boom! It's damn right! Tian Huang punched the conference table and roared at the top of his lungs, if it weren't for this dragon countryman, if it weren't for this dragon countryman. If Liu Yuan could see this scene, he would definitely think of Suzuki in the Valley of the End. Touch everywhere! Touch everywhere! Touch everywhere! Touch everywhere! The defeated dog's angry and frustrated look is exactly the same, but the difference is that Sasuke's looks are comparable to Liu Yuan's front-facing camera. In comparison, this Tian Huang looks so ugly. Your Majesty Tian Locust, no, this is not good. A bald, greasy man in the second seat pointed at the sky with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Tian Huang calmed down a little from his rampage and looked in the direction of his finger. Then his pupils gradually dilated, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit a goose egg. How can it be? After Ichiro Kawatani activated his dominance, Liu Yuan did not retreat, but chose to continue chasing. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people, he released the second part of Wangxiang Tianyan. Little Jiraiya, who was in domineering form, was lifted up in the air as if being choked by Brother Chao, and then slammed heavily to the ground. Such a large-scale grab, and there is a second part? What the hell is this bug ninja? When Ichiro Kawatani saw this scene, he was stunned and his brain went into a state of shutdown for a while. No matter how much I planned, I didn't expect that this ninja, like Senju Tobirama's impure world reincarnation, has skills that can be released in multiple stages. The two-stage grab is indeed very powerful, but the time seems a bit short. It should be impossible to break my 5-second dominance. Just as Ichiro Kawatani was thinking this, a scene that made him mentally explode appeared. After little Jiraiya fell to the ground, Liu Yuan paused for a moment and released the third stage of Wangxiang Tianyan. Brother Chao raised his hand again, and a terrifying gravitational force burst out. Little Jiraiya was sucked directly to Brother Chao and was pierced by the black stick in his hand. At this moment, Ichiro Kawatani opened his mouth wide, looking at the image on the console in front of him in disbelief. I can't believe this is reality. This is fucking awesome. 3-stage release and wide-range grabbing? What kind of cheating ninja is this? It's too awesome. At this moment, Ichiro Kawatani's world collapsed. After Tendo Chao completed his move, he quickly launched several normal attacks in succession, directly catching Jiraiya, who had just fallen to the ground again. No. This ninja's normal attack also includes grabbing? There are grabs all over my body. I'm playing with my head. Ichiro Kawatani has now taken his hands off the control panel. He doesn't need to operate it at all, and he can't operate it at all. He just finished his substitution. The CD only started counting down for a few seconds, and he started getting beaten again. As Liu Yuan started to attack again, the war of words between the audiences of the two countries began to come to an end. The Dragon Kingdom won a complete victory. Playing tricks? This is called playing tricks? How come your player Kawatani was beaten by our Liu Shen so quickly? Indeed, the God's Arena depends on the performance of the ninja. Isn't the 3-stage grab stronger than the C ninja chosen by your players? I told you this ninja is strong. The word invincible is written all over him. With such a high level of prestige, I'd think he wouldn't be strong. You little rubbish, you dare to challenge our road god? You have no idea what you are talking about. In addition, the audience in Japan was also filled with complex emotions such as shock, frustration, and breakdown. Their Majesty the Sky Locust was also the first to bear the brunt of the huge impact. How is that possible? I personally led the research bureau and the strategy group to come up with the revised information for Sinin. How could such a powerful Sinin lose so completely? Tian Huang seemed to have gone mad, looking at Jiraiya, who was being beaten violently in the sky, in disbelief. Considering the current situation, Ichiro Kawatani is in such a passive position, and their strategy team has an unshirkable responsibility. If they hadn't spent points to pass on the revised information on Sinin, it might be Ichiro Kawatani who is holding Pain Tendo Super now. In other words, it was Tian Huang himself and his strategy team who tricked Ichiro Kawatani. On the field, Ichiro Kawatani was almost humiliated by Liu Yuan as he used Tiandao Chao's 1A kick, kicking him like a ball for more than 10 seconds. Until his substitute CD runs out. Seeing that the substitute was ready, Ichiro Kawatani observed it for a while and his brows gradually frowned. This 1A doesn't seem to be doing this intentionally to humiliate me. 1A is stably connected. It seems that it can be pressed at any time. Ichiro Kawatani is also a veteran in the Gods Arena. Although he has not learned the forward and backward rocking systematically, he more or less knows that it exists. So what to do now? If you don't use a substitute, he will keep killing you with 1A. This dragon countryman's control over levitation and attack rhythm is simply too good. If you can substitute. Ichiro Kawatani looked at the only bean he had left and faced a difficult decision. He was not completely sure that he could successfully get the bean behind the substitute. If his stand doesn't touch the bean, then once the two ninjas behind him touch it, then it will be completely over. There is no substitute without beans. No. Kawatani Ichiro gritted his teeth, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I, Kawatani Ichiro, am a samurai of the Great East Japan. How can I retreat here? For His Majesty the Heavenly Locust. With a roar of determination, Ichiro Kawatani pressed down the stand. Boom! Little Jiraiya successfully escaped from the predicament. Relying on the 2 seconds of invincibility, he slid out in the opposite direction using the second skill and pressed the normal attack. While keeping some distance between them, little Orochimaru also rushed towards Tendo. However, Shinra Tensei! A divine voice was heard, and Tiandao Ko suddenly spread his arms wide and flew into the air. There seemed to be countless air currents surging around him. Of course, in reality, it was a terrifying repulsive force. Little Orochimaru also went straight through it, reached the end of the X-axis and left the venue. At this point, Ichiro Kawatani's self-proclaimed perfect escape and bean-grabbing operation was declared a failure. The audience in Long Country was also stunned when they saw this scene. Very large range. Very long time. It seems that the attack will continue. I originally thought this ninja just looked invincible, but I didn't expect that he was actually invincible. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Easily Pass 3. A lighthouse player with a reaction time of 100 milliseconds. Chapter 23, Easily Penetrate 3. A lighthouse player with a reaction time of 100 milliseconds. WC. This skill is so powerful. Such a large range, and it lasts nearly 3 seconds. It looks like it has a continuous attack effect. It's so funny. The Japanese are really too smart for their own good. Seeing Liu Shen being so awesome, they just picked Sinin instead. I really can't hold it anymore. This ninja is really foul. Fortunately, it is in the hands of our Liu Shen. If it was given to the opponent, it would be troublesome. Ichiro Kawatani was shocked again when he saw his little Orochimaru pass through directly. He couldn't believe it. Could there really be such a terrifying existence that could destroy the balance in the Gods Arena? Of course, if he saw the later Kizaru, Purple Dog, Green Bull, Madara, and other giant villains. He may feel that Brother Chow is still a little bit primitive. Ichiro Kawatani quickly calmed down and couldn't think too much now. Must get the beans quickly. He controlled little Jiraiya and continued to run for a distance in the opposite direction of Lu Yuan. After making sure it was safe, he immediately released the summoning technique, Gamabuntat. A huge red toad suddenly appeared on the field and jumped towards Lu Yuan. Ichiro Kawatani was quite lucky, as Gamabunta just happened to catch the afterswing of Lu Yuan's great Shinra and pressed forward. He successfully got it to touch the bean, but the distance was too far and he couldn't catch it at all. After Lu Yuan stood up, the slaughter began. WC. How cruel! This method is so violent. So violent. So royal. I like it so much. Road God. Stop making trouble upstairs. The Japanese must be feeling unwell after hearing about Wang Xiaoting. When the bell rings, it's over. Longguo conference room. Good boy. You really don't play by the rules. The sturdy old man looked at Lu Yuan, who was beating up Kawatani Ichiro, and praised him repeatedly. At first, when I saw Lu Yuan didn't take the scene in, I was a little panicked. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. This kid is so lucky. I directly pulled out a boss level S-level ninja. Yeah, Lu Yuan is really lucky. Lin Zhenhua also agreed with the sturdy old man's point of view. Looking at the sky, he said leisurely, before, there were many different opinions among the countries about who the strongest ninja was. Some said it was Hoshigaki Kisame, some said it was Asuma, and some said it was Might Guy. Now, the title of the strongest ninja has finally been confirmed. Pain Tendu Chao, the most powerful ninja in the Gods Arena. The highest priority among all ninjas. Different from the relaxed atmosphere in Dragon Country, the conference room in Japan Country was in an uproar. Tian Huang was smashing things frantically. He just couldn't figure it out. Why are these dragon people so lucky? They in Japan have obviously made complete preparations before the game. As a result, a new S-level ninja suddenly jumped out, and the strength of this S-level ninja was simply the best in the Gods Arena. It directly created a strength gap with all ninjas. Not even on the same level. Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking frankly. We can't attribute this failure to Kawatani-kun's lack of strength. This is truly a disaster sent by heaven. I think we have to spend some points to cover for Kawatani-kun. We can't let such an excellent player die in such an unclear way. The bald, greasy middle-aged man gave advice with a stutter. Tian Huang looked at Uchiha Shisui Ninja Rookie, who was being beaten in the sky, thought for a few seconds, and ordered. Go buy resurrection coins for Kawatani-kun. We can't let down the warriors who fought so hard for our great Japan. At this time, the game was coming to an end. Tiandao Chao pressed Wang Xiaoting for a long time towards the rookie Shisui and started again. As the death knell sounded, Lu Yuan immediately used his ultimate skill, and cycled through the 6 realms of reincarnation. Tendu Chao opened his hands, used the Tensei to attract the rookie Shisui to his side, then used the Shinra Tensei to knock him away, gathered the 6 paths in the air to deal a fatal blow to the rookie Shisui, and nailed him to the ground with a black stick. Tendu Chao opened his Rinnegan, flashing purple light in the darkness, flew into the sky and released the Super Shinra Tensei as the end. At the same time, a divine voice began to chant, the beautiful sound of God. The esoteric diagram also appeared. Pain Tiandao looked at each other in a tattered and indifferent manner. You are not delusional enough to think that you can defeat me? Ridiculous. Laughing to death. After the ultimate picture was finished, Brother Chow in the field raised his head 45 degrees to the sky and issued a rice-carrying consultation. A bag of rice is so tiring. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Yuan Pain Tiandao Super. Complete victory. No, this hologram is too funny. It really makes me laugh to death. Haha. Oh my god. I really love this ninja, he's as handsome as the god of road. Hot tie pants. This is the ultimate in violent aesthetics. Pure recklessness. As the Dragon Country audience was partying and celebrating their victory again, the black curtain beside Luyuan also fell, which was different from what he expected, that Kawatani Ichiro should be lying on the bed by now. Not only did he not lie down on the board, he looked very normal. Surprised, Kawatani Ichiro looked at Luyuan and said calmly, His Majesty Tianhuang bought me resurrection coins. Our Dongying country has a lot of national fortune points, and we are not poor like your Dragon Country. Your Majesty Tianhuang will never let the warriors who are loyal to Great Japan sacrifice themselves. Apparently because he had no advantage in the competition, Ichiro Kawatani could only attack Luyuan from other aspects. I see, you bought resurrection coins. Luyuan was a little surprised, and then added, then you should have lost a lot of national fortune points, right? Too bad. Damn it. XXXXX Ichiro Kawatani was so angry at Luyuan that he broke down. After he was tired of attacking, the national flag behind him began to flicker and glow. He glanced at it calmly, and then said to Luyuan, Longwo dog, you can't be so arrogant for much longer. The next player you will face is not a real player like me who is only in the first and second tiers. Alan Smith, one of the strongest fighters in the Lighthouse Nation, is known as a man whose reaction speed exceeds the limits of human beings. His visual reaction speed is 100 milliseconds. This is just speculation from the outside world, the real speed may be even faster. Long Kuagu. You used to be a professional fighting game player, so you should know what this means. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, at least it will be more decent. As a great hero of your Dragon Nation, they will not fail to save you. After saying this, as the national flag behind him shone brightly, Ichiro Kawatani disappeared from the operating table. Teleport back? The visual reaction speed of 100 milliseconds exceeds the theoretical human limit of 120 milliseconds. The average visual reaction speed of an ordinary person is around 250 milliseconds, while some top athletes and esports players have talent and can reach around 150 milliseconds with training. In his previous life, Luyuan had also measured it, and he measured it dozens of times, and the final peak value was only 123 milliseconds. Vulcan also fluctuates around this value. This yellow-haired white guy can actually reach 100 milliseconds. I just don't know if this is your peak instantaneous reaction or your normal visual reaction speed. Luyuan looked towards the console where the contestant from Lighthouse Country was, and at this time the black curtain on the console also fell. A pair of deep blue eyes looked straight into his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Remarks on the Launch. Chapter 24 Remarks on the Launch. Brothers, I suddenly had the urge to write a cool novel for the people in our village. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to me and I just started doing it. Although the current results are really average, but for the village. For the will of fire. I will definitely finish writing this book. Where the leaves dance, the fire never dies. The author is here, asking fellow villagers to help promote this book so that more villagers can see it. We Naruto players also have our own cool stories. Of course, I also implore you to read the latest 2 chapters every day. This is related to whether the little author can make a living. Of course it would be even better if we could make it to the list. Although my ability is low, I also want to bring a little Naruto shock to the online literature circle. Brothers, gather together. Next is the scrapped manuscript, because it is still a little short of the word count for the release date. This will only exist for 2 days, after which the author will delete it. Thank you for your understanding. With a village sign. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Shark Skin Fusion. Luyuan, I have a plan. Chapter 25 Shark Skin Fusion. Luyuan, I have a plan. Wit JPG. Alan, if my guess is correct, that Dragon Country guy should be your opponent in the final. Coach Finn, why are you so sure? Isn't he just a new Dragon Country player who got a little luckier? Although the Korean player is quite capable, beating him is not enough for us to focus on investigation, right? That Korean player is not their country's core player. I guess they just let him play a few more practice matches. He just happened to lose to the lucky Dragon player. Hey, look at this and you'll understand. Coach Finn handed the tablet to the other party, and Alan took the tablet and looked at it carefully. Then his eyes changed from indifference at first to seriousness. This Dragon countryman's reaction speed is very fast, but we can't tell exactly how fast it is just from the video. But if he were in our lighthouse country, he would definitely be able to become a core force. And he has done a deep study of ninjas/secret scrolls/spiritual communication. Even a player like Ichiro Kawatani who specializes in information asymmetry and counterplay should not be able to beat him in this respect. After watching Liu Yuan's 2 games, Alan made an evaluation of Liu Yuan. It's really troublesome to face this all-round player. Alan stared at the tablet and muttered to himself. Coach Finn asked aloud, will we win? We will win. Alan curled his lips and stretched, not seeming to feel too much pressure. Or maybe, like Liu Yuan, he has absolute confidence in himself. I didn't expect that what Coach Finn said was right. Alan looked at Liu Yuan in the opposite corner and said to him, the person I'm going to face in the final is you. Then your coach has a pretty good eye for people. When their eyes met, Liu Yuan did not dodge at all and replied calmly. While the two were talking, the loser's console was removed from the Gods Arena, and their consoles were gathered towards the center again. And they stopped at the center, looking at each other. The finals have begun. The 4th round of the Gods Arena, the final begins. Dragon Country vs Lighthouse Country. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Dragon Country player is the first position, and Ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are, A Hoshigaki Kisame Same Hada Fusion, S Namikaze Minato, C Temari, C Shizuan, B Hitaki Kakashi Boy, A Sarutobi Asuma Immortal Reincarnation, A Shimura Danzo, A Haiden, S Orochimaru. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. 00:57. Same Hada Fusion. Liu Yuan paused slightly as he looked at the first ninja that appeared. Now it's interesting. Huang Mao is quick to react, so he likes to operate, right? First seat, the enemy general's reaction is superb and his operation is superb. What should we do now? Liu Yuan, I have a plan that can destroy the enemy in an instant without any effort. Of course, the above situation also requires that the secret scroll can produce demon removal, and the psychic can produce sharks. However, in terms of strength alone, Same Hada Kisame is also among the top among these 9 ninjas. If Liu Yuan really had to consider it, he would only choose between Same Hada Kisame and Minato. As for Minato being countered by Orochimaru, the remaining 2 ninjas of Liu Yuan are not for show. If you choose Same Hada Kisame, you can still try your luck. If the Demon Slayer and the Shark really appear, wouldn't the player from the Lighthouse Country be shocked? Thinking of this, Liu Yuan directly locked onto Hoshigaki Kisame Same Hada Fusion. Dragon Country player chooses Ninja, A Hoshigaki Kisame Same Hada Fusion. Next, the Lighthouse Country players will choose the Ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Another ninja I've never seen before. Does this dragon guy love gambling? Alan was also stunned when he saw Liu Yuan's choice. He watched Liu Yuan's first and second rounds. In both games, very unexpected ninjas were chosen, and combined with the information gap, the game was won in an extremely crushing manner. Although he didn't have time to watch his match with Ichiro Kawatani, it was probably about the same. Minato is my third draw in this God's arena. Through the practice in the first 2 games, I have gained a certain level of proficiency in the skills and techniques of this ninja. The damage is almost instant, and the large Y-axis speed is very useful. You can also use the speed to get beans after the ultimate skill is finished. Minato should be the next choice. For the second one, let's take Haiden. After a quick glance, Alan made a decision. Lighthouse Country players choose ninjas, S. Namikaze Minato, A. Haiden. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Dragon Country players choose ninjas, a Sarutobi Asuma Immortal Reincarnation, A. Shimura Danzo. Lighthouse Country player chooses ninja, S. Orochimaru. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Lighthouse Country players will be the first to select the Secret Scroll. Secret Scroll Extraction. The available Secret Scrolls are: Illusion Technique, this is not the technique; Sealing Technique, Exorcism; Sealing Technique, Heavy Sealing of Limbs; Release Technique, Dispersion; Water Style, Mist Hiding Technique; Ninjutsu Defense; Wood Style, Implantation Technique; Earth Style, Earth Pillar Explosion; Water Style, Water Rush Wave. Select countdown start, 12:59. Lighthouse Nation contestant chooses Secret Scroll, Solution, Dispersion. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the Secret Scroll. Boy, I'm really lucky. Lu Yuan felt a chill down his spine when he looked at the results. He is so lucky. In his previous life, when he drew advanced skills, he often got the advanced skill S after just a few dozen draws. Basically, there will be about 3 groups of S-level ninja fragments in each 10-draw combo, and there is a high probability of 4 pieces. While others were still trying hard to add gold coins, his gold coins were almost full and there were not enough left. Tang's Haihao often joked that he was trading his life for bad luck. But what he said seemed to be right. Lu Yuan had already died once. It's possible that he traveled through time because his bad luck exhausted his lifespan. Putting aside the random thoughts in his mind, Lu Yuan quickly locked on the Demon Slaying and Water Strike. Dragon Country contestants choose Secret Scrolls, Sealing Technique, Exorcism; Water Escape, Water Rush Wave. Next, the Lighthouse Country contestant will choose the Secret Scroll. Secret Scrolls selected by Lighthouse Nation contestants: Wood Style, Cutting Technique; Earth Style, Earth Pillar Explosion. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the Secret Scroll. Dragon Country contestant chooses Secret Scroll, Water Style, Mist Shadow Technique. Secret Scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. The Dragon Country contestant will take the lead in selecting the Summoning Beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are: Gamaken, Shark, Crow, Eagle, Kamaitachi, Gamasage, Gamaki, Gama Dragon, Ninja Turtle. Fuck. Did you really pull it out? Is what Tang's Haihao said really right? Is this just a waste of your life? End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Demon Shark Elimination. The beginning is the end. Chapter 26, Demon Slayer and Shark. The beginning is the end. Never mind. Choose first. Anyway, I was lucky enough to have this life. It's not a loss. Lu Yuan thought so in his mind and directly locked the shark. The Dragon Country contestant chose the spiritual beast, the shark. Next, the Lighthouse Country contestant will choose the summoning beast. Select countdown start, 12:59. The Lighthouse Country players choose the summoned beasts, Toad Sage and Kamaitachi. Next, the Dragon Country contestant will choose a summoned beast. The Dragon Country players choose their summoned beasts, Gameiji and Gamalong. The Lighthouse Country contestant chooses the Psychic Beast, Crow. Configuration selection completed, the perspectives of both parties will be blocked next. Countdown 1 minute, adjust the order of ninja/secret scroll/summoning beast. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. Luyuan and Alan are both very decisive people. When it comes to the casting phase, it's been incredibly fast compared to the previous game. It's good to not have those little days anymore. The games are much faster. I'm a little nervous. If Liu Shen wins this time, our Dragon Country will win the championship. God's Arena descends Monkey's first crown. I think it might be difficult. This Alan is different from the three guys before. His visual reaction speed reaches 100 ms. You know, after high-intensity training, the limit that a normal human can reach is only 120 ms. As soon as the barrage reached this point, the hearts of the Dragon Country audiences were gripped. It's not that they haven't heard of Alan Smith's name, who is hailed by the outside world as one of the three gods of the Lighthouse. He is the well-deserved core force of the Lighthouse Country, and is also recognized as one of the world's top God's Arena players. Also worried about Liu Yuan were Old Lin and others. Longguo Conference Room. This yellow-haired guy is not easy to deal with. I know him. The old man with a single eye patch looked at Tianmu solemnly and sighed. Unlike other top players are more or less slowly fed with resurrection coins. But he is different. Alan Smith has never lost a game since his debut. Also, that 100 milliseconds visual reaction speed is not his peak instantaneous reaction speed, but his normal visual reaction speed. As the old man with the eye patch finished speaking, all the senior executives fell silent. Lies won't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. No. I believe Liu Yuan can win. Lin Zhenhua suddenly said, and his expression was extremely serious. Although Alan's visual reaction speed is indeed far ahead of others, it can almost be said that no one can react faster than him. But Liu Yuan's visual reaction speed isn't bad either. We tested it before in the Countermeasures Bureau. His visual reaction speed is as fast as 120 ms. And don't forget, Liu Yuan is an all-round player. From what we've seen so far, casting is where he's really good. Before he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Liu Yuan's real strength lies in casting. It started from the first round when he chose Sarutobi Hiruzen Impure World Reincarnation, took down the opponent in a terrifying 4 seconds, and achieved the achievement of penetrating 3 enemies without any damage. He always comes up with surprising moves in almost every move. Lin Zhenhua's words seemed to give everyone a reassurance, and everyone once again focused their attention on the God's Arena in the sky. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Lighthouse Nation vs Dragon Nation. As the God's Arena was broadcast, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas, secret scrolls, and arrangements of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. Dragon Kingdom. Hoshigaki Kisame Samehada Fusion, Sarutobi Asuma Immortal Reincarnation, Shimura Danzo. Sealing Technique, Exorcism, Water Style, Water Rush, Water Style, Mist Shadow Technique. Lighthouse Country. Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Haiden. Release Technique, Dispersion, Wood Style, Grafting Technique, Earth Style, Earth Pillar Explosion. Afterwards, the familiar Naruto announcement sounded. First round. The battle begins. As the announcement came to an end, a very tall and wide yellow-tiled roof came into view. From here you can see many low buildings in Konoha village. Scene, rooftop. The battle begins. Liu Yuan controlled Samehada Kisame to retreat quickly and began to move quickly. Soon, splashes of water appeared under Samehada Kisame's feet, and his movement speed became extremely fast, entering a gliding mode. There is indeed something. Flying Thunder God kept it. Do you want me to show my head and try to win the prize? Be cautious. Liu Yuan continued to control Hoshigaki Kisame towards the midfield, preparing to use a gliding water-style technique, Great Dragon Bullet, to break through. However, just as he reached midfield, something strange happened. A flash of light suddenly came and directly interrupted Liu Yuan's water-style, Great Samadhan technique. Space-time ninjutsu, super speed. No, 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 that's not it. Liu Shen was attacked. My eyes are not blurry. Liu Shen was attacked first? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Hey, this is Alan Smith. He has great reflexes. It's normal that he got the upper hand. For a moment, the audience in Longwo was shocked by the scene before them. Since Liu Yuan came on the court, he has been the first to take the initiative and get into the rhythm in every game. Then the opponent can only be suppressed and dominated by him. However, Liu Yuan was the first to take action in this match. What's so shocking about this, Dragon Country people? Isn't it normal for Alan to take the initiative with his strength? Don't think that everyone is like you, relying on luck to get a chance to try out a powerful new ninja to win all the way. Alan Smith from our Lighthouse Country is a real talent. Shouldn't you learn from the Sunset Nation and admit defeat gracefully earlier? Why do you have to come here and embarrass yourself to highlight the strength of our Lighthouse Nation players? After Alan took the initiative, the audience of the Lighthouse Country began to madly attack and mock the Dragon Country. They were so arrogant that they looked down upon Long Country and believed that Long Country's reaching the finals was purely due to luck and had nothing to do with its actual strength. Longwo High-Level Conference Room. Damn! Alan's reaction speed is too fast. The burly old man looked at the sky helplessly. Some things really cannot be changed. An individual's upper limit on visual reaction speed is determined at the moment of birth. When you encounter a monster like this, you can only admit defeat. Damn it! We've made it to the finals. I can't accept losing like this. Yes. If Liu Yuan can win this game, our Dragon Country will win its first championship. Is the gap in talent really unbridgeable? Then if we meet Alan again in the future, won't we be helpless against him? Just when all the senior executives were at a loss, the chief suddenly spoke up. It's not over yet, everyone please watch the game carefully. As the chief spoke, everyone looked towards the sky at the same time, and their pupils gradually dilated. This. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Invincible Operation? How can you operate without beans? Chapter 27, Invincible Operation? How can you operate without beans? Time goes back to when Liu Yuan was attacked. You didn't catch the Thunder God, and you're just dealing damage with normal attacks. Liu Yuan paused as he watched his movements, and secretly figured out Alan's intentions. He wanted to use a high jump to hit Thor's backhand. It's fine to do this to other ninjas, but this is same Hadaki-same. A smile appeared on Liu Yuan's lips, like a naughty ghost who was about to do something bad. When the Dragon Country audience saw this scene, their panicked hearts calmed down a little. On the contrary, some players from the Lighthouse Country felt a little nervous. Every time this Dragon Countryman smiles, bad things happen. Liu Yuan did not disappoint them either. Good thing. It happened right away. 3 beans, to force his substitute out, you can't give him the secret scroll and spiritual communication first. It seems like we need to learn from the Korean players. Liu Yuan is also going to start with a 100% substitute as an ordinary worker. Alan's reaction was indeed quick, but he had not yet figured out Minato Namikaze's defensive midfielder. When Minato jumped back and threw Flying Thunder God, he couldn't hit anything. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yuan directly chose a substitute. And quickly launched a normal attack, even though Alan had already reacted and pressed the disperse key. However, Minato Namikaze in the field did not show any reaction. What's going on? I pressed the secret scroll. Alan was shocked. The feeling of being out of touch with the world made his heart skip a beat. The brain has reacted and the hands have taken action. The ninja didn't react at all. But after all, he is a veteran who has experienced many battles, and he adjusted his mentality very quickly. After noting this mistake, he immediately began to prepare for a counterattack. Before Liu Yuan could even remember it, Alan was already controlling Minato Namikaze's stand. Seeing this, Liu Yuan smiled with relief. Prediction successful. From Alan's previous actions, Liu Yuan could tell that this person was a bit greedy. The first thing the substitute did after he came back was not to use summoning to suppress it, but to rely on the remaining Flying Thunder God to pick up his hand. But Flying Thunder God only has the attack judgment on the X-axis, and at this time Liu Yuan had already staggered away from him on the Y-axis. Aren't you greedy for this? Open a zoo next time. Liu Yuan muttered to himself as he looked at Alan, who was competing with Tang's Haihao on the field. Another greedy dog. Alan looked at Liu Yuan and made a mistake, but did not try to chase him. Instead, he was moving away from him on the X-axis while getting closer to the Y-axis where Liu Yuan was. Planned to get the start in a safe area. But then something strange happened. Under Liu Yuan's control, Same Hada Kisame slapped the floor, and countless black contract lines extended in all directions. Boom! A huge shark leaped up from nowhere and tried to catch the prey in its mouth before it got out of range. Oh no! I should have used my spiritual power to suppress him. His spiritual power is no match for mine. Alan looked at the shark with its bloody mouth wide open, and alarm bells rang in his heart. But he still relied on his super-fast reaction speed to come up with a countermeasure. Almost at the moment when the shark was about to bite him, he also pressed the spiritual key. Minato Namikaze squatted down and released the Toad Sage, and at the same time he entered a brief diamond body and avoided the shark's grasp. Wow wow wow! Listening to the chanting of the Toad Immortal, Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. After controlling Same Hada Kisame to enter the wave-walking state, he also had some appreciation for it in his heart. This reaction and strength are really good. It has already touched the threshold of Super Shadow. But how will you deal with your second capture? Liu Yuan showed his signature sinister smile. Hey, we finally got through it. We've turned the situation around. Alan let out a breath of foul air, and even he didn't notice that he was sweating profusely. This was the first time he felt such great pressure from an opponent since he arrived at the Gods Arena. This dragon countryman is not simple. However, just as he was concentrating his thoughts, his pupils suddenly dilated and a look of fear appeared on his face. How? How is it possible? The shark that had disappeared suddenly jumped out from under Minato Namikaze's feet. He just covered its mouth and took it out to where Liu Yuan was, outside the chanting of the Toad Immortal. It should be fine. We can't take it out completely at this distance. If this dragon country man were to rush in, he would be immediately interrupted by the chanting of the Toad Immortal. Alan comforted himself in this way. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt a little surprised. I was actually sweating because of this dragon countryman. However, his fantasy was completely shattered by Liu Yuan the next moment. I saw Liu Yuan accurately controlling the range of the Toad Immortal's chanting. At the extreme position on the edge, the sliding state was released in the reverse direction, water style, Great Samadhan technique. A huge water shark head rushed towards the corner along the long path. The shark fin and fish body behind him were about to bring out Minato Namikaze, who was floating in the air. You never thought that I would judge behind my back. Liu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Minato Namikaze being successfully brought out and only a bean was left. The operation just now was very dangerous, and even Liu Yuan did not have 100% confidence of success. But big risks also bring big rewards. It's worth it for him to take a chance. As long as he succeeds, he will win the game. In order to accomplish the operation just now, the sliding state cannot be stopped, otherwise it will turn into a normal long-range shark bomb. You won't be able to take Minato Namikaze out like that. But if you keep moving, it is very easy to encounter the chanting of the Toad Immortal. Once it gets a little bit stained, all your efforts will be wasted. You must be very familiar with its attack range and have extremely delicate operations to do it. After taking Minato Namikaze away, Liu Yuan controlled Samehada Kisame to launch a reverse attack and successfully caught Minato Namikaze in the air. He started a steady combo of normal attacks, and after knocking it into the corner, he pressed down the secret scroll. Sealing technique and exorcism. The next moment, the whole place was boiling. Longguo conference room. This. The burly old man looked at the scene in front of him and was so frightened that his language system collapsed. Even Lin Zhenhua was swallowing his saliva, watching everything that was happening in the sky in disbelief. It's not over yet, everyone. Lei Lao took a sip of tea and said lightly, "Oh no, according to the rules of this game, it seems that this game is over." He adjusted his monocle and took a deep look at the sky, where the chakra of the Lighthouse Nation contestant had run out. It seemed that he had no chance of resistance. It's Lu Kid, the winner. At the same time, the mood of the Dragon Country audience was like a roller coaster. 1 second you were at the bottom, and the next second you were back at the top. Fu Liu Shen really scared me to death. I told you. How could Liu Shen lose? No matter how strong he is, the breeze blows across the hills. The god of road is awesome. Alan Smith, 100 milliseconds visual reaction speed that exceeds human limits? Unbeatable operation. No beans left, how are you going to operate? End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Alan breaks the defense, Liu Yuan. You dog. Chapter 28 Alan breaks the defense, Liu Yuan. You dog. Oh. Oh my god. What did I see? Alan was attacked? And all his chakra was used up? No. What kind of shady tricks is this Dragon Country guy playing? I can understand that the sealing technique, demon exorcism, deducts chakra, but why does the shark also deduct chakra? Lighthouse Country meeting room. Alan was actually attacked. The Emperor of Lights looked at the scene in front of him, wiped his eyes, and was very unbelievable. Am I dazzled? Well, although I was also surprised, it seems that Alan was indeed attacked. And what's worse is that Aaron has no chakra left. That is to say, at least one of Alan's ninjas will die. If he doesn't get any chakra later, the situation will be very bad. We are talking about Coach Finn, who is not only the coach of the Gods Arena of the Lighthouse Kingdom, but also the second in command of the Lighthouse Kingdom. From the current situation, it seems that one cell of chakra was lost due to the sealing technique, exorcism. The other chakra was lost when Alan was in the shark's mouth. Normally, the shark won't consume beans. The only psychic with this ability is Nu, but he just happened to consume the chakra. I speculate that this may be similar to the Jiraiya series, where carrying the Toad Sage will give the Toad Sage an additional effect of breaking the hegemony. For certain ninjas, carrying Shark may have this effect. We can use the Hoshigaki Kisame series to test it later and see which ninjas it affects. We were out of information with the Dragon Nation this time. Maybe they bought the Hoshigaki Kisame same had a fusion ninja card before. Overall, I lost to bad luck. Coach Finn pushed up his glasses and gave his analysis. His rapid-fire speech stunned Emperor Deng. Ahem, of course I know. No one knows the Gods Arena better than me. The Emperor of Lights coughed twice and instructed his subordinates. Go and record it. If you encounter a ninja from the Hoshigaki Kisame series in the future, you must prioritize testing the special effects of the shark. Then, Coach Finn and I turned our attention to the sky again, but the scene there was truly horrible. Alan, who has never lost a game, has become completely popular. Without beans, he could only get beaten but could do nothing. And he kept watching himself being beaten by Lu Yuan in various ways, just like playing table tennis, from the left side of the court to the right side, and from the right side to the left side. Alan really couldn't hold it anymore. Lu Yuan. You dog. It's so boring. Just hold down the basic attack and you'll win. Lu Yuan yawned and kept pressing the basic attack without letting go. Alan's health was also slowly dropping. Alan did bring him a very good competitive experience. At least it can make him more interested than the three ugly ones before. If the one that appeared this time was not Same Hada Kisame, maybe this game could really help Lu Yuan recover to a high-level competitive state. Seeing that his health was almost gone, Lu Yuan controlled Same Hada Kisame to release his ultimate move. Countless waves rushed towards Minato Namikaze, and then in the dark ocean, a huge shark made of water opened its bloody mouth and bit down. The esoteric diagram also appeared. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was in the Same Hada fusion state, said with a playful smile. Naughty children need to be disciplined. Then Minato Namikaze's portrait turned grey and was painted with a blue X, which represented the ultimate kill. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Yuan, Hoshigaki Kisame Same Hada fusion. Damn it. He has a very strong competitive level. But he has to use such means to win. Alan was so angry that his teeth were itching after seeing himself being killed by the ultimate move. His originally cool and aloof demeanor was shattered to the ground. Even many of his fans were amazed. Is this still Alan Smith? Is this still the god of reaction in the Lighthouse Country? Of course, it was impossible for Alan to know all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was concentrating on thinking about what to do next. Orochimaru has the cutting skill, so if he wants to get started he can only rely on the second skill. But, judging from the performance just now, Lu Yuan's water style, Great Samadan technique of Hoshigaki Kisame's Same Hada fusion is obviously more effective than gritting teeth. It's difficult to handle. Alan sighed. This was not something that could be solved by a quick reaction. The opponent is easier to get prizes than him, and he still has beans, so he can start with spiritual communication. And what about him? He has no beans. After the start of the spirit, the opponent can replace it immediately and then suppress the spirit. It's difficult. It's difficult. Just as Alan was thinking hard, the God's Arena did not give him any more time. Second round. The battle begins. As the announcement came to an end, Ilo chose to retreat very cautiously. After all, he only has one starting skill. If he misses, he will be very passive, so you must seize the opportunity. However, Lu Yuan didn't give him any chance at all. He took 2 steps forward, made sure the toad dragon's mucus covered the entire area, and then released the toad dragon directly. Same Hada Kisame stood in the midfield and slapped the floor. Countless black contract lines spread out, and Gamelong was also summoned out from Miyaboku Mountain. It swelled its little mouth and began to spit out mucus crazily. Seeing that Orochimaru was frozen in place, Lu Yuan did not hesitate at all and successfully hit him with a water-style, large dragon bullet technique. Then the derived normal attack quickly approached and started the boring continuous normal attack. Bang! 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 Fuck! You bastard! You have no moral principles at all. How can someone start a game by directly engaging in spiritual communication? I really can't hold it any longer. There's a dog here. Alan saw that he was attacked again, and he smashed the control panel madly. Because you don't have beans, once you are attacked, you can take your hands off the control panel. Just wait to die. He was not the only one who was broken in defense. The audience and his fans in the Lighthouse Country were also broken in defense. Oh my god! This dragon countryman is so insidious. He actually used such disgusting, dirty, and despicable means to deal with our brother Alan. What a beast! This Dragon Country guy is simply a beast. How can he communicate with spirits right from the start? This fighting style is totally unwatchable. I have never seen such a boring God's Arena match. This Dragon Country guy is simply insulting the God's Arena. That's right. If there was a way to complain, I would have complained to him. Haha, the lighthouse dog is anxious. And it's still entertaining? Isn't the God's Arena a competition for who wins and who loses? It's so funny. Didn't they say the reaction time is 100 milliseconds? How come even the psychic can't react? I don't know if your fighting style is dirty or not, I only know that you Lighthouse Country players were beaten so badly that you couldn't even fight back. As the saying goes, success or failure determines a hero. What I saw was that Liu Shen won. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Winning the Championship. National life expectancy increased by 10 years. All diseases we. Chapter 29, Winning the Championship. National life expectancy plus 10 years. All diseases are cured. The quarrel between the two countries was almost a one-sided victory for the Dragon Kingdom due to Liu Yuan's strong crushing. At the same time, the battle on the field also ended. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Yu Yuan Hoshigaki Kisame Shark Skin Fusion. I guess Alan is really upset now. Liu Yuan thought to himself as he looked at Orochimaru, who was easily taken away by him by holding down his normal attack. In fact, this is not the most vulnerable part for him. What if a zero-touch ninja like New Year attack comes? He would really be red hot, just like the pickled double door that used Zero to Air Death 2 at that time. It's even better. After Same Hada Kisame enters the slide mode, he can dive by pressing the normal worker. While diving, you can dodge some high judgment and non-grounding skills, such as the New Year attack as double moves and normal attacks. Moreover, the prerequisites for diving are much lower than those for jumping, climbing walls, and flying into the air. Basically, when you encounter it, you can only watch, but there is nothing you can do about it because Liu Yuan is far away. Really, I lost to you. Alan watched himself being terminated again and sighed helplessly. Although Liu Yuan's trick is really stupid, he still recognizes Liu Yuan's strength. That wave was almost brought out by the Toad Immortals chanting. If it were Alan himself, he wasn't sure he could do it. If you lose the next game, you will have your head shaved. If we directly compete with the skills, it seems that we cannot win at the moment. So I can only use Psychic to push it, and then quickly touch the beans to shake out his substitute. Although this approach also carries great risks, it is the only thing he can do. Round 3. The battle begins. As the announcement came to an end, Alan made the same choice as last time. He just found a corner and squatted down. But this time he was extremely focused, and kept his hands on the spiritualism. His next age is Kamaitachi, which has an okay range. However, if you want to control Liu Yuan and perform the operations he expects, you must avoid Liu Yuan's psychic attack. Soon, Liu Yuan appeared in his sight, just as he expected. He directly released his summons in the midfield, but unfortunately the summons he used this time was not from the Toad Dragon, but from Toad Good Luck. The Y-axis range of Gameiji is indeed larger than that of Gamelong, but the X-axis is shorter. Alan controlled Feijuan, took a few small steps, and got stuck in the wrong Y position. When Gameiji spit out water bullets and was about to hit him, he released his spiritual power and pushed back. Liu Yuan is in a state of being attacked. After knocking off the first section, Alan successfully escaped from Gameiji's attack range. Because Liu Yuan was not knocked away, he was still being attacked by the Kamaweasel and was in a state of continuous stiffness. He was fixed in place. Alan got stuck in an extreme position and directly released the skill Flying Sickle. Under Alan's control, Feijuan swung the March Scythe forward and began to cut continuously. Liu Yuan pressed down the stand almost the moment he saw Feijuan raise his hand. It's a nice thought, but the game is over. Liu Yuan's lips curled up into his signature healthy smile, so creepy that even Suzuki had to admit he was better. After the substitution, Liu Yuan moved quickly and entered the sliding state. The duration of Feijuan's flying sickle also ended, and Liu Yuan directly released the water style, Great Shark Bullet technique with his backhand. Under Liu Yuan's control, Samehada Kisame's countless streams of water condensed into shark heads and roared towards Haiden. During this time invincible charge, how can you dodge? At this time, Feijuan was still in the after-swing phase of putting away his sword, and couldn't move at all. After Liu Yuan successfully hit, Kamaitachi was still in the duration, so he immediately seamlessly connected with the water style, Mizusaurus, and entered the invincible state again. Kisame Samehada immediately took the control with both hands, and countless streams of water surged out from the ground to form a spherical cage, which served as a shield to protect himself from harm and continued to cause damage to the opponent. Relying on Mizuki Seiyu's 2 seconds of invincibility, Liu Yuan successfully withstood the attack of Kamaitachi and took the initiative. After a boring combo, Liu Yuan once again controlled Samehada Kisame to release his ultimate move. The water prison is surging. The game ended, and the secret diagram reappeared. Naughty children need to be disciplined. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwo Yu Yuan Hoshigaki Kisame Shark Skin Fusion. Complete victory. As the announcement came to an end, Liu Yuan completely killed the game. The audience in Dragon Country also fell into an unprecedented carnival. Awesome! Liu Shen is awesome. From now on I will be Liu Shen's dog. Mad, there's sand in my eyes. I didn't expect to see Dragon Country win the championship in my lifetime. Heroes emerge from youth. They save the collapsing building and turn the tide. Liu Shen, awesome! Long live Liu Yuan! Long live the Dragon Kingdom! At this moment, if Liu Yuan could see the live broadcast room, he would be stunned by this horrifying scene. The entire sky was completely covered by barrages, and not even a trace of live broadcast content could be seen. They were all words of congratulations to Liu Yuan and Longuo. At this moment, the darkness fell, and Liu Yuan saw Alan, who had just tasted failure for the first time and looked at him with a look of embarrassment. In response, Liu Yuan nodded politely and responded with a smile that he thought was kind and healthy. At this time, the lighthouse flag behind Alan was glowing. Obviously the Emperor of Light had bought him resurrection, and he was about to be teleported out of the Gods Arena. Alan looked at Liu Yuan's nonchalant look and that annoying smile, and his feeling of unwillingness suddenly exploded. Liu Yuan! You really are a dog! Just before he was teleported out, a voice filled with helplessness reached his ears. Liu Yuan just smiled faintly and said, I still have more vicious tricks to use. Just pray that you don't run into me next time. Are there any more stupid tricks? Isn't this the stupidest trick? Alan felt a chill down his spine when he heard that, his heart sank, and with fear in his eyes, he was teleported out by the Divine Arena. At the same time, the champion's congratulatory announcement also sounded. The 4th round of God's Arena ends. Congratulations to Longwo player Liu Yuan for winning the championship. After considering factors such as injury, operation, and viewing quality, the top 8 countries are ranked as follows. First place, Dragon Country. Second place, Lighthouse Country. Third place, Elephant Country. In view of the excellent performance of the top 3, the Gods Arena will make corresponding national rewards and broadcast it live around the world. Elephant Country B-level water purification, you can choose a river to purify and improve the water quality. Lighthouse Country A-level physical fitness enhancement for all people, which can enhance the physical fitness of all people and improve physical quality, immunity, and other body functions. Dragon Country S-level life expectancy increase for all people, can increase the life expectancy of all people by 10 years, S-level cure for all diseases, can cure all diseases of all people. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 God's Arena Update. Team Competition, Multiplayer Mode. Chapter 30 God's Arena Update. Team Competition, Multiplayer Mode. As the announcement of the God's Arena came to an end, the countries that won the top 3 places this time suddenly fell into a carnival. Among them, the Lighthouse country has won many national fortune rewards due to its long-term good performance in the God's Arena. It is slightly better than the other 2 countries. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom and the Elephant Kingdom were completely immersed in a super carnival. Although the Elephant Kingdom has received 2 national fortune rewards, they were both useless rewards. Things like how many acres of vegetation have increased, how many animals have increased, etc. The latter did make some Indians ecstatic for a while, but after all, not everyone has special fetishes. But what they get now is, they can choose a river to purify and improve the water quality. The Ganges River that runs through the Elephant Kingdom is their mother river and also their holy river. But after years of destruction by Asan, it was full of feces and urine and all kinds of strange things. When you shook a spoonful of it, you would find the periodic table of elements. The fish in it will grow 2 heads and 3 tails. Although this national fortune reward is only B-level now, for the Indians, they would not exchange it even if it is S-level national fortune reward. Thank God for the Buddha's blessing. I never thought we would draw such a national fortune reward. The holy river is finally saved. Wow! Why aren't there any more animals like last time? Goats are so much cooler than lizards. Go upstairs and die. You are simply a disgrace to our elephant country. Ahem, actually I think the last reward was better. The taste of the holy river has changed after it was purified. Maybe our stomachs can't adapt to it. While the Asans were talking, the live broadcast of the God's Arena also started. As expected, the Indian top brass chose to purify the Ganges. The Ganges, which was originally as turbid as water, gradually became lighter in color under the illumination of countless blue lights that blocked out the sky and the sun. Until it finally turned into a color similar to normal river water. Judging from the appearance alone, there should be a lot fewer elements inside. As for whether it is really purified, it's better for Asan to taste it himself. After the live broadcast of the miracle of the Elephant Kingdom, the focus turned to the second-place Lighthouse Kingdom. It's much simpler here. A light flashes on the bodies of all the citizens of the Lighthouse country, and then nothing happens. However, judging from the barrage, it does seem to have a good effect. Some of the slim dog addicts suddenly became much fuller and no longer as skinny as before. Some people with poor health and weak immunity have also recovered. In terms of performance alone, this A-level national fortune reward seems to be even worse than the Elephant Country's B-level national fortune reward. The live broadcast in the Lighthouse Country ended, with the people of the Dragon Country looking on with anticipation. The perspective finally comes to the Dragon Kingdom, which is also the finale performance of this God's Arena. Countless green holy lights began to spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. After the people of the Dragon Kingdom came into contact with these lights, they suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. Some disabled people grew their own defective organs. Countless patients in the intensive care unit, whose lives were hanging by a thread, saw their diseases disappear in an instant and become full of energy. Even many elderly people who were about to die or had already died suddenly came back to life because of a cough. WC. My wife survived a difficult labor. Lu Shen, you will be my God from now on. I can see this world again. I can't hold it anymore, the road god is like my second parent. My mother had just been put into the coffin, and before it was sealed, she came back to life. I kowtow to you, God of roads. There are countless similar comments, and the miracles of the Dragon Kingdom have shocked all the other countries. They had also received S-level national fortune awards before, but even though they were all S-level awards, the effects varied for different countries. This may be good for country A, but for country B, it is not even as good as some A-level national fortune rewards. The Dragon Kingdom has undoubtedly drawn a very good lottery, the all-purpose Super S-level national fortune reward. They had never seen such good luck before. All I can say is that the road is long and I am lucky. At the same time, Liu Yuan's body was also glowing green, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, making him want to dance. Liu Yuan subconsciously hummed comfortably, and he felt all the fatigue in his body disappear. And his world became clear again. His myopia is cured. At this moment, it would be a lie for Liu Yuan to say that he was unhappy. Perhaps only people who are as short-sighted as he is can understand how he feels at this moment. This was also the first time that Liu Yuan felt the magic of the God's Arena so intuitively. Liu Yuan looked deeply at the God's Arena. Now that he is in the Dragon Country, perhaps this will really become a powerful tool to benefit the people and improve the country's fortunes. Before he could think about it, the national flag behind him lit up with a light blue light. And he was also enveloped by this mysterious light, which was exactly the same as the light he felt when he was teleported to the God's Arena. Looks like I'm finally going home. Liu Yuan stretched as if relieved of a heavy burden, relaxing his still mentally exhausted body and mind. Although this God's Arena can be described as unusually smooth, it is impossible to say that there is no pressure when one is actually participating in the battle with the fate of hundreds of millions of people on their shoulders. Even though the national fortune reward from the God's Arena just now made his physical fatigue disappear, Liu Yuan was still mentally exhausted. As the light blue light became more and more, it soon covered Liu Yuan's entire vision. When his vision opened up again, he had returned to where he had started. Dragon Kingdom God Arena Special Countermeasures Center. However, as soon as he stepped firmly on the floor, a group of people swarmed towards him. Welcome home, hero. Thank you for your hard work, Liu Yuan. You are simply a god. Haha, I didn't notice it before, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. Everyone spoke loudly about their admiration and gratitude for Liu Yuan. But because there were so many people, Liu Yuan couldn't remember a few words. Finally, everyone lifted him up and threw him up, and there was a wild celebration. It was not until Elder Lin came in that everyone calmed down a little. It's a long way to go, welcome home. Lin Zhenhu looked at Liu Yuan, his eyes full of relief. Haha, the change went smoother than I thought. Liu Yuan touched his nose, and seeing that Mr. Lin's temples were turning black again, he joked, Mr. Lin, you look a lot younger. Thanks to you, I am now 10 years younger. Lin Zhenhua said as he walked. When he came to Liu Yuan, he gave him a big hug, thank you. Liu Yuan was so overwhelmed by Lin Lao's move that he got goosebumps all over his body and backed away repeatedly. Don't be so corny. Mr. Lin. If you do this, I will suspect that you have any special intentions towards me. Ha ha ha, you are such a jerk. I just ruined such a sentimental scene for you. Lin Zhenhu looked at Liu Yuan's reaction and laughed. He didn't expect this kid to be so thin-skinned. But then he put down the materials in his hand and his expression became serious. Announced to the crowd. God's Arena has just been updated. A new multiplayer mode, team competition, will be added. That is to say, in the future, the God's Arena will no longer be just Liu Yuan's battlefield. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Liu Yuan's Small Classroom. The difference between the hard body tyrant body and the Chapter 31 Liu Yuan's Small Classroom. The difference between the hard body tyrant body and the diamond body. The winning conditions for the team competition are the same as those for the individual competition, which is still best of 5, or best of 5. It's just that instead of one person controlling 3 ninjas, it's 3 people controlling 1 ninja each, and they share spiritual connection during the process. As Lin Zhenhua's voice fell, the Dragon Country contestants below began to analyze the pros and cons. Liu Yuan also fell into a state of deep thought. To be honest, this rule is just like when I was in middle school. I only brought a mobile phone and agreed with two brothers that each of us would play a ninja. Because they were playing during lunch time, which was limited and could not allow one person to play one game each, they came up with this way of playing. But I didn't expect that it has now become an existence capable of determining the fate of the country. Each country will send 3 players to the team competition, which is actually not friendly to Longguo. Unlike other countries, the Dragon Kingdom has basically been losing in the Gods Arena. It was almost becoming a second-rate country even before Liu Yuan showed up. Because of this, previously, the national fortune points in hand were very few, let alone buying resurrection coins to save the players. Even the basic maintenance of national fortune was a problem. In contrast, as for the other powerful nations in the God Tournament, the players do not have much worries because of the huge national fortune points they have. As long as it still has value, it will be resurrected. As a result, they participated in many God-level competitions, gained rich practical experience, and won more points for the country. A virtuous cycle. The Lighthouse country has 5 core members alone, and the rest are countless. The number of other secondary members is not much different from that of Japan and Korea. Alan Smith and Ichiro Kawatani were among them. After their failure in the last God Tournament, they were brought back to life by their respective countries. Simply put, except for Liu Yuan, who successfully won the championship and survived, everything else on the Long Kingdom side was just theory and they were all rookies with no practical experience. Thinking of this, Liu Yuan stood up and said, "Mr. Lin, since the next competition is the team competition, we may even be picked tomorrow. Can you leave the rest of the time to me? After just finishing the competition, I have some new understandings of the Gods Arena, which should be helpful to everyone." Lin Zhenhua smiled when he heard this. He had been waiting for it for a long time. Even if Liu Yuan didn't say it on his own initiative, he would ask Liu Yuan to teach him. After all, he is the only player from Dragon Country who has survived the Gods Arena and successfully won the championship. Of course, then I'll leave it to you. Lin Zhenhua gave up his seat to Liu Yuan and sat down under the podium himself. Now, Liu Yuan is the mentor and he is just one of the students. Everyone, time is tight, so I will skip some basic knowledge that everyone is familiar with. Please remember everything I say next. They will be your winning tactics in the God Arena. In the Gods Arena, we will have several special states: hard body, domineering body, diamond body. Hard, the state of the ninja between releasing skills. During this period, normal attacks cannot interrupt its casting action, but skills can interrupt it. Hegemony, the state when releasing the secret scroll yin healing and destruction, the spirit beast panda, and some special skills. During the duration of the hegemony, ordinary skills cannot interrupt it. You must use grabbing and some means to break the hegemony to achieve effective attacks. For example, the secret scrolls include cutting, freezing snow, and the solution, dispersion. The summoned beasts include eagle, shark, and two-tail. There are too many ninjas, and many of their skills and normal attacks involve grabbing. I won't go into detail here. The diamond body usually exists when a ninja uses a special move, secret scroll, or summoning spirits. The diamond body cannot be captured. To put it simply, it is an invincible state that can take damage. I named these states based on the skill descriptions of some ninja cards that were made public internationally. They are the official names of the Gods Arena. Do you have any questions about what I just said? Liu Yuan said while writing on the blackboard. Most of the contestants below had a thoughtful look on their faces, but Lin Zhenhua looked at Liu Yuan with admiration. This kid really understands the Gods Arena. They were confused about the effects of these states before, but now that he summarized them, everything became clear. Seeing that no one asked any questions, Liu Yuan prepared to continue speaking. After all, time is precious. But at this moment, a girl raised her hand. Bai Xinyi. Liu Yuan had an impression of her. She was also a very capable fighting game player, and her visual reaction speed reached 118 milliseconds. However, because it is an instantaneous reaction, the normal state is still around 121 milliseconds. But even so, he had the fastest reaction among all the Dragon Country players. Of course Liu Yuan had an impression of her, but it was not because of how deep his memory of her was in his previous life, nor because of how outstanding her abilities were. Purely because of good looks. Jade white skin, delicate facial features, a big thunder comparable to Tsunade, a willow waist that can be held in one hand, and a crazy waist-to-hip ratio. The most important thing is that she is still a cosplayer. Which Naruto player can withstand such a test? Anyway, the journey is too long to bear. Teacher Lulu. Bai Xinyi was stared at by Liu Yuan, and her pretty face turned red for a moment, and she almost turned into a steam queen. Hinata, I'm good at this. Ah? Oh, tell me, I was just thinking about something. Oh. Upon seeing this, all the contestants started to make a noise, and the originally serious and tense atmosphere was eased a lot. That's right, I want to ask Mr. Liu, if we encounter a diamond body, how should we counter it? Bai Xinyi suppressed her shyness caused by being teased by others and asked a very crucial question. Upon hearing this, all the contestants immediately became serious. Yes. What if you encounter a diamond body? Isn't it game over? The diamond body ignores normal attacks, skills, grabs, and adsorption. It is the strongest state in the God's arena. But this state generally has corresponding restrictions, for example, most people cannot move. As long as you make a good prediction in advance and don't confront him head-on, it will be fine. Or if the ninja you have has an invincible skill, you can exchange with him. The invincible state means that you cannot be targeted. Theoretically, it is even better than the diamond body. After hearing Liu Yuan's answer, the other contestants had an idea in their minds. If he could still move in such a strong state, wouldn't he be invincible? Creation of Hassie Hot Mom? G. Madala? Founded Hassie Hot Mom, shut up. Yours is a piece of junk mobile Susanoo. G. Madala? Next, I will talk about the back and forth swing. The so-called back and forth swing refers to the pre-action and post-action of a ninja releasing a skill. Teacher, what does the invincibility frame mean? Invincibility frame means blocking is considered as a lower-level dominance attack, which will be instantly broken by being grabbed, but... End of this chapter. Chapter 32. 64 countries participate in the competition. Dragon Country wins the first battle. Chapter 32. 64 nations participate. Dragon Nation wins its first battle. Liu Yuan's class lasted until the evening, after teaching some basic techniques. He also introduced many advanced techniques, such as positioning, awareness, prediction, etc. Finally, after the class, Lin Zhenhua arranged the players for the team competition based on their previous training performance. Liu Yuan, Bai Xinyi, Li Ke. There is no need to say much about Liu Yuan, and Bai Xinyi was selected because of her overly quick visual reaction. Lin Zhenhua had always kept in mind the fact that Alan relied on his reaction to cover a long distance, and he paid more attention to this aspect. As for Li Ke, he has the most experience in fighting games among the remaining players. He is also the player whose achievements in this field are second only to Liu Yuan. The next day, the three were arranged to go to the training room very early. Carrying out the final simulation training so that we can really draw the Dragon Country again soon. Liu Yuan looked at the God's Arena simulation game made by Longguo. It was not fun to play at all. There were too many mistakes in ninja/secret scrolls/summoning. Playing too much will only mislead yourself. Teacher Liu, what does it feel like when you are teleported to the God's Arena? Now that I am really about to go on stage, I am a little nervous. Just call me Liu Yuan. What does it feel like when you're teleporting? To be honest, it's a bit like motion sickness. Liu Yuan listened to Bai Xinyi's question and gave a reply after thinking for a moment. However, at this moment, speak of the devil, here he comes. God's Arena is about to open. The results of this match are, Dragon Country, Kimchi Country, Japanese Country, and Northern Bear Country. Kimchi Country players are ready. Japanese athletes are ready. Northern Bear Country players are ready. Please send contestants from Longguo. Countdown 12:59. Tip: if there are no players participating, they will be automatically judged as the last one and will be punished immediately. Countdown 12:58. Countdown 12:57. Dragon Country, the road is long, join the battle of the God of War. Longguo, Bai Xinyi, participate in the God of War arena. Longguo, Li Ke, join the God of War arena. As the three people signed up, the light blue light soon enveloped Liu Yuan again. Bai Xinyi seemed to be a little nervous and kept pinching the corner of Liu Yuan's clothes throughout the whole process. Fortunately, the transmission process was very fast. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the God's arena. How is it? Are you feeling well? Yeah, it's really okay, just a little dizzy. Bai Xinyi nodded and replied to Liu Yuan, then began to look around the scene. All the contestants who came this time are internationally famous. In addition to Alan Smith and Ichiro Kawatani who had fought against Liu Yuan before. There are also many top players, such as Kim Jongtae from Kimchi Country, Jellos from North Bear Country, and Karawa from Elephant Country. Don't be nervous, just do what I taught you before. If things don't work, I'll be your backup. Liu Yuan comforted softly. Being too nervous is a big taboo in competition. No matter how well you train, once you become overly nervous, even the most impossible mistakes will become possible. It seemed that Liu Yuan's comfort worked, and Bai Xinyi's condition eased a lot. The Dragon Country audience looked at the huge crowd in the stadium, most of whom were very confused. WC. How come each country has 3 players this time? Did the rules change? Upstairs, you are too out of date, aren't you? The rules of the God's Arena were updated after the game ended yesterday. Now it's a team competition, 3 people in a group, and the other 2 are new players from our Dragon Country. To be honest, our Dragon Country players have always been very good looking. They simply swept the entire field. Wow, Liu Shen and that female player were standing so close to each other, my heart is broken QAQ. Haha, from now on it will be a team competition. Longguo Yuan only has 1 life. As long as we replace him, we can easily win. Yes. Liu Yuan is strong, but he is only 1 player after all. The other 2 are pure rookies who have never played. It will be difficult for Longguo to qualify this time. Liu Yuan brought 2 new recruits with him. Dragon Country can just wait to be severely ravaged and retaliated by our great Kimchi Country. Damn it! If we want revenge, we should be the first in Japan. If it weren't for the Dragon Country, we would have been in the top 3 last time. All the foreign audiences were filled with confidence after seeing the 2 newcomers from Longguo. What's the point of fighting if you are far away? The God's Arena depends on power. It depends on background. Do you have any hair? You have none. You little bastard. Liu Yuan and others were naturally unaware of this, but even if they knew they wouldn't care. The excessive number of people on the field at this time made Liu Yuan frown. Even if it became a team competition, there shouldn't be so many people, right? As a result, he counted the operating tables and found that there were 64 of them. There are more countries participating, which means that the original 4 games have now become 6. I just don't know if the rewards will increase as a result. Liu Yuan looked at the operating table filled with national flags and the much larger venue, and thought secretly in his heart. Soon the Gods Arena began, and the first country that Dragon Kingdom matched with was Nanyu Kingdom. In terms of comprehensive strength, it can only be ranked third. Liu Yuan thought it was a good opportunity for Bai Xinyi and Li Ke to practice more, so he chose himself as the backup position. Let them go out first and practice more. Due to Lin Zhenhua's advance instructions, Liu Yuan was fully responsible for the casting. Finally, a relatively versatile lineup was selected. A Deidara, S. Tobirama Senju, A Uchiha Itaki. Fire Escape, Ghost Lantern, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Earth Escape, Earthquake. Kamaitachi, Toad Sage, Crab. The opponent lineup is A. Kakuzu Earth's Grudge, B. Pain Shura Road, A. Darui. Wood Style, Cutting, Wind Style, Wind Killing Formation, Lightning Style, Lightning Strike. Monkey Demon, Crow, Toad. The game started soon, and Bai Xinyi started as the starting player for Longguo. Liu Yuan and Li Ke were teleported to a viewing lounge, which had a large screen showing their country's match. As soon as the battle started, Bai Xinyi followed Liu Yuan's instructions and simply pressed and held the button to release the bird. She was seen controlling Deidara to create a huge clay owl, riding on it and controlling it to fly out, while her main body jumped back. Although she was also hit by Kakuzu's lightning, the stiffness time was very short, and she finally managed to connect with her first skill, the carpet bomb, at the maximum distance, and start pulling through long-distance tracking and flat attacks. Liu Yuan said that when Deidara's normal attack is at a far distance, the opponent's ninja stand can only stand in the same place. As long as I am behind, I will keep the distance. Kakuzu Earth Grudge has no charge and no dominance, so he can't pose a threat to me. Thinking of this, Bai Xinyi became more and more bold in her actions. According to Liu Yuan's previous teaching, he firmly blocked the opponent's stand, and after the opponent wasted a stand, he directly ended it with the ultimate move. Deidara rode on the clay owl and rushed forward quickly, throwing clay bombs, and finally dropped the C3 no bomb, causing a huge explosion. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge portrait also turned grey and was painted with a blue X, representing a kill with a special move. The secret diagram appeared, and Deidara excitedly gestured to detonate the seal. Art is explosion. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Dragon Country Bai Xinyi, Deidara. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Psychic King Bai Xinyi. Liu Yuan becomes the Canon King of Twin Cities? Chapter 33, Psychic King Bai Xinyi. Liu Yuan becomes the Canon King of Twin Cities? Played well. Liu Yuan was very pleased to see Bai Xinyi use her secret technique to end her opponent and win perfectly. After finalizing the participating players yesterday, he conducted more in-depth teaching with Bai Xinyi and Li Ke individually. The main focus is on how the mainstream ninjas that appear frequently fight against enemies and their usage techniques. Looking at her condition, I guess it's not even my turn. Li Ke looked at Bai Xinyi's superb performance on the field and said bitterly. In the next game, you'll be the starting player. We'll meet each other every time we take turns. Yeah, so are you and Bai Xinyi real? What's real or fake? That one. That one. Oh, she's so beautiful, I hope it's true. While the two were chatting idly, Bai Xinyi took advantage of her long arms and quickly eliminated Pain Shura Road. But, this guy is the Shaman King. Liu Yuan's eyelids twitched as he looked at the psychics on his side who were all gone. Spiritual communication is shared, and she is not going to leave any for them. No, I have to talk to her after I come down. If she plays like this, when I really need to guarantee the bottom line, I won't have a single psychic, so what's the point of winning? Because he used the spiritual power too quickly, some of his health was consumed by the first two ninjas from the kingdom of Nanyu. After being suppressed by the opponent's Darui's spiritual communication, Bai Xinyi was taken away directly by one set of skills. But even so, it consumed a certain amount of Darui's blood. The Dragon Country audience instantly became excited. What's wrong with being a pure rookie? We in Dragon Country are all like dragons. We are all geniuses. It's the mortals who need to accumulate experience, and we in Dragon Country are all geniuses, okay? Sister Xinyi is awesome. Although she's a little worse than Liu Shen, she's almost three-pointer. Kuriko, speak up. Is this a vase? Longguo high-level conference room. Haha, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. The burly old man was so happy when he saw Bai Xinyi, who was almost pierced through the clothes. Originally, in their view, Liu Yuan was just an exception. The other two are pure newcomers, to put it bluntly, they are Liu Yuan's burden and debuff. In his opinion, if two people can replace one ninja on the opposite side, then it is an achievement. Unexpectedly, starting with Liu Yuan, Dragon Country players awakened one after another. Liu Yuan, you shared a lot of God's Arena skills yesterday. Bai Xinyi herself is also very capable. It is not surprising that such an effect can be achieved. Lin Zhenhua said with great satisfaction. He brought these two up. How can I not be proud? Dragon Country Lounge. It's your turn now. Don't embarrass the Dragon Nation. Liu Yuan smiled as he looked at Li Ke, who was emitting a pale blue light. Li Ke bumped fists with Liu Yuan and said with a smile. Don't worry. If you hadn't appeared out of nowhere, I would have won 5 consecutive championships. As the light burst out, Li Ke disappeared from the spot, and Bai Xinyi was teleported back. You fought well. If you could control the release of your spiritual power a little bit and do a spiritual exchange in the last wave, you might still have a chance. Thank you, I will pay attention next time. Oh, by the way, I have something important to tell you. Ah? What's going on? You. Bai Xinyi looked at Liu Yuan's face gradually approaching. Her heartbeat soared and her pretty fair face turned visibly red. She didn't dare to look him in the eye at all. The Dragon Country CP fans of the two were also totally blown away. You? You what? Could it be? Can you be my girlfriend? I can't take it anymore, I'm going crazy from all the sweetness. Are they going to kiss? Oh my god! Liu Yuan is so serious. However, at this time, the number of people in Longguo's main live broadcast room was pitifully small. There were even quite a few people who felt very sympathetic towards Li Ke. Li Ke, Liu Yuan, you dog. You are the king of Twin Cities. Brothers are working hard for their careers, and you are picking up girls. Ha ha ha, you are so funny upstairs. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. I feel so bad for Li Ke. Even the main live broadcast room is deserted. What can we do? Liu Shen's popularity is there. I heard that Liu Shen is going to fall in love. Even many of his foreign fans have rushed to his live broadcast room. Fortunately, Li Ke didn't know this, because if he knew, many people would be a little annoyed. Liu Yuan, I treat you as my brother. You treat me as Victor. Dragon Country Lounge. Can you use less psychic next time? It's hard for us to keep the bottom position. If you don't pay attention, the spirit will be used up. There is even only one bean. If the bean is empty, it will be difficult for me to steam it. Bai Xinyi was stunned as she watched Liu Yuan speak so seriously and continuously. The blush on my face faded visibly, and my temperature dropped very quickly, and I even felt a little chilly afterwards. Beautiful women love heroes, this is an eternal truth. What's more, he is a peer who is tall and handsome and can save the country from collapse. In fact, Bai Xinyi had already fallen in love with Liu Yuan long before he left the God's Arena. I asked him many times just to create some opportunities for contact. I finally got to compete with him in the God's Arena and have a chance to be alone. The atmosphere is here. If you are far away, come here. Would. Bai Xinyi closed her ears, pouted her mouth and turned sideways, while Lu Yuan was still chanting with great concentration. Oh my god! Save my kids! I'm almost going crazy from Lu Shen's operation. He can be taken down just by talking to him. Bai Xinyi obviously has a crush on Lu Shen. How can I not like him? Lu Shen is such an outstanding man, all the sisters are vying for him. No, doesn't any one of you care about poor Li Ke? What? Following the comments from some netizens, the excitement came to an end and the audience turned their attention back to the main live broadcast room. At this time, the Flying Thunder God / controlled by Li Ke, did not hit anyone. Instead, he was successfully suppressed by the opponent and suffered a wave of injuries. It's just miserable. If my brother tries to pick up girls, I will be beaten. I am Li Ke, remember that. Fortunately, he remembered Lu Yuan's previous teachings very seriously. In other words, he has no more spirits in his hand. Otherwise, he can directly use the substitute to ride the wave to take the initiative. Then he can counterattack with the opponent's substitute and use a spirit, and the rhythm is basically back. Now I can only use forbidden techniques, substitute normal attacks. Lu Yuan mentioned the after swing. Watch the after swing. Catch his substitute during the after swing of his normal attack and attack. Li Ke watched his opponent intently as he finished a set of general skills. He saw a very obvious after swing and directly used his substitute to attack him. As third-tier players, the South Vietnamese players do not have that many skills. In Lu Yuan's words, he is a pure boy, so pure that it's scary. When he saw that he was being attacked by normal attacks, he was immediately replaced. Li Ke smiled slightly at this, and what he said was basically the same as what Lu Yuan said. Just long press the second skill to release the water-style water tornado. Senju Tobirama formed seals with his hands, and countless waves surged from under his feet, forming a huge water tornado that protected itself while producing a huge suction effect. The South Vietnamese player couldn't even run away before Li Ke successfully caught him with a backhand. Afterwards, a set of normal attacks followed by a big move directly took the opponent away. Senju Tobirama looked down with an arrogant look on his face. As someone who protects the village, I won't give in at all. The winner is decided. Winner, Dragon Country Li Ke, Thousand Hands Tobirama. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Ninja chooses Uchiha's white mask. Chapter 34 Ninja choice Uchiha Madara white mask. After Li Ke defeated the player from South Vietnam, Longguo successfully advanced to the top 32. And in the next match, he was matched with the Snow Whale Country, a Nordic country located in the Alpine zone. The strength is probably fluctuating in the second line, and the configurations of both sides are as follows. Dragon Kingdom. Gara Possession, Karin Eagle, Sumire. Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Thunder Escape, Lightning Strike, Solution, Dispersion. Toad Sage, Shikaku of the Sand, Monkey Demon. Snow Whale Country. Mizuki Cursed Seal, Danzo Shimura, Metkai. Ice Escape, Frost and Snow, Wind Escape, Cyclone, Earth Escape, Earthquake. Eagle, Sickle Weasel, Toad. Karin Hawk's normal attacks are very stable. The fourth A is a grab. If you time it right, you can break the invincibility, but this opponent doesn't have that at all. The first skill is a long-range poison spray, which starts from a long distance and is instant with no afterswing, and has a knock-up effect. The second skill is his core mechanism, and it has 3 forms. Short presses to summon Suzuki to release Reikari very quickly and without any afterswing, and it is also used for starting. Long press summons Jago to charge on the field. After detecting a location, he will rush out to attack. It is considered a trap-type skill, usually used to counterattack and protect yourself. The second skill is a sliding attack that summons Suijutsu to attack and grab, but sometimes it will quarrel with Karin, which is very unstable. If you don't encounter a domineering body and have no other choice, it is generally best not to use this skill. The ultimate move is. Lu Yuan carefully explained to Bai Xinyi the techniques of using Xianglin. Li Ke, who was standing by, looked at the two people almost sticking together and suddenly felt that his head was glowing and it was very redundant. But he still interrupted. Lu Yuan, you're almost there, right? I'm the starter. Why don't you tell me about Gaara's techniques? The two A's after the normal attack are grabs, which can be used to block the distance and trick the substitute. The first skill is to rush in and grab. The second skill is a short press to deal damage, and a long press to protect yourself. The ultimate skill deals damage. Releasing Shikaku is like Jiraiya using the Toad Sage. It has a special effect. The specific function is to have an extra overlord. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan briefly explained the techniques he knew. It's not that he doesn't want to talk more, it's mainly because the mechanism of Karin Eagle is quite interesting, and he often used it to play entertainment games in his previous life. As for Gaara possession, he really didn't play many games, and he just knew what the skills were and some basic attack techniques. However, this move was indeed true in Li Ke's opinion. Li Ke, you want brothers and beauties? Lu Yuan, I want a beautiful woman. After writing down Lu Yuan's story, Li Ke was quickly teleported away. The players from Snow Whale Country are still quite capable, and they also do a good job of basic casting. After seeing Lu Yuan took Yin Yushangmi, he immediately chose Ice Release, Frozen Snow and Eagle. Although Lu Yuan thinks that the priority of dispersion is much higher than freeze. But maybe he is more comfortable with freeze? This is actually cheaper because the distance is far, but the impact is not that big. Not to mention that the squad leader's second skill has grabbing, even if the opponent really chooses to break the magic dispersion, he can still break the invincibility by using frozen snow. Because Li Ke had a domineering body, the opponent did not act rashly. And when Li Ke's first skill rushed over, he relied on the short flight of Shuimu's Curse Seal first skill to dodge the skill. But Li Ke still predicted the landing point in advance and took the initiative by long pressing the second skill. Afterwards, Li Ke followed Lu Yuan's teachings and used normal attacks to block the substitute, allowing the opponent to substitute directly on the spot. He used his backhand to release the Psychic Toad Fairy to suppress him, and started a regular combo and took him away in one move. Although you are quite durable, this is the end. Lu Yuan considered that the combination of possession body and Shikaku would give him an extra dominance body, and he also estimated that it would not be that easy for Li Ke and he would use double dominance bodies in the first game, so he put Shikaku in the second position for him. After killing Mizuki, the next two ninja scrolls and skills did not include grabbing and breaking the hegemony. In the second game, he broke Li Ke's yin healing and destroying with the eagle, but he used the sand Shikaku to renew the hegemony. In the end, we achieved a good result of 1 for 2 plus 3 psychics. After Bai Kexin came on the court, she relied on the skills taught by Lu Yuan to easily kill the remaining enemies. The Dragon Kingdom wins another victory. That's good. The other two contestants from our Dragon Country are not to be trifled with. Yet, now after 2 games in a row, they haven't even had a chance to see Lu Shen. Lu Yuan, genius? That's just the threshold to meet me. It's so funny, but it really looks like that. At the moment, Li Ke and Bai Xinyi are the only ones who have taken care of all the opponents. After completely defeating the Snow Whale Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom successfully advanced to the top 16. And I have found the only strong opponent I have encountered so far. Japan. A top-tier powerhouse with top-tier players. Soon, the competition entered the casting stage, and Longguo first selected. The available ninjas are, S. Uchiha Madara White Mask, S. Pain Heavenly Way, A Killer Bee Ninja World War, Ho Chikamatsu Jurei, Asaratobi Asuma, B. Uchiha Suzuki Ninja Road, B. Pain Human Way, B. Carry Immortal Reincarnation, B. Yamato Anbu. Seeing this lineup, Lu Yuan immediately chose to take down the White Mask, while the opponent counterattacked and locked down the Heavenly Way and the Human Way. Just take the Pain series? Is it because of my previous Tendu Super? Lu Yuan looked at the other party's choice with some doubts in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. Afterwards, both sides made their choices very quickly, as if they had already had a goal in mind. The configurations of both parties are as follows. Dragon Kingdom, Chochikamatsu Hunin, Killer Bee Ninja World War, Uchiha Madara White Mask. Fire Style, Ghost Lantern, Release Technique, Dispersion, Uchiha Bounce. Salamander, Sicklyfish, Crab. German Country. Pain Heaven's Way, Pain Human Way, Saratobi Asuma. Secret Scroll. Chakra, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing, Water Escape, Water Tornado. Shark, Gameki, Monkey Demon. Lu Yuan, is the invincible ninja on the other side the same one you played last time? No, they are considered the same person in the background story, but their forms are different in the God's Arena. It's easy for you to fight Joe in this normal form of Tendeo. Basically, you just stay in the dark and fight him from a distance. He won't be able to do anything to you. As soon as he comes over, you can use your skills against him. His first skill, Wanxiang Tian Yin, has a short x-axis, so just pay attention to the y-axis. The second skill, Shinra Tensei, is invincible, but it has a pre-swing. If you pay a little attention, you can interrupt it at the right time. If his Shinra Tensei doesn't hit you, just use your second skill, Puppetry, Binding, to suppress his position. When his invincibility ends, he will be captured immediately. Slowly waste his blood and time, and be careful not to get touched by him. Generally there won't be any problems. Just as Lu Yuan was explaining the strategy to the two of them, a man with blonde hair slicked back in the Japanese lounge on the other side laughed. The road is long. The strongest player in Dragon Country, the god of dirty tricks who ended the undefeated record of Alan Smith, the ultimate human reaction, is called the Empire Destroyer Dragon and the ultimate enemy of Japan by Japan, the devil who destroys the country of Monkey Country, and is proven by Kimchi Country to be a traitor with 2/3 Kimchi blood. With so many titles, I really look forward to fighting you. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, 2 Consecutive Spiritual Connections. Daniel's Dirty Tricks. Chapter 35, 2 Consecutive Spiritual Connections. Daniel's Dirty Tricks. Remember, when you play a game of tug-of-war with him, his Shinra has a pre-swing, and the Wangxiang Tianyin has a short range, so it's easy to beat him. Don't use the shield that slides against normal attacks with the first skill when he has the Myriad Things Sky Attraction, or he might grab you. If he hands in the Wangxiang Tianyin, you can use this to challenge him. If you succeed, there will be a big attraction, and you can get the upper hand. After getting the normal attack, use 2A to pull. Chiyo's 3A are both 2 stages, 2A is to pull back. Just control the rhythm of the normal attack and use it to pull with him. Lu Yuan looked at the blue light beginning to glow from Bai Xinyi's body, and gave his final instructions. Yeah, I've got it all down. Bai Xinyi nodded seriously and replied. Her opponent this time is also rated as a top-tier player internationally. Daniel. His characteristic is developing dirty tricks. Before Lu Yuan appeared, he was the god of dirty tricks. However, Lu Yuan taught her how to fight the enemy. As long as you are careful and don't let him get the upper hand, you should be able to win the game. Bai Xinyi has 100% confidence in Lu Yuan, but she is worried about herself. Soon, the light blue light completely enveloped her, and a moment later she appeared on the viewing screen in the lounge. Is it really okay? She's facing Daniel. A dirty trick player no less than you. Ye Kei said calmly while looking at the screen, and Liu Yuan frowned slightly when he heard it. Dirty tricks? What kind of dirty tricks could the great heavenly Dao have? Could it be? Thinking of this, I felt a chill down my spine. It's over. I should have thought of it just now. Because he is an old ninja, I subconsciously underestimated him. Liu Yuan looked at the viewing screen with a serious expression. At this point he could only hope that Bai Xinyi would be the first to successfully draw the prize. Ye Ke frowned as he looked at Liu Yuan, feeling something was wrong in his heart, and focused his attention on the competition. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. Mr. Lin, this is not good. We just received news that Daniel has developed a new strategy in the first 2 games. And he used the very weapon he has in his hand right now, Pain Tian Dao. Lin Zhenhua's expression also froze slightly when he heard this. They are all well known for the great inventor Daniel, and the Strategy Bureau often sees some of his novel gameplay ideas when doing research. Show it to me. Lin Zhenhua said in a deep voice, and at this moment the chief interrupted him. Just throw it in the conference room, and let's see what the trick is. Okay, I'll deal with it right away. Soon, Daniel's previous matches appeared on the projection screen in the conference room. The expressions of the senior executives changed from calm to shocked, and then to extremely solemn. Japan High-Level Conference Room. First Master, do you think we can win this game? It might be hard to say before. Liu Yuan is really too versatile. His operation is top-notch, his awareness is top-notch, his understanding is top-notch, and even his ability to develop tactics is on par with Daniel. Many people in the outside world have even given him the title of the God of Dirty Tricks. But now Daniel has just developed a new strategy that is considered to be the strongest in history, and this is not the previous individual competition. Liu Yuan has 2 burdens with him. I don't believe he can beat Daniel and the others. Victory will definitely belong to our country of Japan. A middle-aged man in artistic military uniform took a puff of the cigar in his hand and said lightly. The senior Japanese executives under his command also echoed his views. In their view, without Liu Yuan, Longguo could at best be a 2nd or 3rd-tier country. Are you trying to smear the Japanese? Just practice for a few more years. Different from the reaction of the top leaders, Dragon Country is advancing triumphantly. The Dragon Country audience is full of confidence. Come on, Goddess White. Let the little Japanese ears see the strength of our dragon nation. Daniel, the top player from Japan, is good at playing dirty tricks. He might be good against other countries, but he is no match for our Dragon Country. We have the God of Dirty Tricks here. Liu Yuan. What can he use to play with us? Yeah, I guess before Goddess Bai went on stage, the God of Road had already given her a clear plan for how to fight the enemy. What they said was half right and half wrong. Liu Yuan had indeed made the arrangements. But he rarely neglected. First round. The battle begins. As the announcement of the God's Arena fell, Bai Xinyi came to a bridge. Behind the red guardrail was a row of carp flags fluttering in the wind. This was exactly the scene Liu Yuan had encountered before. Lizzie Bridge. As soon as the battle started, Bai Xinyi followed Liu Yuan's instructions. Retreat directly, find a position, release the first skill and try to win the prize. Puppetry attack. A huge puppet in white clothes and red hair, holding 2 giant blades comparable to beheading swords, slashed forward 3 times in a row. But unfortunately, she didn't win the prize. Seeing this, Daniel smiled and said, if you don't get it, it's my turn next. He controlled Pain Tendao and pressed forward directly. Soon Bai Xinyi's jaw was exposed to his sight. Bai Xinyi stared at Pain Tiandao's every move intently so that she could react instantly if he made any move. Sure enough, after arriving diagonally above Bai Xinyi, Daniel controlled Pain Tiandao and released the spiritual connection. Pain Tiandao slapped the floor, and countless dark psychic contract lines spread out. A shark leaped out of thin air and opened its bloody mouth towards Bai Xinyi, as if it wanted to eat her alive. Upon seeing this, Bai Xinyi immediately pressed the secret scroll and relied on her brief diamond body to avoid the first bite of the shark. Then, he looked at the field with full attention. At the moment when the second part of the shark leaped out, he pressed the secret ghost lantern again and pushed forward again. Seeing this, the whole audience was boiling, and the Dragon Country audience was stunned by Bai Xinyi's operation. WC. What vase? This is Bai Shen. Oh my god! This reaction is probably comparable to Alan Smith's, right? He withstood 2 psychic grabs in a row. What do you mean comparable to? This is beyond. I'm telling you, anyone who is selected for our Dragon Country national team must have some unique skills, right? Not only them, but even Li Ke in the lounge was shocked, and his mentality became much more optimistic. It seems that Bai Xinyi has won this one. No, this round is over. Bai Xinyi lost. Lu Yuan looked at the screen seriously, his face so gloomy that it looked like water was dripping from it. What? I've already made it through, what's there to lose? However, before Li Ke could finish his words, the scene on the viewing screen shocked him so much that he couldn't close his mouth. How is this possible? End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Waterloo? Lu Yuan, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Chapter 36 Waterloo? Lu Yuan, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Through Li Ke's eyes, he saw a scene that could be called a horror movie. After Bai Xinyi concentrated on resisting 2 grabs in the field, Daniel had already controlled Pain Tiandao to come in front of her. Directly activate Shinra Tensei, ignore the ghost lantern and hit Cho directly. At the same time, Daniel's chakra also reached the 3rd grid. Upon seeing this, Bai Xinyi immediately replaced herself and used her 2nd skill, puppetry, binding, to suppress Pain Tiandao. However, Daniel saw this and immediately replaced him. As a result, the subsequent grab of puppetry bind was in vain, and then the secret scroll chakra was clicked instantly. His chakra instantly filled up, and he immediately used his ultimate skill. The earth-shattering star. Send it and buckle the antenna. Pain Tend formed seals with his hands, created a huge black gravity ball and threw it into the air, which began to indiscriminately attract all objects around it. Cho was also attracted into it, and finally a huge rock ball was formed to trap and crush it. Bai Xinyi's health bar dropped rapidly under this operation, and in a blink of an eye it was more than half. And this is just the beginning. Because they were in the corner, Daniel didn't even control Pain Tiandao to take 2 steps forward. Directly released a skill. All things are attracted by heaven. He attracted Cho, who was falling from the sky, to his front and stabbed her hard with the black stick. Then immediately used the 2nd skill. Shinra Tianzheng. As he raised his hand, a terrifying repulsive force exploded, all hitting Cho, who was stabbed. Bai Xinyi's health dropped horribly again, directly to a point where it was less than 2 beans. After that, he was taken away by 2 sets of normal attacks. And all of this, starting from the moment it opens, takes no more than 10 seconds. The winner is decided. Winner, Daniel Pain Tiandao from Japan. I actually lost, but this. Li Ke looked at the subtitles and reports on the viewing screen and still found it hard to believe. This is a very old, but very easy to use trick. I was careless and didn't think of this. Now is not the time to talk about this. Next, it's my turn. Is there any way to deal with it? Lu Yuan paused after hearing this, and immediately got into the state. Don't let him get the bean. As long as he is not the 3rd bean, even if he is a substitute, he can't directly use chakra to receive the big one. His remaining 2 summons are Gamakaki and Monkey Demon, neither of which are particularly fast starter summons. Even if you are really hit by his spiritual call, he will come over and directly use Shinra Tensei to rub your beans. When he comes over and is about to use Shinra, you should use your substitute to hide. As long as you don't let Shinra take the beans, even if he has Wangxiang Tianyan, you still have a chance to play a second set. After Wangxiang Tianyan was activated, he couldn't use his ultimate skill right away. After his ultimate skill was used up, Wangxiang Tianyan was still on cooldown, so he couldn't use his next skill. Well, it's clear. I'll take him away. Li Ke said this with a serious expression, and at this moment a faint blue glow began to appear on his body. Soon, he disappeared into the lounge. As he disappeared, Bai Xinyi came back with a lost look on her face. After returning to the lounge, the first thing she saw was Lu Yuan. Complex emotions surged in her heart, and she threw herself directly into his arms. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect it, I have tried my best. Lu Yuan felt his chest gradually getting wet, and his face turned completely cold. He hugged her and patted her twice. It's okay, I don't blame you. I didn't expect it to be like this. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. Damn it! What the hell is the Ministry of Information doing? Why didn't they deliver such important news in advance? If we knew about this guy's new tactics in advance and told Lu Yuan, he would definitely be prepared. Japan has implemented a news blockade, and the previous two were combined tests, not the complete form like this one. Lin Zhenhua spoke to comfort him. The sturdy old man also lost his temper helplessly. Objectively speaking, this is true, but if they had known it earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Don't be so pessimistic. Lu Yuan hasn't played yet, right? The chief seat looked at the somewhat depressing atmosphere and spoke. After hearing this, everyone felt a little better. Yes. Lu Yuan hasn't appeared yet. Why are they so upset? To be honest, Lu Yuan's dirty tricks are not much worse than Daniel's. Second round. The battle begins. As soon as the game started, Li Ke took the initiative to attack. Don't let him use his second skill to get beans. Then just let the game enter my rhythm. However, what he didn't expect was, after Lei Li rushed forward with his hot knife, he was faced with the roar of the ape demon. Nobody. Are you so pure? What's the point of you releasing the ape demon right at the start of the game? Li Ke felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, but he couldn't think too much about it at this moment. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, Pain Tend raised his hand. He immediately and decisively replaced himself and narrowly escaped the Shinra Tensei. Oh? It seems that Lu Yuan has already thought of it and told this Dragon Country player in advance. There was a hint of surprise in Daniel's eyes, but he did not lose his composure. After the substitute came down, it was still within the attack range of the ape demon, and its attack lasted for nearly 2 seconds. Li Ke was decisive and did not get greedy, and directly released the spiritual connection. As Ninja War Killer Bee slapped the ground, a huge salamander head broke out of the ground, opened its mouth wide and started spewing poisonous gas. As a result, Pain Tiandao was frozen in place. But the opponent also decisively replaced himself, and taking advantage of the fact that the S-level ninja's replacement was very far away, he directly replaced himself behind Ninja War Killer Bee. All things are attracted by heaven. A terrifying suction force burst out from Pain Tiandao's hands, and countless black sticks were inserted in an instant. Li Ke was frozen in place. And from this moment on, it seems that the ending has been determined. After that, after several rounds of fighting, Li Ke was still taken away by his ultimate skill due to a small mistake, and then by his first and second skills. The winner is decided. Winner, Daniel Pain Tiandao from Japan. WC. No way, Li Ke also lost. This scene feels familiar QAQ. Before the road god appeared. We were always taken away like this. Apply medicine. I finally got better. Apply medicine Waterloo. The mood of the Dragon Country audience fell to the bottom. These two tragic games reminded them of their darkest moments. That was before Liu Yuan showed up. When the Dragon Country players encountered top-tier players, they had absolutely no power to fight back. Can only passively take the beating. They thought they had lost this feeling of powerlessness, but... Dragon Country Lounge. Sorry, I just... Back in the lounge, Li Ke seemed to have 1,000 things to say, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. God's arena is like this, there is only victory and defeat. Liu Yuan had just coaxed Bai Xinyi. Although Li Ke did not see any panic on his face, he still subconsciously asked. It's a long way to go. Are we really going to suffer a Waterloo? Waterloo. Hearing this, Liu Yuan was also stunned, and then looked at the light blue halo coming out of his body and smiled very healthily. That doesn't exist. I will take action. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, The Mighty Power of the God's Rings, and Yang Jian appears. Turn the situation around. Chapter 37, With the Sound of Divine Power, Yang Jian appears. Turn the situation around. God's Arena. At the Japanese control panel, Daniel looked at the blue light gathering at the Dragon Country not far away, and his eyes couldn't help but move. Coming. The strongest weapon of the Dragon Nation Liu Yuan. I've finally waited for you, Liu Yuan. Daniel raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. He wants to take back his titles of Great Inventor and God of Routines. Just use the most powerful routine he has developed now. Oi, kid, you feel a little hot-headed now, it's time to calm down. As soon as Liu Yuan entered the scene, he noticed Daniel's gaze and said something dirty that made Daniel stunned. Imp? Hot? What is this Dragon Country person talking about? Is he mocking me? On the other side, the Dragon Country audience, who were originally in a low mood, suddenly became sunny after Liu Yuan's sarcastic opening remarks. Pucci, it has to be the god of roads, he's really alive. Liu Shen doesn't look like he's under any pressure at all. He looks like he's training a young man. Ahem, if the above person is to be honest, Daniel debuted earlier than Liu Shen, but the first to achieve is the first. Liu Shen is awesome. What is this Dragon Countryman doing? After being beaten twice by us, is he mentally ill? Haha, it's Daniel who's being praised. Those short-sighted foreign guys actually touted Liu Yuan as the god of routines just because he won once or twice. It's simply against the will of heaven. It's okay. Daniel has won 2 games in a row. Next time, he can use the same tactics to beat Liu Yuan. The gossip will naturally disappear. Although Daniel didn't hear it clearly, he could still sense a hint of provocation. As the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger, a hint of anger also ignited in his heart. He is not a good-tempered person. Liu Yuan, I hope you can still laugh later. Daniel restrained his smile and his face gradually became serious. This time, I will make your Dragon Country stop in the top 16. You'd better. Liu Yuan said nonchalantly when he saw this. Now the Pain Tendu in Daniel's hand has 2 chakras, and the only summoned beast left is the last game Agi. And now he has 3 levels of chakra, 2 summoned beasts, crab and sickle weasel. It's not that there's no fighting, it's time to steam it after a long absence. It can be said that White Mask has been strong since his debut. Even after several nerfs, he is still the king in the bottom position because of his extremely comprehensive skill set and mechanism. First skill, Fire Style, Flame Fan. After condensing the chakra, he sprays fire forward and then uses the Uchiha fan to fan out a fire tornado. In the Sharingan state, he can fan out 3 fire tornadoes forward. A ball of fire in normal state alone is already very powerful, with super fast starting speed and high frequency continuous damage and super large XY axis range and high anti-aircraft. You will cry with envy if you die twice. Although there is a little pre-swing, it will be interrupted, and is nicknamed by fans as Uchiha Little Flame. But we have to admit that among all the starting skills, the fire of the white mask can definitely be regarded as above T1. Second skill. Divine Power. The Kamui can dematerialize itself on the spot, then rush forward and grab the target into the Kamui space. In the Sharingan state, you can dematerialize yourself and move freely for 1.5 seconds, and holding down the normal attack can rush forward and grab the target into the Kamui space. The Hollow Kamui is the core mechanism of the Hakumen and Obito series, and is known as the two strongest mechanisms of Naruto along with the Mustache's mobile water gun. Under normal conditions, although Shinwei's front blur is invincible for only a few frames, it is these few frames that can be used to great effect in the hands of high-scoring players such as Liu Yuan and Tang's Hai Hao. With just the right timing, you can dodge most of the skills and launch a counterattack. Liu Yuan's technique for using this is to treat it as a secret scroll and play with it directly. As for the Sharingan state, it is very useful whether it is used to trick the opponent into running away and counterattacking, or to put pressure on the opponent. The summoning technique can only be used with the Rinnegan. Clap your hands on the ground to summon the Outer Path Golem, which roars forward and continuously releases lightning to attack. Time stop and super fast damage and medium to long full screen, it is a very powerful killing skill. The kill can be achieved at about 1/5 of the total health. There are 5 stages of normal attack. In the first paragraph, A starts quickly. The second part, 2 consecutive attacks, has a good displacement distance. In the third section, use the fan to hit, which has the effect of reducing the frame rate and sweeping the ground. You can turn, and after hitting, you can definitely launch the fourth normal attack, or you can rely on the frame reduction to immediately follow up with a skill that is sure to hit. In the fourth section, the player jumps up and throws shuriken, which has an invincible frame. It can be used to dodge skills, and the direction keys can be used to pull. The fifth stage, virtual displacement, and use the chain to attack. You can also use the direction keys to pull, but there is a big afterswing, and nothing can be pressed. If you are not sure that the opponent wants to move and use it to trick the displacement, generally will not be full of a exclusive secret scroll, Uchiha Rebound. When White Mask uses the secret scroll ninjutsu, counter, the secret scroll will become Uchiha Rebound. After being hit using the secret scroll, you will move behind the opponent, attack, and knock them away. The cooldown time of the secret scroll will be reduced by 5 seconds if the target is successfully attacked. You can also use the secret scroll and then press the normal attack to perform active displacement. This is similar to the effect of the secret scroll, except that it can also move on the Y-axis. Round 3. The battle begins. When the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded, Liu Yuan immediately came back to his senses. He really loves the ninja Hakumen, who is one of the most perfect ninjas in his mind. As soon as the battle started, the man in white mask took the object with one hand and teleported it out of the divine power space. Accompanied by the sound effects of divine power, he said lightly, "It's finally about to begin." Yiyoiya Hajimalu. The sense of oppression brought by the appearance animation alone shocked the audience. WC. This oppressive feeling. I feel that the strength is not weaker than the Pain Tiandeo Super that Liu Shen used before. Unlike the feeling of invincibility that Tiandeo Ko gave me before, this ninja gives me the feeling that he is more like a mastermind behind the scenes. This boss must be quite capable. I suddenly feel like there's hope. With the road god paired with this powerful ninja, wouldn't it be easy to defeat the enemy? Yet, from what we've seen so far, Liu Shen has always been able to get through 3 of them. He will definitely be able to do it this time too. He only looks powerful when he appears on stage, but he might be useless in a real fight. Another new ninja who has never appeared before. Liu Yuan might as well change his name to Gambler. He gambles in every game. It doesn't matter. Let them deceive themselves. After this round, Daniel will return to being the god of routines. Listening to the distorted and strange echoes of divine power, watching Yang Jian slowly emerge from the vortex of divine power with a sense of oppression. Liu Yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. Let's turn the situation around. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Desperate Reversal. Uchiha rebounds. Chapter 38, Desperate Reversal. Uchiha rebounds. I only drink milkshakes. The battle begins. Liu Yuan directly controlled the white mask to press forward, and the only remaining Toad-ji posed no threat to him at all. Oh? Press forward directly? So confident. Daniel was also confused when he saw Liu Yuan's operation. Did he sleep in the previous 2 games? He knew my tactics but still pressed forward? Does he have a way to crack it? No. He wanted me to think like this on purpose to disrupt my rhythm. Liu Yuan is playing psychological warfare with me. Unfortunately, I am absolutely confident in my own routine. I won't fall for your tricks. After denying the random thoughts in his mind, Daniel immediately released the summoning beast, Gameiji. Pain Tendo slapped the ground, and countless black contract patterns spread instantly. Gameiji was summoned out and fired at the white mask that was rushing towards him. Seeing the water cannon blasting out, Daniel immediately controlled Pain Tendeo to press forward, ready to connect with Shinra Tensei. It's over. It's a long way to go. WC. Dispense the medicine. Liu Shen, get out of the way. What the hell are you doing, Liu Shen? You'll get caught like this. It's over. It's completely over now. Why would the god of road go crazy at this time? The atmosphere of despair instantly filled the entire Dragon Kingdom. In the lounge. No. Liu Yuan, get out of the way. Bai Xinyi looked at Liu Yuan, who was about to be hit in the field, clasped her hands tightly together, and prayed silently for Liu Yuan in her heart. Damn it! What on earth is this guy thinking? Didn't we already get information out of him in the first 2 games? Why would he still rush forward without hesitation? Li Ke looked at Liu Yuan's abnormal behavior and was completely confused. But at this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Knowing it clearly, yet still going ahead without hesitation? Did Liu Yuan do this on purpose? At this time, the man in the white mask looked at the surging water bombs, without dodging or avoiding them, but slowly raised the round fan in his hand. Uchiha bounce. I only drink milkshakes. As the water cannon fell, it successfully hit the Uchiha fan, and faint ripples flashed on it. The surrounding environment also became gloomy. Then the white mask quickly entered the Kamui space and appeared behind Pain Tiandeo the next moment. At this time, Pain Tendo was already in the pre-release stage of Shinra Tensei, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a fan from the white mask. How is this possible? It's actually a counterattack. It's okay. At this distance, he won't be able to dodge Gameiji's second water cannon. Daniel felt relieved when he saw Liu Yuan, who was still within Gameiji's attack range. As long as he is hit by the water cannon, wait for Pain Tiandeo to get up first, and then use the Wangxiang Tianyan on the fallen Liu Yuan to catch him. The starting point is still in his hand. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is very cruel. This is the corner. Liu Yuan curled the corner of his mouth slightly, and released his divine power grab in the opposite direction towards the corner, and successfully rubbed against the corner to compensate for the judgment behind him. Daniel was arrested. Liu Yuan, death plays music. Death 2, the road is long for you XXXXXX. QAQ, I remember the past and my tears are still flowing, the colorful building and embroidered ball are a perfect match. This scene made the entire dragon country boil over. The situation was about to be reversed. Fuck. I regret it. I slap my face. If you question the god of road again, I will be a dog. Oh my god. What kind of operation is this? I thought it was hopeless, but I didn't expect that everything is under the control of the road god. This is really going to turn the tide. The opponent has lost all his psychics now, and was attacked by Liu Shen. On the other hand, Liu Shen still has 2 psychics in his hand. We can win. It's not this Dragon Country people. Did they secretly draw this ninja's ninja card? Information gap. Pure information gap. I don't accept it. Daniel, this is going to be difficult. The first 2 players from Dragon Country consumed a lot of health, and now the spiritual communication has also been completed. The guy above is a Japanese trader. We still have 2 contestants, it's not that difficult. Victory belongs to us, Japan. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. Good, good, good. Lu kid, you fought well. The burly old man was so excited watching the perfect operation on the sky, which originally meant that it was a desperate situation. I didn't expect that everything was just part of his plan. Hey, Lin Zhenhua heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and at the same time he laughed and complained, this kid really plays tricks on us every time. We old bones can't stand his torture. Ha ha ha, just be content with that. I'm afraid you won't be able to find something like this in other countries. Their desperate situation is truly desperate. The burly old man responded with a big laugh, and his gaze returned to the sky. At this time, Pain Tiandao was brought to the corner by Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan not only relied on this operation to avoid the subsequent damage from Toad Ji, but also successfully got the upper hand. Because the 4th has a back jump, it is easy to be hit by Toad Ji, so Liu Yuan has been stabilizing the 3rd at this time. And Daniel was in great anxiety. What to do? What to do now? There are still 2 bars of chakra in my hand, and 1 bar will be consumed after the substitution. If I can immobilize him with the 10,000 elements heavenly attraction, and then use the secret scroll to fill up my chakra, he will stand in my place and I can counterattack with my ultimate move. But if that's the case, how can I answer it? Oh, right. Corner compensation. Haha, thanks to you. Liu Yuan. A hint of heat flashed in Daniel's eyes, and he already had a plan in his mind. That means it's too far to see, otherwise he would definitely look confused. The first part of your Wangxiang Tianyan is replaceable. Besides, I haven't used up my fire and divine power yet, so I can just turn into a void and run away, right? Daniel obviously didn't think of these things. After he came up with a plan, he immediately started to implement it. I saw him substitute himself and immediately released the Wangxiang Tianyan. However, Liu Yuan came down instantly the moment he was hit, and blew fire directly at Pain Tiandao. However, at this time, he was still in an invincible state behind the stand, and the fire spread directly from it. Haha! Your stand is useless. I already have double chakra. When Daniel saw what Liu Yuan did, he started laughing like crazy. It seemed that defeating Liu Yuan gave him a great sense of accomplishment. It's useless, even if you replace me immediately. I'm still in the invincible time after replacing me. Watching the flames passing through Pain Tiandao's body, Daniel became more confident. Everything was just as he expected. Liu Yuan, although you are a strong opponent, but this is the end. Daniel didn't turn his head. He controlled Pain Tiandao and pressed the secret scroll chakra against the wall. The chakra was instantly filled. He released his ultimate move directly against the wall. The earth-shattering star. Send it and buckle the antenna. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, let's go for it, don't worry too much. This is the character a man should have. Chapter 39, give it a try. Don't worry too much. This is the character a man should have. Use your ultimate against the wall. Do you want to use the wall for protection like me? Liu Yuan watched Daniel's operation and roughly understood his thoughts. Trying to use the back judgment to compensate for the corner of the wall will directly suck yourself to the extreme position of the map. Then fall down and catch the Shinra Tensei bean. The idea is good, but it does not affect Liu Yuan's layout. After Shinwei caught him, Liu Yuan probably performed 4 sets of 3A and was approaching the 5th set. Daniel just started to operate. Now, with the time the substitute has just spent, the cooling of Shinwei has been improved. Everything is under his control. After catching Daniel, Liu Yuan had 2 plans in mind. Plan 1, the substitute is too fast, and the cooling of Shinwei is not good, so use 4 of 5A to directly move away. Plan 2, if the substitute is slow and the divine power is ready, use fire and divine power to enter the virtual state and start fighting the second wave. But if you play it safer, as early as when the first wave triggered the rebound, he should have rebounded and used general skills to directly create distance. After that, without summoning, Pain Tendo would not be his opponent at all in a fight. But if that's the case, it would be a bit boring to play. Circling? Pulling? Non-existent. Liu Yuan wanted to completely crush him with his absolute strength. The moment Daniel used his ultimate skill, Liu Yuan also pressed down his divine power again. In the Sharingan state, Kamui has an invincible hollow time of 1.5 seconds. Liu Yuan just stood there quietly and avoided the front grab of Chibaku Tensei. What? What the hell is going on? This ninja still has invincibility? It wasn't like this when he released this catch just now. Daniel was completely numb. Wasn't the grab he made just now only invincible for a short period of time? Why is it taking so long now? However, what made him even more devastated was Liu Yuan now has 3 beans. As long as he catches it and gets 4 beans, he can start a big move. Ended. Liu Yuan looked at the control panel, and after the front attraction of the earth-shattering star had ended, he immediately pressed the normal attack button. The white mask rushed out and grabbed Pain Tiandao. Although he was still in the diamond body at this time and had not been caught into the divine power space, Liu Yuan's chakra was also filled up. Then Liu Yuan immediately controlled the white mask to release the secret, without any gaps in the process. Psychic Art, Heretic Golem. The position of the white mask was almost overlapping with Pain Heavenly Path at this time. He slapped the ground and countless contract patterns appeared. The outer path golem was summoned out, emitting a huge roar, followed by endless lightning. The white mask faded away and reappeared in the distance, looking back at the hell behind him. The secret diagram also appeared, and the white mask stared gloomily. I have no identity, and I don't want to live as anyone else. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Liu Yuan, Uchihamadara White Mask. Just give it a try, don't worry too much, this is what a man should have. After watching the successful kill, Liu Yuan hummed Bamian's exclusive BGM. But this is not the real give it your all and do what you want if the last psychic is a slug. Then we fought to the 5th game, and we were at a disadvantage, so the game was very tense. Question: what should I do if the opponent's substitute fails to rebound? A. Press the only big move button that is lit, and immediately use the powerful A Ludeo after the move ends, and then release the slug. Q. What is the full name of this move? Answer: give it a try. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Correct. At the same time, when the reversal really began, the enthusiasm of the Dragon Country audience suddenly became high. What did I say? Liu Shen is here. What else could this be but a counter-attack? Not only did he kill the opponent instantly, he also cleared all the beans with one click. It's impossible to lose. Unless we ban a player and put Liu Shen in the dark room, it's impossible to lose. What are you talking about upstairs? Don't do that. Are you still playing chicken after Lushan was banned? How could this happen? Daniel actually lost. My chakra is gone, and my spiritual connection is gone. How can I play now? I told you to fight normally. Fight normally. Why do you have to use tricks? This Daniel is a Class A war criminal. I'm numb, completely numb. It's going to be hard for Humandao and Sarutobi Asuma to get started. Not only the Japanese audience were paralyzed, but even the top brass were completely paralyzed. Master, I've already told you not to play this easy one-click trick. I told you so long ago. You didn't listen. An old man wearing thick glasses and with messy hair was very angry. His name is Bowl, and he is the CEO of the Gods Arena in Japan. But here, his right to speak is not absolute. For example, he had anticipated the current dangerous situation and tried his best to prevent it. However, the result is, due to Daniel's super popularity and the fact that he is one of only 3 top-tier players in the country. Finally, under his strong request, the senior executives rejected Bowl's proposal. Daniel was left to do whatever he wanted, and Bowl almost stepped down because of it. Seeing that Bowl was extremely excited, the Japanese leader was silent for a while and then said, "The next time you compete in the God contest, you will have full control over the situation. As long as you can make it to the top 3, you can deploy your troops however you want. The prerequisite is to enter the top 3. If not, Philip will take your place." Unlike the gloomy atmosphere of internal strife in Japan, there is a festive atmosphere in Dragon Country. We've managed to win back 1 city. No, we should be able to win back 3 cities. The burly old man looked at the winner's portrait on the sky screen, his eyes narrowed with laughter. The Japanese used tricks to lose all their beans. Ha 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 ha. Yet, this time Liu Yuan has basically secured victory. He has 2 more psychics on him. Both of Renjiandao's skills are grabs, but they're not easy to start with, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The next player from Japan, Dam, is also a top player in their country, right? I remember that too, and he was really good at cheating with his skills. It's just that his playing style was so unattractive that he never gained much fame. A group of senior executives were discussing the next player from Japan. And Lin Zhenhua also frowned. This Dam is really good at cheating with his skills. There was even a game where he didn't even use his substitute once. Polarize the opponent's stand-in 3 times in a row and trick him into running out of beans. However, the characteristic of this player is not so much his ability to cheat with skills, but rather his perfect positioning. Liu Yuan's next summon is Kamaitachi. The y-axis of the human world is very small. If we release Kamaitachi on the wrong y-axis and he freezes us, the game will be over. Even if there is no customization, as long as we can block its movement, we can get the upper hand with a blast of fire. Thinking of this, Elder Lin also felt relieved and turned his gaze back to the sky. But the next scene made him feel cold. Liu Yuan is about to be attacked. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, White-Faced Counterattack. So cool. Chapter 40, White-Faced Counterattack. So cool. Round 4. The battle begins. At the beginning of the game, Liu Yuan and Lin Lao actually had the same idea and were ready to press forward and release the spiritual power. What they didn't expect was that the player on the opposite side was simply terrifying. Hehe, just try your best. If you can get the beans, you can play. If not. A bald man looked at the screen jokingly, and then laughed. It won't be me who takes the blame, ha 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 ha. He is Dam, one of the 3 top players in Japan. Daniel had completely destroyed Bean, which was something none of them had expected. He had been annoyed with that kid for a long time, and now he had been given a chance. If he could touch the Bean and successfully take down Liu Yuan, he would undoubtedly become a hero of Japan. If not, it won't be his problem. All the responsibility can be put on Daniel, and then he can work with Executive Officer Bowl to get him out of office. Haha, from now on, I will be the representative player of Japan. Thinking of this, Dam was so happy. Who said that the dragon people were bad? The dragon people were so nice. When his eyes returned to the court again and saw that Liu Yuan was about to be caught by him, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Dragon Country Lounge. It's a long way. Bai Xinyi subconsciously shouted out as she saw Renjiandao grabbing Liu Yuan at an extremely fast speed on the screen. Li Ke, who was standing aside, also had a serious look on his face. The road is long. We must not get caught. If he really gets caught, with Dam's ability to move, he might actually be counterattacked. Just as the audience/senior executives/players from both countries were all holding their breath, Liu Yuan took action. Almost at the last second before Renjiandao was about to touch the white mask, Kamui was used in reverse. The man in white mask in the field turned around calmly and entered a virtual state, and the aggressive human being grabbed nothing. And then the next second, the white mask pointed at the human in front of him and grabbed him with divine power, and brought him directly to the corner. After a short silence, the whole place was boiling. So handsome! Oh my god! Is this the god of roads? Oh my god! This is so cool that I am stunned. This operation is simply amazing. Calm, cool, and composed. I can't think of how to describe the scene just now. The extremely calm handling of the situation was so cool. No, I'm going to break up the relationship. Liu Shen is mine. Get out of the way. Only a top idol like me deserves to be called the god of roads. Oh my god! Am I dazzled? Is this a move that a human can perform? The invincibility at the beginning is only for 1 or 2 frames. This reaction speed is so fast that even Alan Smith may not be able to do it. Let's be honest. The operation just now was really cool. It would be great if Liu Yuan was a Japanese. We can definitely replace the Führer and make us great again. Drag him away from upstairs. Execute him. Liu Yuan's actions even crossed national borders. Some Japanese people even started to become fans of Liu Yuan. Among them was Daniel, who was still watching the game in the lounge. After being defeated by Liu Yuan, he felt extremely dissatisfied, unhappy, and angry. But after watching the operation just now, well, losing to Liu Yuan is nothing to be ashamed of. His routines are better than mine, his casting is better than Kawatani, and even his reactions. I'm afraid they're better than Alan's. With such an all-round hexagonal warrior, I have no regrets in losing. The rest of the game was just Liu Yuan beating the opponent one-sidedly. After getting the full beans, he directly gave it to Damu to carry away. After Liu Yuan controlled the white mask to release the ultimate move, the secret diagram also appeared. The white mask stood alone on the outer golem, looking down coldly. There is no hope or light, only despair. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Liu Yuan, Uchiha Madara White Mask. After getting rid of Dam, Liu Yuan quickly faced the last contestant from Japan. However, because the opponent used Asuma, the game ended faster. After Liu Yuan successfully hit the target with a fire at the beginning, he directly grabbed it into the Shinwei space with Shinwei. Then began a long and boring normal attack A, and at the last moment used 4 of 5 A to move from the corner to the midfield. Release the sickle attack E and use the ultimate skill at the same time. Soon, under the brutal lightning of the outer path golem, Asuma was beaten to his ultimate move. The white mask and a group of new Pain 6 paths were running wildly in the woods. I am the second 6 paths, the only one that exists now. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Liu Yuan, Uchiha Madara White Mask. Winning country, Dragon Country. Because the last 2 games were too boring after Liu Yuan got the upper hand. The reactions of the Dragon Country audience and senior officials were not as intense as when Liu Yuan had just turned the tide of the battle. Hey, long lost Yu Jengsen. Liu Yuan stood up from the console and stretched. Except for the first game, which was a little stressful, the next 2 games were a complete thrashing. Some people are like this, they run out of beans while playing. In other words, the opponent didn't have the expression of patting the head, otherwise he would have broken through the defense and started touching me long ago. Fuck. I forgot to touch it myself. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan felt so regretful. Why didn't you touch it when you turned it over just now? No, we can't compromise. We'll leave this untouched head for the next contestant. While he was thinking, Lu Yuan's body began to emit a light blue light, and he was about to teleport again. Dragon Country Lounge. Ever since Lu Yuan won, Bai Xinyi's eyes have been wide open, staring at the place where he was first teleported. Until blue light began to gather on the sofa next to me and slowly condensed into a human shape. She pounced on him immediately. Lu Yuan had just finished teleporting and felt dizzy and dazed, then he felt a fragrant breeze in his nose and a soft jade in his arms. Thank you, you really did it. Lu Yuan was completely stunned. When he came to his senses, he found Bai Xinyi who had knocked him to the ground. Well, it's not all my credit. You guys did your best, too. If you hadn't consumed most of Pain's health and made him lose 2 summons, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to take him down in one go. Lu Yuan said this somewhat against his will, and Li Ke on the side could hardly bear to watch it anymore. Bai Xinyi wiped her tears, then quickly said to Lu Yuan. Thank you very much. If you hadn't won, I would have become a war criminal. This is a reward for you. She said this half-jokingly, and Li Ke turned his head away tactfully. You are a war criminal? Then I am not one too? Lu Yuan touched his cheek in confusion. This was the first time in his life that he was kissed by a girl. In his previous life, he was too focused on games, which was completely different from Mr. Shui. Such a reward seems pretty good. However, compared with the tranquility and peace in the lounge, the Longguo live broadcast room was in complete chaos. Reward? You call this a reward? You are rewarding yourself, right? Bai Xinyi. Sister Qingzhe. My first kiss from the god of road. Ah! What did I see? My first kiss as the god of road was taken away just like that. Q. Bai Xinyi, you and I cannot coexist. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Choose Yao. Ugh, choose Black Zetsu. Chapter 41 Choose Yao. Ugh, choose Black Zetsu. 3000 chapters. More updates coming. Japanese high-level conference room. Lord Tian Huang. Something terrible has happened. A middle-aged man with the same top knot and wearing a kimono ran into the Japanese conference room in a hurry. Don't be anxious. If you have anything to say, please take your time. Our Japanese team is in a very good situation right now. Tian Huang scraped the tea lid and sipped the tea calmly. Seeing that Tian Huang was very calm, the middle-aged man took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Now the Dragon Country is only advancing to the next 3 levels, and it is not necessarily going to clash with our Japanese country. Moreover, there are 2 burdens in their team. As long as we can replace Lu Yuan, the remaining Bai Xinyi and Li Ke will be very easy to deal with. After sorting out his thoughts, he took a deep breath and said, Dragon Country has advanced. Puff Tian Huang was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He sprayed out the tea he had just drunk and asked loudly. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't Daniel wipe out 2 people from the Dragon Kingdom? 3 of them fighting against 1 Liu Yuan, can they lose? All 3 of them are top-tier players. Seeing Tian Huang's rage, the middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, Daniel did go through too, but when fighting Lu Yuan, he used his ultimate skill recklessly and caused Japan to run out of chakra. Beiji Road. This Daniel is such an idiot. He dares to use his ultimate skill recklessly when fighting against a unique hexagonal player like Lu Yuan. It's totally causing trouble for our country of Japan. Upon hearing this, Tian Huang was so angry that he overturned the table in front of him and gasped heavily. Go and use your national luck points to bring the news to Kawatani and the others. When you encounter the Dragon Nation, you must take it seriously and never underestimate the enemy. Although Longguo has 2 burdens, Liu Yuan's ability makes it possible for him to complete the 3-man show. We must impose more restrictions on the casting. On the other side, the Japanese lounge. A young man with naturally curly hair and dark skin appeared in the lounge, glowing blue. What a great success! This time in the Gods Arena, we basically didn't encounter any difficult opponents. On the contrary, other strong teams have been colliding with each other. There shouldn't be many strong teams left now. Hey, Kawatani, why are you frowning? You're still frowning even though you won. The young man is named Kurozumi Taiki, an aboriginal of Japan. He was recruited into the national team because of his gorgeous operation and superb skills. Kawaguchi looked up at him and sighed. The Dragon Country has also advanced to the quarter-finals, and it was Liu Yuan who advanced against the Sanrier country. Nanny! Didn't Daniel develop some new tactics? Why did he lose so miserably? It is precisely because of this so-called new routine that Japan is unable to resist and can only let itself be slaughtered. Daniel has used up all his chakra. The handsome black-haired boy leaning against the wall said so. Bai Mulin. The strongest player in the true sense of the word from Japan. Visual reaction, control reaction, awareness, positioning, and understanding of the game are all top-notch. Before Liu Yuan appeared, he was ranked 7th among the top 10 players in the God tournament. The undisputed number 1 player in the Japanese country. Is that so? Does His Majesty Tianhuang have anything else to say? Kuratan Tai didn't pay too much attention to it. He walked to the table, opened a can of oolong tea, and started drinking it by himself. Kawatani Ichiro crossed his arms and said seriously. His Majesty Tianhuang has issued an order. If we encounter the Dragon Nation team, we should be on the lookout for ninjas with the word mask in their names. If we find one and we have the upper hand, we should take them down first. Dragon Country Lounge. Liu Yuan, open your mouth, ah. Bai Xinyi held a peeled grape and said to Liu Yuan. Ah, Liu Yuan opened his mouth with a look of enjoyment and ate it, so sweet. Right. This apple is not bad either, try it. Okay. It's really delicious. The lounge of the Gods Arena is quite meaningful. Yeah, I think so too. Oi! 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 Li Keek shouted 3 times but no one answered him, so he raised his voice, you two should listen to me. Ah? What's wrong, Li K, did you say anything just now? Hey, pay attention to the screen. Li K sighed helplessly. He had previously thought of being a wingman for his brother. If you have this kind of thought again in the future, I, Li K, will eat it directly. It's decided. I must apply for work injury leave when I go back this time. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuan also looked at the screen, which was announcing the list of winners. The 3rd round of God's Arena ends. The winning countries are, Lighthouse Country, Kimchi Country, Northern Bear Country, Japan Country, Dragon Country. The 4th round of match pairing will be held next. Matching. The matching results are as follows. Lighthouse Country vs Sunset Country. Kimchi Country vs Brown and Orange Country. Northern Bear Country vs Kangaroo Country. Japan vs Dragon Country. Boy, this match is interesting. Li K couldn't help but say when he saw the matching results. It's really interesting. A feud between 2 old enemies should be very exciting. Liu Yuan also said lightly, to be honest, if he wasn't also participating in the competition, he really wanted to see Kimchi vs Brown and Orange. Not only them, some audiences in Long Country also started to play along and looked forward to it. You drop salt, I drop vinegar, Chao Shan people, sleep late. I see you are in love with love. JPG. Ah. I actually matched with Brown and Orange. But that's just right. Take this opportunity and head north. Our great kimchi nation will definitely win. Taking care of the brown and orange is just a side job. This time our goal for the kimchi nation is to be in the top 3. This matching result also caused a great response in Korea. But Luyuan obviously didn't know, and didn't have time to find out. After the battle list was matched in the Gods Arena, the casting stage began immediately. The selection for the team competition is done by randomly drawing one contestant from 3 contestants from each country. However, the venue is in the lounge. In other words, the lineup is basically decided by the team leader. Except for some powerful countries that will have internal conflicts during this stage. The lineups of other countries are basically decided by fixed players. Xinyi, this is your turn. Luyuan looked at the faint red light coming out of Bai Xinyi's body and said to her. Well, I'll follow your instructions. Bai Xinyi nodded solemnly, and then looked at the screen. Gods Arena Japan vs Dragon Country. Game start. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Japanese player is the first position, and ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are, S. Mysterious Masked Man Red Knight Blade, A. Uchiha Suzuki Suzano, S. Might Guy Death Gate, A. Darui, A. Black Zetsu, A. Shimura Danzo, A. Kakuzu Immortality, B. Konohamaru Shippuden, S. Uchiha Ataka Suzano. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00, 58. 00, 57. Japanese Lounge. Oi, what are you going to choose? Take the mysterious masked man. Kuritan Taiki was drinking oolong tea, eating yakitori, and asking Kawatani Ichiro in a frivolous manner. In the lounge of the Gods Arena, basically whatever the contestants want to eat, they just need to silently think about the food and it will appear. But it is rare to see someone like him ordering food when the game is about to start. Ichiro Kawatani seemed to have gotten used to him and was not affected at all. Instead, he looked at the screen with a frown, and then glanced at Bai Mulin. At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. His Majesty Tianhuang told him that whenever he saw a ninja with the word mask on it, he must choose it first. His purpose was to help Luyuan get the ninja. But the 3 of them had never used this ninja before, although they had some understanding of his skills through the latest information brought by Tianhuang. But just like when he faced Luyuan before, a ninja without proficiency would be unable to defeat the enemy even if he fought against the information gap. Moreover, this time the ninja also mastered the unique skill of 100 Eyes. He basically never lost after getting Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo. How to choose? If I disobey His Majesty Tianhuang's orders and lose the game, I will most likely go to see Bushido. As the captain, Ichiro Kawatani was sweating profusely at this time. Having a boss who likes to micromanage is sometimes really frustrating. Choose the mysterious masked man Red Knight Blade. I've read the intelligence that Tianhuang brought me before. This ninja's first skill starts very quickly, and his second skill is almost invincible with 0 frames. It's understandable that Luyuan was able to get this series before and win by relying on the extremely powerful ether mechanism. Besides, maybe the opponent won't even choose Uchiha Suzuki Suzano, and we might even be able to get both ninjas. Baimlin said to the hesitant Kawatani Ichiro. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated and directly chose the mysterious masked man Red Knight Blade. Dragon Country Lounge. What bad luck! I'm paired with the Japanese devils again. Luyuan looked at the casting countdown that had been ticking for nearly 50 seconds, and complained helplessly, it took so long again this time, really. Oh! Just as he sighed, the screen changed. Japanese player chooses ninja, S mysterious masked man Red Knight Blade. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00, 58. It's finally us. Li Ke was also getting a little impatient and speechless. The speed of casting in Japan is quite amazing among all the strong teams. This is a team competition, and the Japanese nation will definitely send Baemlin as a backup. His best ninja is Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo. Should we just lock him down and leave him no choice? Bai Xinyi looked at Liu Yuan hesitantly. As for Liu Yuan, he had already made up his mind when he saw the ninja watch just now, and said with a smirk. Of course I'd choose Yao. Bah, my mouth is twitching, I said the wrong thing. Of course I'd choose Black Zetsu. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 How to Win? Ride on me and you will win. Chapter 42 How to Win? Ride on me and you will win. 3000 chapters. There will be updates. Black Zetsu, X2. Li Ke and Bai Xinyi asked in disbelief. Well, choose Black Zetsu. But Bai Xinyi was completely stunned. This ninja is like a piece of shit. It can only hang on others and can only come down to fight after its own players die. The model is very small and the skills are not very useful, so basically no one will choose it. However, since it was Liu Yuan's decision, she only hesitated for a moment and then locked it immediately. Where's the second ninja? Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo. Or Uchiha Itachi Susanoo. Bai Xinyi looked at Liu Yuan again and chose Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo in order to restrict Baemlin. As for Uchiha Itachi Susanoo, it was entirely due to the recent wave of injuries. Ever since Liu Yuan used Sarutobi Hiruzen's immortal reincarnation to kill the Kirigakure rebel in 4 seconds. Many countries have begun to pursue this kind of ninja who can take down the enemy in one wave after getting the rhythm, and have begun to study its secret scrolls and pair it with people of the same age. I affectionately call these ninjas superior in skills because while their opponents have to work hard for more than 50 seconds, I only need 4 or 5 seconds to send them to the west. Just a little more skilled. Liu Yuan didn't pay much attention to news about other countries. If he knew, he would be surprised. He hadn't yet spread the village culture to the rest of the world, but he didn't expect civilization to find a way out on its own. However, in Liu Yuan's opinion, all of them can only be treated with the ancient method of healing. If he really had no choice, he would not choose at all. Neither, choose Might Guy Death Gate. When he said this, Liu Yuan could hardly suppress the smile on his face. The ninja Black Zetsu was released shortly before he traveled through time. At that time, it was not even available for purchase and could only be experienced. But just by experiencing it, Liu Yuan has already realized how terrifying this ninja is. This is simply our Naruto player's very own Yao Mei. Our very own Yuamai. It can possess a ninja, take damage for it periodically, and automatically provide it with hegemony. The most important thing is that it will increase critical strike, move speed, and reduce cooldown. What would happen if this ninja was paired with Death Gate Kai? It completely fixed the bug that caused Death Gate Kai to lose. The already powerful Red Bolt, give him a pair of running shoes. Isn't this directly invincible? We Naruto players have our own boss. As everyone knows, when Death Gate Kai enters the explosion state, his movement speed and damage will be greatly increased. If Black Zetsu's movement speed is added to this situation, the movement is comparable to others' displacement. Although the speed may be a little slower than the third generation's foot power, it is still amazing. Because Black Zetsu also gives other attributes. Adding critical hits is like giving Red Dog a shot of stimulants, one kick must cost 3 million. Liu Yuan even once had a critical hit at his maximum health point, dealing over 3.9 million damage. One kick will definitely take him away directly. It would be even more powerful if the cooling time was reduced, and its practicality would be maximized. Originally, after using Death Gate Kai's second skill to hit the bean, he still needed to pull it for 2 seconds to wait for it to cool down. Otherwise, if you use the ultimate skill directly, you will not be able to use the second skill after the ultimate skill ends, and the beans will be cleared with one click. But it's different with his exclusive weapon Black Zetsu, he can directly use the second skill and ultimate and second skill. Brainless Youth. Death Gate Kai plus Black Zetsu plus Perseverance equals Super Boss for Naruto players. Boss First Stage, Inherent Dominance and Super Fast Movement Speed and Ruthless Crit and Extremely Low Cooldown, Normal and Black Zetsu. Boss Second Stage, Mad Dog's Movement Speed and Incredible Damage, Explosion State and Black Zetsu. Boss Third Stage, Perseverance Enhancement and Maximum Health, Explosion State and Black Zetsu and Triggering Perseverance. Wait until the third stage of the boss and use the damage increased by the shark. Once a critical hit, the damage is at least 3 million. The total health of a ninja in the arena is only more than 3.1 million. It is truly a being that can kill instantly with full health. Death Gate Kai? This ninja seems to have a poor feel for normal attacks, and his win rate is not as high as A Might Kai. Li Kai was also confused when he heard this, and couldn't help but raise the doubts in his mind. The feel of normal attacks is indeed uncomfortable, but this can be solved with more practice. I once thought that flexibility and damage cannot be achieved at the same time, and that ninjas who inflict damage are generally stupid. And ninjas with more flexible displacement are often often scraping for more than 50 seconds, and then being caught and taken away in an instant. They are more skilled. It wasn't until I met Si Menkai that I realized I was wrong. Lu Yuan shook his head, as if recalling some unbearable past. Once upon a time, he also thought that this was a defense ninja, and even called it the Red Defense. After optimization, he was simply called Red Dog. But now, he has obtained Nawa's transformation key, Black Zetsu. The current Death Gate Kai is comparable to Hurricane Tunaduo. Flame Nava. Well, I believe you. Bai Xinyi did not hesitate. After confirming Lu Yuan's choice, she locked it directly. Even though she had a lot of doubts in her heart, she chose to believe it. Dragon Country players choose Ninja, A Black Zetsu, S Might Guy Death Gate. Next, the Japanese players will choose the Ninja. Select Countdown Start, 12:59-12:58. After seeing Lu Yuan's choice, the audience in Longhua were also a little confused, but they all chose to trust. Lu Yuan had saved the Dragon Kingdom from danger several times, and had already formed a fixed impression in everyone's mind. Lushan chooses this. It contains something. Lu Shen actually chose Black Zetsu. This ninja seems to be like the cat in LOL, you can add attributes to it. I have a bold idea. Do you think Lu Shen will start? WC. Brother, you and I are thinking the same thing. I am so excited to think that Lu Shen can start. Haha, stupid dragon people, you chose a ninja who is universally recognized as a good ninja in terms of both appearance and skills. Now the public is actually starting to whitewash him. It's totally unreasonable. Yes. The reason why our great Japan lost before was entirely because they encountered the strongest ninja Pain Tiandao Chao. This time they are not so lucky. This time, we have Lord Bame in our Japanese team. We have Lord Bame fighting. Victory is a matter of course. The Japanese audience was still relatively optimistic, although Lu Yuan was praised by a very middle school commentator as the Empire's destroyer dragon, Japan's first and last enemy, and the ultimate weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. But as a powerful country in the divine arena, they also have their own pride. Moreover, in their opinion, the difference in strength between the ninjas in the last match was too great and could not be counted at all. In addition, the strongest player from Japan, Hyakum Lin, was sent to this competition. Their reaction is understandable. Japanese Lounge. Yoshi. Lu Yuan didn't even choose Uchiha Suzuki Suzano. Bai Mu, your unique skill has been found. Kuritan Taiki looked at Lu Yuan's choice and said with great surprise. In his opinion, as long as Bame gets Uchiha Sasuke's Suzano, he can basically win without any effort. Great! Another round. How strange. Why would Liu Yuan choose a defense ninja? And why do I feel so creepy, just like the last time I played against him? The moment Ichiro Kawatani saw Longguo locking up Black Zetsu, his bad premonition became stronger. You know its history, but you still want to eat it? Impossible. Unless... this is not history at all. It's chocolate. Ichiro Kawatani made some very abstract reasoning in his mind, but abstraction is just abstraction. In fact, the guess is pretty close. Next they will start the level breaking mode. And Liu Yuan is the super boss with 3 stages. At this point, no matter how much you think, nothing can be changed. Let's take down the 100-eyed Susanoo Suzuki first. Thinking of this, Ichiro Kawatani immediately chose Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo. Then he swept away the remaining ninjas and took down the only remaining Uchiha Ataka Susanoo. The Japanese players choose ninjas, Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo, Uchiha Ataka Susanoo. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Liu Yuan, the last ninja. Bai Xinyi looked at Liu Yuan, waiting for his final decision. Liu Yuan took a closer look and found that the remaining ninjas were mostly trash. A Darui, A Shimura Danzo, A Kakuzu Immortal Reincarnation, B Konohamaru Shippuden. Just give me some equipment. Thinking of this, Liu Yuan immediately gave a reply. Casting is all about immortal reincarnation. It is good. Bai Xinyi replied, then locked Kakuzu's reincarnation. From then on, the ninja selection of both sides also ended. Dragon Country, A Black Zetsu, S Might Guy Death Gate, A Kakuzu reincarnation. Japan, S Mysterious Masked Man Red Night Blade, A Uchiha Suzuki Susanoo, S Uchiha Ataka Susanoo. Finally the selection is done. I have never played Black Zetsu, and I feel that ninja is very difficult to control. Liu Yuan, please teach me, otherwise I don't know how to beat the opponent. Bai Xinyi threw herself on Liu Yuan like a spoiled child, but she really wanted Liu Yuan to teach her. After all, the ninja Black Zetsu is famous for his defense. The model is small, the skills are short, and the ultimate move is also useless. How do you win? You win if you ride on me. Liu Yuan looked at Bai Xinyi and smiled slightly, saying so. Hearing this, Bai Xinyi's face suddenly turned red. The temperature began to rise visibly, and there was even a faint trace of steam coming out of his forehead. He stuttered and said, "It's not a good idea to be here with people watching us, right? How about we go back after the game?" Liu Yuan? Li Ke? End of this chapter. Chapter 43, The Oppressive Feeling of a Patrolling Lion. The Suffocating Feeling of a Python Entangle. Chapter 43, The Oppressive Feeling of a Patrolling Lion. The Suffocating Feeling of a Python Entangled. No, what I mean is, you're riding on me as Black Zetsu, what are you thinking? Ah? I was thinking about Black Zetsu too. Hey, the secret scroll is about to be refreshed. Look at the secret scroll. Bai Xinyi blushed when she heard that, and after stuttering for a while, she quickly changed the subject. However, at this time, new subtitles and announcements did appear in the Gods Arena, which was very appropriate. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Dragon Country players will be the first to select the secret scroll. Secret scroll extraction. The available secret scrolls are Earth Escape Rockfall, Ninjutsu Perseverance, Earth Escape Earthquake, Lightning Escape Lightning Strike, Sealing Technique Heavy Sealing of Limbs, Release Technique Dispersion, Water Escape Mist Hiding Technique, Ninjutsu Defense, Wood Escape Prolonging Technique. Select countdown start, 12:59. Good fellow, you are worthy of me. If you keep doing this, I am really afraid that I won't live long. Lu Yuan looked at the secret scroll that appeared and complained silently in his heart. He thought that perseverance might not be so easy to gain, and he was even prepared to settle for the second best and choose invincibility or the solution. I didn't expect that his incredible luck would come true again. Select Ninja Taijutsu, Perseverance. Lu Yuan said to Bai Xinyi, who was standing beside him. Secret scroll selected by Dragon Country players, Ninjutsu, Perseverance. Next, the contestant from Japan will choose the secret scroll. Japanese Lounge. Perseverance? Do you know what this secret scroll is? Kurozumi Taiki looked at the unfamiliar green secret scroll and asked Ichiro Kawatani, who was standing beside him. Although in terms of hard power, Ichiro Kawatani is indeed at the bottom of their team, but in terms of casting, he is world-class. I can only speculate about this secret scroll because it appears so rarely. Using the secret scroll directly should provide gains such as defense, counter, and anger. I don't know the specific effect, but this is not its core function and can be ignored. This secret scroll is one of the very few that can be passively triggered. When the health drops below a certain threshold, the player will become invincible and recover a certain amount of health. It's like using up the space of a secret scroll in exchange for a chance to make a mistake. Ichiro Kawatani explained. Upon hearing this, Kuritan Tei looked disdainful and said contemptuously. What? He chose this kind of rubbish scroll. I took the starting scroll, but I don't know how many more waves of tempo I can get. This can only buy back one wave of tempo. I don't know what it's useful for. It is precisely because he never plays by the rules that it is so difficult for me to respond. Some ninjas/secret scrolls/spirituals that seem useless to us can work like miracles in his hands. Ichiro Kawatani recalled the shark swallowing beans, Tsunade skipping rope, and Tendo beating him ruthlessly, and sighed heavily. But he explained too much and even Kurozumi Taiki couldn't empathize with him. The feeling when facing a long road. It was like the oppressive feeling of a lion patrolling its territory. It was like the suffocating feeling of a python coiling around you. That feeling of being in an abyss or a prison, full of despair, not knowing if there will be a chance of resurrection after losing. Choose quickly. Baimulin patted Kawatani Ichiro lightly, pulling him out of his memories. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely. As for other contestants, the more Kawatani Ichiro studied, the more confident he became, the more thorough he studied, and the more fearless he became. However, facing Lu Yuan, he finally understood what that sentence meant. When you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you. The long road is such an abyss. The more I researched him, the more fear I felt in my heart. When you have finally studied one of his games clearly and summarized his various shortcomings and breakthroughs. When you look at the next game, you will find that all previous research is no longer applicable. All of that is just the tip of the iceberg. Its strength is as strong as an endless iceberg. Boundless. No end. Wrapped in heavy fog, even if you try your best, you can't see the face behind the fog and what kind of expression it has. Every time you feel you are close to the truth, you suddenly realize that everything is just wishful thinking. This kind of despair is like being trapped in a swamp. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. This dragon guy. He's a devil. Ichiro Kawatani said in his heart. At the same time, he thought about what a terrifying existence he was facing, carrying the hopes of tens of millions of Japanese people and fighting against this demon. A sense of mission arises spontaneously, just like the hero in a hot-blooded comic. I am the hope of Japan. Wow! Secret scroll selection. Release technique, dispersion. Wood release, grafting technique. Ichiro Kawatani almost screamed out, hysterically. Kuritan Taiki, who was drinking oolong tea, was startled and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Not only him, but also the Japanese audience were shocked. But most of them still understand, after all, they are facing a hexagonal player like Lu Yuan. The battle has already begun since the casting. The secret scroll selected by the contestants from Japan, Jujutsu, San, would release, cutting technique. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the secret scroll. It's just that Liu Yuan didn't know, otherwise he would definitely complain harshly. Just choosing a secret scroll and you get so excited? Huang Zidao is possessed, right? Can it burn anywhere? However, this level of second-year thinking and imagination is also a traditional skill of the Japanese. After Ichiro Kawatani chose the release technique, dispersion and wood release, insertion, Liu Yuan locked on the earth release, earthquake and lightning release, thunder and lightning. Although Liu Yuan felt that it was of little significance, because it was not Li Kei's turn to appear on the stage this time. He is just an assistant to himself. Dragon Country contestants choose secret scrolls, Earth Escape, Earthquake, Lightning Escape, Lightning Strike. Next, the contestant from Japan will choose the secret scroll. The secret scroll selected by the Japanese players, Sealing Technique, Heavy Sealing of Limbs. Secret scroll selection is complete. The order of selection will be swapped next. The Japanese contestants will take the lead in selecting the summoning beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are Mirage, Sickle, Ape Demon, Salamander, Crow, Dream Taper, Crab, Shark, Toad. Mysterious Masked Man Red Knight Blade, Uchiha Suzuki Suzanu, Uchiha Ataka Suzanu. These three ninjas have good counter-attack abilities, so we can make arrangements for the start. Ichiro Kawatani murmured to himself, and then chose Mirage with firm will. The contestant from Japan chose the Psychic Beast, Mirage. Next, the Dragon Country contestant will choose a Summoned Beast. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. The Dragon Country players chose the Spiritual Beasts, Shark and Crab. Next, the contestant from Japan will choose the Summoning Beast. Japanese players choose Psychic Beasts, Crow and Salamander. The Dragon Country player chooses the Spiritual Beast, the Dream Taper. Since then, the casting of both parties has been completely completed. Dragon Kingdom. A Black Zetsu, S Might Guy Death Gate, A Kakuzu Immortal Reincarnation. Earth Escape Technique, Earthquake, Ninjutsu, Perseverance, Lightning Escape Technique, Lightning Strike. Crab, Taper, Shark. Japan. S Mysterious Masked Man Red Knight Blade, S Uchiha Ataka Suzanu, A Uchiha Suzuki Suzanu. Sealing Technique, Heavy Sealing of Limbs, Wood Release, Insertion Technique, Release Technique, Dispersion. Mirage, Crow, Salamander. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Off-Screen / Peak Red Mask. Chapter 44, Off-Screen / Peak Red Mask. After the psychic selection is completed, both sides begin to adjust the order of appearance. There wasn't much delay here. As early as the casting, the order of appearance had already been decided in their minds. Finally, just move it to the correct position and you're done. Soon, as Bai Xinyi completed her action, a light blue halo began to emit from Liu Yuan's body. It's been a long time since I started. Liu Yuan stood up, stretched his muscles. You have to win. If you win, I'll come back and reward you. Seeing that Liu Yuan was about to appear, Bai Xinyi stood up and threw herself into his arms, then touched his face lightly. How to reward? If you win, you can reward me however you want. Then I am not guaranteed to win. Seeing Bai Xinyi blushing and acting like an ostrich in his arms, Liu Yuan couldn't help but joke. At this moment, the blue halo spreading around him seemed to have reached a critical point. In an instant, there was a bright light and Liu Yuan disappeared from the spot. Gone. Bai Xinyi sniffed the lingering fragrance and warmth on her fingertips, feeling a little lost. Still a little dizzy about teleportation as always. Liu Yuan shook his dizzy head, and then walked to Longuo's control panel with ease. Not long after he stood still, the announcement of the Gods Arena began to sound. First round. The battle begins. After the loading screen ended, Liu Yuan came to a scene that was very appropriate for the scene, but it was the scene on the opposite side. Scene: Cherry Blossom Street. A retro cobblestone street surrounded by cherry blossom trees. The ground is covered with piled cherry blossom petals, and new cherry blossoms fall from the sky from time to time. Dongying-san, the cherry blossoms in my hometown are blooming again. Might Guy, with his door open, entered the cherry blossom street and placed his thumb on his heart. A close-up of a left chest X-ray covered the entire screen, with a small blue flame burning where the heart should be. After the blue flame burned in the heart to form a closed loop, a loud shout resounded throughout the arena. With hatch door open. Then the green steam turned into red steam, symbolizing the gate of death, and the hair was blown like a burning flame by the countercurrent of chakra. A ball of black mud appeared under his feet, and a hand stretched out from it, and ran into the body of Death Gate Kai, forming a thin black mist behind him, in which there was a faint smiley face. It's Black Zetsu. At the beginning of the game, Liu Yuan took a step forward and used his second skill to attack directly to start with Xi Xiang. I saw Death Gate Kai accumulate some strength, and then punched the air, forming an air cannon in the shape of an elephant's foot and hit the red mask. So fast! Kurozumi Taiki was confused and went straight into the state of being attacked. He didn't even press the button of the hollow transformation. This ninja! I feel something is wrong, this movement speed, this starting speed. There is a strong sense of disharmony everywhere. Too fast. Kurozumi Taiki didn't hesitate for too long, and immediately used his substitution after finding the right opportunity. When Liu Yuan saw his substitute, he quickly used Tianque and normal attacks in reverse, instantly creating a huge X-axis distance. However, now it was Liu Yuan's turn to be confused. With the fast long-distance movement of Sky Drive and normal attack, he has already left the screen where the red mask is. As a result, a red shadow flashed, and he was struck down from the sky. This speed! This length! Off-screen slash? Is this the pinnacle red mask? Liu Yuan was stunned by the blow, and his eyes gradually became serious. What about the peak red mask? What you have is the sealing technique heavy sealing of limbs, not the release technique dispersion. You can only use the 2+1 Shinwei combination skill to grab it. But if you use Shinwei, how can you counterattack? The red face and the skeleton are both scattered, and it is obvious that the opponent has given this, and they think the emphasis is on the higher skeleton. However, even with the scattered red face, facing the third stage of Nava power, the result is still dead. Liu Yuan did not hesitate and directly replaced himself. At this time, his Tianque was still in effect. And the moment Liu Yuan's substitute went down, the red mask immediately activated its divine power and entered a virtual state. His whole body began to flicker with erratic and illusory light and shadow. The pinnacle red mask is simple and crude to operate, and its strength is extremely powerful. The first skill is fast and long. The second skill not only has a short cooldown, but most importantly, the sword energy has a large range, and it is also a skill judgment. Skills are very popular. But even so, Liu Yuan had no intention of avoiding the spotlight for the time being. Shimen Kai, I avoid his edge? Take the sword, Black Zetsu. At this time, white light began to flash on Liu Yuan's body, and he entered the Black Zetsu manifestation state. In this state, the possessed ninja will be in a dominant state. And Black Zetsu will also bear the damage on his behalf. So annoying. Although this Black Zetsu can be said to have directly eliminated a ninja position on the opponent, the dominance when possessed is really hard to deal with. When Kurozumi Taiki saw the Black Zetsu appear on Shimen Kai's body, he immediately gave up his plan to use sword energy. Prepare to use Shinwei to escape and buy time. Without my first skill, I can't perform a grab combo, and I don't have any scrolls or spiritual communication that can break the hegemony. You can only use your second skill to run away, or use psychic to suppress the enemy. With this in mind, Liu Yuan took advantage of the fact that Black Zetsu was currently revealed and used the second stage of Sky Drive to follow up with a normal attack, refreshing the cooldown while beginning a frantic chase. The feeling of being chased by a mad dog. Soon, the 3 stages of the Red Mask's transformation ended. But behind him, there is still Tianque, still chasing him madly. In desperation, Kurozumi Taiki was forced to hand over the spiritual power. Under his control, the Red Mask turned around and slapped the ground, then released the spiritual power. The shell broke out of the ground under the feet of Si Menkai almost instantly, but before it could roar, Liu Yuan had already reversed his direction and flew out again. Liu Shen is awesome. This trick is great. Now the opponent has used his spiritual, stand, and void abilities. Once the Mirage's attack is over, whether you use air punches or direct spiritual to suppress it, you will definitely get the upper hand. Yet. But to be honest, isn't the displacement of this ninja used by Liu Shen a bit too much? More than a lot. Too many. I just counted. There are 5 stages of displacement. This ninja is really powerful. I guess only Brother Chow can handle him. The ninja on the opposite side is not weak, right? It seems to be stronger than the White Mask. The first skill starts too quickly, and the second skill has 3 stages of virtualization. It's over. There's really no way to retreat now. As soon as the shell is over, Kurozumi Taiki will be attacked. That red ninja from Dragon Country is really breaking the rules. How can he have 5 stages of movement? And his speed is so fast. No. I think you should ask our national team. Why didn't they pick this red ninja in the first round? When the Japanese audience saw that their own contestant was trapped in the corner and trembling, they immediately started to complain. Soon, the shell's sonic attack ended. With the help of Black Zetsu's shortened cooldown, Death Gate Kai's second skill, Evening Elephant, has now turned around. Liu Yuan controlled the Death Gate Kai, aimed at the Red Mask, and punched him. Boom! The Red Mask was knocked away, and Liu Yuan started to stabilize 3A. When Death Gate Kai first appeared, his normal attack was strongly resisted by the villagers because it felt too defensive. After several rounds of repairs, the feel is still a bit problematic. But if we only talk about performance, this normal attack is still very good. Death Gate Kai's normal attack has 5 stages, 1-2A push, 3A knock up, 4A continuous air kick, 5A jump up, and lotus. 3-4-5A all have an instant invincibility frame, which can be used to avoid damage and can also be used to deceive the opponent. In actual combat, 3A is generally used. At the same time, its flat axis is very long, and it can hit directly from the left side of the map to the right side. And, the most important thing is that 3A has frame reduction, which can slow down the opponent's skills. Many times, you can rely on this to dodge a lot of skills. Even after being hit by its 3A, some ninjas will be too slow to deal damage and unable to follow up with skills after the ultimate move ends. Name and praise. Uchiha Sasuke Mangekyo Sharingan, Gaara Ninja World War. So if Liu Yuan keeps using 3A to deal damage, as long as he has a substitute, he can use 4-5A to quickly reverse the direction and create distance. However, the one he is facing now is the peak Red Mask, so it is very likely that the operation will be the same as the first wave, and he will be directly chopped down by his big sword outside the screen to regain the rhythm. So, after Liu Yuan hit him a few times, he directly used Tianque to start inflicting damage. For the current situation, he already has a very pure and easy-to-use method in mind. Damn it, what should I do with the next wave of changes? The spiritual communication is still not getting better. Just turn into nothingness and run away. No, if I do that, Luan will chase me like a mad dog. Why don't you use your substitute to use the skill False Moonlight and run away? With the length of Red Mask's skill, he should be able to run away. Luan just used his 5-stage charge skill to deal damage. With just the remaining air punch, he is not far enough to chase me. After that, I just need to move around and delay time with Luan until the next psychic is ready, then change the rhythm and deal another wave of damage. Even if I don't defeat Luan, as long as I can reduce his health to less than half, I'll be able to complete my mission. Kuretante was secretly calculating in his mind how to deal with the next wave. But what he didn't know was, the game truly begins only after Luan is beaten below half health. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, the blood burning mechanism is a debuff? No. It's a boss initiator. Chapter 45, the blood burning mechanism is a debuff? No. It's a boss initiator. Longguo High Level Conference Room. Good boy. You actually chose Black Zetsu as a pendant. Among so many god-level contestants, he's probably the only one who dares to play like this. The burly old man looked at Luan, who had successfully gotten the rhythm, and couldn't help but complain. Black Zetsu is widely acknowledged as a useless ninja. Basically, as long as you use this thing, you will be inferior to others before the fight even starts. It is equivalent to giving someone a ninja position for free in exchange for a very unstable invincibility buff. This deal is not worth it no matter how you look at it. But he did get some results with this ninja, didn't he? In terms of overall strength, our Dragon Country team is still a little weaker than other first-tier teams. Luan's idea of concentrating all the benefits on him alone is not considered a good idea for our Dragon Nation. Lin Zhenhua said this as he looked at Luan, who was beating up the Japanese player in the sky. Indeed, I didn't say I disagreed, I just felt that only he had such courage. It's a pity, it's impossible for Black Zetsu to encounter every ninja. Upon hearing this, the burly old man nodded in agreement and continued to focus his attention on the game. Dragon Country Lounge. Great. Luan got the upper hand again. Seeing Luan taking the initiative again, Bai Xinyi was so happy that she almost burst into tears. Well, from this point of view, Luan should be able to win this game easily. There is a place that I have always been concerned about. Where? Luan is a very strong ninja in every aspect. He has 5 levels of movement, a very fast release, and high damage. I think it's impossible for a ninja to be both agile and powerful. That would be too much and would destroy the balance of the God's arena. So, there must be some mechanism that limits his strength. When Li Ke said this, he looked at Luan's health bar meaningfully. You mean? After Li Ke mentioned this, Bai Xinyi reacted immediately. Luan's health bar seemed to have been decreasing automatically since he entered the scene. There is a small flame on it, burning continuously. Now thinking back carefully. From the beginning to now, the total blood volume has been reduced by almost 1/7. So, the strength of the ninja Luan is gained by automatically deducting blood? If that's the case, once Luan is caught in the rhythm and attacked, it will be difficult for him to finish 3 games. Got it? We can't let our guard down either. We need to be ready to go into battle at any time. Li Ke turned his gaze to the game screen again. Bai Xinyi also looked serious. Once Luan fails, she will have to take the stage immediately and must adjust her condition. Luan in the field naturally didn't know their analysis. If you knew, you would probably laugh to death. Automatic blood deduction is indeed a special mechanism of Death Gate Kai. The meaning of its existence. One is to restore the burning life in the original work, the other is to make this ninja more interesting. If you insist on saying it is a limit on strength, Luan thinks it is a little bit. After all, a round lasts for 60 seconds, and if you use up all the time, 1/3 of your health will be deducted. However, this mechanism will no longer deduct health after reaching a certain amount of health. And once the HP is below 50%, you can use Burn, which is the ultimate move. There will be an explosion effect during the period, similar to the ultimate move of Xianming, with the Vajra body throughout the whole process, but without the effect of breaking the hegemony body. After use, Deathgate Kai will further burn himself, and his clothes will burst. Therefore, this state is affectionately called the bursting clothes state by the villagers. After entering this state, Deathgate Kai will gain bonuses to both movement speed and attack power, and unlock the ultimate Night Kai. The intensity of this amplification is extremely powerful. Basically, he has reached the level where he can defeat the opponent with one wave of rhythm. So in Lu Yuan's opinion, it is more of a special enhancement mechanism than a restriction on strength. And if we take Lu Yuan's current configuration of Black Zetsu and Deathgate Kai and Heart Digger as an example, is the blood burning mechanism a debuff? No. This pack is a boss launcher. Shenwei is finally healed. We must be careful in the next operation. If I lose so easily, I will be punished by the locusts in heaven. Kuritan Taiki took a deep breath and focused his eyes. Now! Bang! As the red mask successfully replaced him, Kurozumi Taiki immediately released his first skill in the opposite direction, False Moonlight. The red masked stand-in was seen behind Deathgate Kai. He stabbed himself in the opposite direction and at the same time slashed Deathgate Kai from behind. Hit it! Trick it! Kurozumi Taiki, who originally just wanted to escape and buy time, suddenly received an unexpected surprise. I immediately wanted to try to challenge my limits. He controlled the red mask and turned forward, slashing twice, but Lu Yuan was really defeated. But after becoming a substitute, he didn't get any good juice at all. As soon as Lu Yuan's substitute came down, he immediately opened Tianqu to chase and kill him. Kuritan Tai was so frightened that he immediately activated his divine power and ran away with his head in his hands. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was methodical, relying on the rapid movement of Tianqu to pursue the enemy. It was not until he saw its divine power and it was almost over that he pressed the spiritual communication button, Crab. Deathgate Kai aimed at the red mask and slapped the ground. Countless contract patterns spread out, and the crab instantly appeared on the field, spraying a lot of mucus. The red mask was directly fixed in place by it. Seeing this, Lu Yuan directly controlled the Deathgate Kai and punched the red mask. Then he directly used the ultimate skill, secret skill, Evening Elephant Wuxiu. After the Deathgate Kai exploded his chakra and accumulated power, he used a super fast spinning attack forward, then knocked the red mask into the sky, used the Evening Elephant Foot, and blasted out several continuous elephant foot air cannons, fixing it in the air, and finished it with the last punch. Of course, with Red Mask's current health, he can't end it directly. Although he just started with his second skill Xi Xiang Mo Do, the recovery speed of the skill cooldown was accelerated because he had Black Zetsu on him. Now it's time to connect. Completed a beautiful 2 plus big plus 2 combo. It's really very practical. After that, Lu Yuan attacked twice and then used Tianqu to get the beans. In the end, he directly summoned Kakuzu to tear out his heart, ending the game. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Lu Yuan Might Guy Deathgate. Lose, lose. Kuritan Taiki fell on the contestant chair with a pale face. Everything that just happened too fast. Even now he is still in a daze. If I didn't go back and cheat for the replacement, would the result be different? No. If I just run, he can still use that 5-stage displacement to chase me. And he's wearing Black Zetsu. There's no solution to this situation. Kuritan Taiki was so disheartened that he hadn't even thought of an excuse for his failure. I have no idea what kind of situation will be waiting for me in the future. As the Gods Arena declared victory, the Japanese audience could no longer hold their breath. Damn it! This thing is too bad. Can you use a follow-up move right after the ultimate move is completed? That's right. No matter how we deal with it, he will keep chasing us like a mad dog. It's so scary. It's over. Could it be that Lu Yuan is really the Empire Destroyer Dragon? If we meet him, we will have no chance of becoming one of the top 3. Did you notice that, in fact, Hai Tongkun didn't hit Lu Yuan at all, but Lu Yuan's health was reduced by nearly 1/3. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. I just thought it was my illusion. I didn't expect it to be real. In that case, Lu Yuan will lose about 1/3 of his health in one round. In the next round, as long as our Japanese players can get a good rhythm, Lu Yuan will be dead. Yoshi. Big Yoshi. Victory belongs to our country of Japan. Japanese lounge. So what you mean is that Lu Yuan's health will continue to decrease. As long as we find an opportunity to dunk him, and then drag out the game without fighting him head-on, we can win by using the health advantage after the game is over. Ichiro Kawatani stared at the screen with a frown, secretly pondering the feasibility of his plan. You're using Susanoo Atake. He's famous for his ability to inflict heavy damage. As long as I seize the opportunity, stab him, and use a set of 21 skills, how much health can he have left? Also, even though I lost the last round, I at least helped you figure out his weaknesses, and I left you 2 bars of chakra. You start with a direct spiritual attack, he uses a substitute, then you use your eyes to block him and use his double skills to get 4 beans, then you use your ultimate to counterattack. The game is over. Kuritan Taiki was very active in making plans, as if he was demonstrating his value in the team, fearing that he would be held accountable by Tianhuang after he returned. However, Ichiro Kawatani didn't listen much. This guy has been beaten completely unconscious by Lu Yuan, and the strategy he came up with even has fatal flaws. Backhand big move? You may have forgotten what secret scroll he brought. This idiot should know what it feels like to face Lu Yuan now. I was even more desperate when I played alone. At least His Majesty Tianhuang will save the team. If I fail to defeat one of them alone, I will really die on the God's arena. There are indeed some problems with what he said, but I think the basic idea is correct. Bai Mulan suddenly spoke at this time. After Kurozumi Taiki was recognized, he was immediately a little proud. Hey! What do you think? I was right. If I hadn't sacrificed a game on purpose, how could I have such a clear idea of how to deal with the enemy, and how could I have seen through Lu Yuan's weaknesses? Shut up! Ichiro Kawatani frowned, and an angry shout immediately silenced him. In fact, his idea was the same as Baimu's. He believed that the general direction of increasing injuries and delaying time was definitely correct. But why do I always feel uneasy? I feel that if I do this, it will lead to unpredictable consequences. It's like opening Pandora's box. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Silence the World. Listen to the sound of the famous sword breaking. Chapter 46, Silence the World. Listen to the sound of the famous sword breaking. Ichiro Kawatani felt uneasy, but the God's arena would not stop because of him. Soon, blue light began to glow on his body, and he was then teleported to the control console in Japan. Second round. The battle begins. As soon as the battle began, Ichiro Kawatani controlled Susanoo Atake to retreat. A serious and dignified face. There are 2 ideas now. One is to use the first skill Yasaka no Megatama to touch the prize and consume it. If the distance is okay, you can also use the second skill Amaterasu to deal a wave of damage. The second is to cheat with skills, deliberately leave a flaw to let Lu Yuan attack, and then seize the opportunity to directly substitute and insert and double skills to attack. After a little thought, Ichiro Kawatani made a decision. Use the forbidden substitute technique. Susanoo Atake's dual skills have very high damage. After stabbing, one set can directly fill up half of the blood. Now Lu Yuan only has 2/3 of his total health left, and is still losing blood. I only need this wave to bring him to the killing line. It would be better if you could directly use perseverance. In that case, as long as you can withstand his rhythm for one wave, you win. It's impossible for him to take away his full health with just one move? That's ridiculous. Ichiro Kawatani controlled Susanoo Ataka to move forward, and when he saw that the road was far away, he began to sway. No, what is this guy doing? Did he drink too much nuclear waste water? Liu Yuan felt a little puzzled by his operation, so he directly controlled Si Menkai and fired a long-range evening elephant after aiming. Boom! Si Menkai gathered his strength slightly, and then punched out with great force. The terrifying column of air instantly knocked him away. Xi Xiang's attack speed is so fast that most people can hardly react. Then Liu Yuan used the sky drive function and then a normal attack to quickly close the distance. And use the second and third stages of normal attacks, after a wave, start to deal damage stably with 3A. Dragon Country Lounge. Isn't Liu Yuan's start a little too smooth? I always feel like there's something wrong. Bai Xinyi watched Liu Yuan take the initiative so smoothly, and for some reason she felt uneasy. When Liu Yuan fought against Hong Mian before, they were quite evenly matched. And this time, it's so easy to start? I also feel it's weird. Might Guy's Death Gate attack speed is really fast. I can't react to it. But, the opponent missed the vision, didn't use skills or communicate, what is going on? Li Ke frowned as he looked at Susanoo Ataka who was being beaten by Liu Yuan. Masaka. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Li Ke couldn't help but swallow. Does this guy want to forcibly exchange blood and play a round-based game? If this is the case, Liu Yuan's health will be in danger. Not only him, Lin Zhenhua and others also discovered that something was wrong. There's something fishy going on in this Japanese life. The burly old man slapped the table, stood up, and looked very solemn. Yeah, I feel that, too. Lin Zhenhua also had a worried look on his face. He could see that this little day was sent here on purpose. Otherwise, after seeing the distant vision, they would at least try to draw the prize or start first. But he did nothing. He was deliberately waiting for Liu Yuan to make the move and take the bait. Liu Yuan's health is still decreasing. This ninja seems to be using this mechanism to gain strength. If this continues, it won't be long before his health drops below half. If I remember correctly, Susanoo Ataka's piercing and dual skills can instantly reduce the HP to half. The bald old man's sudden words made everyone who were discussing pause. All of a sudden, the hairs on my body stood up. A chill went straight from my tailbone to my forehead. This little guy is waiting on purpose. He's waiting for Liu Yuan's blood to drop on its own. The burly old man suddenly woke up, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Well, he's also looking for an opportunity. Just like a venomous snake aiming at its prey, he wants to kill it with one strike. Lin Zhenhua nodded in agreement and added, but it's not a desperate situation yet. Normally speaking, with Liu Yuan's current health, he would definitely die if he was poisoned like this. But have you forgotten what the secret scroll he brought is? Nintaijutsu, perseverance. When the health is reduced to about 2 chakras, perseverance will be triggered and the health will be restored to about 3 chakras. To put it simply, Liu Yuan still has a chance to catch up. Lin Zhenhua expressed his guess and showed the good side to everyone, while keeping the bad side in his heart. Liu Yuan will indeed have a chance to create at least one more wave of rhythm. But this is a full health Susanoo Ataka. Can we really take it down with one wave of rhythm? Judging from the current speed at which Might Guy's Death Gate inflicts damage, it is actually very difficult. Japanese high-level conference room. The road is so wide. Yoshi. As expected of you, Kawatani-kun. With this, you can kill Liu Yuan in one go. There will be no Liu Yuan left. The remaining 2 are just rotten fish and shrimp, nothing to be afraid of. Go. Bring me my 82 law fight, and I'll be the first to invite you all to celebrate. Celebrate our victory over our inner demons. Kill the Empire Destroyer Dragon. Ha 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 ha. Tian Huang himself had done in-depth research on the divine arena, and as a bystander he could see things more clearly, so he naturally saw the clues at once. In his opinion, the battle was now a sure win. He had even decided to open a bottle of wine to celebrate. So what if it triggers perseverance? I'm a full-blooded Susanoo Ataki, can you kill me in 1 second? Can you kill me in 1 second? I do not believe. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for defeating your inner demon, XN. Long live the Emperor, XN. Ha 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 ha. When the atmosphere was right, he laughed even more wildly, and even his tongue flew up. It feels like Kogoro Mori is drunk. That's weird, why didn't this guy fight back when he was beaten? Are you trying to use the forbidden technique on me? Liu Yuan thought as he performed his combo steadily. But even if I give it to him, it will only help me open the form. The Perseverance Scroll is very special. After it is triggered, you will be invincible for about 2 seconds. Under normal circumstances, plus the 2 seconds to get up after falling down, the total invincibility is 4 seconds. However, there are some exceptions. Situation 1. When floating in the air at a very high altitude, since the falling time will exceed 2 seconds, the 2 seconds of invincibility after falling to the ground will not be triggered, which means that the perseverance will be directly broken. For example, when Tsunade's 100 healing skill is used, perseverance is triggered. When the person being hit is in the air, perseverance's invincibility ends, and he will be directly hit by Tsunade's 100 healing skill. Situation 2. Continuous grabbing. Since perseverance is triggered during the grabbing, even if it becomes translucent, it will still be fixed. After the grabbing is completed, the invincibility during the falling period will end and it will also be broken. For example, when the second generation of death uses the hard vortex water blade, most of the invincibility time will be wasted. Before it falls naturally to the ground, it will be continued by its normal attack. The cuttings and the skeleton's Susanoo arm grabs are both continuous grabs, which can theoretically break the willpower. But, thinking of this, Liu Yuan raised his lips and revealed a healthy smile. I still have more than half of my health left. You still have time to deal damage. You can't delay the invincibility time of perseverance. Wait until I fall to the ground before getting up again. You can skip the second stage of the boss and start the final version of the boss. The heart is clear. Liu Yuan decided to use Susanoo Ataki as the starting key to activate his strongest mode. Soon, seeing that Liu Yuan's health was almost half gone, he was also hit and his health bar was almost reduced to 2/3. Ichiro Kawatani's heart was filled with anger, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Liu Yuan! Go to hell! With a roar to embolden himself, Ichiro Kawatani controlled Susanoo Ataki to complete the substitution, and immediately followed up with the stabbing to successfully freeze Kai in place. Seeing this, the fierce light in his eyes deepened. Success! The road is long. Even you can't turn the tide. Under his control, Susanoo Ataki released a 2-to-1 combo. He glared, and countless black flames of Amaterasu appeared out of thin air under the feet of Death Gate Kai. Then, the orange half-body Susanoo protected his body and threw the Susanoo Megatama towards Liu Yuan. Yasaka Megatama! Liu Yuan's health bar, which was already low, suddenly evaporated and soon reached the level of 2 chakra bars. Now, Ichiro Kawatani and Liu Yuan smiled almost at the same time. Liu Yuan put his finger in front of his lips and gestured to the live studio to silence the crowd. Hush! Silence the world and listen to the sound of the famous sword breaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Uchiha Ataki, Red Dog, you are a cripple. Suzuki, you are a jerk. Chapter 47 Uchiha Ataki, Red Dog, you are a cripple. Suzuki, you are a jerk. What is Liu Shen doing? He's so handsome. No, I'm going to be stunned by his handsomeness. It's so sweet. Isn't Liu Shen getting beaten right now? Why does he look so calm? Oh my god. I'm afraid Liu Shen will be killed in an instant. It's all over. Look at the expression on Liu Shen's face, it doesn't look like it. Will there be a reversal? The audience in Long Country had various reactions to Liu Yuan's performance. Some were stunned by Liu Yuan's handsomeness, some were worried about him, and some were confused. However, they were all stunned in the next second. In the field, Ichiro Kawatani exerted his strength madly and almost emptied Liu Yuan's health bar. However, when the health bar dropped to the 2 chakra level, a blue wave spread across the screen. Liu Yuan entered the invincible state. At this time, the time for cuttings had just ended, and Liu Yuan just fell down. When I stood up again, his whole body turned into a translucent invincible state, and he had already entered the ground protection. You're done. Now it's my turn. Liu Yuan smiled like a god, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears, looking unusually healthy. He controlled Death Gate Kai and used his ultimate skill Burn. I saw Death Gate Kai crossed his hands in front of his chest, then gathered his strength and let them go. The terrifying Crimson Chakra burst out and knocked Susanoo Ataka directly away. Open! A roar accompanied by terrifying Crimson Chakra was heard, and the clothes on Death Gate Kai's upper body were directly torn into pieces, and his standing posture on the street also changed. At the same time, one could vaguely see cracks on the body caused by the flesh being insufficient to support the Death Gate. What the hell? What's going on? I didn't see this in the information about Might Guy Death Gate before. Ichiro Kawatani looked at his sudden change of mind, and the uneasiness in his heart finally came true. Death Gate Kai has only appeared once, except for the time when Liu Yuan used it. And he also used his ultimate move that time, but because his health was not lower than 50%, his clothes did not explode. This is the first time that the explosion has appeared in front of everyone. Crow. You must suppress it for me. As long as I can suppress him for these 2 seconds, I will be invincible. Even if I can only hit him once, I can win. Ichiro Kawatani prayed silently in his heart that the crow could suppress Liu Yuan. He was not greedy at all. The moment Liu Yuan triggered his will, he immediately released the crow, trying to suppress it. In this way, if he can counterattack again, Liu Yuan will die. However, this time he was disappointed again. Liu Yuan used his explosive clothes to knock the man away, then immediately released Tianque. 3 sections in a row. He took him out and followed up with a combination skill Sky Drive 3rd stage Evening Elephant Airflow. Death Gate Kai brought it into the air and slammed it to the ground, and the surrounding scene suddenly fell into a light black shadow. Then he kicked it with his knee, kicked it into the air, and then slammed it into the ground, and dropped countless Zixiang air cannons. Things you value. When we must protect even if it means death. As the skill ended, Death Gate Kai also let out a heavy gasp, which was a sign of burning life. Every time Liu Yuan heard it, he would feel inexplicably distressed. The character of Might Guy is very well portrayed, and he is also an original character that Liu Yuan likes very much. At this time, I looked at the health bar of Chuangguyi Liu again. Originally there were 2/3 of the health bar, but now there is not even a quarter left. Nanny! How is this possible? Ichiro Kawatani was so scared that he stood up and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. He couldn't believe that what he saw was real. However, this is the reality. Boss Phase 3. Black Zetsu, plus cooling down and movement speed and critical hit, clothes explosion, plus movement speed and attack, triggers perseverance, plus attack. Plus 2 attack and critical hit. Moreover, when the clothes are exploding, even the normal attack speed becomes faster. It's over. Liu Yuan smiled even more wantonly. He held down the normal attack and directly used a full set of attacks to maximize the purity. When his blood volume was almost down, he pressed the heart-ripping button that suddenly popped up. Kakuzu reincarnation jumped down from the air, pressed Susanoo Ataka to the ground, and rubbed him hard. Ahem, rip out his heart. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Liu Yuan Might Guy Death Gate. What the hell? Am I dazzled? What kind of injury is this? I remember that Might Guy's ultimate move Death Gate wasn't this. How come it suddenly changed? Liu Shen is awesome. I was wondering why our Liu Shen was so calm, it turns out everything was within his calculations. Damn it! How could this happen? How could this happen? It's obviously our great country of Japan that has the advantage. How come in the blink of an eye, the dragon people have won again? Liu Yuan's health is a bit unhealthy. Liu Yuan made a mistake. This may be difficult. Liu Yuan was suppressed. Is the game over? Let us congratulate Longguo Liu Yuan for his victory. It's always the same process. I can't hold it any longer. Is he really a natural nemesis for our great Japan? I won't accept it. The game came to an end, but the result was not what they expected. The Japanese audiences were all upset, but the one who was most upset was Tian Huang, who had already opened the champagne. Puff! Tian Huang looked at the situation that had reversed in an instant, and the wine in his mouth sprayed out directly, spraying the greasy bald man in the second seat all over his face. My goodness! Am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? This is all an illusion. Tian Huang couldn't believe what he saw, and he slapped the greasy bald man next to him, knocking him unconscious. Tanaka! Does it hurt? It shouldn't hurt, right? Sure enough, this is all my illusion. Let's check again. How could the damage suddenly become so high? I must be hallucinating. Ma di he! Ma di he! Your Majesty, Heavenly Locust, ah! A miserable scream pierced the Japanese Locust Palace. On the other side, the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were equally shocked. I don't have presbyopia, right? This is the kind of damage a person can have. Almost 8 million HP, and it was depleted in seconds. The burly old man looked back at everyone with some uncertainty, a questioning look in his eyes. It seemed as if I hoped to get a positive response from them to confirm that what I saw was true. I'm not mistaken. I lost 2 million in just 8 seconds. Lin Zhenhua's brain was still a little confused and he was in a state of semi-daze. But his swollen cheeks told him. This is all true. Longguo 1. Japanese Lounge. Ichiro Kawatani had been teleported back, and now he looked distraught. Seeing Bai Mulan, he could only force a smile. I really didn't expect it. Even now, I still can't accept the reality. How come the damage suddenly became so high? The health bar was emptied in just 8 seconds. Liu Yuan Dekan, Bai Mu, the rest is up to you. Kawatani took a deep breath and patted Bai Mulan's shoulder. Bai Mulan also had a solemn look on his face. He nodded heavily and a blue light began to glow from his body. But if this scene happened in Liu Yuan's previous life. Uchiha Itaki, Red Dog, you are a big loser. Suzuki, Odoudou, I leave it to you. Uchiha Suzuki, Itaki, Unii-chan, thank you so much. In my mind, you are a fucking idiot. Are you a human? End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Crimson Dragon. Deathgate Yekai. Chapter 48 Crimson Dragon. Deathgate, Yekai. After the clothes explode, the damage of Might Guy's Deathgate can take away the ninja's full health in one wave of rhythm. When your health drops to 2 chakras, you will be considered fatally injured. Your health will be restored to 3 chakras, and you will enter an invincible state for 2 seconds. Bai Mulan came to the God's Arena under the influence of a light blue light. As he kept thinking, a flash of inspiration came to him. Just now when Liu Yuanshang was being inserted and grabbed, he had already entered the invincible state. Although the time is short, it is a real fact. The reason for this is ultimately because his blood volume is still sufficient. Kawatani wasted a certain amount of time when using Susanoo attack as second skill to inflict damage. If Liu Yuan's HP was at 2 chakra bars at that time, his willpower would be triggered the moment he was stabbed, and he would enter a 2-second invincible state. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Baimulan's face, which was originally as cold as a glacier. If you trigger your perseverance at the moment of being inserted, the insertion will be over, and your invincibility will also be over. Ha! Empire Destroyer Dragon! You can't destroy anything this time. I will protect Japan's victory. Japanese high-level conference room. Yoshi! Yoshi! Tian Huang looked at the sky curtain crazily. When he saw Baimu come up with a countermeasure, he was immediately overjoyed. As expected of Hyakum-kun, Kawatani-kun's sacrifice was not in vain. Yes, yes, this time our Japanese victory should be almost certain. The greasy bald man echoed vaguely. It was obvious that Tian Huang had not been lenient with his attack before. This way, once we enter the semi-finals, as long as we don't crash into the lighthouse, we will definitely be in the top 3. Tian Huang took a sip of the 82 law fight and was in a good mood. Now that we know how to crack it, BAME only needs to slightly reduce its health, and then grab it with a combination of skills at a position of almost 2 chakras, triggering perseverance and breaking it. Liu Yuan used a substitute to directly suppress the attack with his spiritual power. This time the situation has turned around. Thinking of this, Tian Huang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Get rid of the inner demons and defeat the Dragon Nation in one fell swoop. Round 3. The battle begins. You can't use your skills. You have to save your combo skills to break his invincibility when he triggers perseverance. Baimu played very cautiously and began to retreat by controlling the skeleton at the beginning. Then, you didn't use Amaterasu's counter skill? Then I'll start with summoning. How will you respond? When Liu Yuan saw what Baimulan did, he was so amused by him. He now has 2 psychics in his hands, an elephant and a shark. On the other side, because the first 2 contestants squandered, he now only has 1 salamander left. Thinking of this, Liu Yuan controlled Death Gate Kai to press forward until he could almost cover the entire XY axis of the back half of the area, and then he directly released the spirit communication. Scarlet steam was coming out of Death Gate Kai's body, and when he slapped the ground, countless dark contracts spread out. Boom! The huge figure of the nightmare taper appeared in the scene, opened its mouth wide towards the front, and released a terrifying suction force, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Under this huge suction force, the skeleton had nowhere to hide and was sucked directly in front of it. Seeing this, Liu Yuan immediately started to fire, and used the 3-stage Sky Drive followed by the Evening Elephant to release a combination skill Sky Drive 3rd stage Evening Elephant Airflow. Death Gate Kai brought it into the air and slammed it to the ground, and the surrounding scene suddenly fell into a light black shadow. Then he kicked it with his knee, kicked it into the air, and then slammed it into the ground, and dropped countless Zixiang air cannons. Things you cherish. You must protect them even at the cost of your life. The plum blossoms bloomed twice. Last time it was Susanoo Ataki, this time it was Susanoo Suzuki, and both brothers were hit by a set of Yuxiang combination punches. Evening Elephant Airflow is a continuous grabbing attack, and you cannot substitute before the damage is dealt. But in the early stage before he is caught, he can use a substitute. However, Baimulin did not do that. As for the stand just now, the elephant was still attacking and there was no way to reduce Liu Yuan's health to 2 chakra bars. If you release the skeleton grab directly, it will be broken by the elephant's subsequent attack, and if you want to move out with 4 Chidori sword and grab with the reverse skeleton, the risk is too great and you may miss. So, he decided to let Liu Yuan Guan do it. He waited until his skill was over before starting the operation. Soon, the evening airflow ended, and Baimulin was replaced almost instantly. He used a close-range attack on Lu Yuan, directly reducing his health to around 2 chakra bars. Then start normal attacks, preparing to use the Chidori sword to move and gain momentum. Seeing this, Lu Yuan didn't give him the chance to continue attacking. If he continued to attack, his perseverance would be defeated. Directly replace in seconds. Use full reverse attack to create distance. Relying on the super fast attack speed after the clothes explode. Lu Yuan moved very quickly, directly from the far right side of the arena to the far left side. Ha! Just as I expected. Baimulin raised his lips with a smile of success. Oh Wailita! It's over. Baimulin controlled the skeleton that had just completed 3A, and pressed the 4A in the direction where Lu Yuan was escaping, and directly moved the Chidori sword to the midfield. He walked forward again, took a few steps and pressed the spiritual key. Susanoo Suzuki slapped the floor, and the dark contracts spread. A huge salamander head rushed out from the ground, opened its big mouth and began to spit out poisonous gas. That's what you planned, I guessed right. Seeing this, Lu Yuan curled his lips and continued to control Si Menkai to wriggle up and down in the corner of the wall. Although the action is very indecent, the effect is. Just as the poison gas was about to hit Si Menkai, a white light began to flash on Si Menkai's body. Black Zetsu appears. At this time, Baimulin had already found the right position and successfully released the combination skill Susanoo Amaterasu. I saw Susanoo Suzuki grabbing the void in front of him, and arms suddenly spread out from his skeleton. And in synchronization with his movements, he firmly grasped the Death Gate Kai in his hands. Amatease. Amaterasu. Susanoo's arm ignited with the blazing black flames of Amaterasu, causing heavy damage to Death Gate Kai. But how is this possible? How could he not lose any blood? Baimulin panicked when he saw this. Everything was going smoothly, how could this happen? Until he caught a glimpse of the white light flashing on Lu Yuan's body, his pupils suddenly shrank. This is Black Zetsu appearing. Black Zetsu, just do it, I will take care of everything for you. And when the last half of the damage comes, Black Zetsu's manifestation ends. Lu Yuan successfully took the last wave of damage and luckily entered the perseverance state. As Simon Kai fell to the ground with his body translucent and triggered the protection of falling to the ground, Baimulin was already in a big situation and immediately prepared to escape with 4A. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan's spiritual communication has improved. Si Menkai just slapped the ground, and the shark suddenly jumped up from the ground and caught it in its mouth in an instant. And at the moment when the capture ends, Death Gate Kai charged out with strength and punched out. Xi Xiang's air cannon successfully hit, and his chakra was also fully replenished. At this time, Si Menkai stepped forward with one foot, supported the ground with both hands, and began to accumulate strength in a movement similar to starting a run. Chakra surged all over his body, forming a ferocious crimson dragon in an instant. Death Gate Yakai. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, 1 million for one kick. Shattering the Japanese dream of becoming champions. Chapter 49, 1 kick for 300 million. Shattering the Japanese champion dream. Roar. Accompanied by a ferocious dragon roar, Baimulin trembled all over, and his back was covered with cold sweat. He swallowed, looked at the exaggerated power, and murmured uncertainly. I still have over 2.5 million HP left. This ultimate move definitely, probably won't kill me, right? Japanese lounge. How dare this person? Isn't this a one-click way to clear chakra? Is this what you call a hexagonal warrior? An empire destroyer dragon? It seems that the reason I lost last time was only because he had a black Zetsu on him. Otherwise, when Kuritan Tai saw that Lu Yuan still had so much health and was using his ultimate skill, he immediately started to taunt him and vent his dissatisfaction. However, Kawatani Ichiro at the side had completely different expressions from him. At this moment, he was looking at the viewing screen with a look of horror on his face, as if he had seen something terrible. Is this a hidden ultimate move? This wasn't the ultimate move that Death Gate Kai used before. Hey, what's wrong with hiding the ultimate move? A hidden ultimate move can deal 2 million damage. I just don't believe it. Even though his one-click chakra clearing will cost Bame a lot of health, as long as Bame is a little more cautious, with his strength, it won't be easy to take down the 2 trash behind him. We won this time. Kuritan Taiki curled his lips in disdain, but all he got in return was a shout from Kawatani Ichiro. Beige Yalu. You idiot! If I can't deal that much damage, will Lu Yuan be able to use his ultimate skill? Do you think he is an idiot like Daniel? Their Majesty the Heavenly Locust also had a bad premonition. Gurgle. Tian Huang looked at the terrifying Yekai, swallowed his saliva, and asked the bald and greasy man beside him, Nohara, has this ultimate move ever appeared? Why do I remember that this wasn't the ultimate move before? Reporting to Tian Huang, I have never seen this before. According to my guess, it should be a special big move in the state of exploding clothes. Hearing this, Tian Huang's ominous premonition became stronger. There shouldn't be a big move that can empty 2/3 of the health bar, right? Your Majesty Tian Huang, I can only say that the ultimate moves that have appeared in the Gods' Arena so far have not caused more than half the damage. Call. Tian Huang patted his chest and exhaled, that's good, it seems that this big move is just scary. On the other side, the Dragon Kingdom was also in an uproar. But unlike Japan, here it's full of worries. Dragon Country Lounge. Why did Lu Yuan suddenly turn it up? Did he press it accidentally? No, I have to prepare to go on stage. How can I use Black Zetsu's skills to gain benefits? Bai Xinyi was very worried, fearing that Lu Yuan's clearing of beans with one click would cause Longguo to lose the game and have a negative impact. How would I know? I haven't even studied that ninja. Li Ke was also very anxious at this time. He had even thought about how he would deal with Bai Mulin after Bai Xinyi was carried away. However, I accidentally clicked it. Based on my understanding of Lu Yuan, it's totally impossible. But if it wasn't a mistake, then why would he use his ultimate skill when the opponent still had so much health? Do you think there is a possibility? Lu Yuan, do you think this kick can kill him directly? Fuck! What is this kid doing? The burly old man was shocked by Lu Yuan's operation, with a look of disbelief on his face. He's already using his ultimate skill with so much health. Did my hand slip and I pressed it accidentally? But that shouldn't be the case. Lu Yuan is a 5-time champion of the King of Foot, it's impossible for him to make such a mistake. But the fact is, he really made a low-level mistake by accident. The senior executives were shocked by Lu Yuan's actions and were discussing what was going on. Even Lin Zhenhua was so scared that he almost fainted. This was the person he brought here with him. When he was giving lectures at that time, he repeatedly emphasized the importance of giving a big warning. If you are not careful when opening the big bet, you will shed tears afterwards. If one person fails to open the big bet, the whole family will be in heaven. The secretary at the side frantically pinched Lin Zhenhua's philtrum, and finally made him calm down. No, Lu Yuan would never make such a low-level mistake. This kid plays with my heartbeat every day. Sooner or later, I'm going to be scared to death by him. After taking a breath, Lin Zhenhua gave everyone a shot of sedative with a serious look on his face. Lu Yuan must have done it on purpose. Although I don't know why he did it. Based on the current time calculation, it is inevitable that we will not be able to continue after this wave ends. The opponent's stand will get better during the ultimate move. Since the possibility of receiving skills has been ruled out. Here I borrow a phrase from Sherlock Holmes, remove all illusions and the only explanation that remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth. When this was said, everyone's heart was shocked. They also did some research on the God's Arena, and the same voice popped up in their minds at the same time. Can Luu kill the opponent with one kick, XN? Audiences from both countries also had different opinions on Lu's behavior, and many Japanese audiences seemed unusually optimistic. Yoshi Yoshi! God help our great Japan! We are definitely going to win the championship this time. Ha 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 ha! Yet, we were about to lose, but we didn't expect this guy to bring the victory right to us. I can't tell friend from foe for a moment. Could Lun be a spy from Japan? He cleared the beans with one click at the critical moment. He's really good at it. Ha 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 ha. What a bastard. Let's kill the Dragon Nation now. Among the next countries we need to pay attention to, the only one we need to pay attention to is the Lighthouse Nation. The champion of this God's Arena must belong to our great Japan. Haha, every time the Japanese have a good time, they open champagne at halftime. Is this their tradition? Who knows, maybe the God of Road did it on purpose. I feel like Liu Shen did it on purpose. With Liu Shen's strength, how could he make such a low-level mistake? But, the remaining time is enough for the opponent to make a substitution. Liu Shen can't receive the skill. Could it be that with so much HP left in Dongying Xiaozi, Liu Shen could still kick him to death with one kick? The audience in Longguo also didn't understand. Or even quite understand, Lu's approach. But out of their almost fanatical trust in Lun, they all thought that he did it on purpose. The good news is they guessed right. Black Zets's critical hit and explosions damage and Shark's damage and Perseverance's damage, and the lower the HP, the higher the ultimate damage. Lun counted out the benefits of Death Gate Kai as if he was chanting a sutra. Night Kai. The bite of the Crimson Dragon head transformed by Chakra can grab the dominant body, and then the Death Gate Kai will kick and you will definitely take full damage. And at this time, Baimulin, who had finally recovered from his injury, felt a sense of foreboding in his heart that had reached its peak. He pressed the substitute key desperately, to such an extent that his hand even left an afterimage. Even the master named Kato had to admit defeat after seeing this situation. Give me a substitute! Give me a substitute! Baimulin screamed like a madman, however. As Death Gate Kai kicked Susanoo Suzuki, the dragon body condensed by red chakra pierced through the enemy, causing an explosion. A string of terrifying yellow numbers appeared in front of everyone. 376-0458. One kick for 3 million. Japan's dream of winning the championship is shattered. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, The Beautiful Northern Bear Player. A lazy man with a playful mind, fighting for control. Chapter 50, Beautiful North Bear Player. Brain fun laziness, seize control of the body. 3 million damages? How can such a ridiculous thing happen? Tian Huang looked at the yellow numbers on the sky and his whole body went limp. Go get a doctor. His Majesty Tian Huang has fainted. Hurry up. I'm going to buy some resurrection coins. I'll leave this to you, Dr. Tianma. Hey! I will definitely fulfill your mission. After arranging everything, Nohara immediately took the Countermeasures Bureau to buy resurrection coins for his 3 players. If these 3 players die, the future of Japan will not be much better than that of second-tier countries. Now is the time to protect the important people with all my heart. As Death Gate Kai's secret technique came to an end, the victory announcement appeared on the God's Arena. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Yuan Might Guy Death Gate. Winning country, Dragon Country. At this time, most of the audience were still immersed in the pain of that kick, and even the joy after the victory was overshadowed. Am I seeing things? That's over 3.7 million damage, right? Or is it 370,000? It must be more than 3.7 million. Can 370,000 empty 2/3 of the health bar. It's unbelievable. I remember an expert analyzed that a ninja's health is about 3.1 million. Isn't that? Theoretically speaking, Liu Shen can kick the opponent to death with full health. Baga. I protest. There is something fishy going on. Does anyone know where to file a complaint on the Gods Arena? You're still complaining? Even if there is a complaint, it's probably with the government. And if you have a brain and think about it calmly, you'll know this can't be fake. I don't have the energy anymore. I can only pray that we don't have to face the Dragon Nation in the future. Liu Yuan is really an empire-destroying dragon. Our great country of Japan, the first and last enemy. Dragon Country Lounge. Hey, I didn't expect it to actually deal over 3 million damages. It's unbelievable. Li Ke breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the victory sign fall. His previous guess was correct, Liu Yuan really had a plan in place. At this time, a blue light burst out from the sofa next to him, and Liu Yuan's body slowly condensed. So, I told you to ride on me and you win, right? A teasing voice came from Liu Yuan. Bai Xinyi buried her head in Liu Yuan's chest and said in a somewhat reproachful manner. I'm so scared. Do you know that your actions are really scary? Next time. Even if you want to do this next time, at least tell me in advance. I'm sorry, I made you worry. I'll make sure next time. Liu Yuan touched his nose awkwardly, and Li Ke next to him also had a resentful look on his face. They were worried to death down below, but Liu Yuan was having so much fun on the stage. Speaking of which, if we win this time, we'll be in the top 4, right? Is the list of winning countries out now? Liu Yuan changed the subject at the right time. Li Ke shook his head calmly after hearing this. Who can finish the game as quickly as you? They are probably still in the 3rd round of stalemate. Do you want to see? Well, let's take a look. After receiving the reply, Li Ke's mind moved, and the picture on the viewing screen changed accordingly. After entering the team competition, since the number of people changed to a group of 3, the 2 people in the lounge could actually watch the games of other countries. It's just that players usually focus on their own games first. After all, if you fail in the front, you will have to move forward in the back. For a country like Longguo, because they win so quickly, they have very little time to spare. Apart from the already concluded match between Dragon Country and Japan Country, the remaining 3 groups are as follows. Lighthouse Country vs Sunset Country. Kimchi Country vs Brown and Orange Country. Northern Bear Country vs Kangaroo Country. Boy! This fight is really intense. Because of the disadvantage in the selection of players, the Lighthouse Nation relied on the players' reactions and strength to fight against the Sunset Nation, and even had the advantage. The Kimchi Nation and the Brown and Orange Nation are fighting for their lives because of a feud and national policies. One doesn't want to do military service, and the other doesn't want to take the purple pill. They are simply risking their lives. The match between the Northern Bear Country and the Kangaroo Country was relatively dull, but the Northern Bear players are worth paying attention to. It's actually a girl, she's like an elf on earth. Liu Yuan watched the 3 Kingdoms match and murmured in his heart. Brain, go observe the contestants from Lighthouse Country. They are Dragon Country's biggest rivals. Lizzie, look at the brown-orange. Look at the brown-orange. Don't you want to repay the general's kindness? Lazy, look at the Northern Bear. Look at the Northern Bear. Have you ever seen a girl prettier than CG? Liu Yuan felt a bit of a headache and even a bit confused under the control of his 3 sons. Simply. He closed his eyes and began to rest. Soon, the other 3 groups of competitions ended. The announcement of the Gods Arena sounded. The 4th round of Gods Arena ends. The winning countries are Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Brown and Orange Country, and Northern Bear Country. The 5th round of match pairing will be held next. Matching. The matching results are as follows. Dragon Kingdom vs Northern Bear Kingdom. Lighthouse Nation vs Brown and Orange Nation. It seems that the power of Purple Pill is still stronger than military service. I didn't expect that the Korean country would be eliminated unexpectedly. Lu Yuan looked at the results announced by the Gods Arena and complained. As for the Northern Bear country, is this the first time we've been paired together? Yes, it is indeed the first time we face each other. The Northern Bear country is a newly promoted top-tier team, and they also have 3 top-tier players. Lee K nodded, and then told everything he knew. Originally, the Northern Bear country was in the first-tier team, but it could only be said to be hovering in the top 3. But there was a nationwide conscription, and a monster player was born from it. Although the latest top 10 international contestants have not yet been announced, she, like you, has already been recognized by the public as a top 5 contender. Ice Princess Sophia. Oh, is that the beautiful lady just now? Lu Yuan suddenly realized that this name was suitable for a girl with such good looks, but he didn't know how capable she was. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xinyi, who was standing beside him, immediately felt sour and involuntarily reached her hand into Lu Yuan's clothes. He grabbed the soft flesh on Lu Yuan's waist. His Lu Yuan felt the pain and immediately began to defend himself. Although they are both beauties, compared with our Xinyi, the difference is obvious. Xinyi is still prettier. Seeing this, Bai Xinyi let Lu Yuan go, crossed her arms and asked Li Ke. Tell me the player's information. I'll go meet her. Li Ke felt the murderous aura that seemed to be real, and he didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately began to output frantically. Sophia Golovine, 18 years old, height 173, weight 52, dimensions 86-59-88. Tell the important point. He is good at playing tug-of-war. His commonly used ninjas are, A Gaara Ninja World War, A Deidara Immortal Reincarnation, A Deidara, A Fuan, A Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, The Strength of the 6th Yagura is unknown. He becomes stronger when he meets a stronger. Chapter 51, Rokudo Yagura, Strength unknown. He becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. They are all long-range attacks, so won't they be destroyed if they encounter a counter-attack ninja? Bai Xinyi was stunned and looked at Lu Yuan with questioning eyes. Well, it will be easier to fight with a ninja who is extremely good at defense and counterattack. Or you can use your dominance to grab the opponent, and then use your dominance to take the initiative. Lu Yuan expressed his thoughts, and at this time the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded again. Gods Arena Dragon Kingdom vs Northern Bear Kingdom. Game start. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The player from the Northern Bear country is the first position, and ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are, S Pain 10 Path Super, B Yagura New Pain 6 Paths, S Uchihamadara White Mask, S Uchihamadara Immortal Reincarnation, S Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation, B Pain Human Path, B Carry Immortal Reincarnation, A Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode, B Yamato Anbu. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00, 58. 00, 57. WC. What's going on? It's Chinese New Year. When Li Ke saw the ninja that appeared, he couldn't hold it anymore. This is the first time to have such a luxurious lineup in the Gods Arena. 4S1A. Although we are the last pick, we can directly get 2 S-level ninjas, which is the same total number of S-level ninjas that the opponent gets. And both Tendo Chao and White Mask have them. Even if they choose us first, we can still take down a strong ninja. It feels like it's difficult on both sides to get an advantage in casting. Li Ke was busy with his analysis and didn't notice Lu Yuan's flickering eyes at all. Northern Bear Country Lounge. Sophia, it's your choice. A burly man in military uniform said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Yes, General Kraft. A silver bell-like voice was heard, and a girl with long silver hair and beauty like an elf responded. Pain Tendu Super and Uchihamadara White Mask are given the highest priority. The white mask needs to be paired with a special scroll to have that kind of strength, while the Tiandao Chao is more forgiving. Even if there is no Yin Yushangmi, other secret scrolls can be used instead. The invincibility of 1 every 5 seconds plus the 3-stage grab is enough to deal with any situation. Sophia looked at the viewing screen seriously, weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and finally made a choice. Northern Bear Country Player's Choice Ninja, S Pain Tendo Super. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00:58. As Sophia's choice was announced, the Dragon Country audience went wild. No way! They actually got the Tendusho, the most invincible ninja in history. How can we defeat them? I still remember clearly how Liu Shen beat Xia Rizai. I didn't expect it would be our turn now. QAQ. Don't worry. There's still the white mask. The road god can be steamed. What if the secret scroll doesn't have an Uchiha rebound? Then just ignore what I said. Great. Sophia got the Heavenly Path Super. This basically wins half the battle. Even if the Dragon Nation gets the white mask. If the secret scroll doesn't produce the Uchiha rebound, our Northern Bear Nation still has a better chance of winning this time. By the way, if Sophia can beat Liu Yuan, then she will be the highest ranked newcomer, right? Yes, Sophia and Liu Yuan were both contestants in the same round, but Liu Yuan's previous performance was just too explosive. So much so that Sophia has always been ranked behind him, but I believe our Ice Queen is the best. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. This is a bit difficult. The burly old man looked at Sophia's choice, his brows almost wrinkled into knots. Tiandao Ko's strength is really too explosive, 3-stage grab, invincible every 5 seconds. For the next choice, Liu Yuan should take S Uchihamadara White Mask or S Uchihamadara Immortal Reincarnation. The white mask is used as a backup, and Uchihamadara Immortal Reincarnation has the diamond body, and can even compete with the Heavenly Path in terms of skills. Lin Zhenhua expressed his guess and how to deal with it. The bald old man nodded in agreement, but then his face darkened. This is indeed a good way to win, but Xiaolin, where is the sky curtain? Hearing this, Lin Zhenhua looked up at the sky, and his eyes suddenly went dark. This bastard! What on earth is he choosing? Dragon Country Lounge. After seeing Liu Yuan lock down the next B-level ninja in seconds, Li Ke and Bai Xinyi were stunned. Liu Yuan! What are you choosing? Li Ke almost screamed out loud. He thought of all the possibilities. The only thing is that there is not enough distance to choose person B. Do you know that if you do this, the opponent will directly start with a triple S? We completely lost in casting. Don't worry, just listen to me. Liu Yuan patted him lightly, and Li Ke pulled his hand by the collar and said slowly. Sometimes the BC ninjas you look down upon are actually very strong in certain situations. Have you forgotten about my little Tsunade? A word to wake up the dreamer. After Li Kesong had walked a long way, he asked anxiously. You mean this ninja is stronger than S-Nin in certain situations? But this ninja has never appeared before. How did you know about this? Even if Mr. Lin bought a new ninja card, we should know this information. Hearing this, Liu Yuan was stunned, and then he thought about it and began to tell a white lie without blushing or beating his heart. Ahem, actually, when you achieve the 3-point achievement before, in addition to the global broadcast reward, there is also a personal reward for the player. I learned a lot of ninja skills, techniques, and special uses here. Lu Yuan's words immediately resolved the doubts that had been lingering in Li Ke and Bai Zhenyi's hearts for a long time. No wonder you always have information gaps. It turns out it was that time. Hey, Lu Yuan, I hope you didn't make a random choice. Otherwise, if the Northern Bear Kingdom really gets 3 SS, we will really face a tough battle. The two of them suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. So, what exactly is this ninja skill that would allow you to say that in certain situations, he is stronger than an S-nin? Li Ke said curiously, and Lu Yuan laughed. Tell me, if I can copy all of the opponent's skills, how strong would this ninja be? What? No. What are you talking about? Copying the opponent's skills. Is that the copy I understand? Yes. It's the copy you were thinking of. I can have the same skills as the opponent. The specific situation I'm referring to is the strength of the opponent. Perfect copy. My opponent's strength determines my upper limit of strength. The stronger the opponent, the stronger I am. 6th Yagura, Strength Unknown. He becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, The God-Level Mechanism of the Water Mirror. The Emperor Who Overpowers the Ninjas. Chapter 52, The God-Level Mechanism of the Water Mirror. The Emperor Who Overpowers the Ninjas. Perfect copy? Copy the opponent's skills. Li Ke even questioned his own ears. How could there be such a heaven-defying ninja? And even if there is one, shouldn't this kind of ninja be given an S rating? Is this the strength and mechanism that a B ninja should have? Seeing that Li Ke and Bai Zhenyi were still immersed in shock, Lu Yuan shook his head and began to choose the remaining ninja. Honestly, it's not their fault. When Lu Yuan was watching Ninja's revelations, he couldn't believe his eyes. Such a powerful extreme actually appeared in a B-level ninja. The opponent has already chosen Tendo Chao. Among the remaining S-level ninjas, Edo Tensei Madara and Edo Tensei Tobirama are both Shikamaru's masterpieces, typical ninjas who dominate the game. It's no exaggeration to say that Rokudo Yagura is their emperor. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan made a choice. Dragon Country players choose ninjas, B Yagura New Pain 6 Paths, S Uchiha Madara White Mask. Next, the Northern Bear Country players will choose the ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. In the Northern Bear Kingdom lounge, Sophia frowned as she looked at Lu Yuan's choice. He didn't get an S, but a B instead. Lu Yuan always makes some unexpected choices and uses them to create information gaps. But, he has used all S. If he doesn't choose, he can only take a Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode. Sophia was a little confused for a moment. Seeing this, General Koff took a deep puff of his cigar. Sophia, don't think too much about that Dragon Country guy, choose what we are good at. We, the Northern Bear Country, have fought all the way here, but we are not like the cowards of the Japanese country, relying on conspiracy and calculation. We rely on strength. Having said this, General Kraft exerted force with his hand, and the thick cigar broke instantly. Sophia nodded, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Lu Yuan. Forgive me for all your schemes, I will break them all by myself. The ninjas chosen by the Northern Bear Country players are, S Uchiha Madara Immortal Reincarnation, S Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Oh, it's just as I thought. If I steal your skills, won't you explode? When Lu Yuan saw the choice made by the Northern Bear Country, the corners of his mouth curved up. Water Mirror Technique. One of the most complex mechanisms in all Naruto mobile games. First of all, the water mirror itself is a shield that can block non-penetrating ranged attacks. Basically, it can block anything that water escape can block. For example, the fire of the Edo world Madara, the fire of the tiger skin, the fire and clones of the Anbu Ataki, and the clones of A Ataki. That is, when fighting with powerful ninjas like these, Rokudo Yagura can put down the water mirror and stand behind it, and he himself will not suffer any harm. The water mirror will block the flames of the impure world Madara and at the same time replicate his flames to fight back. Well, to put it simply, if you touch my prize, I will use my water mirror to deal with you, and I can still turn the tables on you. On this basis, at the moment of successful copying, Rokudo Yagura will also have a time stop effect similar to Edo Attack as 2A. But this time stop only pauses the opponent, and he can move himself. In other words, sometimes if the distance is far, you can even use this time stop to run out of the attack range. Mentioned, Susanoo Yasakani no Megatama in the normal state of impure world Madara, Yasaka no Megatama of Susanoo Ataki. In actual combat, make good use of this feature, keep the second skill in hand, and use it with the secret scroll, you can almost achieve a 100% counterattack. Other than that, the water mirror technique has almost no precasting time, and Minato's incredible speed can block it and copy it to counterattack. And if you touch the water mirror, you will suffer flat damage. If you think this move is amazing, then the following more exaggerated combination mechanism will break the defense of many players. After copying two skills, Yagura can theoretically also use a combo, but the method is quite different. For example, when Rokudo Yagura faced Susanoo Suzuki, after having copied his first skill, Susanoo, he released his first skill at the opponent. At this time, the opponent happened to release his second skill, Flame Release, Kagutsuki, towards Rokudo Yagura. This will cause the water clone to copy its second skill at the same time as releasing the first skill, thus achieving the effect of a combo skill. It's a pity that the two teams' vision was blocked during the game, so we couldn't see each other's expressions. Otherwise, it would have been very exciting. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth, and it was almost as if he had an expression on his face that said, "I'm doing something bad to you." After calming down a little, he turned his attention to the game screen. It shows the ninjas that have not yet been selected. B. Pain Human Path, B. Hunter Immortal Reincarnation, A. Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode, B. Yamato Anbu. Only Renjiandeo and Xianming are okay. If Renjiandeo doesn't get Yin Yushangmi, it will be too difficult to face three big pressures. Let's get Xianming. After making the decision, Lu Yuan quickly locked onto Uzumaki Naruto's Sage Mode. Dragon Country player chooses Ninja, A. Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Dragon Country players will be the first to select the Secret Scroll. Secret Scroll Extraction. The available Secret Scrolls are, Earth Style, Rock Fall, Earth Style, Earth Pillar Explosion, Wind Style, Vacuum Wave, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Lightning Style, Lightning Strike, Solution, Dispersion, Secret Technique, Chakra, Ninjutsu, Counter, Wood Style, Implantation Technique. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. The Secret Scroll configuration is quite good. Yagura can use 3 of them. After a quick scan, Lu Yuan fixed his sights on Earth Pillar Explosion, Vacuum Wave, and Lightning Strike. 6 Paths. Yagura's ultimate move is 3-tailed Isabu, Tailed Beast Ball. Yagura releases Water Jutsu to control the target in the water, and finally transforms into 3 tails and uses the Tailed Beast Ball to attack the target. The range is huge, but that's not its most critical feature. This big move lasts for 9 seconds in total. After it ends, you can use some secret scrolls. Trigger quickly with sweeping ground tremors and earth pillar explosions, can produce standing vacuum waves, lightning strikes. In short, if you calculate your time well, you can achieve a more youthful look with a lower profile. There are 3 choices. Even if the opponent takes all of them, there will still be one secret scroll left. Let Li Ke take the Uchiha rebound first. With a clear mind, Lu Yuan directly found the ninja body technique, counter and locked it. Dragon Country players select Secret Scroll, Ninja Taijutsu, counter. Next, the Northern Bear Country player will choose the Secret Scroll. Sure enough, I'll take the rebound first, but in this case, Yin Yushangmi and Jianxia will be free. Sophia smiled sweetly and made her choice. The secret scrolls selected by the Northern Bear Country players, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Wood Release, Cutting Technique. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Heaven's Way is Super Invincible? Yagura, I stole a divine skill. Thief ha 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 ha. Chapter 53, Heaven's Way is Super Invincible? Yagura, I stole a divine skill. Thief ha 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 ha. Why would you choose cuttings? Lu Yuan was a little confused when he saw the choice made by the Northern Bear Country. He remembered the ninja correctly. Opposite them are Tendo Chao, Edo Tensei Madara, and Edo Tensei Tobirama. There is no problem in equipping Brother Chao with a dominant body, as this can severely defeat plugins. But what does it mean to choose cuttings? For the impure world Madara? This is not allowed. It seems that there is still a certain stereotype about this so-called secret scroll twin kings. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan shook his head. The changes he brought about were always too short. It is understandable that they still retain some of their previous ideas. Dragon Country players choose secret scrolls, wind style, vacuum wave, secret scroll, chakra. Next, the Northern Bear Country player will choose the secret scroll. Select countdown start, 12:59. 00:58. Northern Bear Country players select secret scroll, solution, dispersion. Secret scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. The Northern Bear Country contestants will take the lead in selecting the summoning beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are Panda, Crab, Mirage, Monkey Demon, Salamander, Toad Sage, Shikaku of the Sand, Crow, Kamaitachi. The contestant from the Northern Bear Country chose the spiritual animal, the panda. Looking at the Northern Bear Country that was chosen in seconds, Lu Yuan also smiled helplessly. What a lucky guy! I got both the panda and tyrant. After the panda was chosen, the remaining psychics were actually all pretty much the same. Lu Yuan and Sophia didn't waste much time, and both sides made the following choices. Lu Yuan, Crab, Shikaku of the Sand, Salamander. Sophia, Panda, Toad Fairy, Ape Demon. I'll be the starting player this time, Xinyi will be the second, and Li Ke will be the last. The Northern Bear Country is different from the previous crooked melons and cracked dates. We still have to treat it with caution. Lu Yuan stopped laughing and began to make the final strategic deployment. There was also a small episode along the way. Bai Xinyi wanted to deal with Sophia, but was afraid that she would not be able to match up with him, so she was a little upset. However, Lu Yuan has already learned how to deal with it, and the problem can be solved by just eating a bite. Li Ke, while you have time, take a look at my previous gameplay and ideas of Bamian. You are not proficient enough. Don't learn my risky moves. Use rebounds to increase the stand-in time and increase the tempo. Xinyi, Xianming is also a semi-dominant ninja. When you press the two skills, the main body will be sent out, and when you press and hold, the clone will be sent out. After arranging for Li Ke to watch the previous game, Lu Yuan began to explain Xianming's skills and usage techniques to Bai Xinyi. This time didn't last long. After the order of appearance was determined, a light blue light began to flash on Lu Yuan's body. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the God's arena. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Northern Bear Country vs. Dragon Country. Following the announcement of the Gods Arena, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas, secret scrolls, and arrangements of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. Northern Bear Country. S. Pain, Tendo Super, S. Uchiha Madara Immortal Reincarnation, S. Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation. Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Wood Release, Grafting Technique, Solution, Dispersion. Dragon Kingdom. Byagura Nu 6 Paths of Pain, A Uzumaki Naruto Sage Mode, S. Uchiha Madara White Mask. Wind Style, Vacuum Wave, Secret Technique, Chakra, Uchiha Rebound. Afterwards, the familiar Naruto announcement sounded. First round. The battle begins. Scene, Park Open Space. On the maple leaf ground, surrounded by the park's recreational facilities, swings, horizontal bars, slides, and a group of Konoha resident ninjas. Lu Yuan, I really don't know what your expression would be when you were defeated by the invincible fighting method you developed. Everyone says you are the strongest contestant in the God tournament, but I am determined to pull you off the throne. There was a hint of determination in Sophia's ice blue eyes. As soon as the battle begins. She then controlled the heavenly Dao to press forward, and after seeing Lu Yuan's figure, she immediately activated her dominant body and rushed forward to attract the all things heavenly attraction. No way! So pure! I haven't made any moves yet, is this to boost your courage? Lu Yuan just laughed at that, completely forgetting that when he was a child, his purity was no less than hers. Facing Sophia's fierce attack, Lu Yuan was extremely calm. It even made the audience feel like he was fishing. What is Lu Shen doing? The other side is about to attack us. Don't panic upstairs. Didn't Lu Shen just say that? This ninja can copy skills. What the hell? So that's it. Could it be? It's over. This Dragon Country guy is up to no good again. My ice princess. She doesn't even know that this ninja Lu Yuan can copy skills. Pill. Sophia just rushed up like that stupidly. Northern Bear Country high-level meeting room. Damn it. I only found out about this ninja from Long Qiao's live studio during the casting stage. It's no longer possible to pass on messages to the players at that time. A silver-haired burly man pounded the table with his fist, looking very unwilling. He is General Kesslin. He is not only the person in charge of the Northern Bear Country's Divine Arena special project, but also Sophia's father. Now, he watched his daughter foolishly fall into Lu Yuan's trap. The hatred in my heart. It was just like Huang Mao riding on a will-o'-the-wisp to take Sophia away, and before leaving he had to listen to the sound of the will-o'-the-wisp. In contrast to the Northern Bear Country, the senior officials of Long Kingdom have even begun to like Lu Yuan's sinister nature. Ha ha ha! Lao Lin, I can't hold back my laughter when I see Lu Yuan laughing. The sturdy old man looked at Lu Yuan's uncontrollable smile and laughed first. This kid is going to be naughty again. Pfft! I'm the same. This kid seems to be full of funny points. He can always surprise you. I'm really looking forward to seeing Baixiang's expression. It's ridiculous that his opponent defeated him with his own skills. But, speaking of which, before this God's Arena began, did you use your national fortune points to replenish your ninja cards? How come we didn't know? The bald old man's words immediately made all the old men focus their attention on Lin Zhenhua. Purchase ninja cards? Shouldn't this kind of thing be decided by a general meeting? How can I possibly replenish my ninja card by myself? Lin Zhenhua was also confused by the old man's question, but he seemed to understand something and replied to the crowd. I will ask that kid about this after the God's Arena is over. At this time, Lu Yuan, who was in the middle of the scene, naturally had no idea what they were thinking. But even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. What he said to Li Ke before was more than enough to deal with it. Seeing Tiandao Chao wrapped in a domineering body, he raised his hand to grab Liu Dao Yagura. Liu Yuan pressed the skill water mirror technique almost at the same time, and a water mirror was formed in an instant. Beep. As the water mirror successfully detected Tiandao Chao's attack, the surrounding environment darkened, Tiandao Chao's movements stopped, and a brief time stop occurred. Liu Yuan immediately took advantage of this opportunity and controlled Liu Dao Yakura Jun to move forward. At the same time, a water clone formed at the location of the water mirror, and transformed into the appearance of Brother Chao, performing the same Wangxiang Tianyan on him. There is also an additional sub-skill above Liu Yuan's second skill. It represents. It is the heavenly Dao Chao's Wangxiang Tianyan. Brother Chao, with the invincible panda protecting me, I can even win with cheats. Yagura, degree, really? Chao bro, your skills are so good. Brother Chao, that's it. Yagura, water mirror technique. Yay, I stole a divine skill. Your skill is mine. Thief, ha 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 ha. Brother Chao, Yagura, UXXXX, I look like your pony Pearl. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. Long live the Minotaur. Sophia drops a pearl, Liu Yuan gives her a pat on the head. Chapter 54. Long live the Minotaur. Sophia drops a pearl, Liu Yuan gives her a pat on the head. What is this? Sophia was stunned when she saw the Tiandao Chao that appeared in the water mirror. The next second, her own Tiandao Chao was caught by him using the Wanxiang Tianyin. The water mirror illusion first sucked Tiandao Chao in front of it, then used the Wangxiang Tianyin to lift him up to the sky and smashed him down fiercely, and finally ended it with the Wangxiang Tianyin and the black stick. This set of silky smooth little combos is exactly the 3-stage release of Tiandao Chao's Wangxiang Tianyin. Copied my skills? And I can only take the beating. Sophia was completely dumbfounded. You said this thing is a B ninja? I think it's not enough even if you made it an S ninja. Just now when the replication was triggered, the scene dimmed briefly and my movements were also paused. It should be similar to the effect of stopping time. But, if time has stopped, why can he move by himself? He held me still and let me get hit, then he ran away and pulled me back, and he even stole my skills. This ninja is such a rogue. Sophia was suddenly at a loss for words and didn't know what to do next. But he still gritted his teeth and chose a substitute. There is no other way. If I don't use a substitute, I will continue to be beaten. I don't have the grabbing skill of Wangxiang Tianyin right now. What if I just go to the panda and get close to the big god Luo in the super armor state? No, if I do that, I won't be able to fight back. Just walk over and use the panda to start, then follow up with a normal attack. Liu Yuan will substitute and I will go to the great god Luo to press the counterattack. With her mind clear, Sophia directly controlled Tiandao Chao to start chasing. Seeing her coming towards him blankly, Liu Yuan was also a little confused. What on earth is this little base young girl trying to do? Forget it, forget about her, just start suppressing her with the panacea. Seeing him controlling Tiandao Chao and rushing straight towards him, he immediately released the stolen magical skill. Pain Tiandao Super, all things heaven attract. Under Liu Yuan's manipulation, a water clone took shape instantly and transformed into the appearance of Tiandao Chao, and sucked in Tiandao Chao who was running towards him. Seeing this scene, Sophia's pupils trembled. What did she see? What did she see? The effect of the water mirror technique was not what she imagined at all. Originally, in her opinion, the water mirror technique was a trap counter-attack skill that could be thrown away. As long as she was not illuminated by it and did not use the skill, it could not be triggered. It turns out that this thing can be copied permanently. This is a lie. How can she believe it? Seeing that she was being attacked again, Sophia's eyes rolled back and she almost fainted. I was so angry. I felt so wronged. Even he didn't notice that his nose was already red and pearls were starting to fall out. When the Dragon Country audience saw this, they immediately became amused. Puff! Liu Shen is really bad. He beat the little pearl off the opposite base young sister. Ha ha ha, no, I'm dying of laughter. What this girl did just now was really stupid. I have to give her a name. How about Slowpoke? What a poor sister, it's a pity that she met the god of roads. Liu Shen beat her and she cried. Liu Shen, go comfort her. Oh my god! What did I see? Sophia, who is so strong, was beaten and cried. No! My ice princess! This dragon countryman! He deserves to die. No, isn't this the point? How could Sophia perform such a stupid move just now? Isn't this just a direct death? Is it possible that she didn't know the mechanics of the dragon ninja skills and thought she had to be photographed to trigger the attack? That's the only way to think about it. Otherwise, such a stupid operation really doesn't seem like the state of a top-tier player. Pucci, this Baixian girl is really stupid. Seeing the illusion Tian Dao Chao strangled Tian Dao Chao again, even Liu Yuan himself couldn't hold it anymore. It was because the perspectives of both parties were blocked, otherwise he really wanted to say. Your skills are really useful, very smooth. It's fun to think about, long live the Minotaur. After successfully getting the start again, Liu Yuan's chakra was already full to 4 bars, and he directly controlled the 6 paths Yagura to start. 3-tailed Isopho-tailed beast jade. Da-da cow. 3 bits. 6 paths Yagura waved his stick and finally pounded it into the ground, causing endless waves to surge. He then transformed into the 3-tailed Isopho and fired a tailed beast ball at Tendo Chao. Boom! As the horrific explosion occurred, Tian Dao Ko's health directly dropped to 1/3. However, Tian Dao Ko's figure had just landed. Liu Yuan then released the secret scroll, Wind Style, Vacuum Wave. Rokudo Yagura slapped the ground, the scroll unfolded, and a hurricane instantly rushed towards Tendo Chao and knocked him back to a standing position. Then Liu Yuan immediately connected with his next skill, Coral Palm, to rub the beans. Rokudo Yagura transformed from human form into tailed beast form too and slapped the ground forward to attack, then jumped up to attack Tendo Chao. After a successful hit, corals grew on Tendo Chao's body and he entered a grasping state. However, after successfully catching Tian Dao Chao, Liu Yuan did not control Liu Dao Yagura to continue with normal attacks and inflict damage. Instead, he retreated directly, releasing Sophia's nightmare-like existence. Water Mirror Technique Pain Heavenly Way Super Attraction of all things. As soon as the coral palm finished grabbing her, she was locked by the throat by the illusionary Heavenly Dao Chao again. The Water Mirror technique is similar to Jin Ming's second skill, both have charging points, and 2 can be stored at the same time. Just now during the big move, the Water Mirror had already turned. While Fantasy Tendko was strangling the real Tendko, Liu Yuan had already controlled Liu Dao Yagura to create distance between them. At this point, Sophia could no longer hold it in any longer, and her little pearls were falling down. How could this happen? This ninja is so shameless. What should I do now? Should I use my double to fight him directly? But what if his water mirror is healed again? And I only have 1 bar of chakra now. If I replace him, I won't get the chakra and he will take it away directly. Then wouldn't I become a sinner of the Northern Bear Country? Sophia felt extremely complicated, but she was a top-tier student after all, so she adjusted very quickly. In the end, she chose a substitute. And after replacing him, he immediately released the panda to give him courage. After aiming at the 6 paths of Yagura, he sucked it in, and then a small shinra flew out, hit the double beans, and continued to pour. The fight was so clean and efficient that Liu Yuan could even feel her resentment through the screen. Hiss, I always feel like this girl is very resentful. How about a pat on the head to comfort him? Well, let's pat the head to comfort him. Hey, who made me so kind-hearted? Liu Yuan successfully convinced himself and was ready to touch her head to give her some encouragement. Although I am destined to be beaten badly by myself this time, if I continue to work hard next time, maybe I won't be beaten so badly. As Liu Yuan clicked on the emoji and pressed the only emoji he had. Sophia, it's a long way to go. UXXXXXX. The telegram is encrypted, all sweet words, you can understand it yourself. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Sophia breaks the defense. Liu Yuan 3A plays table tennis. Chapter 55, Sophia breaks the defense. Liu Yuan 3A plays table tennis. Ah! This Dragon Country guy is so disrespectful. I'm going to tear you apart. Sophia was so angry that she even forgot to cry, and her polar bear blood was directly aroused. That is to say, Liu Yuan is not here now, otherwise it feels. It may not be easy to come out complete. The audience was also amused by this dramatic scene. Pucci. They are such a great showman. Liu Shen is really good at coaxing people. What should I do? I kind of want to betray the Balo team. Actually, I think I can support the Suolo CP too. Ha ha ha, it's really the god of road who beat me until I cried. The god of road who comforted me. Although the method is a little strange, the effect is really great. Liu Shen's arrogant face, just tell me if you have stopped crying, right? Just tell me if you have stopped crying, right? Oh my god! This Dragon Country guy is so... I want to kill him with a knife. I heard that when a girl falls in love with a boy, it all starts with interest. This Dragon Country guy can stir up Sophia's emotions in a different way. He won't. My goddess! Please don't let yourself be abducted. Liu Yuan's sinister face, emotional damage, mental attack. Under Sophia's control, Tiende Acheo fought so ferociously. There were 4 or 5 critical hits in a row. That's enough. If you keep hitting me like this, I'll die. When Liu Yuan saw his domineering body disappear, he immediately released his forbidden technique. A substitute psychic. Liudeo Yagura came down as a substitute and slapped the ground. Countless dark contract lines spread out, bang. A huge red-shelled crab was summoned and began to spit foamy mucus in front of it. Tiende Acheo was fixed in place. Liu Yuan went up and attacked slowly, and after the crab effect ended, he started playing table tennis. As we all know, Rokudo Yagura's normal attack is very good. His point of birth is not how good his normal attack performance is, nor how well he is made. On the contrary, the ninja Rokudo Yagura, whether it is normal attacks, small skills, or ultimate moves, are all of the highest production standards. Especially the normal attacks, the impact feels explosive and it feels very good to play. The point of his birth lies in the uniqueness of his general attack. 1A Rokudo Yagura kicks with his feet, causing flat damage, nothing much to say. 2A Rokudo Yagura smashes with a stick, creating a floating object with a sweeping effect. 1A Tua is very fast, so it can also produce an effect similar to Hashirama's stomping, which is extremely torturous. Of course, this is not the most torturous. The most torturous is 3A. 3A Rokudo Yagura uses the stick to perform a spinning attack, throwing the opponent directly to the end of the scene and bouncing back. Similar to Hayakura's flying throw, but Rokudo Yagura can achieve it with just normal attacks. If you control it well, you can keep using 3A to throw your opponent back and forth, which is the same ping-pong effect as Liu Yuan is doing now. It's really fun. I haven't played this for a long time. Let's try 2A again. Liu Yuan, who was tired of playing, directly switched to torture mode and started an alternative stomping of his feet. Of course, he didn't mean to torture his opponent like this. He was mainly trying to delay the skill time and get another double bean. However, his opponents would not think so. Sophia was forced directly from the small pearl state to the super big red temperature state. Lu Yuan. You bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? Next time. I will fight back. Just wait for me. Sophia roared in anger, and her beautiful and delicate face became a little deformed. As soon as she finished speaking, the game ended. Once the cooldown was over, Lu Yuan didn't continue playing. He used a coral palm to freeze her, and then used a stolen Wangxiang Tianyan to take her away directly. At the same time, Lu Yuan's chakra also filled up to 4 bars. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Yu Yuan Yakura Nu Pain 6 Paths. Dragon Country Lounge. Hehe, I knew Lu Yuan had no feelings for her at all. Bai Xinyi was in a good mood as she watched Lu Yuan abuse Sophia in an almost humiliating way. I should give him a little reward when he comes back. How about white stockings? Or black stockings? As for clothes, let's wear suspenders. Well, it's decided. Seeing how quickly Bai Xinyi changed her expression, Li Ke couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. The speed at which a woman changes her face is so fast that even Sichuan opera performer Jiraiya would be ashamed of himself. Northern Bear Country Lounge. It's okay. You tried your best. Seeing Sophia's red eyes, General Koff comforted her awkwardly. As a soldier, he was not good at saying soft words. I'm fine, no need to comfort me. Sophia wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and began to talk about the information about Rokudo Yagura in a hurry. Although Rokudo Yagura is only a B-level ninja, his actual combat strength far exceeds that of a group of S-level ninjas. It can even be said that it is a 50-50 match in the ninja world. The first skill is a forward lunge plus a grab. The grabbing time is about 4 seconds, which can break the panda. If it is in a domineering state, it will take a little longer. The second skill is to create a water mirror, copying the skills of the enemy ninja that is reflected. Once it is successfully triggered, there will be a time stop for the enemy. If you hit it, it is almost 100% certain to start. And the opponent himself is not affected by the time stop effect and can move. After the second skill is successfully copied, you can actively release the copied skill later. This should be a charging skill, sharing the charging with the water mirror. You can have up to 2 skills at the same time. I guess the charging cooldown should be between 8 and 9 seconds. What's uncertain now is whether the skill stolen by Shui Jing can be used in the next game. You have to pay attention to this. Besides, Longguo high-level conference room. Haha. This kid is really, he shouldn't be so playful. He has made the little girl numb. The burly old man laughed so hard that he almost gasped for breath when he saw what Lu Yuan did. Lu Yuan didn't do it on purpose. The last wave was to slow down and buy time so that he could get 2 more bars of chakra. Seeing that the old men were all laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs, Lin Zhenhua was afraid that they would misunderstand Lu Yuan, so he quickly defended him. Haha, if that's the case, then what's with that head-touching expression? Pfft, Lao Lin, stop making excuses for him. This little rascal is just like that. Haha. Yeah, I think it's okay to have some entertainment while taking strategy into consideration, ha ha ha. Dot. Hey. Seeing this, Lin Zhenhua could only hold his forehead helplessly and looked at the sky. Lu Yuan, I have done my best to maintain your image. Ah. In the God's arena, Lu Yuan suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, who is thinking about me? No way, that's what happens when you're too popular. At the same time, the announcement of the God's arena also sounded. Second round. The battle begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Yagura is a Minotaur? Where did you put our green bull? Chapter 56 Yagura is a Minotaur? Where did you put our green bull? I'm not sure if the opponent's stealing skills can continue into this round. We have to be careful. The secret scroll should not be able to be copied, otherwise the illusion will also appear in a dominant state. Start with the secret scroll. It's safest. After Kafo decided on the battle strategy, he controlled the impure world Madara to retreat, preparing to deceive the opponent's skills first. Compared with his cautiousness, Liu Yuan was much more relaxed and open-minded. Under his control, Liudeo Yagura immediately began to dominate the scene. First, he released the water mirror to suppress the upper road and reduce his movement space. Under the illumination of the water mirror, he dared not move at all. Using skills will only trigger the water mirror clone, and you can only attack yourself, and it will also provide Liu Yuan with valuable skills. Afterwards, Rokudo Yagura started to push forward in the middle lane, and as expected, he saw the trembling impure world Madara. When the players from the northern bear country saw this scene, they felt terrible. The fist is hard, but the opponent is cotton. Asshole. This feeling of having so much power but nowhere to use it is really uncomfortable. If you want to fight, there's a water mirror in front of you. If you don't want to fight, this dragon country guy will hit you again. This is too difficult. How can there be such a rogue ninja? I told you at the time, don't be too happy too soon. There must be something fishy about this dragon country guy who chose B instead of S. It's so tragic. I feel like this game is even more tragic than the previous one. Yes. Once the water mirror is released, the opponent dares not move at all and can only allow himself to be beaten. As long as you dare to use the skill, it will become our road god's skill. What you said above is weird, it sounds a bit like a minotaur. Fortunately, Liu Yuan couldn't hear their comments, otherwise he would definitely be very upset. Six-path Yagura Niu has only one skill, so he is considered a minotaur? Where did you put our green bull? Do you know what total control means? As long as she is caught in the illusion of Kota Amatsukami, even if he wants to turn Tsunade into RBQ, eating chicken rolls and bean juice is just a thought away. This is the strength of our Green Bull Master. In the field, General Kafo watched Rokudo Yagura getting closer and closer, tightly gripping the hand that was inserted, and began to sweat. Now he is in a very awkward situation. Because he is too short. And the road is too long. As for dense scrolls, cuttings are no match for vacuum waves. But if I release Great Fire Extinguishing now, if Liu Yuan can react, the water mirror can be released again. General Kraft couldn't help but sweat profusely. If he was hit, the game would be over. As my thoughts were churning, a flash of inspiration came to me. A creepy white light reflected from his glasses, and an intriguing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are really stupid. If I use Susanoo to carry it, you will explode, right? Thinking of this, General Kafo immediately controlled the impure world Madara and released Susanoo towards Liu Yuan. As soon as Edo Tensei Madara waved his hand, the blue two-sided, four-armed, half-body Susanoo immediately protected it. At the same time, he pulled with both hands towards the side of Rokudo Yagura and released several Susanoo Megatama. Liu Yuan frowned upon seeing this, and immediately fought back. Rokudo Yagura released the water mirror technique almost at the moment Susanoo appeared. Under the illumination of the light blue light, accompanied by a beep sound, the water mirror technique was successfully triggered. While successfully creating a water clone and releasing Susanoo, the genuine Madara entered a brief time stop. Taking advantage of this gap, Rokudo Yagura moved vertically, opened up the Y-axis, and narrowly avoided this wave of attacks. The Susanoo Megatama of the Edo Tenchi Madara was a penetrating attack, which the water mirror could not block, so he could only dodge. Because the two were released at almost the same time, Impure World Madara successfully relied on Susanoo's diamond body to withstand the Yasakani no Megatama of Phantom Madara. But unfortunately, after he got out of the attack range by using the time stop, Liu Yuan controlled Rokudo Yagura and waited by the side early, aiming at the big afterswing of Edo Tensei Madara's Susanoo. Directly from behind him, attack him from behind. Rokudo Yagura pounced forward, transformed into the second-tailed beast form, jumped up and attacked Impure World Madara. After successfully hitting him, corals grew on Madara's body and he entered a grasping state. Then, pull away slightly, return to human form, and start using 2A to perform a steady combo. In this way, even if the opponent wants to use a substitute forbidden technique, Lu Yuan can react in time and respond. Wow! You play it so steadily. General Koff was completely confused by Lu Yuan's operation. He had already made up his mind the moment he was attacked. In this game, all you need to do is exchange blood with Lu Yuan as much as possible. Lower his health low enough so that the third position player can be quickly carried away. This way, when facing the remaining two players of Dragon Country, there is at least a chance of winning. However, Rokudo Yagura's 2A has almost no afterswing. As long as Kafu controls a substitute of Impure World Madara, Lu Yuan can definitely suppress the summoning. His remaining two summons are Shikaku of the Sand and Salamander, and both last for quite a long time. Even if he took over and successfully implanted Lu Yuan, it would be enough to delay the time of implantation. After the grafting, set fire to him and then delay the communication with him, and then try to gain some rhythm. Suzanu's cooldown is almost over. We can wait a bit and use both skills to get more blood. With a helpless sigh, General Kraft was ready to sacrifice. Quickly! Suzanu's cooling is ready, so General Kafu can just use stand and insertion and great fire extinguishing and Suzanu. A set of smooth little combos was something Lu Yuan had anticipated. He pressed Shikaku with his backhand, and after ensuring that the rhythm was in his hands, he was drained of about 1/3 of his blood by the little one. After the cuttings are completed, fall to the ground and stand up. Lu Yuan used a 2A on the Impure World Madara who was also lying on the ground, and directly knocked him up from the ground. Rokudo Yagura 2A with the sweeper. Afterwards, Lu Yuan went up and used a coral palm, followed by the stolen Suzanu to deal crazy damage. When he saw that his health was almost the same, he immediately used his ultimate skill. Three-tailed Isofotailed Beast Jade. Dadakao. 3 bits. 6 paths. Yagura waved his stick and finally pounded it into the ground, causing endless waves to surge. He then transformed into the three-tailed Isofu and fired a tailed beast ball at the Edo Tensei Madara. Boom! A huge explosion covered the area, and Impure World Madara's health bar was directly emptied. As the Edo World Madara's portrait turned grey and white, a blue X was drawn on it, representing the ultimate kill. The esoteric diagram also appeared. Yagura, who transformed into the three-tailed Isobu, stared at him seriously. My body and my inner will as a Jinkriki are ready to move. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto also announced the result of the game. The winner is decided. Winner, Longwol Yu Yuan Yakura Nu Pain 6 Paths. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 General Kraft, Go and Kill Lu Yuan. Lucas, me? Chapter 57 General Kraft, Go and Kill Lu Yuan. Lucas, me? Lost. General Kraft looked at the results on the console with an expression that showed he couldn't accept it. He worked hard for a round, but ended up taking away a little more than 1/3 of Lu Yuan's health. Judging from their current performance, let alone a long way to winning, even if they want to rely on the overall score to get third place, it is probably difficult. Northern Bear Country Lounge. General Kraft came back with blue light flashing all over his body and a frustrated look on his face. Sophia, who was sitting on the sofa, also had a serious look on her face. Lu Yuan is not only good at casting, but also a master at operation and overall situation. Among today's top players, they are leading by a gap. If it was still a single-player competition, his victory would be almost certain, but now it is a team competition. Excluding the situation we encountered, where the other party got rogue ninjas, the Lighthouse Country, us, and even the Japanese country actually have a chance. After all, as long as you move to a place that's farther away, you're basically halfway there. Sophia expressed her views on the current Dragon Country team in a very objective manner. Well, that's true, but right now, there's really no suspense in our game. The skinny yellow-haired monkey opposite Sophia said with a miserable look on his face. Lucas. One of the top players of the Northern Bear Country, he is also the one who looks the least like a fighting nation, but his overall strength is very good. He is also a hexagonal warrior. In other words, he is the beggar's version of Liu Yuan. Boom. General Kraft, who was already furious, slapped Lucas on the head when he heard this. After the fight, there was still a faint smoke coming out of the fist. Lucas. You're already saying bad things before the fight even starts. Hurry up and get ready. If you can defeat Liu Yuan, you will have achieved the achievement of being the first to kill Liu Yuan. Just thinking this way is not a loss. That being said, could you please be gentler? I've already been knocked unconscious by you before I even get on the field. Lucas covered his head and grimaced in pain. But in fact, I don't agree with Croft's statement. Joke. A big guy like Alan can't even defeat a ninja like Liu Yuan, and you expect me to kill Liu Yuan? General Kraft, you. Go and kill Liu Yuan. Lucas, me? Dragon Country Lounge. My goodness. This ninja is really a bit perverted. He is really the father of the domineering ninja. As long as there is a domineering ninja, he will be obedient just by suppressing him with the water mirror. After seeing Liu Yuan's brutal actions, Li Kai felt terrified. Fortunately, I am from the Dragon Country team. If it were any other team, I would rather not have been selected for the Gods Arena. Yet, but ninjas are secondary. The most important thing is our Liu Yuan's strength. Bai Xinyi looked at Liu Yuan, who was full of vigor and vitality in the field, and the admiration and love in her eyes were almost overflowing. Hiss! Li Kai suddenly felt that the top of his head was glowing wildly, comparable to a 10,000 watt light bulb. I'm so sorry to have kept you too busy. One is on the court and the other is off the court, how can they both come? With Lucas coming on the court, the game started quickly. Round 3. The battle begins. With Liu Yuan's fierce operation, after stealing the hard vortex water blade, Lucas was caught for nearly 10 seconds. The game ended soon. The winner is decided. Winner, Longguo Yu Yuan Yakura New Pain 6 Paths Winner, Longguo. This thing is so weak. It's like brushing abundance. Liu Yuan was a little confused in this game, and it felt that the opponent he met this time did not have a strong desire to attack. It's like. Liu Yuan racked his brains to describing. Just like a Buddhist employee who is slacking off? All in all, it gave him a very strange feeling, but it was really not his fault for the last wave. I can only say that Death 2's skills are too useful. He is indeed the god of land war. The continuous grabbing of the hard vortex water blade, tie pants are hot. When Liu Yuan got the timing right and the 2 water mirrors were charged, Lucas was hit by 2 hard vortex water blades by Liu Yuan Wuifeng, and then he continued to grab with the coral palm. The result is, when he had about 1/3 of his health left and a substitute in his hand, Liu Yuan grabbed him for 10 seconds in a row and drowned him. At this moment, all the audience were dumbfounded. No way! Lucas has a substitute. Why can't he be replaced? It's obvious that the above person hasn't watched enough of the Gods Challenge. You can't substitute during the continuous capture period. I'm dizzy. This 6-path Yagura is simply too good. After copying this kind of magical skill, you can use it as long as you have the charge in your hand. And the most incredible thing is that the original hard vortex water blade couldn't be used to grab the target without hands. Now it has been upgraded to a freehand grabbing function in his hands. Ahem, although I don't really want to admit it, but in this match, Liu Shen did have a huge advantage as a ninja. I agree. I think even though Rokudo Yagura is only rated B, he should still be given the highest priority in future castings. This ultimate stealing skill is simply invincible. Due to Liu Yuan's final 10 seconds of torture, all countries' attention to this ninja reached its peak. And even experts have given it a nickname. Copy Ninja. The ninja world is 50-50. Yagura, ahem, I heard you're called the copy ninja? Or is it the 50-50 split in the ninja world? Polite Kakashi, damn. Dragon Country Lounge. Ahem. Brother, do you know any other heaven-defying ninjas? Tell me in secret. I want to have fun like this too. Li Ke and Liu Yuan were whispering to each other, and their hearts were filled with longing. If only Liu Yuan could tell him about an awesome ninja. Let him have a good time in the next game. He, Li Ke, is willing to worship him as his godfather. This feeling of information gap is so cool. Secret, secret. Don't talk about it. Not to mention that the God's Arena is still being broadcast live. Even after returning to Dragon Country, if we tell it, there will be a risk of it being leaked. We can't joke about the fate of our country. After Liu Yuan made a few simple excuses about the country's destiny, he was pulled away by Bai Xinyi. Before leaving, Bai Xinyi gave Li Ke a fierce look. Damn it! He actually occupied my beloved Liu Yuan for so long. She is running out of time. The finals are coming soon. She wants to give her Liu Yuan a good reward and relax. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. This ninja's mechanism is not ordinary perverted. After watching the game, the burly old man took a deep breath, turned his head and asked the old man with a monocle beside him. Which do you think is stronger, the white mask or the white mask? It's hard to say. If it's the enhanced state of the virtual, it can be invincible and dodge the water mirror, right? That way there is room for manipulation. But to be honest, Shui Jing is really a jack of all trades. I think it's okay to put Rokudo Yagura on the same T0 priority level as Tendu Chao. As soon as the old man with the monocle said this, everyone present nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Yagura's priority is now even higher than Tendo Chao and White Mask. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Large Documentary Legends of Ordinary People, Liu Yuan is broadcasting for you. Chapter 58 Large Documentary, Legends of Ordinary People, Liu Yuan is broadcasting for you. Lighthouse Country Lounge. Good job, John. Seeing a skinny man walking out of the pale blue light, Alan handed him a Coke and said with comfort. Well, it's okay. The hard power of the brown and orange country is far inferior to that of the kimchi country. That is, when these two countries meet, their strength will suddenly soar, and they will be defeated when they encounter foreign countries. John took a sip of Coke and replied with great satisfaction. The shadowy man sitting on the sofa nearby, Robert Abraham. He didn't even bother to look up, his eyes still on the Liu Yuan strategic analysis in his hand. This is the strategic analysis of Liu Yuan that Emperor Deng delivered after spending a large amount of national fortune points. Hey, melancholy man, did you see anything? John put down his water glass and spoke frivolously. Hearing this, Robert looked up and said calmly, yes, a little bit. Dragon Country Lounge. Liu Yuan and Bai Xinyi hadn't been fighting for long when the announcement of the God's Arena sounded again. The fifth round of God's Arena ends. The winning countries are Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country. Next will be the sixth round of the final. Dragon Country vs Lighthouse Country. God's Arena Dragon Kingdom vs Northern Bear Kingdom. Game start. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Dragon Country player is the first position, and Ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are A. Kojuro 6th Mizu Cage, B. Kojuro, B. Jago Eagle, A. Uchiha Suzuki Mangekyo Sharingan, S. Nagato Immortal Reincarnation, A. Hirako, A. Kabuto Yakushi Half Snake Cloak, Asaratobi Asuma Immortal Reincarnation, Biringo Auri 7 Ninja Swordsman. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00:58. 00:57. Dot. Oh my goodness! This is an ordinary person. The moment Liu Yuan saw Kojuro, he was completely stunned. To be honest, this ninja is very exaggerated, and was one of the ninjas that Liu Yuan liked to play very much in his previous life. The operability is particularly strong. And through the previous brown and orange pickle battle, Liu Yuan discovered that this thing is still at its peak. Ordinary people at their peak. Liu Yuan, this is the host Liu Yuan, and we are broadcasting a large-scale documentary, Legends of Ordinary People. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and found that the half-sugar was actually me. Ordinary appearance, with half-sweet language. Thinking of the past, I am so happy. I think the past is coming. I think the past is coming. If you were in the arena and heard this kind of meaningless mumbling, then you probably met the most ordinary ninja in the arena, who has a trace of Kizaru bloodline. Ordinary people. Maybe you're right, but we ordinary people have super long-range starting skills. Coupled with the invincible frame cutter, it reached the top of the T0 echelon overnight. 5-star General MacArthur commented. If the planner wants me to confront ordinary people, I will point the keyboard at the planner without hesitation. The appearance of ordinary people often makes a game no longer ordinary. Among ordinary people, there are some natural kings who are born to control the power of keys. Skilled cutting, gorgeous turns, extra long displacement, outrageous reactions. This made everyone around terrified. We call it, ordinary keyboard player. After some brainstorming, Liu Yuan couldn't help but think of the image of half-sugar. This ninja is not only interesting, but also incredibly powerful. The large number of invincible frames brought by the cutter, 2 grabbing skills in the double-edged state, a large range of Y-axis starting, and grabbing during normal attacks. Let the brown and orange, which have always been at the bottom of the first team, be able to reverse the 3 pickles. You can imagine how strong he is. Li K, choose a Kojuro 6th Mizukage. Liu Yuan said to the hesitant Li K, and Li K immediately locked it after hearing it. During the previous casting, Li K would sometimes question Liu Yuan. But ever since he knew that Liu Yuan had achieved the God-level achievement and had dozens of ninja cards in his mind, he chose to follow without thinking. Moreover, the brown and orange ones on the field are the anti-3 ones, so I think their T degree is at least T1 or above, so there will be no problem in choosing them. Dragon Country player chooses Ninja, a Kojuro 6th Mizukage. Next, the Lighthouse Country players will choose the Ninja. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00:58. Dot. Lighthouse Country Lounge. Robert, what are your plans for the Mizukage Kojuro that the Dragon Kingdom has captured? The choice is up to Alan, but the person truly responsible for this matter in the team is Robert. He is the strongest player in strategy among the Lighthouse nations. Nagato Immortal Reincarnation, Uchiha Suzuki Mangekyo Sharingan. After briefly stating his choice, Robert said no more. They also analyzed the brown and orange match and had some idea of Kojuro's skills. It won't be the same as the Northern Bear Country, which has poor skill information. There are a lot of grabs in Kojuro's skills and normal attacks, so it's no exaggeration to say that he is a dominant killer. So they have to pick up the ninja with fast hand speed. Since they are the first to choose the secret scroll for the next game, breaking the hegemony can be put after the starting speed. If Yin Yoshangmi really came out, it would not fall into the hands of Longuo. Lighthouse Country players choose ninjas, Nagato Immortal Reincarnation, Uchiha Suzuki Mangekyo Sharingan. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose a ninja. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00:58. Dot. Dragon Country players choose ninjas, a Hirako, a Yakushi Kabuto half-snake cape. Lighthouse Country player chooses ninja, a Sarutobi Asuma immortal reincarnation. There was no bargaining point in the subsequent ninja choices, and both sides made their choices quickly. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Lighthouse Country players will be the first to select the Secret Scroll. Secret Scroll extraction. The available Secret Scrolls are, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Fire Escape, Flame Bomb, Solution Technique, Dispersion, Sealing Technique, Exorcism, Earth Escape, Rock Fall, Earth Escape, Earth Pillar Explosion, Illusion Technique, This Is Not the Place, Wind Escape, Cyclone, Palm Immortal Technique, Live. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. I really got the Yin Healing and Destroying effect. Robert glanced at it calmly. Then said to Alan, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destroying. The Lighthouse Nation contestant chooses the Secret Scroll, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the Secret Scroll. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. You're quite capable. You know that Kojuro is a dominant player. Lu Yuan smiled slightly when he saw his choice, and then added in his heart, but that is a weakened Kojuro, who can't connect the Secret Scroll immediately after cutting the knife. Ordinary people at the peak of their powers, they all turn around gorgeously and catch the flaming bomb. Dragon Country contestant chooses Secret Scroll, Fire Style, Flame Bomb, Solution, Dispersion. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Ordinary People, the ancient Greek god in charge of hugging. Chapter 59 Ordinary People, the ancient Greek god in charge of hugging. The Lighthouse Nation contestant chooses the Secret Scroll, Wind Style, Cyclone, Earth Style, Earth Pillar Explosion. Dragon Country contestant chooses Secret Scroll, Sealing Technique and Exorcism. Secret Scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. The Dragon Country contestant will take the lead in selecting the Summoning Beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available summoning beasts are, Panda, Shikaku of the Sand, Shark, Crow, Eagle, Gamma Sage, Gamakaki, Blue Snake, Gamma Dragon. The Dragon Country player chooses the spiritual animal, the panda. Next, the Lighthouse Country contestant will choose the summoning beast. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. Contestants from the Lighthouse Country choose summoning beasts, Eagle and Shikaku of the Sand. The Dragon Country players chose the spiritual beasts, Toad Immortal and Crow. The Lighthouse Country contestant chose the summoned beast, Toad Dragon. Configuration selection completed, the perspectives of both parties will be blocked next. Countdown 1 minute, adjust the order of ninja/secret scroll/summoning beast. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. Lighthouse Country Lounge. John, you'll be the first to lead the cyclone. Remember, you have only one goal, which is to consume as much of Lu Yuan's blood as possible and fill up Alan's chakra. Alan, you have the tyrant body, but Kojuro is almost covered with grabs. You have to choose the right time for the secret scroll. John will try his best to create the conditions for you to have 4 grids of chakra. You must defeat Lu Yuan in the second round. As for the last 2 burdens of the Dragon Nation, I will take care of them. Robert was making final pre-war deployments and assigning tasks to John and Alan respectively. At the same time, he kept calculating in his mind the probability of success this time. 50%. In his opinion, they could fight Lu Yuan on equal terms. Dragon Country Lounge. This is the final, and I'll be the starter. I'll give you a chance to practice next time. Lu Yuan said to Li Ke, who was looking desperate. Just now he proposed that he wanted to see the scenery at the top of the world, but was ruthlessly rejected by Lu Yuan and Bai Xinyi. Are you kidding me? This is the final. If anything goes wrong with you, your chakra will be gone. Lu Yuan just happened to be caught for making a mistake, isn't this the end of him? Okay, I always feel like the male lead singer in the band Phoenix, not many words in one song. Li Ke smiled bitterly, comparing his own situation with his. That is to say, one is singing and the other is competing in the gods' arena. Time does not wait. Lu Yuan didn't say anything more, but just took note of it silently in his mind, preparing to give it more words later, and then began to quickly make arrangements for the performance. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Lighthouse Country vs Dragon Country. Following the announcement of the Gods Arena, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas and secret scrolls of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. Dragon Kingdom. A Kojuro 6th Mizu Cage, a Hirako, a Kabuto Yakushi half-snake cloak. Fire Style, Flame Bomb, Release Technique. Dispersion, Sealing Technique, Exorcism. Lighthouse Country. S. Nagato Immortal Reincarnation, a Uchiha Suzuki Mangekyo Sharingan, a Sarutobi Asuma Immortal Reincarnation. Wind Escape, Cyclone, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Earth Escape, Earth Pillar Explosion. Afterwards, the familiar Naruto announcement sounded. First round. Battle begins. Scene: the birth of the tree world. In a primeval forest created by ninjutsu, a huge wooden stake that was cut horizontally became the battlefield for both sides. Game start. John then directly controlled Nagato to launch a Shura attack forward. Nagato used the power of 6 paths to transform his arms into cannon barrels, rolled forward, and gathered chakra to fire laser cannons. Boom! The smoke and dust cleared, revealing nothing was hit. You retreated at the beginning. You played very cautiously. But I fired 3 shots. How should you respond? John watched the Shura's attack being dodged, mumbling his assessment to himself. But before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan's attack had already arrived. Blood Mist Sword Technique Leather Lead. The ordinary person stepped on the waves and passed quickly, directly grabbing the aftershock of Nagato's shot, holding him tightly, and rubbing him madly on the ground. Ordinary people, ah! What a fast speed! Can you even start with this? John felt incredible, this move was really too fast. A substitute, and then use the cyclone to suppress him? He's a substitute and I use the sealing technique to absorb the seal and the king of hell. John thought so. To be honest, this is a very versatile backhand style of play and it doesn't have any major flaws. But he was facing the ancient Greek god of hugs. An ordinary person with an invincible turn. Boom! Under John's control, at the moment when the ordinary person's grab ended, Nagato stood behind him and released the cyclone. However, the next scene surprised the audience. The ordinary man just cut with a knife, turned around instantly and became invincible, and escaped from the cyclone range in a handsome manner. Then he released the secret scroll-splitting flame bomb and used his diamond body to block the second stage cannon that Nagato was chasing after he reacted. Finally, use the reverse long knife 1A to create distance, then turn back and cut with the invincible knife, and use the bone pull to counterattack. The operation was so smooth that everyone was stunned. What the hell? What is Lu Shen doing? Does that light just now mean he is invincible? I thought Lu Shen would definitely be attacked first. Then he would use his substitute advantage to exchange the next wave of rhythm with his opponent. Not only did Lu Shen escape, he even managed to fight back. No. What on earth is going on with this Dragon Country guy? Is this really his first time using this ninja? This level of proficiency? It doesn't seem like it's something a first-time user would have. Is it possible that he just pressed it randomly? Or is it because Brown and Orange used it once before and have thoroughly studied this ninja? Oh! My God! Please bless our great lighthouse nation! Don't be second again. Lighthouse Country Lounge. Invincible frame and diamond body and normal attack displacement and invincible frame cancels backswing and counterattacks. Robert looked serious and asked Alan in a deep voice. It's your turn this time. How would you operate? Hearing this, Alan rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while before giving his reply. If it were me, I would also use the cyclone to try to suppress the person after I stand in. If you fail to suppress it, use the second stage cannon to pursue it. If you miss it again, you will need to choose whether to release the seal to protect yourself or continue to pursue it with the third stage cannon according to the situation. Well, your ideas are almost the same as mine and John's. That is to say, there is absolutely no problem with John's handling of the matter. He just reacted slowly and didn't release the seal in time, so he was stunned by the flame bomb and was hit by the subsequent attack. Thinking of this, Robert's face became even uglier. If it was him, he would also be beaten in the previous wave. Alan is the only one in their team who can handle such a situation. This dragon countryman. It is the most powerful enemy the Lighthouse Country has ever seen. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Don't Know How to Lose? Haven't you woken up from the infinite Tsukuyomi yet? Chapter 60, Don't Know How to Lose? Haven't you woken up from the infinite Tsukuyomi yet? At this time, in the field. After Gu Ba successfully hit Nagato, Lu Yuan immediately controlled ordinary people to chase him. After taking 2 steps forward, he directly used the blood mist sword technique, body cutting. In the dual blade state, an ordinary person leaps forward and swings out 2 swords, forming a cross-shaped sword light. After successfully hitting the target, he will derive a 4A normal attack from the air to grab and chase. After that, it was a stable 2A basic skill to deal damage. The performance of ordinary people's basic attack was ridiculously strong. In double blade form, there are 4 normal attacks in total. 1A push forward horizontally, 2A spin and knock back, 3A use hydraulic bullets to attack continuously, 4A jump up and swing the knife to stab the enemy into the ground. Among them, 2A rotation with sweeping effect. 3A has a large deflection and adsorption effect, and is a hands-free normal attack, which can replace some skills. 4A is grabbing, and it has behind-the-back judgment and Y-axis effects. When attacking before and after landing, you can also turn through the joystick. In single blade state, the normal attack is also 4A. 1A quickly rush forward, 2A pick up the opponent and then slash, 3A backhand pick up the opponent and send him flying, 4A summon water clones to attack the opponent. Among them, 2A the upward stroke has a sweeping effect. 3A the upward stroke also has a sweeping effect. 4A also has the sweeping effect, and comes with grabbing, and it is a hands-free grab, which can often produce ordinary people's supernatural powers. But at the same time, 4A is also a big post swing, but it usually does not reach 4A. Lu Yuan usually uses normal attacks, most of the time he deals damage in double blade state, and single blade state is usually used to quickly increase distance. It was just like the smooth little combo that Lu Yuan used after his opponent replaced him. Time flies. Under Lu Yuan's stable 2A, John's health bar quickly dropped below half. In the next wave, we must regain the rhythm, otherwise this round will be wasted. In this wave of substitutes, neither I nor his scrolls turned well. What we need to pay attention to is that his knife is invincible, and we can't miss the chance to sway back. Use a normal attack first, and if there is no substitute, follow up with a shot. After the substitute, watch his attack and react. After knocking out his skills, immediately use the spirit channeling to gain the rhythm. After deciding on a strategy, John saw that the substitute was ready and started operating immediately. Boom! Nagato did not fire immediately after his replacement. He first successfully hit the middle road with 1A and made it stiff, and then instantly launched a Shura attack. It's quite interesting. First, he pinned me down, and when I was considering whether to use a substitute, he directly started to shoot and rub the beans. You got caught because you're not pure enough. Liu Yuan smiled and shook his head, then prepared to fight back. Upon seeing this, the audience in the lighthouse country immediately opened the champagne. It's finally getting better. Now that we have the initiative, it will be easy to get back on track. Nagato's backhand ability is T0 level. The sealing technique is like having an extra stand. I'm afraid this wave of Dragon Nation people will be difficult to deal with. Nagato is John's representative ninja. Haha, didn't Alan, who claimed to be the limit of human visual response, get beaten to a pulp by the god of road? Now here comes a half-baked person who is not as good as you. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. The Lighthouse Nation is still immersed in the infinite Tsukuyomi. They think they are still the supreme god of the God Tournament. Due to the popularity of God's Arena, some settings in Naruto have gradually become widely circulated. Among them, the most widely covered one is infinite moon reading, which means a person or thing immersed in self-illusion. If Liu Yuan knew that this group of audiences were so good at creating and using memes, he would definitely feel a sense of belonging. It was like a wanderer who finally found the way back to the village. Dragon Country Lounge. Hiss, this wave started, neither side has secret scrolls, but no matter how you look at it, Liu Yuan's side is more dangerous. Li Ke saw the situation change on the field and immediately took a breath. Liu Yuan's flame bomb can not only help him use his skills, but its automatic lock on the enemy can also help him take the initiative easily. In contrast, the cyclone in John's hand is relatively weaker. Liu Yuan, we can't fight him head on this time. We have to trick him into using the seal and absorb the seal and leave. Otherwise, if the opponent's first spiritualist is an eagle, this wave of rhythm will be lost. Bai Xinyi also had a solemn expression on her face. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to Liu Yuan no matter how you look at it. Lighthouse Country Lounge. It's finally looking good. If we send another wave, it will be over. After Kojuro's ultimate skill enters the water, it is a forced kill that cannot be replaced. If the time is right, John will lose. But God is on our side this time. Robert looked at the game screen with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Judging from the current situation, the probability of John completing the task is quite high. Even if he is lucky enough to get the rhythm in the next wave, Liu Yuan should leave the game. I advise you not to be so optimistic. You haven't faced him before, so you may not know clearly. A long road is like a swamp. When you struggle, you may see a glimmer of hope, but the more you struggle, the faster you will sink. Alan obviously didn't have as good a mentality as him. It wasn't that he was scared by Liu Yuan's beating, but he always felt a little uneasy. Prior to it was the same when he was fighting Liu Yuan. He had no problems at first and felt like he was going to win. Finally, congratulations to Long Qiu Yuan for winning the God's Arena. Robert didn't say much. After glancing at Alan calmly, he turned his gaze back to the God's Arena. Then, the eyes that were originally narrowed gradually widened. How the hell is this possible? Tell me, is this something a human can do? It's my turn. Liu Yuan caught the moment and rolled over, and John seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment he stood up, he turned the gun and aimed it at Liu Yuan with an American IAI. At this time, Liu Yuan was still invincible. This shot had no real effect except for deterrence. John just wanted to try his luck. What if he hit him? Liu Yuan did not choose to retreat, but was prepared to fight to the end. The ordinary man used the blood mist sword technique, skin lead to attack Nagato, but John was prepared and directly released the sealing technique, suction seal to block it. This time, the ancient Greek god in charge of hugging did not hug. To be on the safe side, John did not release Shinra Tensei, but chose Yama to protect him. And his judgment on this operation was very correct. In order to prevent him from releasing Shinra Tensei immediately, Liu Yuan released the panda directly and entered a 4-second dominance period. Ha! I won this game. Seeing that Liu Yuan released the panda as he expected, John's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. To be honest, he doesn't know how to lose yet. Then, damn! This is so fake. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Ordinary People, Kid, do you like my invincible knife? Chapter 61 Ordinary People, Kid, do you like my invincible knife? How is this possible? John was completely panicked when he saw the scene in front of him. I saw. After Nagato successfully released Yama to protect himself, Yama had already locked onto Kojuro and licked him with his big tongue, and even the yellow light representing grabbing lit up. Everything should have gone as expected. Kojuro was swallowed up by the King of Hell. Sudden change. Cutter. The moment his tongue touched Kojuro, a silver light flashed, and Liu Yuan completed the cut gorgeously, using the invincible frame to avoid being grabbed. Ordinary person, kid, do you like my knife? Okay, okay. I don't believe it. John couldn't hold it in any longer at this moment. His bony face was now like an inflated ball, red and swollen. He was completely red and warm. You love the knife. You love the invincible frame. If you dare, try hiding again. He thought he had handled everything perfectly, even predicting that Liu Yuan would release the panda. This is a fucking knife. Who can he go to for justice? Are you kidding me? You're not going to have an easy time. Thinking of this, John immediately controlled Nagato to release the spiritual power, and this spiritual power was specially designed for pandas. Phew! Accompanied by a loud eagle cry across the sky, the actor eagle made a brilliant appearance. But this time, perhaps he saw the same burning anger in John's eyes as that of his master, Urjuzi. It doesn't perform anymore. An eagle's cry sounded, and the giant eagle locked onto the ordinary person and swooped down with great momentum. Beeb. Cutter. The two flatfish that were originally merged into one were instantly split into two under the surging chakra of the ordinary man, and spewed countless blue bone spurs forward. Blood mist sword technique bone pulling. When Liu Yuan was controlling an ordinary person to cut with a knife and an invincible silver light flashed, the giant eagle's sharp claws followed. Everyone held their breath at this moment. Escaped. Ordinary man's invincible cutting knife, while dodging the eagle's grasp, Guba's bone spur also successfully hit Nagato. Liu Yuan controlled the ordinary person to take 2 steps forward, and then directly used the blood mist sword technique, body cutting. In the dual blade state, an ordinary person leaps forward and swings out 2 swords, forming a cross-shaped sword light. After successfully hitting the target, he will derive a normal attack from the air to grab and chase. This situation seems familiar. The plum blossoms bloomed twice. 2 sections of cutting knife to avoid grabbing, and it's continuous. Can Alan do this kind of reaction? Seeing this scene, John completely collapsed and even began to doubt Alan in his heart. With the current health level, it is not enough to withstand Liu Yuan's next set of attacks. He doesn't want to steam anymore. As this scene came to an end, the whole audience was boiling. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What an operation! God! Liu Shen is truly a god. I now declare that Liu Yuan is the supreme god of the divine arena. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Putting aside nationality, I am now a bit of a fan of this dragon countryman. This operation is really wonderful. Sparacy. John was stunned and didn't know if he could get out of this situation. Everything was clearly calculated, even his release of the panda was predicted successfully, but I didn't expect him to be dodged and grabbed by 2 cutting knives. He was defeated by his hard power. Liu Yuan's actions convinced many viewers in the Lighthouse country. There are even a large number of people who have become Liu Yuan's fans. Dragon Country Lounge. Fuck. This operation, can a human really do it? Li Ke was completely shocked by Liu Yuan's gorgeous double cut. At this moment, he truly realized the gap between himself and Liu Yuan. It wasn't just a matter of information gap. In terms of reaction and operation alone, Liu Yuan was miles ahead of him. Hey? Where are the people? Li Ke was a little confused. In the past, Bai Xinyi would have responded to him at least once. He turned around and looked back, completely dumbfounded. So handsome, this is my Liu Yuan. Hee. At this moment, Bai Huachi Xinyi was holding her face with both hands, her eyes full of the distant road. Lighthouse Country Lounge. Nima. This is so fake. Robert, who was always calm, could no longer keep his composure. You can do this? What the hell? You take Kojuro. Robert suppressed his shock and asked Alan, who was also stunned, how confident are you in reacting to 2 consecutive grabs? Gilu. Alan swallowed, turned his eyes away from the game screen, took a deep breath, and replied. The invincibility frame time is very short, and it takes a lot of practice to get the feel for it. And it's not something that can be handled just by having a fast visual reaction speed. Robert listened to Alan's reply, his eyebrows wrinkled into a character. You mean you are not sure? Well, if you are like Liu Yuan, and this is your first time using this ninja. Alan paused here, as if he mustered up a lot of courage. I can't do it. Hearing this, Robert could only sigh helplessly. John's operation was fine, and there were no mistakes. He is simply not as skilled as others. If he is lucky enough not to die in this wave, the most he can do is use a combo skill to help you deal some more damage and get the full 4 beans. Think about the enemy's plan. The core of the game lies in you. If you don't move, you will fall far behind. I have no chance of winning with my backup Impure World Asuma. The mechanism and strength are too far apart. Robert patted Alan on the shoulder and said no more. Because of John's defeat, they are all under a lot of pressure now. On the field, Ordinary Man kept steady with 2A and pushed Nagato into the corner again. But this time, Liu Yuan did not do the same as before. In order to fight back, he was cautious and did not use any skills. Instead, choose to use the skills you have. Because of this amount of health, it is very likely that the game will end in this rhythm. Tisk. Liu Yuan smacked his lips slightly, feeling a little unhappy. The double cutter wasted a skin lead, the damage is a bit insufficient. At this time, if Liu Yuan chooses to use his ultimate skill, without a critical hit, he may not be able to kill the enemy. You will also be cleared of beans with 1 click. It's the finals, so be safe. Thinking of this, estimating that the other party might have more than 1 second to stand, Liu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. Just choose to walk away and let the other person fall to the ground and get up. Prepare to play another round of games with Nagato. But what's a bit embarrassing at this moment is that Liu Yuan's 2 skills are now on cooldown, so he can't cut with the knife. But the good news is, he also has Fire Bomb. Oh, you still want to play a game with me? Now I just need to get 2 of your beans and the mission will be over. Let Alan and Robert take care of the rest. John sighed helplessly, and then controlled the long door to press forward. Find the right opportunity and use a combination of skills on Liu Yuan. Soul-sucking Shura's attack. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Ironcar's secret technique. Standing still and pretending to be an expert. Chapter 62, Ironcar's secret technique. Standing still and pretending to be an expert. Nagato found the right position and used the human path soul-absorbing technique on Kojuro. A leap to the face, but as we all know, Nagato's soul-sucking can be blocked by 1 person, so Kojuro just slapped the ground and released the secret scroll-splitting flame bomb. He used his diamond body to block the grab, and then he got the split flame bomb's continued stiffness in his backhand. At this time, John's chakra was only 3 bars. Nagato's combination skills are quite special. Soul-absorbing and Shura's attack can only be achieved after the soul-absorbing technique captures the soul and then releases Shura's attack. It was cut off during the soul-sucking and grabbing stage, so naturally only one bean could be obtained. John was completely confused. How could this combination of skills work? Although Edo Tensei Nagato was his signature ninja, he actually only got it less than 5 times in total. There has never been a situation where a combo skill was blocked. Subconsciously, I thought that the effect of its combo skill was the same as Eagle Sasuke's combo skill. As long as it hits, even if it is interrupted in the middle, 2 bars of chakra will be obtained. Well, now I'm a complete war criminal. John held his head with a headache and lay directly on the recliner on the operating table. Next. The game is quite monotonous. If you have skills, use them. If you don't have skills, just use normal attacks. Soon, Nagato was knocked out by the 6th Mizukage. The winner is decided. Winner, Ryukoko Ryuyuan, Kojuro 6th Mizukage. As the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded, the audience in the Lighthouse Country were also confused. John is really... He couldn't even burn out his last bit of value. He only got 1 bean from his combo. Oh my god! I originally thought that if Alan used the 4-bean Tyrant Eagle Suzuki to fight against the far-flung Kojuro, he might still have a chance of winning. This is a complete shattered fantasy. Fuck, how does this work? I clearly saw the combo hit, even if it's blocked, it should still give beans, right? This combo of his should be released in the later part. I watched the previous God contest videos and they all caught the person before holding him down and firing. How can there be chakra when the cannon hasn't even been fired? Lighthouse Country Lounge. I tried my best. John walked out of the pale blue light with an autistic look on his face. The first thing he did when he saw Robert and the others was helpless hands. Zayashe would have to say that he is an expert after seeing this. No one blames you. There are indeed too many unexpected things. Robert glanced at him calmly and replied in a low voice, then turned his gaze back to Alan. Remember what we just said, this should be the only chance of winning. Okay, I know. Hearing this, Alan nodded seriously, and secretly reviewed the countermeasures in his mind. Although John's defeat was horrific, he did consume 1/3 of Liu Chang's health. With this health advantage, there is no need to attack in a hurry. Just defend well and take advantage of the flaws. After Liu Yuan failed to touch the prize, he started with the Chidori sword to get the beans. Successfully obtain the bean. Accumulate chakra, and the first step is completed. After that, use normal attack stably. As long as the road is far, use spiritual power and ultimate to attack the target. The game is basically over. Dragon Country Lounge. It's this kid again. Last time, it was King Du who took him away because of the long journey. If he can't operate it directly, the advantage of visual reaction will no longer exist. This time, when Li Kai saw Alan coming on stage, he felt worried about Liu Yuan. After all, this lighthouse countryman was the supreme old god who continued to dominate the god arena before Liu Yuan appeared. Tisk, so what if it's Alan? It's not like you didn't see brother Liu Yuan's double cutter just now. Even if he were asked to do this, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Xinyi curled her lips in disdain. My brother Liu Yuan is the strongest. Lighthouse yellow-haired, you can love me wherever you want. Hiss. Seeing that his anger was real, Li Kai tactfully shut his mouth. Turn your attention back to the game screen. Second round. The battle begins. Don't be in a hurry, retreat first to avoid being hugged directly. Alan kept reminding himself in his heart, and from the beginning he controlled Eagle Zo to retreat cautiously. The previous confrontation with Lu Yuan has always been his regret. First, Lu Yuan broke his undefeated myth, and second. Thinking of this, he almost couldn't hold his nerve. In his first fight with Lu Yuan, the tactics he used were so dirty. Not long after the game started, he was caught by the shark, and then he cleared the beans with a magic removal. After that, it was almost one-sided and everyone was killed in one blow. After retreating to the corner, the field became surprisingly quiet. "What's going on? Why didn't you come over?" Alan became suspicious and decided to explore Lu Yuan's field of vision to see what was going on. He controlled Yingzuo and took every step carefully. Make sure that even if Lu Yuan makes a move, he can react immediately and handle it successfully. Quickly. As Eagle Zo approached and crawled forward, Alan finally saw where Lu Yuan was. At this time, Kojiro was standing at the starting point, motionless. What's going on? Standing still and pretending to be an expert. But his current health is at a disadvantage. Alan was very confused, but he always felt that this strange atmosphere was telling two words. Conspiracy. Then, just when he was distracted by his thoughts. Sudden change. Under Lu Yuan's control, Kojiro slapped the floor, and countless black contract lines spread out. The summoning beast, the crow. Countless flocks of crows were suddenly abolished, and they began to attack Eagle Guard fiercely in a cross-attack. It was this moment of distraction that made Alan miss the opportunity to use the Overlord function. As a result, Yingzuo also entered a state of being attacked. Of course this is not the worst. While Lu Yuan was controlling Kojiro to release the crows, he also used his second skill, Blood Mist Sword Technique, Skin Lead, which is commonly known as Hug. Kojiro charged forward on the waves at an extremely fast speed. When Yingzuo just entered the attack, he was hugged tightly, pressed to the ground and started to rub. Everything happened too fast, and countless accidents hit Alan. This information caused his brain to crash for a moment. And it was this moment of crash that completely put the game into Lu Yuan's rhythm. This move is actually not a special move for ordinary people, but a romantic move unique to Arrancar players. People are often jokingly called those who pretend to be experts without even standing still. Arrancar, you have learned well. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If the enemy moves, I will become a hollow. Arrancar, if he takes time, I'll let him eat seafood. Ordinary person, half sugar accent. Thanks to the teacher for teaching me well. It's a pity that Tongling is not seafood, otherwise it would be more perfect. This. Alan was stunned. Things were developing in a direction he had never expected. Everything was messed up. Lu Yuan. You dog. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Ordinary People, Eagle Suzuki? The God of Ninja? Just a remnant of the old times. Chapter 63 Ordinary People, Half Sugar Eagle Suzuki? The God of Ninja? Just a remnant of the old times. Alan is famous. He was bullied by Lu Yuan again. I want to compete with you in reaction and operation. Let's have a fair fight. You are playing the art of war with me. In a god competition, there are 800 tricks. Call. Exhaling heavily, Alan quickly adjusted his state. I can't let him affect my mood. This guy has always been such a jerk. I should have thought of it earlier. But if this happens, it will be difficult to deal with the next step. I have only 2 beans on me this time, unless I can directly combo and catch Lu Yuan. No, even if the combo skill fills up 4 beans, I can't directly counterattack with a big move. The first skill, Chidori Sharp Lance, has not yet cooled down, so you have to position yourself and use normal attacks to follow up, but this is too risky. What to do? Alan's brows were furrowed at this moment, and he was already sweating profusely not long after the start. Lighthouse Country Lounge. Boom! This bastard dragon countryman. He actually started with spiritualism. When Robert saw this, he was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. Even if he was on the field just now. If the opponent does not move for a long time, you will choose to explore the field of vision, but you will never expect that even if you miss the field of vision and the road is far, you will not move. As a result, as soon as Alan moved, it was as if a switch was triggered, and the spiritual power was released instantly. Scare me, release the psychic. Seeing that he had successfully taken the initiative, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It seems that this new Arrancar fighting style I modified is quite useful. Replace the virtual with a cutting knife. Replace seafood with crow." In other words, he didn't dare to do the same as the Arrancar, which would have triggered the super counter after being startled and then released the 10 tails with his ultimate. Basically, I have mastered 60 to 70% of the gameplay of the Arrancar. After successfully getting the start, Lu Yuan began to play stable 2A. There won't be any loopholes left. No, I still need a substitute, but I can't be obsessed with the 4 beans anymore. Alan did not continue to dwell on the dead end, insisting on using the ultimate skill to inflict damage and then follow up with skills. Under the current circumstances, if you want to reach 4 beans, the cooling of Chidori sharp lance must be improved, which is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Then let's have a show of strength. A cold light flashed across Alan's eyes, and his brain cooled down. He calmed down completely, so calm that it was scary. There was no moment of mourning for Red when Alan. Now the T0 calm and furious Alan appeared. After being extremely angry, he entered a super calm state, and now he had only one thought in his mind. Fuck that bastard Lu Yuan. Boom. The sound of the stand sounded, and Yingzuo instantly stood behind Kojuro, with the Chidori sword flashing with dazzling lightning. Second skill. Chidori sword. A silver light flashed on Yingzuo's body, which was the sign of the invincible frame. After a gorgeous turn, he stabbed Kojuro with a knife. Coming. The moment Lu Yuan captured Yingzuo's actions, he also started his operation. When the two swords were put together, silver light flashed. Yingzuo just went straight through. Eagle Ninja Godzo, look at my invincible turn. Long Blackbeard Juro, invincible frame? Who doesn't have it? I have a 2-stage invincible knife. Long Blackbeard Juro, you are a remnant of the old times. There is no ship to carry you in the new times. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuan vaguely felt the change in Alan. Perhaps this was the unique telepathy between top players. At this point, he also put away his playful thoughts and entered the T0 serious road mode. After successfully dodging the Chidori sword, Lu Yuan instantly cut the sword and released the bone puller. Kojuro held the Hirame flounder, and as his chakra exploded, he swung his hands, and while cutting with the knife, countless ice blue bone spurs burst out. Seeing this, Alan directly pressed the tyrant body, and then immediately followed up with the second and third stages of the Chidori sword. After the tyrant body withstood the subsequent attacks of Bone Pull and Crow, the third stage of the Chidori sword was successfully moved out, and the thunderbolt also hit Lu Yuan. It was impossible for Lu Yuan not to notice it, so he immediately used the fire bomb to block it. It was not until this moment that the confrontation between the two ended. Lu Yuan handed in the crow, the flame bomb and the double cutter. Alan handed over Yin Yushangmi and a substitute. In a flash of a few seconds, the moves were countered and the audiences from both countries were so excited. Finally, it's not turn-based anymore. Holy crap! Is this a competition between top reactions? It's so exciting. This is the real back and forth. Counter each move with your own. Compared to the previous turn-based system, this is the charm of fighting games. But in this exchange, who made the profit, Lu Shen or Alan? I think it's the road god. After all, the road god hasn't changed his body yet. But Lu Shen's double cutter is gone, which is equivalent to losing the ability to counterattack in the next wave. Although Alan has been replaced, he still has Psychic in his hand. He can get the next wave of attacks, or directly use it to suppress the counterattack. Looking at it this way, it's hard to say who made the profit. Oh my god! I swear this is the most passionate fight I've ever seen in the God of War arena. I have no complaints no matter who wins between the two of them. Indeed, they are all worthy of respect, godlike contestants. This is a true new god versus old god. Previously, in Liu Yuan's Kingdom match, we couldn't see their true strength at all. Longguo High-Level Conference Room. As expected of Alan Smith, a man at the pinnacle of human visual response. The sturdy old man looked at the sky with a serious expression, not laughing at all. I didn't expect that under such circumstances, I could still turn the disadvantage around. No, if I have to say it right now, the long distance is actually a disadvantage. Lin Zhenhua frowned and added, at this stage, Liu Yuan only has one more stand-in, but his first skill, Blood Mist Sword Technique, Body Cutting, is more than one level lower than Manjiki Sasuke's first skill, Chidori Sharp Spear. Well, Zhenhua is right. The old man with the monocle nodded in agreement and expressed his opinion on the current situation. Liu Yuan has one more stand-in. And Alan has one more psychic. What they are actually competing for now is who gets the first hand. If Liu Yuan gets the start, just continue to combo steadily and deal damage. If Alan gets the first hand, after Liu Yuan takes over, he uses his spiritual power to suppress it, and the big rhythm will return to his hands. And, if I'm not mistaken, his next psychic will most likely be Sand Shikaku. Lighthouse Country High-Level Conference Room. Good, good, good. As expected of you, Alan. Originally, the Emperor of Lights was half dead, but this time he was brought back to life by Alan's divine move. Yet, only he can perform such a move under such circumstances. Coach Finn was also very excited and added. Next, as long as we can successfully take the initiative with the Chidori Sharp Lance, and then use Shikaku to suppress Liu Yuan's movement. We won this game. Longguo and Liu Yuan. The situation is over. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 Chong Lang. It is understandable that I cannot defeat Liu Yuan, there is no need to be ash. Chapter 64 Kojuro. It is understandable that I lost to Liu Yuan, there is no need to be ashamed. He also has a Chidori Sharp Spear in his hand. A single round of starting is much more useful than the Blood Mist Sword Technique Body Cutting. At this time, Liu Yuan was also warmed up by Alan's operations, and his condition directly returned to 3000 points. After participating in the God contest for so long, I can finally say goodbye to turn-based games. Liu Yuan had a smile on his face and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Now the situation on both sides is very tense. Liu Yuan has already used the double cutting knives, flaming bombs, and spiritual communication, and only has the first skill body cutting left to start with. Alan used up his stand, yin healing and destruction, and Chidori path. His only starting method was his first skill, Chidori Sharp Spear. As for the backhand, both sides are evenly matched. Liu Yuan still has a substitute in his hand, so he just needs to let the substitute leave. Alan didn't use his psychic skill, so he just needed Liu Yuan to be his substitute and suppress the psychic skill. Now it all depends on who starts first, x2. Liu Yuan and Alan thought of the same thing at the same time, concentrating on the game. After this round of game, the positions of both parties changed. The road that originally started on the left was far away, but now it is in the middle corner of the right side. Alan, who originally started on the right, then used the 3 stages of the Chidori sword to move to the top left. Liu Yuan's first skill has a very short x-axis, but has a certain y-axis starting capability. If you want to start safely, you must create some distance between you and him on the x-axis, and you can't make any mistakes on the y-axis. Alan analyzed the current situation. He did not take it lightly just because he had a slight advantage. Liu Yuan would always make a surprise attack, which made him extremely wary of Liu Yuan. Even in the wave not long ago, he almost got caught. If there had been a mistake in any of the previous links, he would still be flying in the air now. Quickly. Under Alan's control, Eagle Zhou increased the distance between himself and Liu Yuan on the x-axis while starting to move towards the y-axis. Once the position is found, a Chidori sharp spear will strike. You can lock in the victory. Whatever he could think of, Liu Yuan could naturally think of as well. With some clever positioning, he didn't give him any chance at all. After Alan's operation, not only did he fail to widen the distance on the x-axis, but he was pressed step by Liu Yuan and pushed into the corner. Both sides were looking for opportunities, but Liu Yuan had a stronger offensive awareness. At this time, Alan was almost at the point of a desperate battle, with the corner behind him. He has no way to retreat. Just as the atmosphere froze, both parties moved almost at the same time. Lightning flashed across the sky accompanied by the cries of thousands of birds, and an azure cross slashed down from above. Yingzuo and Kojuro were hit almost at the same time and were knocked away. The audiences on both sides were also heart-pounding. Shit! Liu Shen was knocked away. It's over. Are you blind? Alan was also knocked away, and was hit at the same time. Judging from the time difference, both should have triggered the fall protection. In this case, we have to gamble again, but there is not much time left, and Liu Shen is still at a disadvantage in terms of health. Don't be such a pessimist upstairs. Liu Shen will win. OMG. They were hit at the same time. But if you think about it carefully, this makes more sense. They are both top players. If they both only have one skill, it would be unscientific if Liu Yuan was allowed to take the initiative. I agree. Besides, the skill Liu Yuan has is even more difficult to use. If he really uses it, what else will be fun? What a pity. Alan's Chidori sharp lance is obviously easier to use, but we used it at the same time. If we really calculate it, we are still at a loss. This is pretty good. At least there is still a chance to gamble again. Unlike the amateur audience, the atmosphere in the Lighthouse Country Lounge was extremely solemn at this time. Hey, Alan is done, it's your turn, Robert. Seeing this, John sighed deeply and collapsed on the sofa with a look of despair on his face. Robert also looked solemn. Although it seemed that the two sides had exchanged hands, in fact, Liu Yuan got the first hand. He still had a substitute in his hand. In the field. After both sides were hit by each other's skills, Liu Yuan pressed the substitute almost instantly. Since the two sides were not far apart, he directly stood behind Yingzuo and before he landed. 2A. Sweep the floor. Sweep it up forcefully and start dealing damage with 2A steadily. The rhythm is back in Liu Yuan's hands. This is also why the blood mist sword technique, body cutting, whose initial ability is far weaker than that of the Chidori sharp spear. The reason why Liu Yuan still dares to press forward so aggressively. Alan's start must be complete to be considered successful. And with a substitute in hand, the road is long. As long as the exchange can be achieved, it will be considered a success. After that, as soon as Kojuro's skill cooldown ended, Liu Yuan began to control him to deal crazy damage. Blood Mist Sword Technique Pion, Hirame Flounder Release Secret Protect the name of the Mizu Cage. After successfully reducing its health to the kill line, Liu Yuan got stuck at the last second, bringing it into the latter part of the ultimate move, after entering the water, and into a state where it could not be replaced. Even though his substitute was already healed, he could only watch helplessly as his ninja died miserably. The name of the guardian of the water shadow. Under Liu Yuan's control, Kojuro used both hands to guide a terrifying stream of water that gushed out from under Yingzuo's feet and instantly flooded the venue. The Art of Waterfall. After pushing Takasato into the waterfall, Kojuro stepped on the water, holding the Hirame flounder, and released the blood mist sword technique towards Takasato in the waterfall to finish him off. Finally, as the waterfall exploded, the mystery diagram also appeared. Kojuro knelt on one knee, holding two Hirame flounders, and stared at them with a serious face. It is understandable that I lost to the flatfish, and there is no need to be ashamed. After the ultimate move ended, Naruto announced the result of the match. The winner is decided. Winner, Ryukoko Ryuyuan, Kojuro 6th Mizukage. The audiences on both sides were completely dumbfounded when they saw this result. I was just about to say that if both of them were knocked down at the same time, the game would start all over again. I forgot that the road god has a substitute. I guess all of this was calculated by the road god long ago. No wonder. Liu Shen obviously had a difficult start, but he didn't choose to maneuver and instead pressed forward. So it turned out to be because of this. This is the end of it. I was thinking this is the most promising class. It's so uncomfortable. I have to be second again. Jojuro 6th Mizukage, it is understandable that I lost to Liu Yuan. There is no need to be ashamed. Is the person above a lighthouse guy? Their own player lost, but they are still using other countries' players to make jokes. I lost in the end, even though I consumed less health than John. Alan sighed with some regret. Although in terms of the excitement of the game, this one is definitely better than the one where John was blasted. But really, he caused real harm to Liu Yuan. There is only one Chidori sword with 3 stages of rolling thunder, and a Chidori sharp spear that is not fully loaded. Liu Yuan's health has not even been consumed by half yet, and it will recover a little at the beginning of the next game, and then it will return to 2/3. I gave this one to you for nothing. Robert, you're on your own. If you can get Liu Yuan to knock you down, in the words of the Dragon Kingdom, our battle can be considered as 3 heroes fighting Liu Bulletin. If this doesn't work, the 3 of us will become a joke. Pedestrian Sankunung, damn. Is this coming for us? End of this chapter. Chapter 65, The Arena of Hell. The King of Hell's Guardians on the left and right. Chapter 65, The Arena of Hell. The King of Hell has his protectors on the left and right. Lighthouse Country Lounge. There's not much to say, just do your best. Alan walked out of the blue light, patted Robert, and said no more. He walked to the sofa and sat down, took out a can of Coke and started drinking it. At the same time, he ordered a Big Mac burger of the same style as the one served to the King of Understanding from the Gods Arena. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. John, on the side, had already been eating French fries and drinking happy water. What is there to say? Life is like XX, can't type it out, since you can't resist, just enjoy it. I will win. Robert was a little disappointed when he saw this, but he didn't say much, just stated his position, for America. Round 3. The battle begins. Robert released the summon at the beginning. It's Shikaku of the Sand, so Liu Yuan's position is a bit dangerous. Oh my god! Liu Yuan is immobilized. It's going to be hard to chase him now. Liu Yuan is in a big disadvantage. Is Robert going to be the man who takes down Liu Yuan? Oh my god! Robert has unleashed his ultimate move. Liu Yuan can't hide from this position. Let us congratulate. Longwo Liu Yuan has won the victory. As graceful as a startled swan. As graceful as a swimming dragon. Liu Yuan won another victory for Dragon Country. We are still the champions this time. Winner, Ryukoko Liu Yuan, Kojuro 6th Mizukage. Complete victory. Winning country, Dragon Country. Lighthouse Country Lounge. You are back. John saw Robert walking out of the teleportation light in a daze and took the initiative to ask. Do not know why. Even though he lost, he felt like laughing. Maybe John was a little too annoyed by the speedrun. Shut up! Robert, who was always calm, at this moment, completely broken. Soon, the Gods Arena began to announce the top 8 rankings and the winners' rewards. The 6th round of Gods Arena ends. Congratulations to Longwo player Lu Yuan for winning the championship. After considering factors such as injury, operation, and viewing quality, the top 8 countries are ranked as follows. First place, Dragon Country. Second place, Lighthouse Country. Third place, Northern Bear Country. In view of the excellent performance of the top 3, the Gods Arena will make corresponding national rewards and broadcast it live around the world. Northern Bear Country B-level climate improvement, you can choose an area, 2 million square kilometers, for climate improvement. Lighthouse Country A-level economic growth for all people, which will effectively increase the wealth of all people, about 1 million per person. Dragon Country, S-level universal technology growth, the national technology level will be improved by 100 years, S-level territory expansion, the territory area will be doubled proportionally. Dragon Country Lounge. Thank you for your hard work, hero. Stop it. You're really becoming a dumb bride. You should still hold it. Okay, master, open your mouth ah. Under pressure from Bai Xinyi, Lu Yuan lay down obediently, opened his mouth and ate the food, but his eyes were always fixed on the viewing screen. Finally, the screen changed, and the winners and their rewards were announced. 100 years of national technological growth? This is a bit abstract. I don't know what the specific situation will be. The same goes for territorial expansion. The Earth is so small, can we really tear out a piece of land out of thin air? The rewards at the lighthouse seem to be the worst. The rewards at the North Bear are better. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking about the pros and cons of the rewards, the viewing screen changed. The rewards for the top 3 players in the Gods tournament began to be played. After a high-level meeting, the Northern Bear Nation planned out a territory covered with ice and snow all year round as an area for improving the climate. Afterwards, the magical skill came again. The white snow melted in an instant, and even gathered to form a big river. It rushed straight into the sea. The area is shrouded in clouds and fog all year round, and the lack of sunlight has completely disappeared. The warm sunlight is like a blade of dawn, tearing through the clouds and mist and piercing the earth. Many Northern Bear residents walked out of their homes and took off their heavy coats with tears in their eyes. In contrast to the Northern Bear Country, where only one area of the people were in ecstasy, the Lighthouse Country could be said to be a nationwide carnival. Everyone has an extra $1 million. Even the beggars on the street can afford to live in a villa. The economic rewards given by the Gods Arena are effective economic rewards, so there will be no problems such as currency inflation. To put it simply, everyone suddenly has an extra $1 million to spend. As for Dragon Kingdom, after the first reward was given, the entire country's technology entered the near-future style of science fiction movies. What about brain-computer interface, exoskeleton armor, cancer vaccine, space train? They all appeared out of thin air on the land of Dragon Country. Various factories and laboratories sprang up. Many high-tech scientific researchers had relevant knowledge of these technologies in their minds out of thin air. People's livelihood, military affairs, and all aspects of the Dragon Kingdom have made great progress. As for the second reward, it will be a true miracle. Lu Yuan actually guessed it right. It really tore the earth apart, doubling the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and the environment. Just like making ramen noodles, stretching a dough until it is twice as big. This double S reward is pretty good. In comparison, the S rewards from other countries are just too lame. I really wonder if you are relying on your luck to live a long life. When Li Kai saw the national fortune reward this time, he also smiled and joked. Since the national fortune reward has been issued, shouldn't we have been teleported back now? Bai Xinyi asked with some confusion. Liu Yuan and the others also immediately noticed something was wrong. Normally the teleportation light should have appeared at this time. Could it be that there is something that has not been announced yet? Liu Yuan expressed his guess. As soon as he finished speaking, the viewing screen changed again, and the announcement sounded at the same time. God's Arena Update Announcement. In addition to the existing regular mode, a new Hell Arena mode will be added. The ninjas in this period are all in the first version before being weakened, or after being strengthened. They seriously affect the balance of the game. The current ninja pool is S. Jiraiya Hero of Shumen, a Sarutobi Asumatanabata Limited, a Might Guy Ninja World War, a Uchiha Obito Rage. Fuck. This is the King of Hell. Left Guardian. Right Guardian. After Liu Yuan saw the content on the viewing screen, he was completely stunned. In my previous life, I always dreamed of having a hellish arena to bring together the top ninjas. I never thought it would happen. I never thought it would happen. It has actually happened now. The Underworld Arena is coming. End of this chapter. Chapter 66, Ninja Rankings in the Underworld? Brother Iking is invincible. Chapter 66, Ninja Rankings in the Underworld? Brother Iking is invincible. Although the previous Naruto mobile game also launched a similar mode. Extraordinary Mode. At first, the Extraordinary Mode was mainly focused on restoring the previous Underworld skills. For example, Eagle Zo's second skill has been adjusted so that any part of the second skill can be used with the first skill to complete a combo. This also allows you to achieve continuous invincible frames and the effect of double sliding knives. But the skills of some of the ninjas that came after that were really changed in a variety of ways, and the changes have completely deviated from their original limits. This is also one of the reasons why Liu Yuan only regarded it as a substitute for the Underworld Arena. Now that the Underworld Arena has really arrived, how can he not be excited? Before Liu Yuan could think any further, the national flag in the lounge lit up with a light blue light. It looks like we have to go back. Liu Yuan looked at the light blue light in his hand. After experiencing it once before, he seemed particularly calm this time. Quickly. At Bai Xinyi's exclamation, Liu Yuan and the other two returned to the countermeasures center. After a hard fight, the three of them were exhausted both physically and mentally, so they went back to rest. The next day, in the office of the director of countermeasures. So, it's because of the previous achievement. Lin Zhenhua listened to Liu Yuan's explanation and understood the reason. Do you need to share the information with other teammates? No, don't tell anyone about this information. The more people know, the greater the risk of being exposed. We should just maintain the status quo and use it as an advantage for our Dragon Kingdom Divine Arena. Listening to Liu Yuan's question, Lin Zhenhua categorically denied this idea. As long as there is the slightest risk of leakage, he will not let Liu Yuan reveal the information. You have also participated in 2 rounds of the God Contest in a row. The situation in Dragon Country has improved a lot because of you. While you were playing, the second and third teams also did some training. It's time for them to go up and practice. Liu Yuan understood what Mr. Lin meant, and he had no objection. He also wanted to give himself a little break, but then he thought of something and said, "Yes, no problem. Let Team 2 and Team 3 also practice. This will help to enhance the overall strength." Mr. Lin, the Gods Arena has launched a new mode, the Underworld Arena. If the competition mode follows this, please let me go. Lin Zhenhua was stunned when he heard this, and replied with a smile. That's for sure. If we don't let Ace try out the new model, who else can we let go? Ha ha ha. Okay, take a good rest these few days, and don't keep thinking about the divine challenge. Relax more. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll be leaving first. A few days later. On the first day, Liu Yuan and Bai Xinyi went on a date, watched a movie, went shopping, played VR, sang karaoke, and finally checked into the hotel. The next day, the two went to the beach, went fishing, diving, surfing and did all the fun they could. On the third day, the two people were tired from playing and did not go out again. They just lay in the hotel for one night. Day 4. On the seventh day, Lu Yuan received a call from Mr. Lin. The underworld arena is open? Great! I'll be right there. Lu Yuan jumped up from the bed, startling Bai Xinyi who was sleeping. What are you doing? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? The new mode of the God tournament has been opened. I want to participate. Bai Xinyi was also completely confused when she heard this. I didn't realize that you are a bit of a workaholic. Wait for me, let's go together. Maybe it's a team competition. Well, hurry up. Know it. Dragon Country Countermeasures Bureau. So, the Hell Arena is still a team competition. The difference from the usual competition is that the ninja pool is smaller. Yes, and we speculate that the skill strength of the ninjas in it will be very high. After listening to Li Kei's question, Lin Zhenhua agreed and also added some information. Lu Yuan sat aside and didn't say much. It is difficult to truly rank the strength of the underworld ninjas. In his heart, the strongest and most scoundrel must be Love Brother. As long as you are hit by him and successfully enter the SMA space, you will be invincible and will be injured when you spin. There is no way to deal with him. No manipulation, just strength. The next tier is Yan Wang, Qing Chun, Tiandao Chao, Shield, and the old three generations. Of course, there are many controversies here, especially regarding shield tunneling. Because this thing requires a certain level of proficiency, unlike the King of Hell, Youth, Love, and Rage, which are brainless and extremely powerful. Just when Lu Yuan was still immersed in the strength ranking of the underworld, the broadcast of the God Arena came from the sky. God's Arena is about to open. The results of this match are Dragon Country, Kimchi Country, Japanese Country, and Northern Bear Country. Kimchi Country players are ready. Japanese athletes are ready. Northern Bear Country players are ready. Please send contestants from Longguo. Countdown 12:59. Tip: if there are no players participating, they will be automatically judged as the last one and will be punished immediately. Countdown 12:58. Countdown 12:57. Dragon Country, the road is long, join the battle of the God of War. Longguo, Bai Xinyi, participate in the God of War Arena. Longguo, Li Kei, join the God of War Arena. As the three people signed up, the light blue light soon enveloped them again. After having the experience of teleportation once, Bai Xinyi was no longer as panicked as before. When I opened my eyes again, Lu Yuan saw many old rivals. Alan, Robert, Bai Mulin, Sophia. It seems that all countries attach great importance to this new model. All of them are ace players. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled and nodded to them politely. But when Alan and others saw Lu Yuan, their faces instantly turned bad. He just defeated Japan in yesterday's God tournament and successfully won the championship again. Finally, I built up some confidence. As a result, I now see that the road is far away. Lu Yuan has always been a thorn in his heart. As long as he is not defeated, this thorn will never be removed. But fortunately this time, the Lighthouse country spent a lot of money and used hundreds of national fortune points in exchange for first-hand information about the underworld arena. This time, the one who beat the information gap is our beacon country. Thinking of this, Alan's mood suddenly improved a lot. At least he didn't have to waste blood searching for information. Lu Yuan, this time I will defeat you fairly. Feeling Alan's inexplicably strong fighting spirit, Lu Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. What has stimulated this guy? Before everyone could exchange a few words of greeting, the God's Arena began to broadcast. All players are in place, Naruto starts. Global live broadcast starts. All contestants are ready and the competition groups are divided. Flying Fish Kingdom vs Camel Kingdom. Chimpanzee Country vs Brown and Orange Country. End of this chapter. Chapter 67, Ninja Choice Might Guy Ninja War. Chapter 67, Ninja Choice Might Guy, Ninja World War. Dragon Country vs Kimchi Country. Soon, the matching results came out. Liu Yuan and others faced off against the Korean team led by Kim Youngtae. Liu Yuan doesn't know much about Kim Jongtae. He only knows that netizens nicknamed him the last man of kimchi. In terms of strength, he is only listed as a top-tier player, and does not have any outstanding features or characteristics. But the surprising thing is, in the games where he plays, the Korean nation's winning rate is surprisingly high. He's an interesting person. His win rate ranks among the top 5 among all the players, but his true strength is not recognized. A lot of people said he was lucky to win the game. Lee K saw that Liu Yuan was curious, so he spoke up to introduce him. The reason is that the games he won were very strange. In some cases, his opponents kept winning and protected him for no apparent reason. Some were attacked by him randomly for no apparent reason, and some were killed by his ultimate skill, just a hair's breadth away from being killed, but he killed them because he had no beans. In short, the matches he won were all very controversial. Because of this, even though his winning rate was extremely high, he was not recognized by most players. After listening to Lee K's introduction, Liu Yuan roughly understood the cause and effect. Isn't this Chun Chun's luck the same as mine? However, just from the sound of it, it seems to be more serious than my physical condition. Then why is he called the last man in pickles? Can't you see this? Lee K casually took out a photo of Jin Zhengtai, and Liu Yuan was stunned when he saw it. Isn't this a Shenmue thing? Liu Yuan now understood that this thing was completely an alien version of Shenmue thing, no wonder it had this title. Dragon Country Lounge. After the pairing was completed, players from each country were teleported to their respective lounges. The announcements for each group's competition also sounded. God's Arena Dragon Country vs Kimchi Country. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Dragon Country player is the first position, and Ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are, A Might Guy Ninja World War, A Uchiha Obito Rage, A Sarutobi Konohamaru Boruto, Reincarnation, S Senju Tobirama Impure World Reincarnation, A Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited Edition, A Uchiha Suzuki Shippuden Curse Seal. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00:58. Why are there only 6 ninjas? Is it because the ninja pool has become smaller? Liu Yuan was slightly stunned when he saw that there were only 6 ninja choices, but he didn't care too much. Although the total number of available ninjas has decreased, in fact, there have only been a few effective ninjas in each previous competition, so the impact is not that big. Liu Yuan began to weigh the pros and cons among these underworld ninjas. A Mate Guy Ninja World War, he is known as the Youthful Man. In his prime, his normal attack and ultimate skill absorption were both outrageous, especially his ultimate skill, which could directly eat the invincible body, and he could perform a combo skill in seconds after the ultimate skill ended. Continuous youth. 3 major points in one game. The ultimate skill can deceive people into loving or not loving. A Uchiha Obito Rage, fast branch grabbing, large explosion range, short cooldown, enhanced normal attack to slap across half the screen. Continuous grabbing and killing with more than 2 million. 2 waves of rhythm kills. A Sarutobi Konohamaru Boruto, Return of the Condor Heroes, picking up most of the screen, super high stacking damage of the 3 balls, matched with the secret scroll. It is basically a brainless speed run through the arena formula, 3-way seal and raise nan and recovery and 3-way seal and raise nan. S Senju Tobirama Impure World Reincarnation, the true pinnacle of the second generation of the impure world reincarnation, with explosive strength, to a hanging mark on the ultra-long x-axis, and the mark lasts for 10 seconds, and the displacement of 3 a flying thunder god is also very far, and the most important thing is that the skill also has a judgment behind the body. Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited, all normal attacks have invincibility frames, the second skill is invincible and can instantly move, and can also change the y-axis with the first and third skills. The combination of the ultimate skill deducts 2 beans and grabs, and is invincible during the period. Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden Cursed Seal, the noble Vajra body white snake protects him, and after the ultimate move, the white snake will automatically rush out to attack. It can last for up to 2 seconds, which is equivalent to an enhanced Susanoo. The second skill is Cursed Seal Rakery. It starts extremely quickly and has anti-air and invincibility frames. After the ultimate move, you can also use the second skill. The overall ability is very good. Liu Yuan looked at the 6 ninjas and felt a headache. Honestly, these ninjas are so sinister. And they are all at their peak. It's really hard to judge who is stronger and who is weaker. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Yuan finally shook his head helplessly. Forget it, it's hard to compare the strength, just leave it to youth. After all, he is the right protector. It shouldn't be a problem for him to fight a group of young Yin soldiers. After making the decision, Liu Yuan immediately locked onto Might Guy Ninja World War. Dragon Country player chooses Ninja, a Might Guy Ninja World War. Next, the Korean players will choose the Ninja. Select countdown, 00:59. 00:58. Kimchi Country Lounge. This is my first time facing this legendary hexagonal warrior, the strongest player in the God tournament. Jin Zhengtai looked at the game screen and muttered to himself. He had heard of Liu Yuan's name a long time ago. Even Chuang Kaiman, who died in the Divine Arena before, was his junior brother. His reaction is comparable to Alan's, his casting is better than Kawadani's, his positioning is explosive and his heart is dirtier than Daniel's. Captain, what do we choose here? Zhang Yunchuo, who was in charge of casting, looked at Kim Youngtae. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Zhengtai decided to be cautious and give priority to the ninjas he was familiar with. Choose a Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited Edition, S. Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation. Kimchi Country players choose ninjas, a Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited Edition, S. Senju Tobirama Reincarnation. Next, the Dragon Kingdom will choose the ninja. Select countdown, 00:59. 00:58. This Kim Jongtae is quite cautious. Li Kai couldn't help but complain about the casting results. Liu Yuan was a little curious when he heard this. What do you mean? Kim Youngtae's signature ninja is a Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited Edition. He had performed a very outrageous operation before. After using up all my chakra and with both my skills on cooldown, I managed to take the initiative with my normal attacks, and then successfully counterattacked with my normal attacks. Finally I succeeded in beating my opponent to the point where he had no more chakra, and while I was playing around I filled up my own chakra. Li Kai explains to Liu Yuan about Kim Jongtae's outrageous record. He personally was rather disdainful of Kim Jongtae. He thought it was all because he won the game. He was too lucky. Relying on normal attacks, with 0 beans and no skills, you can give the opponent 1 click chakra, and you still have full beans in the end. Yet. That's why I don't think highly of him. He just relied on his luck. If you've watched that game, you'll know how unrealistic that is. After listening to Li Kai's narration, Liu Yuan's perception of Jin Zhengtai has changed a little bit. This stick is hidden quite deeply. It's definitely not just luck. This guy is very good at using normal attacks. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, The Game of Secret Scrolls? I locked the chakra in a second. Chapter 68, The Game of Secret Scrolls? I locked the chakra in a second. The remaining ones are a Uchiha Obito Rage, a Sarutobi Konohamaru Boruto Returns, and a Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden Curse Seal. Liu Yuan looked at the remaining 3 ninjas and began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. In terms of operation, Konohamaru is the most brainless, and even if he doesn't get the solution, he has both the start and the backhand thanks to the double cut form, and there is also the variable of Saruro. Thinking of this, Liu Yuan directly locked up Konohamaru. Then I just had to choose between Angry Kid and Chicken Wing Sasuke. In terms of comprehensive abilities, Angry Kid is definitely no match for Chicken Wing Sasuke. The noble diamond body, the extremely fast and long range with invincibility frame, the cursed Chidori charge, and the grab also have. But this only looks comprehensive. In fact, Chicken Wing Sasuke also has flaws, and it is not easy for him to break the invincibility. Not only can the unique grab not consume the full level overlord, but even its triggering has certain conditions. It must be in the flying state to be used. If you don't have the second skill and want to use the combination to grab the enemy instantly, you need to use normal attack to make it fly first, and then release the white snake to grab it. This shortcoming of Chicken Wings happens to be the advantage of Angry Kids. The Angry Kid was covered in grabs. So much so that he could kill with 2 million HP. After some thought, Liu Yuan finally locked up the Angry Child. By comparison, the Angry Kid's dependence on the secret scroll is much weaker, and Chicken Wings must have the secret scroll to break the hegemony in order to be strong. They choose the ninja first, and the secret scroll is chosen later. If the opponent has the invincibility and the remaining scrolls do not have the ability to break the invincibility, it will be difficult to match the Chicken Wings. Although Liu Yuan felt that the other party might not be able to see the bottom position at all. But it is the gladiator arena after all, and everything is full of unknowns. He dare not underestimate these super underworld ninjas who were deified in their previous lives. Dragon Country players choose ninjas, a Sarutobi Konohamaru Boruto, a Uchiha Obito Rage. Next, the Kimchi Country will choose the ninja. Select countdown, 00:59. 00:58. Kimchi Country player chooses ninja, a Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden Curse Seal. Ninja selection is complete, the order of selection will be changed next. The Korean contestant will take the lead in selecting the secret scroll. Secret scroll extraction. The available secret scrolls are Fire Style, Flame Bomb, Secret Scroll, Chakra, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction, Solution, Recovery, Solution, Dispersion, Water Style, Mist Hiding Technique, Ninjutsu, Defense, Wood Style, Implantation Technique, Illusion. This is not the right place. Select countdown start, 12:59. The opposing ninjas can basically break the hegemony. It won't be very useful for us to bring the hegemony. Instead, we will fall into their trap. Sasuke's ability to use the Wind Curse Seal and Shisui's ability to break the hegemony are both quite limited. It's better to bring a secret scroll that can break the hegemony. After some thought, Jin Zhengtai made his choice. Kimchi Country players select Secret Scroll, Dissolution Technique. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the Secret Scroll. Select countdown, 00:59. 00:58. She's pretty smart. She knew that almost every one of us has a tyrant body breaker, so she didn't choose Yin Healing and Destroying. When Bai Xinyi saw Jin Zhengtai's choice, she couldn't help but comment. But in this case, it wouldn't be wise for us to take the tyrant body, right? Li Ke thought about it in reverse and felt that the other party was already making arrangements to break the dominance. Wouldn't it be unwise for him to take it now? We can take it. It's their business if it's not easy to break the tyrant body. What does it have to do with us? Raging Kid is full of grabs, why do you want to bring breaking the tyrant body? You must arrange it for the counterattack. The only suitable counterattack scrolls here are Blazing Bomb and Yin Healing Damage. No matter which one I put, the opponent's death too can adapt to the next one. Lu Yuan expressed his understanding and stroked his chin as he pondered his choice. Li Ke was confused by Lu Yuan's words and immediately asked, "Then why don't you choose both?" "No, there is a more important secret scroll that you must choose." At this point, Lu Yuan's eyes swept towards the secret scroll chakra, and Zhiji had locked it first. Next, it depends on whether to use the solution technique recovery or the forbidden technique yin healing to destroy the wound. The opponent's solution, San, may be given to Ding Zhen, or it may be compensated to Chicken Wing Suzuki. If I release both the flame-splitting bomb and the yin healing damage at the same time, his final configuration might be Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction / Resolution Technique, Dispersion. S. Senju Tobirama Reincarnation, Fire Style, Flame Bomb. Uchiha Suzuki Shippuden Curse Seal, Release Technique, Dispersion / Wood Release, Grafting. Yuxian Yushangmi first. If Ding Zhen attacks randomly with his dominance and uses skills randomly, then Ren Zhankai will be difficult to deal with. After using the Overlord to block the big move, you can use the third skill to run away. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan chose to let go of the solution recovery first and get the forbidden technique yin healing and destroying first. In addition to the fact that Qing Chun Ji himself has difficulty dealing with the tyrant body, another reason is that even if they get the solution, restoration, it will not be of much use. At most, it just slightly weakened the combat effectiveness of Konohamaru on his side. It's not that Konohamaru, the ninja, can't play just because he doesn't understand the technique of recovery. Its skill set itself has too many comprehensive advantages, with backhand stick protection and stick dominance, the protection is full. The three-party seal captures most of the screen. Basically, as long as it enters the field of vision, it will be attacked. Besides, even if he released the technique of recovery, the chances of them getting it were slim. Maybe this secret scroll will end up returning to my hands. After making the decision, red light flashed in Lu Yuan's hand, and he gestured on the viewing screen and made his choice. Dragon Country contestants choose Secret Scrolls, Secret Scroll Chakra. Forbidden Technique Yin Healing and Destruction. Next, the Korean contestant will choose the Secret Scroll. Select Countdown, 00:59. 00:58. As expected, he will use Yin Yushangmi. This secret scroll will most likely give a Uchiha Obito Rage. Secret Scroll Chakra. What we know now is that Konohamaru's ultimate move cannot be connected. If the Hell mode does not change this secret scroll should be the one that Lu Yuan gave to Amite Guy Ninja World War. That is to say, he still lacks one Asaratobi Konohamaru Burrito to pair with. After seeing Lu Yuan's choice, Jin Zhengtai quickly guessed Lu Yuan's configuration. However, even if he figured it out, there are not many secret scrolls for him to choose from. He first locked onto the must-have Fire Style, Flame Bomb, and then hesitated between the Release Technique, Recovery, Water Style, Mist Hiding Technique, and Wood Style, Grafting. Release Technique, Restoration is not very suitable for either New Year Shisui or Gale Curse Seal Suzuki. Mist Hidden and Cuttings. If Kirigakure uses it well, it can indeed be very effective, but Sasuke's Gale Seal lacks the ability to break the invincibility, and the opponent has already used Yin Healing and Destruction. Thinking of this, Jin Zhengtai no longer hesitated and made a choice. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 Youth Training Manual. The song is right and the person is right. Chao Ying is crushed. Chapter 69 Youth Training Manual. The song is right and the person is right. Chao Ying is crushed. Kimchi Country Players Choice Scrolls, Fire Style, Flame Bomb, Wood Style, Grafting. Next, the Dragon Country player will choose the secret scroll. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 5-8. Dragon Country contestant selects Secret Scroll, Unraveling Technique and Restoring Technique. Secret Scroll selection is complete, the order of selection will be swapped next. The Dragon Country contestant will take the lead in selecting the summoning beast. Spiritual beasts are being drawn. The available spiritual beasts are Mirage, Salamander, Crow, Eagle, Sickle Weasel, Toad Immortal, Toad G, Toad Dragon, Panda. A panda actually spawned. I have a lot of psychics at the beginning, so I'll take the panda first to be on the safe side. Thinking of this, Luyuan directly locked the panda. The Dragon Country player chooses the spiritual animal, the panda. Next, the Korean contestant will choose the summoning beast. Select countdown start, 12:59. Kimchi Country players choose spirit beasts, Eagle and Toad Immortal. Next, the Dragon Country contestant will choose a summoned beast. The Dragon Country players chose the spiritual beasts, Mirage and Salamander. Kimchi Country players choose the psychic beast, Crow. Configuration selection completed, the perspectives of both parties will be blocked next. Countdown 1 minute, adjust the order of ninja/secret scroll/summoning beast. Countdown starts, 12:59. 00:58. The order of appearance has been confirmed. Dragon Country vs Kimchi Country. Following the announcement of the Gods Arena, both sides entered the loading interface. The ninjas, secret scrolls, and arrangements of both sides also appear in order, with the player portraits below. Dragon Kingdom. A Might Guy Ninja World War, a Sarutobi Konohamaru Burudo Next Generations, a Uchiha Obito Rage. Secret Scroll, Chakra, Release Technique, Recovery, Forbidden Technique, Yin Healing and Destruction. Kimchi Country. A Uchiha Shisui New Year Limited Edition, a Uchiha Suzuki Shippuden Curse Seal, S. Senju Tobirama Immortal Reincarnation. Release Technique, Dispersion, Wood Style, Grafting Technique, Fire Style, Flame Bomb. Afterwards, the familiar Naruto announcement sounded. First round. The battle begins. Scene, Spring Garden. In a courtyard, spring was in the air, and there were many ninjas and villagers watching the battle and cheering. It is full of the atmosphere of youth. After seeing the scene, Luyuan secretly sighed in his heart, and at the same time, a hint of health inadvertently hung on the corner of his mouth. This one must give the stick a little youthful shock. As soon as the battle begins, Luyuan did not rush to fight but decisively chose to retreat. After reaching the corner, he immediately pressed down the chakra. As the light blue light flashed, Luyuan suddenly felt full of strength. This is youth. Retreat? You want to strengthen the corner? I won't give you this chance. Seeing through Luyuan's intention at a glance, Jin Zhengtai directly controlled Xingkun Shisui to release his first skill to instantly cut off the fire blade. After discovering that the first round of damage missed, Kim Youngtae immediately used his second skill Instant Body Technique to adjust his position. The attack that was originally unable to hit Shinobi Senkai instantly became effective after his adjustment. Xingkun Shisui instantly appeared on top of Ninja Senkai's head, holding a fire blade and smashing it down hard on him. Seeing this scene, the audience in Long Country were all worried for Luyuan. Fuck. Is he so bad? He can change his position even if he missed the target. Be careful, Road God. Get out of the way. Are we going to be attacked? We have only just started the game. As expected, as long as Jin Appa takes action, dealing with Luyuan will be a piece of cake. I wonder if anyone will dare to say that our golden god is unworthy of his reputation in the future. Ah! We can finally teach Long Nation a lesson. However, the Korean audience was not happy for even 2 seconds before the smiles on their faces immediately shifted to the dragon audience. On the field. Just when the fire knife was about to fall on Ren Zhangkai, Luyuan took action. Just invite Kim Youngtae to eat seafood. Under Liu Yuan's control, Ninja War Kai released the spiritual mirage towards Xingkun Shisui. The shell instantly broke out of the ground, emitting a violent sound wave that knocked Xingkun Zishui away. After he entered the state of being attacked, Might Guy immediately stepped forward to follow up with a normal attack and began to attack steadily. Psychic starts. Jin Zhengtai had never expected Liu Yuan to play like this and was caught off guard. But after all, he is a top-tier player and one of the earliest players in the God tournament, so he still has some psychological quality. He immediately adjusted his state, released the third skill in reverse after the substitute to create distance, and at the same time used the fire blade created by the third skill to touch the prize. If successful, immediately release the third skill again and return to the clone's position to continue the combo. As long as Liu Yuan replaced his body, he would instantly move away with normal attacks, and then use his counter-attack to suppress him, and the rhythm would be back. However, imagination is beautiful, reality is very skinny. Liu Yuan didn't give him the chance at all. After his substitute, he opened the door with two backhands and then fired directly. The secret of youth, let it flow. This is youth. Ninja War Kai rushed forward quickly and swung his nunchaku, forming a huge whirlwind. The terrifying suction force directly sucked Xingkun Shisui to the center of the attack. This is youth. The song is right and the person is right. Super Shadow is useless. After Liu Yuan unsuccessfully got the first hand, he couldn't help but smile, and the familiar and dynamic song began to emerge in his mind. An unexpected joy. Bay bay. Bay. Bye bay. Let's go. Let's go. Bye bay. It seems like a dream, it's destined. You exist deep in my mind, in my dreams. Dot. Maha 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 maha. Dragon Country Lounge. Holy crap. Wow, it's exactly like what he wrote. Li Ke watched Liu Yuan humming a little tune easily after successfully getting the first move on the viewing screen, and his heart was filled with shock and fear. Before Liu Yuan left, he told him and Bai Xinyi the characteristics of these underworld ninjas and how to use them. When talking about his Konohamaru and Bai Xinyi's Furious Obito, Liu Yuan described it in such detail. I almost didn't have the skills to chew it up and fed it directly to them. But when it comes to the ninjas he used himself, he only wrote a youth training manual for them. Of course, this is not the thing that Liu Yuan had in his previous life, TF. Youth Training Manual. Lyricist, Liu Yuan. The song is right for the person, the super movie is broken. If you don't let go, you are a youth scum. If you have a big one, open it, long live youth. Big tricks to cheat, love to replace, don't replace. The corner is wide open, and there is nothing to fear. The space is large and fearless, and youth is doubled. Use the ultimate skill at the bottom of your health, just for the animation. Open if there is a big one, release if there is a pass, and deliver all of them. Li Ke muttered to himself, as if he had finally realized something, is this youth? Kimchi Country Lounge. Brother Yunchuo. This. Li Suan Li pointed at the viewing screen and stuttered, his words becoming almost incoherent. Zheng Yunchuo standing by also had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at everything on the viewing screen and couldn't even believe his own eyes. Such a stupid operation. The captain was actually killed. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. Liu Yuan is too big. Liu Yuan, I am fearless and my youth is doubled. Chapter 70. Liu Yuan is too big. Liu Yuan, I am fearless and my youth is doubled. Use psychic first, then use big move in the backhand. Treat the ultimate skill as a general psychic to suppress the opponent and achieve the effect of a perfect backhand. The range of this ultimate move is too large. And this suction. Zheng Yunchuo was sucked in like a tornado and was speechless. Is this the underworld? Kimchi high-level meeting room? No. How the hell did this start? The 4-star leader was a little bit unbelievable. He started with spiritual communication and then used his ultimate move in the counterattack. Isn't this equivalent to having an invincible backhand compared to other ninjas? Master, maybe this is what the underworld fighting arena means. The ninjas here should have been strengthened. As Li Mingzi spoke, he operated the remote control, and on the empty screen beside him, another God tournament was played. This was the previous match between Kangaroo Country and Cod Country. The ninja used by Kangaroo Country is Might Guy Ninja World War, and the picture on the screen at this time is the scene of the Kangaroo Country player controlling Ninja World War Guy to perform a big move. The Cod Country player was showing off his dominance at this time, and he actually walked out. This adsorption strength is totally on a different level. There may be other areas of enhancement, but the most obvious one I've found so far is the absorption of the ultimate move. The enhanced Ninja Kai in the underworld arena has an extra invincible counterattack compared to other ninjas. You can think of his ultimate move as Sand Shikaku. That is, you can think of him as having one more psychic than other ninjas. When the game starts, he can use his psychic skills to get the upper hand. As long as we are substitutes, he can find the right position and use his ultimate skills to suppress us. We have no way to stop him. What's worse is that when Might Guy's ultimate ends, he can use 2 skills. As Li Mingzi finished speaking, all the Korean senior officials felt disappointed. So shady. Then let's play with chicken feathers. Longguo Conference Room. This Ninja War Kai is a bit perverted. He starts with summoning spirits and then uses his ultimate to counterattack. He can use 2 skills when he lands, and when the opponent has a substitute, he can directly use the ultimate skill. The burly old man looked at the situation on the field and gave his analysis. After he finished speaking, he even felt a chill on his back. It's cloudy. It's so cloudy. If this thing was thrown into the opponent's hands, he couldn't even think of any way to deal with it. This must be the underworld duel arena. The ninjas inside should have all been superpowered, but I don't know the extent of the power UPS of the other ninjas. As for Shinshin Shisui, I haven't seen any improvement yet. Maybe the invincibility frame has become longer. I don't know, it's best if it's not strengthened. Anyway, it's not a ninja in our hands, haha. A group of senior executives discussed the changes brought about by the underworld arena in a relaxed atmosphere. The other side. After enduring a violent attack from Qingchun Ji, Xingkun Shisui finally escaped from the ultimate move. But what greeted him immediately was Ninja Wars Kai's combination skills. After instantly elbowing at both ends, use the nunchaku to swing it into the air and smash it down hard. Afterwards, under Liu Yuan's control, Ninja War Kai began to perform stable attacks. The second skill Youth Combination Song is released immediately after the cooldown is over. After Ninja War Kai performed a cross Y kick, he released the Daytime Tiger on him. The white tiger head burst out from his hand, hitting him and causing continuous explosions. At this time, his first skill is also ready. Double-toothed attack. Liu Yuan holds down the first skill, and Renzang Kai starts swinging the nunchakus wildly. Holding down can deal more damage, and at the same time he can also hold the last section of the super large X-axis thrust in his hand. Your stand-in should be ready by this time. A smile appeared on Liu Yuan's lips, and the fact was just as he expected. As soon as Kim Youngtae cooled down, he immediately released his substitute. The speed at which Shinobi Senkai dealt damage was too fast. If he continued to fight for a while, he would probably die. Here it comes. Seeing his substitute, a strange look flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes, and he directly released the last part of his first skill in the opposite direction. Ran to the midfield in an instant. Then after aiming at the right position, he released his ultimate move, Let It Go. This is youth. Ninjago rushes forward quickly and swings his nunchaku, creating a huge whirlwind. But this time, Kim Youngtae was prepared. A set of 232 combos, interspersed with normal attack invincibility frames, directly moved to the most extreme position in the upper left corner. The road is long and empty. Shit. Liu Shen's ultimate skill was wasted. It's over, now I can clear the beans with just one click. This Xingkun Shisui's displacement is too exaggerated. He directly ran 2 y-axis and 1 full x-axis. This is terrible. The opponent will definitely use spiritual communication to suppress Liu Shen before his ultimate skill ends. Then Liu Shen will be left with no beans. Well done. As expected of Kim Youngtae. Let this dragon country dog like to use his ultimate skill. Use it again. He has no more beans. Ha ha ha. So cool, Kim Appa. This move is simply amazing. Ha ha ha. That's good. Liu Yuan is completely dead now. The concerns of the Dragon Country audience and the ridicule of the Korean audience could not reach Liu Yuan's ears. But even if it were passed on, it would not have any impact on him. Or the 8-character mantra in the Youth Cultivation Manual. There is something wrong. Youth scum. The sky is big and fearless. Youth is doubled. The calculation is correct. Once the ultimate move is over, the chakra will be ready. But with such a good opportunity, I think the opponent will directly press the spirit, and there will only be one bean left after the substitute. Find the right opportunity to use a combo skill, then wait for a second skill, and maybe even a big one. This is youth. Liu Yuan couldn't suppress it at all, and the audience from Long Country seemed to realize something when they saw this scene. I finally felt relieved. The God of Road is still smiling. They shouldn't be the ones who should be worried. Quickly. Ninja War Kai's ultimate move was over, and Jin Zhengtai, as everyone predicted, immediately controlled Xingkun Shisui to release the spirit summoning. As Xingkun Zishui slapped the floor, countless dark contract lines spread out. The group of dark crows rushed out instantly and attacked Ninja War Kai in a cross shape. However, at this time, Ninja War Kai did not enter the state of being attacked as he wished, but Ninja War Kai slapped the ground, the scroll unfolded, and his whole body entered the diamond body, while a light blue light bloomed. The chakra in his body, which was originally empty, was instantly accumulated by 2 bars. Chakra is ready. Jin Zhengtai was so shocked that he forgot to calculate the cooling of his secret scroll. It's over now. Jin Zhengtai's heart skipped a beat and he immediately focused all his attention. His hand was directly placed on the second skill, the instant body movement technique, ready to escape at any time. At this time, Ninja War Kai, who was among the crows and was knocked into the air after the diamond body was ended, also acted as they expected. Substitute. End of this chapter. 7113. 13. Chapter 71, 3 big wins in 1 round. Explosion of Youth. Achieve the achievement of 3 big wins in 1 round again. Boom. As the sound of a stand sounded, Ninja War Kai's stand stayed in place and entered a brief invincible state. After Liu Yuan targeted Xingkun Zishui, he immediately used his first skill and rushed over. You calculated the time. You used up both stages of the instant body before you ran out. Now there is no instant body and no replacement. Even if you use one skill, you can't beat me. Find the right position and rush over, then you'll explode. Liu Yuan raised a healthy smile on his face, and he was already sure of the result in his heart. Really? As Ninja War Kai rushed out, Xinshun Shisui had no moves at all and could only face off with his skills. But it is no match for youth. After entering the attack state again, Jin Zhengtai also let go of the control screen. It has ended. Afterwards, Liu Yuan used his second skill, Daytime Tiger, and then entered the boring stage of dealing damage with basic attacks. Fortunately, Qing Chun Ji's basic attack also feels very good, and it is much more comfortable than the general basic attack damage. During this time, Liu Yuan seemed to be deliberately controlling the speed of his attack, and his attack was very slow. The audience was all confused, and many Koreans even cursed Liu Yuan for being a bad person and deliberately humiliating his opponent. But soon, as Liu Yuan's dual skills cooled down, they knew the answer to why Liu Yuan did this. First, use the first skill to get 4 beans and create distance, then use the second skill in the opposite direction to move a distance, and finally turn to release the day tiger and directly use the ultimate skill. The white tiger head roared and rushed out, but before it hit the opponent, Liu Yuan had already cleared his chakra and released his ultimate move. This is the ultimate move for free beans. I was wondering why Liu Shen deliberately slowed down. It turns out he wanted to use a big move to get some beans. But what was Liu Shen's purpose in doing this? If he had used a little faster, he could have taken the opponent away without even using his ultimate skill. If that's the case, the next game will start with 4 beans. Now, even if the big move of the beans ends, the next game will start with only 2 beans. Ahem, we can't figure out what Liu Shen is thinking. He must have his reasons for doing this. Ash. Insult. Insult. This Dragon Country guy is deliberately humiliating us. Who would use a big move when their health is so low? They're reducing their own chakra. This Dragon Country guy did it on purpose. From now on, Liu Yuan is our kimchi family's biggest enemy. The audience in Longhua was guessing what Liu Yuan was doing this time, while the audience in Korea simply thought that Liu Yuan was doing this to humiliate them. Even Liu Yuan was directly rated as the biggest enemy of the kimchi family. But they didn't expect. The real reason why Liu Yuan did this was actually just youth. Pure youth. Use the ultimate at the bottom of your health, just for the animation. Daytime tiger rubs beans, no regrets in youth. 3 big in 1 game, youth explodes. As the audience speculated / questioned / cursed, the mystery diagram on the field had already appeared. Ninja War Kai said with red eyes. I have no regrets in my youth. The winner is decided. Winner, Longuo Liu Yuan, Might Guy Ninja World War. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Liu Yuan. Achieve the Gods Arena achievement, 3 majors in 1 game. Extra rewards, 1 points, score guarantee card. Score protection card. After using the score protection card, the country can protect the score of a failure. If the country is in a natural disaster position, the natural disaster will be exempted and the player's life can be saved. So that's how it is. Liu Shen is trying to get an achievement. I was wondering why he had to magnify it. Wow! Liu Shen is like an achievement printing machine. This is already the 3rd achievement. Moreover, Liu Shen is the only player in the world to have achieved 3 achievements. This bastard actually deliberately used our great Korean country to gain achievements. This feud is irreconcilable. From now on, anyone who has anything to do with Liu Yuan will be my enemy. My mentality is a bit blown. Our strongest player can only be used as a tool to gain achievements in front of him. As the announcement of the Gods Arena sounded, the Dragon Country audience made up the reasons on their own, while the Korean audience suffered a double blow. Not only were they severely humiliated, but they were actually treated as scoring machines. Simply unforgivable. Dragon Country Lounge. Isn't this ninja a little too unsolvable? Li K asked in disbelief, and Bai Xinyi beside him was also in great shock. Yes, it feels a bit unsolvable. For this thing, I guess only Tiandao Chao can deal with it, right? It's hard to say. I feel that even Tiandao Chao is difficult to deal with. Just looking at the absorption level of this thing's ultimate move, I feel that it can also absorb the tyrant body. Maybe that's why it's called the Underworld Arena. It's really damn dark. Li K complained crazily. He couldn't even believe it. If there were ninjas more sinister than Ninja War Kai, how would they deal with them? I'm afraid that by then the long journey might give you a headache. However, What he didn't know was that Lu Yuan was the one who knew these powerful people in the underworld best. Even if the opponent really gets love and the King of Hell, Lu Yuan is confident that he can fight against them with the help of other underworlds. In this arena of mutual intrigue, Lu Yuan is the real king. Kimchi Country Lounge. Brother Zhengtai, are you okay? Zheng Yunchuo said with some concern, while handing over a can of beer and fried chicken. The unique way of venting of Koreans. After eating a piece of fried chicken and taking a big sip of beer, Kim Jong-tae finally cheered up. Lu Yuan is indeed worthy of being the strongest contestant on earth, a true hexagonal warrior. The only way we can win the game now is to hide. Hearing Kim Jong-tae say the word hide in a serious tone, Lee Seun-li and Zheng Yunchuo were completely confused. If we take the initiative, we won't stand a chance of winning, so we can only play defensive counterattacks. Dodge skills, trick the psychic, trick the double, the most important thing is to trick him into using his ultimate skill. Although I failed before and didn't take into account the cooling time of his secret scroll, the main direction is correct. Next, he will definitely start with spiritual communication. His spiritual communication is the panda, the mirage, and the salamander. Mirage has already used it before. Considering that he focuses on the opening hand, the reason he chose the panda was probably to prevent us from choosing it, and it was not his original intention. That means his second spiritual being will definitely be a salamander. Having said that, Jin Zhengtai paused for a moment and looked at Zheng Yunchuo. Zheng Yunchuo also understood immediately. Captain, what do you mean? Well, cursed Sasuke's Reikari can fly high, and the release of the salamander has a certain lead time. It is not like the summoning that can be released in an instant like the mirage. You see the opportunity. The moment it releases the salamander, Reikari dashes over and runs behind the salamander. This way his psychic skills will be ruined. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 God Level Prediction. Daytime Tiger Bomb Crash. Laude, man. What's EA? Chapter 72 God Level Prediction. Daytime Tiger Bomb Crash. Laude, man. What's EA? After that, if he dares to rush over, you can just use the white snake to protect him. His two skills won't pose any threat to you at all. Seize the opportunity to release the white snake and take the initiative. Then the rhythm will be on us. I see, Captain, I understand. After hearing Jin Zhengtai's reply, Zheng Yunchuo was suddenly overjoyed. The most fundamental reason why people are afraid is the unknown. Now that we know how to deal with Lu Yuan, there is nothing to be afraid of him. Well, go ahead. Let him see the strength of our great kimchi country. Seeing this, Jin Zhengtai nodded with satisfaction, and took out a cigar and started sucking on it. But when he looked deeply at the viewing screen, he was not as calm as he appeared. That man. Oh, if that's the case, how should you deal with it? As Zheng Yunchuo's body was shining with light blue light, he was teleported to the God's Arena. The competition officially began. Second round. The battle begins. Pay attention. Observe Lu Yuan's movements. He must be using psychic power to start with. Zheng Yunchuo kept reminding himself, while taking deep breaths and trying to calm himself down. Really? The game started just as Kim Jong-tae said. Lu Yuan did start with spiritual communication. I saw Ninja Warkai, under his control, slap the floor, and the contract pattern appeared. The salamander suddenly broke out of the ground. And right at this moment, Zheng Yunchuo moved. He controlled Chicken Wing Suzuki, used Chidori to fly, and quickly rushed towards Lu Yuan. He tried to jump over the salamander and escape the effective attack range of the psychic. Good boy. I just guessed that you might do this, but I didn't expect you to be right. When Lu Yuan saw his actions, he was not at all panicked, and there was even a hint of joy in his eyes. I see. After releasing the summoning under its control, Ninja War Kai made a small advance in the opposite direction, creating distance and avoiding Chidori's attack. Boom! A day tiger roared out and hit Chicken Wing Suzuki just right. Just let him crash the plane. Laude, man! What can I say? Man! Shooting it down from the sky. Zhu Hu took advantage of the situation and brought it into the range of the salamander's poison gas, and directly continued the attack perfectly to make it stiff. What? How is this possible? Could it be that? A chill flashed through Zheng Yanzhuo's heart, and he thought of a very terrifying guess. The captain and his painstakingly thought-out strategy. Lu Yuan may have guessed it a long time ago. After being knocked stiff, Zheng Yanzhuo did not hesitate at all and directly chose a substitute. Because the two were not far apart, Zheng Yanzhuo acted as a stand-in and placed himself directly behind Lu Yuan. Then, use the forbidden substitute technique directly. The substitute receives the secret scroll. Bang bang bang! Several wooden forks fell down rhythmically, pinning Lu Yuan to the spot. Substitute and grafting, you are amazing. But if that's the case, what are you going to do with the next wave of changes? White Snake protects and counterattacks, or spiritualism suppresses the situation. Seeing this, Lu Yuan thought secretly in his heart. Under the current circumstances, the probability of the White Snake bodyguard counterattacking is relatively high, and he has been stabbed. Such a good opportunity. But I don't use it to cause harm. The only reason was to save it for backhand use later. Apart from that, Lu Yuan couldn't think of any other reason. The effect of cuttings will soon be over. After Lu Yuan's replacement, Zheng Yanzhuo, as expected, began to hold down the first skill and entered the Vajra body state protected by the White Snake. But the situation was different from what he expected. After the stand-in, Lu Yuan didn't attack him at all. Instead, he directly pressed the first skill and rushed to the midfield. What does he want to do? Zheng Yanzhuo had a very bad premonition in his heart, and this premonition immediately came true. I saw. After Might Guy quickly rushed to the midfield with his double attack fangs, he turned directly to face the cursed Suzuki, and slapped the ground to unfold the secret scroll of Chakra. Boo-hoo! He's going to zoom in. After Zheng Yanzhuo understood his intention, he felt despair. What to do now? Run? Where to run? Spicy balls! At this moment, Zheng Yanzhuo, who was originally confident of winning, give up thinking. The secret of youth, let it flow. This is youth. Ninjago rushes forward quickly and swings his nunchaku, creating a huge whirlwind. The White Snake's body protection soon ended, and then the terrifying suction force directly sucked the cursed Suzuki to the center of the attack. After a round of beating, Lu Yuan used his second skill to successfully get the bean. The same scene as the previous one began. Use full normal attacks, and use skills if you have them. The difference is that this time it was Chicken Wing Suzuki who was screaming. Kimchi Country Lounge. How? How is this possible? Could it be that Lu Yuan predicted our strategy in advance? If this is true, this person is too scary. Kim Young-tae stared at the game screen, he was so shocked that he stuttered a little, and even dropped the cigar in his hand without noticing it. Brother, what should we do now? Is our game over? Li Xuanli was a little depressed, and Jin Zhengtai hurried to comfort him. Don't worry, we still have a chance to win. After Zheng Yanzhuo's next wave of substitutes, he has the White Snake, the Chidori and the Psychic Sickle Weasel in his hands. 2 counterattacks and 1 first attack. And Lu Yuan only has a substitute. The secret scroll and dual skills should be on cooldown. Let the White Snake go immediately. If Lu Yuan dares to take over, I will immediately use my spiritual power to suppress him and chase him with Chidori. After this wave of rhythm, we can deal at least 1 million damage. Hearing this, Li Xuanli calmed down a little. As long as Brother Yanzhuo can consume half of his blood, I still have a chance. I can win. Dragon Country Lounge. You are truly worthy of me. Lu Yuan. I predicted early on that the stick would use Chidori to dodge the spirit, and I used the day tiger to directly hit him and crash his plane. Get the first move in this wave, dunk it, and handle the rhythm of the next wave, and the game is over. Li Ke was also a little excited when he saw Lu Yuan's smooth operation. It's so beautifully played. That's right. When has our long journey ever disappointed anyone? Bai Xinyi stared at the game screen with starry eyes ever since she and Lu Yuan broke the news. Her obsession with Lu Yuan not only did not decrease, but became deeper and deeper. How can someone be so big? When the audience in Longguo saw this scene, they were instantly excited. Little stick. What do you mean? Speak. Do you still think you are the best pickles in the world? Just because I thought of hiding from the spirit, you jumped up. What little tricks are in your mind? Our road god knows everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Shuangzia leads people out of the spirit world. Lu Yuan, leave? I don't want to leave. Chapter 73 Shuangzia leads people out of the spirit world. Lu Yuan, leave? I don't want to leave at all. The complaints from the Dragon Country audiences simply silenced the Korean audiences. Maybe it was because Kim Jongtae was too frustrated when he lost before. This time, at the moment when Zhang Yunchuo's Chidori passed over the salamander head, the entire live broadcast room exploded instantly. All kinds of provocations flooded towards the Dragon Country audience like a tide. And all this is just like a cat's fur standing on end. Without warning. Even by the time the Dragon Country audience reacted, Chicken Wing Suzuki in the field had already been blown down by the daytime tiger. Awkward. Extremely embarrassing. The Korean audience became the biggest joke and no longer dared to continue fighting with the Dragon Country audience in the public live broadcast room. One by one, they all ran back to their own live studios and started to act like a tyrant in their own home. Fuck. Mad, what on earth is the country doing? What a rubbish policy. I am speechless. If Lu Yuan gets 3 points again, I will boycott it. I will never buy any 4-star products. What's this? I think we should just wipe out the 4-star chaebol. Drag the boss out and torture him to death. We should re-establish our own high-level meeting room, and we must take control of the selection of players and strategy for the God tournament. Agree. Agree. +1. Agree. +2. Looking at the completely blown-up domestic live broadcast room, the top leaders of the Korean country were dumbfounded. Ah! These lowly people are so arrogant. How despicable! This damn Chicken Wing Suzuki hasn't even flown over and landed yet. He's already started to criticize the Dragon Nation. As a result, before I could spray a few times, the plane was directly bombed and crashed, which was a slap in the face. This has nothing to do with my 4 stars. The 4-star leader's defense was broken immediately, but this time, the core of his anger was not Lu Yuan. But it's these Korean people who bully the weak and fear the strong, and always take the blame for anything that happens. What the hell should I do now? No matter what I do, I'll be the first one to get hurt if something goes wrong. The 4-star leader exploded in anger and smashed the teacup in his hand. The senior executives dared not say a word. If you don't get stabbed, then we will be the ones to get stabbed, right? The 4-star family is wealthy and powerful, so at least they can take a few hits. If you cut them, they will probably be killed in one blow. Don't panic, Chief. I think there is only one way to solve this situation perfectly. Li Mingzi crossed his legs and spoke slowly while watching the game. Any solution? When the 4-star leader heard this, he was both surprised and delighted. Promoting Li Mingzi to a senior position should be the best decision he has made in recent years. Not only did it increase the winning rate of the Korean country in the God tournament by about 50%. The key is, He also sent his younger brother to the national team, and he is very strong. They are also the most recent champion. The young Korean player Lee Soon Lee. The younger brother fought for the country as a soldier, while the older brother served as a strategist, making plans. Now, the only way to calm the public anger is to delegate power to the people and allow them to participate in the decision-making of the God Arena. After these words were spoken, the whole audience was speechless. This is like saying in front of these senior executives that you are spitting out half of the God-level cake. The 4-star chief was silent for a while, then slowly said, "If you do this, how confident are you that you can solve this matter?" 10%. Li Mingzi looked at the game screen with great interest and said without much concern, "Is the road far? It's really interesting. Let's see how Xian Li fights with you. If I can't beat Xian Li, then I'm going to fight you." Li Mingzi raised a wicked smile, and the excitement in his eyes was about to overflow. Lu Yuan didn't know about the little episode in Kimchi country. After a stable combo to increase the chakra to 3 bars, Zhang Yunchuo's stand was also ready. Boom! As he completed the substitution and placed himself behind Ninja War Kai, he immediately released his first skill summoning technique White Snake. Chicken Wing Suzuki slapped the floor, and with a bang and a burst of white mist, a huge white snake appeared around him, coiled its body and protected him tightly. But this time it's not the long press as before, but a short press to release the white snake instantly. The white snake did not continue to protect for long, and rushed directly towards Ninja War Kai and knocked him into the air. Oh! The white snake is the first to attack? He is planning to fight to the death. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened when he saw this. This guy was planning to make a hard exchange of blood. White snake is the starting hand. The next step is to attack my substitute, then use summons to suppress it, and then use Chidori to chase and deal damage. They left me a Chidori because they were afraid I would run away. But this time, your cleverness backfired. If I had kept the white snake, you might have really taken advantage of me. If I'm not mistaken, the spiritualist in his hand should be the Toad Immortal. Once the white snake is handed over, the next step should be to wait for my replacement. Then use a substitute and summon the spirit to suppress me. If I use the double attack fangs to run away, then use Chidori to chase me immediately. It's quite a beautiful thought. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan also smiled, but then his eyes turned cold. But what if I don't run? Lu Yuan wants to fight back. Soon, before Chicken Wing Suzuki could do any damage, Lu Yuan pressed down the stand. Boom! As the crisp explosion sounded, everyone's heart jumped into their throats. Kim Youngtae / Young Yeon Sok / Lee Hyun Rai, the opportunity is here. Lu Yuan, cold face, I'm here. My little brother. Everything happened just as the Kimchi trio had expected. Lu Yuan really was a stand-in. See it. Zhang Yunchuo didn't give him any chance. He immediately controlled Chicken Wing Suzuki to release the summoning. Under its control, Chicken Wing Suzuki in the field slapped the floor, countless summoning contracts spread out, and the Toad Sage appeared instantly and burst into a shrill roar. At the same time, Zhang Yunchuo himself has already put his hands on the second skill Chidori. As long as Lu Yuan releases the double throwing teeth and prepares to run away, he will immediately release Chidori to chase him. Let him also feel the feeling of being hunted down. However, everything did not seem to develop as he expected. What is he doing? Why isn't he moving? Ah! This is Marura. Zhang Yunchuo was shocked and cried out that something was wrong. Because at this time, the Chicken Wing Suzuki controlled by him has already entered the state of being attacked. While the ninja warrior Kai was swinging his nunchaku with both hands, his movement speed also became extremely fast. The Chicken Wing Suzuki who was hit by the nunchaku instantly became paralyzed and escaped from his control. At the same time, under the collision, Ninja War Kai actually took Chicken Wing Suzuki and ran out of the summoning range. He can't be taken out, right? He's just in a state of paralysis. If he runs forward a little bit, the paralysis will break. Zhang Yunchuo comforted himself in this way, but at the moment when Chicken Wing Suzuki was about to escape from the attack of Ninja War Kai's nunchaku, Liu Yuan kept pressing the hand of the first skill. Loosen up. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 The King Who Reigns Over the Underworld. The King of Hell of Love Shield. Chapter 74 The King Who Reigns Over the Underworld. The King of Hell of Love Shield. Ninja War Kai leaned forward and sprinted, and a blue hurricane whistled past. Chicken Wing Suzuki was taken out. At this time, Liu Yuan's chakra has reached 3 bars. The cooldown of the second skill has been completed. In response to this, Liu Yuan did not waste any time. After bringing it out of the spiritual channel, he directly released his second skill. After a charge forward, he turned around and blasted out with the daytime tiger that he had been condensing for a long time. Boom! The white tiger rushed out and hit Chicken Wing Suzuki, causing a violent explosion. At the same time, it also provided Liu Yuan Kai with the final stepping stone. The secret of youth, let it flow. This is youth. A familiar scene reappears. Ninja War Kai rushed towards Chicken Wing Suzuki, waving the nunchaku in his hands wildly, forming a terrifying hurricane that sucked him firmly. Finally, rush into the air and use the ninja turtles as a stepping stone to finish. After taking 2 big moves, Chicken Wing Sasuke's health is almost gone. The big move is over. Liu Yuan controlled Ninja Warrior Kai to perform a combination of skills, and it happened that at this time, Ninja Turtle performed 4 big moves. Finally stopped acting. With one move, a divine turtle descended from the sky and sent him to get his lunchbox. The winner is decided. Winner, Longuo Liu Yuan, Might Guy Ninja World War. Dragon Country Lounge. What the hell? Direct skill brings out psychic communication. Liu Yuan is really brave enough to fight. Li Ke looked at the scene on the viewing screen and was shocked. Relying on the 2 seconds of invincibility granted by the stand, he fights back. Moreover, he used his skills to bring the opponent out of the spiritual range. This kind of play. Don't even think about whether you dare or not. They don't even think about it in this direction. Is this the long way? Great. After Liu Yuan used his ultimate, he also used a combo to get 2 beans. Not only did we replace the 2 opposing ninjas, but we also eliminated even the basic psychic advantage. We won this game. Bai Zhenyi said this excitedly, and the love in her eyes when she looked at the screen could hardly be concealed. Such an excellent Liu Yuan. It's hers, who's she? JPG. Kimchi Country Lounge. Sorry Captain. When Zhang Yunchuo returned to the lounge, he saw Jin Zhengtai, who looked lost. Jin Zhengtai forced a smile and said, "It's okay. You've also consumed a lot of Liu Yuan's health. He only has less than 1 million HP left. We still have a chance." Well, Brother Yunchuo, our last psychic eagle is countering his panda. With that little blood volume, I have confidence. Li Xuanli said seriously. Seeing this, Zhang Yunchuo's mood improved a little. Even if they lost the game in the end. But as long as we can take Liu Yuan, this is enough to show the strength of their kimchi team. This is the first kill against Liu Yuan. I'm going. Li Xuanli looked at the light blue light coming out of his hands and subconsciously clenched his fists. Absolutely not. Let the sacrifices of our predecessors go to waste. Round 3. Game start. At the beginning of the game, Li Xuanli directly chose to long press the first skill. Shadow Clone Flying Thunder God Slash. A shadow clone rushed out as the Impure World Reincarnation 2nd generation formed a seal and slashed continuously at the area in front of it. Li Xuanli's luck this time can be said to be extremely good. Liu Yuan made a mistake in judgment. A day tiger suddenly blasted out and hit the Impure World 2nd generation directly, but Liu Yuan, who was standing on the same x-axis, was also hit by his flying thunder god slash. And because flying thunder god slash lasts for a long time. After he fell to the ground and stood up, Ninja War Kai had just landed. Opportunity. Seeing this, Li Xuan Li immediately released his second skill, Hard Vortex Water Blade, preparing to grab Ninja War Kai from the fallen state. At this time, Lu Yuan has a substitute. After the substitute came down, he just long pressed the first skill, and the swung nunchaku successfully hit the sudden impure world reincarnation second generation. Chakra also returned to 3 levels. Ninja War Kai turned around and released the final charge, successfully throwing the impure world Death 2 back into the corner. Seeing that the situation is not good, Li Xuan Li immediately controlled the impure world reincarnation second generation to complete the substitute, and directly suppressed the backhand with the flame bomb. It's true that I dealt with it, but my last psychic was a panda. Lu Yuan smiled and released the panda directly. Ninja War Kai slapped the ground, the contract appeared, and the panda fell from the sky. He also flashed with the luster of a domineering body. Blocked the incoming fire bomb. Eagle. Li Xuan Li's eyes flashed, and he also released his spiritual power. A giant eagle was summoned by a spirit, and it instantly locked onto Lu Yuan, then opened its sharp claws and swooped down from the sky. That's it. Then it's just scare me and use the ultimate move. Lu Yuan smiled, and directly pressed the secret scroll in the 3-bean state, and his chakra was instantly filled. Secret top grab. Have you seen it? Laodai. Let's go. This is youth. As Ninja War Kai released his ultimate move and rushed forward, the battle was declared over. I have no regrets in my youth. The winner is decided. Winner, Longuo Lu Yuan, Might Guy Ninja World War. Complete victory. Dragon Country Lounge. Hey, it's been so long since I last saw youth, it feels so good. Lu Yuan returned to the lounge, stretched his body, and thought to himself, it's still more comfortable to play in the underworld. These underworld ninjas are so cool. Do you want to guarantee me a place in the next game? I want to try it too. After Li Kai came back from Lu Yuan, he immediately said that he also wanted to give it a try. For this, Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then started thinking secretly in his heart. If Li Kai also wants to play, then as a backup, I must hold the existence that stands at the top of all the underworld in my hand. Love Asarutobia Sumatanabata Limited. Shield, A Pain 6 Paths Drifter. King of Hell, S. Jiraiya Hero of Shu. Although in the underworld, love can only serve as a guardian like youth, and the shield is not even ranked. But actually, these 3 are the strongest ones who dominate the underworld arena. As long as love enters the SMA space, it will be invincible throughout the whole process. And can also take damage and move. It is simply an invincible little gyroscope. The shield machine starts with a double cut to get the shield, then releases the dog and picks up the hand. Among them, the dog is an entity and can not only be used as a skill. Once it collides with a skill, it will trigger a counterattack and split into 3 dogs to grab and chase. This invincible starting formula of shield and dog also became the key to the villagers naming it in the previous life. Of course, this is not the most exaggerated. This ninja is really too invincible and omnipotent. The heavenly path is the main path, and the other 2 upper 3 paths, Ashura path and human path, are auxiliary paths. Release the combined skills to easily take on the full level hegemony. With the Hungry Ghost Realm and the Hell Realm as the main and auxiliary respectively, you can achieve the legendary 8 seconds of invincibility, shield after shield from the King of Hell. And when the Hell Realm is the main path, the King of Hell is released to suppress the situation. During the invincible period, he can even counterattack the opponent. When the main path is the animal path, double cut and run, basically you can move across most of the X and almost all of the Y at a very fast speed. This is the King of Hell. Shield. As for Yama, needless to say, the fourth skill has a separate cooldown calculation, unlimited firepower, no beans are deducted for face changing, and the ultimate skill is 1.5 million to kill with half health. Other ninjas may need 2 sets of rhythm to take down the opponent, but Yan Wang only needs 1. As long as he gets the upper hand, you can put down your phone. Because you won't survive until the next wave of rhythm. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Ninja Choice Pain 6 Paths Wanderer. Chapter 75 Ninja Choice Pain 6 Paths Wanderer. It's not impossible, let's see how the ninjas are first. After some thought, Lu Yuan replied. If you can get one of the 3, Love, Shield, or Hades. Even though he lost the first 2 games, Lu Yuan was confident that he could win the game. Say it. Lu Yuan focused his attention on the viewing screen, and the content on it also changed at this time. The first round of God's Arena ends. The winning countries are, Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Japan Country, Sunset Country, Japanese Ear Country, Northern Bear Country, Newport Country, Four Corners Country. The second round of match pairing will be carried out next. Dragon Kingdom vs Four Corners Kingdom. Japan vs Flying Squirrel Country. Japan vs Sunset Country. Northern Bear Country vs Newport Country. God's Arena Dragon Kingdom vs Four Corners Kingdom. Game start. The Four Corners. Lu Yuan was a little confused when he saw the name of this country. He had never heard of it before. Have you heard of the Four Corners? Li Keek didn't know where the road was, so he immediately turned into an intelligence king and started to popularize science. Not long ago, Myanmar lost all its national fortune points, you know. After that, the Four Corners continent completely lost control and became a paradise for criminals. After a fierce battle among the major factions and drug lords, a king emerged from among them. After witnessing the miracle that happened to the Dragon Kingdom, the king also began to covet the rewards of the God's Arena. So after establishing connections with all parties, we successfully established a country and joined the God's Arena. There's this thing? It happened in the past few days. Lu Yuan was also completely confused. He had no memory of such a big thing. Li Ke simply rolled his eyes and didn't want to explain any further. Bai Xinyi immediately understood the key. She shyly tugged at the corner of Lu Yuan's clothes and stood on tiptoe to whisper something to Lu Yuan. Only then did he fully realize that the two of them had been making love for the past few days, so it was normal that he missed this opportunity. After a brief incident, the 3 of them turned their attention back to the game screen. At this time, ninjas have appeared on it. The first position is being drawn. Extraction completed. The Dragon Country player is the first position, and ninja will be given priority. Ninja draw in progress. The available ninjas are, A. Minato Namikaze Youth, A. Suzuki Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan, S. Pain Tendu Super, S.A.I. Thunderbolt Raikage, A. Pain 6 Paths Wanderer, A. Sarutobi Konohamaru Boruto Naruto Next Generations. Select Countdown Start, 12:59. 00, 58. 00, 57. Fuck, Qing Shui is out? This is really too sinister. When Lu Yuan saw the ninja list for the first time, he was completely stunned. If we take down Qing Shui at his peak, we can also let Li Ke play for a bit. By then, the players from the Four Corners country will understand what is difficult to trigger and what Flying Thunder God second stage means. Continue looking down. The top god of ninja Yingzuo also made Lu Yuan itchy. Back then, this ninja was a terrifying existence who truly dominated the arena for several months. It was from that time that it started. The villagers began to realize the power of the invincibility frame. As a result, for a long time afterwards, everyone's judgment of the strength of a ninja depended on whether he had the noble invincibility frame. Even Because of Hashirama who appeared with him at the time, his production and strength were both poor. The title of God of Ninja was directly taken away by Yingzuo. I really want to play this one. I feel like if I can win, with my skills, it shouldn't be a problem to get 3 at least. Liu Yuan really wanted to play the Peak Eagle Zhou again, but he had to admit that even if it is a Peak Eagle Guard, he may still be a little weaker when meeting a Peak Qing Shui. What kind of monster is Dianfeng Qing Shui? Strengthen the normal attack to move on the Y-axis. Press the normal attack with the first skill, and the kunao will be thrown. Start triangle dancing directly, as long as you dare to attack. Hey! The hard trigger is coming. And the enhanced cap raise nan after being triggered is also quite terrifying. Even if you managed to escape the first part, no matter where you run to, Qing Shui would always track you down and force feed you a blocking raise nan. This is also jokingly called Flying Thunder God Stage 2 by many villagers. It makes sense. Liu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked down. The top super brother. The range of Wangxiang Tianyan is extremely incredible. You don't even have to walk at the beginning, just suck it. It even once beat the cheating. Even after several rounds of weakening, it is still extremely powerful and firmly holds the T0 position. Together with the Peak Qing Shui and Peak Skeleton at that time, they formed the legendary 3 fantasy gods. As long as I see these 3 people appear, if I don't have them on my side. Most of the villagers choose to obey directly, but a few who are so angry will even quit the game directly and force a restart. 2 third-level mythical gods appeared at once, and I don't know if there are any peak skeletons. The more Liu Yuan read, the more frightened he became. He suppressed his emotion and continued reading. The top 3 thunders. Holy shit! This thing actually came out. The appearance of the 3 top thunder men made Liu Yuan stand up in shock. This thing was simply a nightmare for the Anbu at that time. 5 seconds of thunder armor. It also reduces damage. 5 seconds of true manliness. Our Hokage has his own barbarian king. This thing had Overlord and Panda at that time, which meant nearly 15 seconds of Overlord, a quarter of the total duration. San Lizi, what is a sense of security? I'm asking you. What the hell is it? A sense of security. Answer, Overlord and Thunder Armor and Panda Overlord is back and Thunder Kai is back, 25 seconds of Overlord in 1 round, full of security. The 3rd generation Lei Zi is indeed extremely sinister, and he is the most powerful and domineering king. But now almost everyone has one, so it's not that we can't handle it at all. Liu Yuan thought for a while and directly kicked San Lei Zi out from the candidates. As for the 3 ninjas just now, if Qing Shui hadn't got the solution, it would have been difficult to deal with the 3 Thunder Boys. If you replace them with Peak Super Brother or Peak Eagle Zhou, won't they use different ways to kill you? Do you understand the value of the nearly half X-axis Wangxiang Tianyan? Do you know what a 2-stage invincible Chidori sword is, where any stage can be used for combo skills? Peak Qing Shui, Peak Yingzuo, Peak Chao Ji. Choose among these 3. How difficult it is. Liu Yuan was also a little confused about the choice, but as he continued to look down, all problems were solved. At this moment, he saw the real Kami, God. A Pain 6 Paths Wanderer. Liu Yuan locked it without hesitation. He didn't even bother to see what the last ninja was. The priority of the shield dog has reached its peak in his mind. Is there any ninja that the peak shield dog can't handle? Liu Yuan just couldn't figure it out. The 3rd generation of Lei in 5 seconds is really a real man, right? Use the heavenly path as the main control path, and any of the upper 3 paths as auxiliary control paths, and they can be easily broken by using combined skills. Young Minato's Flying Thunder God is invincible in seconds? A difficult to trigger tracking raise nan? The realm of hungry ghosts and the realm of hell, shield and Yama, 8 seconds of invincibility plus Yama automatically locking onto the enemy and grabbing it. How do you respond? Dragon Country player chooses Ninja, a Pain 6 Paths Wanderer. Pain, Hungry Ghost / Hell Drifter, I'll form the defense. Shield and Invincible Hades and Shield, 8 seconds of invincibility and eat beans. Pain, Animal Path Wanderer, I will form the starting / displacement. Anti-counter dog hands off invincibility to skills. Double cut full y half x displacement. Pain Human Path / Shura Path Wanderer, I'll break the hegemony. The full level hegemony can be torn apart at will. Pain Tiendeo the Wanderer, I will form the team. There will be no rivals in front of us. End of this chapter.